75 billion. The moment the startup funds were transferred into my account, I knew my fate had completely changed. The system's first task was actually for me to report to the art university and reasonably deal with the version T0 little fairy. I coldly watched the gold-digging sales champion, who, for the sake of some bald managerly, dismissed me, the mysterious buyer of a 50 million yuan luxury mansion, as if I were worthless. She didn't realize that what she abandoned wasn't just a junior student, but the real loss was the hundreds of thousands in commissions she would never earn and the elite billionaire circle she could never access. My name is Zhang Bing, a freshman who just arrived at Kyoto University of the Arts to register. Yesterday, my life changed dramatically. The system told me that I could give up the opportunity to enter Huaqing University with a perfect college entrance exam score and receive a 75 billion yuan bonus instead. I didn't hesitate to choose the money, but on the condition that I had to report to the art university first. Just as I reached the school gate, a woman named Wang Roland, wearing tight jeans with a fiery figure, called out to me. She jokingly asked me to carry her suitcase. With a net worth of 75 billion, I naturally refused. She immediately flew into a rage, accused me of being a pervert, and claimed I was staring at her chest. A large crowd gathered to blame and gang up on me. At that moment, the system notification sounded. The system has detected that the host has arrived at Kyoto University of the Arts and rewards them with a brand new Maybach S680 worth 12 million. I immediately straightened my back and sneered inwardly. A guy who drives a Maybach S680, would he be someone who's never seen a woman before? The onlooking crowd burst into laughter, with Wang Roland sneering even more. If you can drive a Maybach S680, I, Wang Roland, will let you do whatever you want with me. At that moment, a simply dressed yet elegantly poised Lin Hanchua walked over and came to my defense, saying, "This junior student is not the kind of person you're making him out to be." Beep beep. A series of horn sounds rang out. A brand new Maybach S680 slowly pulled up, making all the luxury cars around it pale in comparison. The suited male driver got out of the car and asked, "Excuse me, which student here is Mr. Zhang Bing?" I loudly responded, "Hello, I am Zhang Bing, and this Maybach S680 is mine." The fairies were mocking me again, but I showed my ID, and the driver announced respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, congratulations on becoming the esteemed owner of a Maybach." Then he handed the car keys to me. System prompt, host is now requested to fulfill the system's first mission, properly rectify the T0 version fairy. The little fairies who were just mocking me a moment ago instantly changed their attitudes, all gathering around. Wang Roland came right up to me, pretending to feel dizzy as she tried to lean against me. She handed me her business card. "This is my card. If you have any property needs in Kyoto, remember to contact me." It turned out she was a saleswoman at the Bishui Lanting real estate project. I took the business card and had her recount in front of everyone exactly what she had just accused me of. After speaking, Wang Roland thought she had hooked a sugar daddy. I looked at the surrounding fairies and asked loudly, "Tell me, am I the kind of person who bullies girls?" The fairies were more than happy to have one less competitor and immediately turned their guns on Wang Roland, collectively ganging up on her. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully using magic to defeat magic. The host's completion score for this task reached 90 points. You will receive a luxury mansion worth 50 million yuan at Kyoto's Bishui Lanting, gifted by the system. Speak of the devil, Wang Roland turned out to be a salesperson at Bishui Lanting. I was driving the Maybach S680, basking in the envious gazes of passers-by, heading straight to the Bishui Lanting sales office. When I arrived at the Bishui Lanting sales office, I saw Wang Roland's poster at the front desk. Coincidentally, the manager mentioned during a meeting that a mysterious tycoon had reserved a luxury mansion worth 50 million and would come to complete the paperwork today. Commission attribution is undecided, it all depends on the sales skills. Deep down, I know that mysterious tycoon is me. Wang Roland descended from upstairs, her presence overwhelming the other salespeople. She saw me at a glance and walked over with a charming smile. "Junior, why didn't you let me know you were coming? The previous matter was my fault." I smiled and said, "Senior, I've already bought the house. I'm just here to complete the formalities." A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, but she still tried to string me along. At that moment, a middle-aged bald man named Li Guoqing pushed aside the salesperson beside him and asked Wang Roland to show him a house worth 15 million yuan. Wang Roland immediately agreed and then said to me, "Junior, why don't you wait for a bit? Let me accompany President Li to see the house first?" I coldly asked, "Senior, are you sure you've thought this through?" The bald man Li Guoqing mocked me with displeasure and introduced himself as the general manager of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Upon learning Li Guoqing's identity, Wang Roland became even more resolute and explained to me, "Junior, sorry, but I have to go accompany President Li to look at properties first." I completely dropped the act and said with a smile, "Ah, Senior, in that case, I'll just have to assign that 50 million luxury mansion sale I already prepaid for to someone else then." All the saleswomen in the property sales office were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up with excitement. They realized I was the mysterious tycoon their boss had mentioned. Immediately, all the salesgirls swarmed around me, deliberately showcasing their figures. Wang Wolin was also shocked. She instantly let go of the balding man's hand, linked arms with me, and intentionally pressed her voluptuous body against me. Afraid I'd be snatched away by someone else. Junior, you're so annoying, turns out you're the mysterious tycoon the boss mentioned. Junior, I'll go with you to check out the apartment right away. Chapter 4, The Top-Selling Beauty. Wang Wolin, didn't you just say you'd be accompanying Mr. Li to view properties? Yes, brother Zhang, we'll handle him. The saleswomen were furious. Upon learning that Zhang Bing was the mysterious tycoon the manager had mentioned and so young that they were itching to throw themselves at him immediately. Wang Wolin gave a cold snort, clutching Zhang Bing's arm tightly to stake her claim. Junior, please help me out, okay? I'll go with you to see the property. Zhang Bing wore a smug grin. This was exactly the reaction he craved. The other saleswomen weren't bad either, but compared to Wang Wolin, who was a solid 7 out of 10, they fell short. Especially today, with her professional attire and black stockings, she was right up his alley. Fine. Since we're alumni, I'll give you the sale. Zhang Bing didn't waste words, pulling out his ID and handing it to Wang Wolin. Wang Wolin immediately arranged for someone to process the sale and print the documents. Then, linking her arm through his, she led him outside, her voice sweet and coy. Junior, do you like my look today? If not, I'll change into something you prefer right away. Zhang Bing couldn't contain his excitement, thinking to himself, luxury sales really know how to play the game. So he deliberately asked, I'm very satisfied. What other styles do you have? Wang Wolin replied with a flirtatious glint in her eyes, Lolita, mature woman, career woman, whatever you like, I've got it all. Looks like the good life is about to begin. Zhang Bing thought to himself. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded mansion. The mansion was fully furnished and ready to move into. As soon as they entered, Wang Wolin bent down to pour Zhang Bing a glass of water. She deliberately arched her curvaceous hips toward him, her short pencil skirt barely containing her voluptuous figure. Zhang Bing stared intently from behind. To make matters worse, Wang Wolin deliberately took forever to pour the water, swaying back and forth as she did so. After several minutes, she finally approached him, holding the glass with an alluring gaze before handing it over. Oh dear. Suddenly, Wang Wolin accidentally spilled water onto Zhang Bing's pants. Junior, sorry about that. My legs went numb from bending over too long. Let me wipe it off for you. Before Zhang Bing could respond, she knelt down in front of his legs and began gently wiping the spot with her hands. Zhang Bing was already struggling to maintain his composure. Senior, is this how you show apartments? Yes. Junior, stay still. Let me dry you off first. Wang Wolin flicked her hair aside. At some point, a button on her white shirt had come undone, revealing a glimpse of her décolletage. Junior, are you satisfied? If you like it, I'll accompany you to view properties every day, okay? 2 hours later, the viewing concluded. Wang Wolin tidied herself up, smiled, and linked arms with Zhang Bing. Together, they left the mansion and returned to the sales office. By then, the other staff had completed the handover procedures. All the sales ladies watched Wang Wolin with a mix of envy and admiration. Her looks, figure, and sales tactics all surpassed theirs. No wonder she was the top seller. Junior, I've got some things to take care of. Let's connect tonight, Wang Wolin said with a smile. Zhang Bing nodded, resolving to make a point of viewing properties regularly. Then, head held high, he strode out, climbed into his Maybach S680, floored the accelerator, and drove off with a flourish. Humph, Wang Wolin, you're shameless. Exactly. She gets all the meat and doesn't even give us a drop of soup. Facing her colleague's resentment, Wang Wolin said nonchalantly, this world is harsh. Only those with the sharpest skills survive. Zhang Bing is mine. Give up on him. What makes you so special? Don't get too cocky, Wang Wolin. When Mr. Li left just now, he made some pretty harsh threats. Wang Wolin chuckled, utterly unconcerned. She knew exactly what middle-aged men like Li Guoqing were after. Give him a taste of sweetness later, and he'd be falling head over heels for her. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing was still savoring the experience of viewing the property, marveling at how the luxury salespeople in big cities really knew how to play the game. He headed straight back to the art university, planning to check into the dorms and get acquainted with the surroundings. Just then, at the fork ahead, a familiar figure appeared. It was none other than Lin Hanxue, the stunning senior who had spoken up for him at the school gate not long ago. Zhang Bing immediately pulled over and rolled down his window. Senior! Zhang Bing called out politely and loudly. Lin Hanxue glanced at Zhang Bing, her eyes showing none of the shock others felt at the Maybach. She gave a slight nod and responded just as politely, Junior, so it's yours. Yes, senior. It's so sunny out, get in. Where are you headed? I'll give you a ride, Zhang Bing said with a smile. Lin Hanxue hesitated, a moment of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Bing's mind, assigning him a new mission. Attention host, new mission, new mission. System reward, 80% stake in the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Assist the host in winning over Lin Hanxue, the art department's most beautiful girl at the art university. Holy crap! Zhang Bing nearly froze in shock at the system's extravagant offer. He hadn't realized Lin Hanxue was the art department's most beautiful girl and she was in the same department as him. Even more astonishing was the direct reward of an 80% stake in the Kyoto Tianlong Hotel. By his understanding, this was worth at least 2 billion. Even in Kyoto, 2 billion yuan would make him a super rich tycoon. And that arrogant bald guy Li Guoqing he'd run into earlier at Bishui Lanting, wasn't he the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel? Alright, I'll take this job. Without hesitation, Zhang Bing accepted the task. Senior, don't be so polite. You helped me before, so it's only right I give you a ride. It's nothing. Get in the car. Seeing Lin Hanxue hadn't agreed, Zhang Bing immediately stopped, ran down, opened the back door, and extended a sincere invitation. Lin Hanxue glanced up at the scorching sun overhead. Finally, she nodded and got into the car, murmuring softly, "Junior, thank you. Just drop me off at the girls' dorm." Meanwhile, on the basketball court of Medical Arts University, a handsome young man sat puffing on a cigar. Several students who looked like his underlings hurried over. "Young Master Wang! Young Master Wang! It's bad news. Someone just saw a freshman driving a Maybach S680 drop Lin Hanxue off at the dorm entrance." The young man exploded upon hearing this, leaping to his feet. "Damn it! Who dares to steal my woman, Wang Chang's woman?" At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, the gleaming, luxurious Maybach S680 parked there drew the attention of many female students. The female students at this art university all came from well-off families and were particularly materialistic. Seeing this kind of vehicle, typically driven only by the wealthy, they gathered around, whispering and murmuring, their eyes filled with envy. Lin Hanxue was very polite. She had just thanked Zhang Bing and was about to head back to her dorm. At that moment, several male students hurried over. Leading the group was Wang Chang, the notorious rich kid of the art university, accompanied by his entourage of sidekicks. "Hanxue, who is this guy?" Chapter 5, Locked in a Standoff. Wang Chang immediately confronted Lin Hanxue with a clearly annoyed tone. Lin Hanxue remained calm as she replied, "Wang Chang, this is Zhang Bing, my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Hearing this, Wang Chang instantly flew into a rage, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even Zhang Bing was taken aback, though he quickly caught on. It was obvious Lin Hanxue had said this deliberately, likely using him as a decoy to get rid of the other guy. Wang Chang clenched his fists, instantly hating Zhang Bing. "Zhang Bing, huh? Looks like you're a new transfer student too. You dare compete with me for a woman? Do you even know who I am?" "Humph." Zhang Bing snorted coldly. He had already harbored a strong fondness for Lin Hanxue after she had spoken up for him earlier. Now that he'd accepted the system's mission, and considering Lin Hanxue scored at least 8 out of 10, a true goddess. A beauty with that kind of score, who wouldn't be tempted? "Hey, you heard that Hanxue is my girlfriend. Watch your mouth, buddy. Kid, are you trying to get yourself expelled? You dare talk to young Master Wang like that?" Several of Wang Chang's hangers-on immediately jumped out to loudly accuse him. Wang Chang's face turned ashen with rage. He'd been pursuing Lin Hanxue for quite some time. They were high school classmates, and their families were well matched in status. Their parents approved of the match, but Lin Hanxue had never shown him any interest. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bing suddenly burst onto the scene. "Zhang Bing, you've got some nerve. Think you're all that just because you drive a Maybach S680? Wang Chang clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Zhang Bing. Then he bellowed at his entourage, "Get my car over here now." Lin Hanxue shook her head. The more Wang Chang acted like this, the more repelled she felt. "Wang Chang, can you please stop acting so childish?" "Hanxue, shut up." Wang Chang felt thoroughly annoyed. He bellowed, "So what if you like his Maybach S680? Big deal. If you want one, I can get you one anytime. Look at him, just a country bumpkin. Probably rented that car to show off at school. Hanxue, you better wipe your eyes clean and don't get fooled." Childish. Lin Hanxue had long grown tired of Wang Chang. She snapped back angrily, "What does it matter to you if it's rented? Even if it is, I still like it." This nearly made Wang Chang explode on the spot. He clenched his fists tightly. Facing the 8-point goddess, Zhang Bing refused to back down. He coldly retorted, "You claim my Maybach is rented, what proof do you have? And if it's not rented, what are you going to do about it?" Wang Chang shot Zhang Bing a look of contempt and hatred. He was dressed plainly, just a freshman. He certainly didn't look like someone who could afford a Maybach S680. At prestigious art colleges like this, where beautiful women abound, it was common for unscrupulous individuals to splurge on luxury car rentals just to get laid. Therefore, he was convinced Zhang Bing was one of them. "Just you wait." Wang Chang didn't respond directly to Zhang Bing, instead issuing a threat. By now, a growing crowd of students had gathered around. Many recognized Wang Chang. His family held immense power and influence, owning the city's most prestigious hotel, the Tianlong. Countless women schemed daily to seduce him. Soon, a bright red Ferrari pulled up, its sleek lines exuding an undeniable flair. The car came to a swift stop, and one of Wang Chang's men stepped out. Wow, so handsome. That's young Master Wang's ride, I love it. The red Ferrari truly exuded flair, a stark contrast to the luxurious comfort of a Maybach. It instantly drew shrieks from a group of young women. Wang Chang snorted coldly, glaring at Zhang Bing with mockery. Kid, you went to all that trouble, skipping meals, and who knows where you rented that Maybach S680, it's pretty nice. But luxury cars of this caliber? This young master can switch to a new one every day without breaking a sweat. As for you, this country bumpkin trying to pretend he's something he's not has reached his limit. Mark my words today, in front of Han Shui and all these classmates, I'll show you what true grandeur and extravagance look like. Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly, thinking Wang Chang was truly courting death. Daring to flaunt his wealth in front of me? My net worth is 75 billion. That puts me near the top of the Forbes list in the entire Dragon Nation. But he knew that to pursue a literary goddess like Lin Hanxue, the more vulgar the display of wealth, the less likely it was to win her favor. It would only repel her. Lin Hanxue was nothing like Wang Wolin, a pretty bus stop that could be won over with money alone. So, kid, now you see what I'm capable of? If you even scratch this rented Maybach, you'll probably lie awake tonight freaking out over the astronomical repair bill. You've got nothing but a few pennies in your pocket, yet you dare to show off in front of me? Daring to set your sights on this young lady? You're such a country bumpkin. Just then, a school administrator spotted the crowd gathering and hurried over. What's going on? What's everyone doing gathered here? The arriving figure was Qin Ming, vice president of the Art University. Vice President Qin, it's like this. This freshman, Zhang Bing, rented a Maybach to show off and challenge young Master Wang to a contest of strength. Young Master Wang is teaching him a lesson. Hick, backing down already? You've got the nerve to challenge young Master Wang with that measly skill? We advise you to return that car ASAP. Renting a Maybach S680 for a day costs thousands, ha. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, many boys and girls joined in the mockery. Who the hell told you I rented this Maybach? Zhang Bing snorted coldly, then turned to Qin Ming and said, Dean Qin, could we donate this Maybach directly to the school? Convert it into scholarship funds for underprivileged seniors, juniors, and freshmen? At this suggestion, Qin Ming and Lin Hanshue's eyes lit up with surprise. Certainly, but the owner must agree first, Qin Ming replied. All right then. Zhang Bing wasted no time, pulling out the still cool car keys and handing them to Qin Ming. Dean Qin, this car is mine. Right now, in front of all these students, I'm donating it to the University Foundation to help every student from a struggling family. As for the specifics, I'll leave that to you. Witnessing this, even the most extraordinary T0 goddesses were left speechless. Wang Chang and his crew also wore expressions of utter disbelief. Wow, he's so cool. He's amazing. Not only is he handsome and well-mannered, but he's also so kind-hearted. Instantly, many female students began applauding enthusiastically, filled with admiration and affection. Lin Hanxue also looked at Zhang Bing with great admiration. Mr. Zhang, on behalf of the underprivileged students at our school, I sincerely thank you. Qin Ming also expressed great admiration for Zhang Bing and proactively shook his hand. Principal Qin, you're too kind. It's just a luxury car, nothing special. As long as it helps others, that's what matters. Zhang Bing responded modestly. Qin Ming nodded repeatedly. The materialistic atmosphere at art colleges was often quite severe. Students as humble and substantive as Zhang Bing were rare indeed. Meanwhile, Wang Chang and his crew fell completely silent, their faces turning a shade darker than liver. Especially when he noticed Lin Hanshue's gaze toward Zhang Bing had changed. A man's intuition told him something was seriously wrong. Zhang Bing, huh? You've got guts challenging this young master. You know the Tianlong Grand Hotel? That's my family's. Oh, how terrifying. So the Tianlong Hotel really is yours. Zhang Bing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Lin Hanxue couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to sneer. Wang Chang, there's always someone better out there. Don't think having a few bucks makes you all-knowing. Who knew the Tianlong Grand Hotel belonged to Wang Chang's family? And he just received a special reward from the system, an 80% stake in the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Lin Hanxue. Wang Chang gritted his teeth, issuing a direct threat, just you wait. I'll notify my father immediately. The Lin family can forget about ever collaborating with our Wang family's Tianlong Grand Hotel again. Don't come begging me then, humph. Wang Chang, I never imagined you'd stoop so low using this to threaten me. Lin Hanxue was furious, yet also somewhat helpless. The Lin family and the Wang family had many collaborations, and the Wang family held greater influence. The Wang family's Dragon Hotel held significant influence, contributing at least half of the Lin family's revenue. If the partnership truly ended, it would be a major blow to the Lin family. Ha! Wang Chang knew Lin Hanxue was devoted to her family and feared her. Hanxue, you're fond of Zhang Bing, aren't you? Why not have him find a way out for your Lin family? Ha! Is that so? Zhang Bing looked at the smug Wang Chang and coldly remarked, Wang Chang, as far as I know, your Wang family's Tianlong Grand Hotel is likely to change hands soon. I advise you not to gloat too soon. You idiot, ha! Trying to make me laugh myself to death? Wang Chang burst into loud laughter. The Tianlong Hotel is the Wang family's core asset, and it's thriving. How could it change hands? Zhang Bing, you just wait. I'll remember this. And Lin Hanxue, I'll be waiting for you to beg for forgiveness. This time, I won't go easy on you. With that, Wang Chang waved his hand and strode off with his entourage. Chapter 6, The Troubles of Being the Campus Belle. After Wang Chang and his entourage departed, Dean Qin promptly dispersed the gathered students. Zhang Bing then accompanied Lin Hanxue out of the school. At the gate, he hailed a car, intending to take her home first. Lin Hanxue accepted without objection. Seated together in the back seat, Zhang Bing observed the artistic goddess before him. Though she exuded a sweet aura, her figure was every bit as impressive as Wang Roland's, if not more so. Zhang Bing, I'm sorry. Looks like Wang Chang won't let this go. I've gotten you into trouble. Lin Hanxue broke the silence first, speaking softly. Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly. Wang Chang was hardly a concern to him. His mind was elsewhere. How to swiftly win over this innocent goddess and what random reward the system would bestow this time were far more important. As for Wang Chang, 80% of his family's Tianlong Hotel was already under his control. In other words, Wang Chang's father would have to address him respectfully as Mr. Zhang from now on. Senior, no need to be so formal. Zhang Bing asked calmly, from what I overheard, it seems your family is wary of offending the Wang family. Lin Hanxue nodded, then sighed. A shadow of gloom and worry settled between her brows, and she opened up. He recounted all the dealings between the two families. Our Lin family does indeed rely heavily on the Wang family's Tianlong Grand Hotel for most of our business. Wang Chang and I have known each other since childhood. Truthfully, my family dislikes him intensely, but for the sake of the family, they've tacitly accepted us as a couple. Lin Hanxue spoke with a tone heavy with resignation. Zhang Chang clenched his fist, a sneer curling his lips. He muttered inwardly, just some low-class rich kid. What kind of class does he have? Stealing my woman? Just wait until I take over the shares of the Tianlong Hotel, then we'll see how arrogant he can be. Then he pondered, Senior, I don't think you need to worry too much about this. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I should be able to help you. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, a flicker of hope briefly lit up in Lin Hanxue's eyes before quickly fading. Zhang Bing, thank you. But I don't think you can help with this. Lin Hanxue's voice was hushed, perhaps due to the insufficient air conditioning in the back seat. Lin Hanxue naturally slipped off her coat and tied her hair back, revealing a white spaghetti strap tank top underneath. Instantly, her snow-white skin and curvaceous figure left Zhang Bing inwardly amazed. He hadn't expected Lin Hanxue's figure to be far more perfect and alluring than it appeared. Ouch! Just as Zhang Bing was stealing a glance, the car jolted violently. Lin Hanxue let out a soft yelp. Her body tilted sideways, pressing entirely against him, her full chest pressing firmly against Zhang Bing's arm. Instantly, Zhang Bing felt extraordinary softness and the faint scent of a woman. Senior, are you okay? Zhang Bing hurriedly supported Lin Hanxue. I'm fine. Lin Hanxue clearly felt embarrassed too, a faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks. She immediately placed her jacket over her chest, unable to meet Zhang Bing's gaze. Seeing this, Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly. Based on his experience, the physical contact earlier though accidental had clearly affected Lin Hanxue. Conquering this pure campus beauty would be absolutely no problem. Just then, they arrived at their destination. Lin Hanxue practically fled the car, murmuring a quick thank you before darting into the upscale residential complex. Watching Lin Hanxue's steep, curvaceous silhouette recede, Zhang Bing clenched his fist and muttered to himself, 5 days. Zhang Bing, will have her within 5 days. After dropping Lin Hanxue off, he checked the time and decided to head to the Tianlong Hotel to claim his system rewards first. Meanwhile, at the Tianlong Grand Hotel. As one of the capital's most luxurious hotels, it offered a comprehensive range of accommodations, leisure, and entertainment. Everything imaginable was available. If you could dream it, they could deliver it. Those who frequented this establishment were prominent, high-spending tycoons. Rumor had it that the beauties working there were all model-level, exceptionally stunning in every way. Zhang Bing hailed a taxi straight to the hotel his first visit. Gazing at the dazzling, opulent entrance that radiated grandeur, surrounded by rows of luxury cars parked outside, Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly. Such a luxurious establishment would soon be his. Instead of seeking out the hotel's owner Wang Chang's father, he decided to explore incognito first. The 8th floor was a private club. Zhang Bing glanced at the floor directory and instantly understood the purpose of the entire 8th floor. Without hesitation, he decided to head there first. Upon stepping onto the 8th floor, an overwhelming display of opulence met his eyes, the very air thick with the scent of money. As expected, the 8th floor was indeed dedicated to that kind of service. A receptionist immediately approached with a smile, greeting him politely. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Zhang Bing stared at the receptionist, astonished. He hadn't expected that even a random receptionist here would possess such a figure, looks, and aura. Zhang Tingting. Zhang Bing spotted the name tag on the receptionist's uniform. "Sir, if you don't have an appointment, we can't accommodate you here," Zhang Tingting explained politely, her smile unchanged. Zhang Bing cleared his throat awkwardly, thinking to himself, "I'm the owner of the entire Tianlong Hotel and I can't come into play?" But he didn't want to make things difficult for a receptionist. Besides, Zhang Tingting was at least 5 feet 6 inches, and those long legs and black stockings seemed to stretch on forever. Her sexy yet tasteful outfit, her curvaceous figure, out of 10 points, she easily scored 8, rivaling Lin Hanxue. "Can I make a reservation now?" Zhang Bing asked. Zhang Tingting smiled faintly and shook her head. "Not even if I pay extra?" Zhang Bing pressed. He knew these exclusive high-end clubs operated on a membership system, offering all manner of bespoke services. As long as you paid, whatever type of experience or fantasy a guest desired, they would tailor it perfectly. But the thought that Zhang Tingting, this flawless beauty, was involved in such work filled Zhang Bing with regret. He certainly hadn't felt this pang of regret toward Wang Wolin. Certainly. However, our membership requires an initial deposit of 1 million yuan. Would you like to apply for a card now, sir? Zhang Tingting inquired. 1 million. Zhang Bing muttered to himself. It seemed the Tianlong Hotel was raking in some serious profits. Though the system had granted him 95 billion, the rewards were being dispersed gradually, and right now he couldn't even scrape together 1,000 yuan. After a moment's thought, Zhang Bing calmly said, "Miss Zhang, I'd like to ask if I sign up for membership now. Can I request any staff member here?" "Yes, you can," Zhang Tingting nodded, explaining, "Any staff member on the 8th floor providing massage or bathing services who is currently available can be selected by you, sir. You can also tell us in advance your preferences regarding the staff's attire, physique, appearance, accent, or other preferences, and we will accommodate them." No. Zhang Bing waved his hand, looking at Zhang Tingting and asking, "Miss Zhang, what I mean is if I sign up for membership now, can I choose you to serve me?" Chapter 7, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Zhang Tingting flinched slightly but quickly regained her composure. She smiled and declined, "Sir, I'm sorry, but I'm new here and not assigned to that role." Hearing this, Zhang Bing felt a strange sense of relief. "Oh, my apologies. I misunderstood," Zhang Bing explained awkwardly. "No problem, sir," Zhang Tingting replied, maintaining her smile. "So, would you like to top up your account for membership?" Well, Zhang Bing felt awkward. He couldn't afford to pay 1 million yuan for a membership right now. Besides, he was here today to take over 80% of the shares in the Tianlong Hotel. The entire hotel was now his. Why would he need to pay for a membership? But in front of a beauty like Zhang Tingting, he couldn't afford to lose face. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman in a revealing 3-piece swimsuit at least a 6 in appearance approached. "Miss Zhang Tingting, Mr. Li requests your immediate presence in room 888. Zhang Tingting instantly grew visibly uncomfortable, whispering, "Sister Fan, I won't go. I'm only here to greet guests, not for anything else." The scantily clad woman was around 30, looking somewhat tacky but possessing an exceptionally hot figure. She was clearly the head hostess here, with at least 5 years of experience in the adult entertainment industry. "Little Zhang, don't say I didn't warn you. Mr. Li specifically requested you. If you cross him, do you really want to keep this job? Think it through. You'll earn at least 20,000 yuan a month just greeting guests here. What's the point of that?" Wang Fan adopted the tone of a seasoned veteran, lecturing Zhang Tingting right in front of Zhang Bing. "Sis Fan, I." Zhang Tingting bit her lip, head bowed, clearly reluctant. "Xiao Zhang, stop overthinking it. Serving just one person like Mr. Li is better than us doing this job full-time. Besides, Mr. Li is the general manager of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. With him looking out for you, whatever you want will be just a word away. When your dad needed surgery in Beijing, Mr. Li just made a phone call and got everything arranged for you." Wang Fan continued her persuasion, leaving Zhang Tingting with an extremely complex expression. Zhang Bing was taken aback, finally piecing everything together. He never imagined this Mr. Li was none other than Li Guoqing, the bald man who had been humiliated by him at the Bisui Lanting sales office. Clearly, Li Guoqing had been exploiting his position to try and take advantage of Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting wasn't cut out for that kind of thing. She'd taken this receptionist job to earn money, family reasons. Damn it, how dare he try to take advantage of my beautiful employee. Zhang Bing cursed silently. Thank goodness he'd come today. Otherwise, given the situation, Zhang Tingting would likely have been coerced and subjected to the abuse of that bald bastard Li Guoqing. "Sister Fan, please tell Mr. Li I won't be going to room 888. "Oh, Zhang, why are you so stubborn, young lady? You need to be more pragmatic. This world is harsh. You know how many young, innocent girls at our hotel actively try to curry favor with Mr. Li, yet he still looks down on them. Alright, stop overthinking it. Take my advice, just go today, and I'll make sure you live high on the hog in Kyoto from now on. Wang Fun urged Zhang Tingting to hurry to the room as she spoke. Sis Fun, huh? Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer. He spoke up, she doesn't want to. Why are you pushing her into it? I'm not opposed to it myself, but forcing someone into prostitution isn't exactly right, is it? Who do you think you are? Wang Fun glanced at Zhang Bing. Seeing he was young, clearly still a student, he actually dared lecture her. Young man, you're still in school, right? Get out of here. This business has nothing to do with you. Seeing this, Zhang Tingting quickly interjected, Sis Fun, he's a customer here. He's actually planning to pay for a membership. Wang Fun grew even more curious. No matter how she looked at Zhang Bing, he didn't seem like the kind of rich kid who could pull out $1,000,000 to join a membership club. Alright, kid, the world is complicated. Get out of here now and go back to your studies. Stay out of this. Saying this, Wang Fun grabbed Zhang Tingting's hand, intending to lead her to Li Guoqing's private room. Sis Fun, let go of me. I won't go. I'd rather not have this job. Zhang Tingting struggled fiercely in her desperation, her resolve set. Wang Fun's gentle tone vanished instantly. Her expression hardened as she threatened, Zhang Tingting, you think you're too good for this? Mark my words, you're going today, whether you like it or not. Cross Mr. Li, and not only will you lose your paycheck, but I'll make sure you can't even stay in Beijing. Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't stand it anymore and let out a cold laugh. Big talk. He's just the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel. You're nothing but a madam. How dare you threaten to make someone unable to stay in the capital? Wang Fun's face darkened, completely disregarding the fact that most of her body was exposed. What did you say, kid? Do you know where you are? I know exactly where. Zhang Bing's expression tightened, turning unusually serious as he said, you believe me or not, I can make you unemployed in a minute? You? Wang Fun couldn't help but snort derisively. She wasn't just the floor manager on the 8th floor, she was also one of Li Guoqing's many mistresses. It could be said that nearly every woman who came to work here had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Li Guoqing. Zhang Tingting had just arrived when Li Guoqing set his sights on her. Since he was free today, Li Guoqing had assigned this task to Wang Fun. You dare come here to cause trouble? Looks like you won't be leaving here today. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, completely unimpressed. He grabbed the flustered Zhang Tingting by the arm and declared loudly, I'll see just what you can do to me today. Just then, the elevator doors on the 8th floor opened. Out stepped a stunning woman wearing sunglasses, dressed provocatively, and carrying a designer handbag. Hey, Junior, what are you doing here? The beauty was none other than Wang Ruolin. The moment Wang Ruolin stepped out of the elevator, she spotted Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was also surprised to run into Wang Ruolin here. Senior, I'm here for a site inspection, some business matters. Zhang Bing made up an excuse on the spot, inwardly pondering, could it be that besides her part-time job selling luxury homes at Bisui Lanting, Wang Ruolin also moonlights on the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel? If that were the case, he really had taken the wrong bus. Wang Ruolin took off her sunglasses, her expression skeptical. She clearly didn't believe Zhang Bing's story. Especially when she saw Zhang Bing holding Zhang Tingting's hand. Zhang Tingting's height, looks, and figure were absolutely no match for hers. In fact, she was even sexier. A flicker of feminine jealousy flickered in Wang Ruolin's eyes. Junior, what's going on between you and Sister Wang? Zhang Bing snorted coldly but said nothing. Wang Fun, however, clearly recognized Wang Ruolin and treated her with obvious respect. As the top madam here, Wang Fun's skill at reading people's expressions was absolutely top-notch. From the way Wang Ruolin looked at Zhang Bing, she could tell the young woman was desperate to curry favor with him. For someone like Wang Ruolin, a young beauty utterly pragmatic and gold-digging, to go out of her way to curry favor, the person must truly be a well-connected rich kid. So she instantly switched her demeanor, smiling as she said, Miss Wang, is this young man your friend? We had a bit of a misunderstanding earlier, but since he's your friend, it's all good now. Chapter 8, Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you. Wang Ruolin nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Zhang is my junior at university and also one of my VIP clients at Bisui Lanting. The moment those words left her lips, Wang Fun felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Bisui Lanting was a renowned luxury estate. VIP clients were those who could afford to pay at least 50 million yuan in full for a mansion. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I misjudged you earlier. My apologies, please don't take it personally. Wang Fun's expression shifted instantly, her gaze toward Zhang Bing now tinged with suggestive warmth. Zhang Bing felt a wave of disgust. He had absolutely no interest in this kind of old madam trying to prey on his youthful innocence. Especially with her revealing attire, it stripped away any sense of mystery and only deepened his disgust. Enough. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Go tell Li Guoqing to stop pursuing Zhang Tingting. Wang Fun gave an awkward chuckle before leaning close to Wang Ruolin's ear and whispering briefly. Wang Ruolin looked pensive before saying, Junior, I actually came to discuss something with Mr. Li. How about I talk to him about your situation later? Zhang Bing didn't refuse. Sure. But tell Li Guoqing to get his ass down here for a meeting in 10 minutes. With that, Zhang Bing took Zhang Tingting's hand and headed toward the elevator. Zhang Tingting didn't resist. Instead, she felt a reassuring sense of security. After descending to the 8th floor, Zhang Bing led Zhang Tingting into the lobby of the Tianlong Hotel. The bright lobby lights allowed him to take a good look. Zhang Tingting could only be described as having an angelic face and a devilish figure. A beauty like that working in a place like that was bound to get into trouble sooner or later. Miss Shang, you shouldn't work there anymore. With your looks and figure, it's like walking into a trap. Zhang Tingting nodded, her eyes brimming with hurt and resignation. Zhang Bing understood the situation well, having overheard Wang Fan mention it briefly upstairs. Don't worry. If you need anything, come find me. You'll get every penny of your wages. No one can touch you. But you'll have to wait a bit. Brother Bing, thank you. Zhang Tingting lifted her head and glanced at Zhang Bing. Though they were roughly the same age, her brother Bing was tender and sweet. A jolt of electricity shot through Zhang Bing's heart, stirring a primal urge. You're welcome. Wait for me in the lobby. I'll handle something upstairs. With that, Zhang Bing stepped back into the elevator, this time heading straight for the president's office. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Tianlong Grand Hotel, Wang Chang's father, Wang Ba, along with Lin Hanshua's father, Lin Jin, and others had already gathered. They had received notice long ago. Someone had acquired 80% of the Tianlong Hotel's shares through certain means, and today, the transfer would be finalized. Mr. Wang, I wonder who this powerful figure is who could so quietly acquire 80% of the shares beforehand and you actually agreed to it, Lin Jin asked with intense curiosity. The Lin family also held a small stake in the Tianlong Hotel, one they had acquired at tremendous cost. In reality, the Wang family held the overwhelming majority of shares. Wang Ba's face darkened, and he offered no explanation. The matter is settled. Further discussion is pointless. We simply await the backstage boss to sign and confirm. Lin Jin gave an awkward chuckle. From Wang Ba's reaction, he could guess. With such a powerful figure involved, Wang Ba couldn't afford to offend them. He dared not defy them and had no choice but to comply. Lin Jin, I hear your daughter Lin Hanshua recently befriended some rich kid at school and even made my son lose face. Is that true? Lin Jin's heart tightened. He hurriedly explained, Mr. Wang, that's not true. Hanshua has absolutely no connection to that so-called rich kid. Humph. Wang Ba snorted coldly, his tone laced with warning. Very well. Once the boss signs off on this later, you'll have your daughter come here immediately. Otherwise, Wang Chang won't be happy. Understand? Understood, understood. I'll call and arrange it right away. Lin Jin felt deeply uneasy, but the Lin family couldn't afford to offend the Wang family. Without the Wang family's industrial backing, the Lin family would plummet. Sacrificing his daughter, Lin Hanshua, was the only option. At that moment, Zhang Bing, alone in the elevator, had already arrived at the president's office door. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and walked in. Inside, Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and several staff members were startled. They stared in surprise, only to see a young man standing there. Who are you? Do you think this is a place you can just walk into? Wang Ba's face darkened with displeasure, and he immediately ordered someone to call security to escort Zhang Bing out. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, sizing up Wang Ba. Noticing a striking resemblance to Wang Chang, he quickly figured it out. This man must be Wang Chang's biological father. Zhang Bing walked in with a look of disdain, plopped down on the sofa, crossed his legs, pulled out his ID, and stated casually, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Bing. I'm here today to take possession of 80% of the shares in the Tianlong Grand Hotel." At these words, Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and the others instantly perked up, their backs straightening. They had already received information about the mysterious wealthy investor beforehand, including his youth and name. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, so it was you. Zhang Bing smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said, "No need for formalities. Process the paperwork immediately." Understood, Mr. Zhang. Please wait a moment. Wang Ba bowed respectfully, personally retrieving the pre-prepared transfer agreement. He approached Zhang Bing, bending at the waist. Mr. Zhang, the agreement is ready. We only need your signature. Zhang Bing wasted no time, took the agreement, and swiftly signed his name. From this moment on, he was the largest shareholder of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. B. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring an 80% stake in the Tianlong Grand Hotel, valued at 40 billion. The moment he signed, the system's notification tone immediately echoed in his mind. He hadn't expected an 80% stake in the Tianlong Grand Hotel to be worth 40 billion. That was indeed quite impressive. Mr. Zhang, please give your instructions. Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and several minor shareholders stood respectfully in a line, awaiting Zhang Bing's instructions. Zhang Bing paused briefly before declaring, "Have the hotel's general manager, Li Guoqing, come up to see me immediately." Hearing the tone in Zhang Bing's voice, Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and the others immediately guessed that Li Guoqing must have offended him. But since Zhang Bing had spoken directly, they dared not disobey. Wang Ba stepped aside and pulled out his phone to call Li Guoqing. "Mr. Zhang, did Li Guoqing offend you?" Wang Ba asked cautiously after finishing the call. Zhang Bing sneered inwardly. It wasn't exactly that Li Guoqing had offended him. But Li Guoqing was trying to use his position to take advantage of Zhang Tingting, a beautiful employee of her caliber. As the newly appointed boss, he definitely had to step in. It wasn't exactly an offense, you'll understand once Li Guoqing arrives. Chapter 9, Thunderous Measures. At that moment, Li Guoqing was relaxing in a private room on the 8th floor of the club. He had intended to use his authority to coerce and bribe the stunningly beautiful newcomer Zhang Tingting into submission. For someone in his position, he'd grown tired of most beauties, but a natural, irresistibly alluring creature like Zhang Tingting with that hint of innocent naivety was a rare find. He never expected Zhang Bing to burst in midway and disrupt his scheme. Li Guoqing was about to fly into a rage, but fortunately, Wang Roland appeared just in time. Wang Roland had come specifically to apologize for the incident at the sales office and mend their relationship. After all, she had publicly humiliated Li Guoqing last time, and he was, after all, the manager of the Tianlong Hotel. After Wang Roland's various soothing efforts in the private room, Li Guoqing's anger finally subsided somewhat, though Zhang Tingting still lingered in his thoughts. But men, after the fact, tend to switch to sage mode. "Miss Wang, I'll give you face this time and let that Zhang kid off for now. You'd better tell him to keep his eyes open next time." "Alright, Mr. Li, you were amazing just now." Wang Roland's face flushed as she quickly slipped into her sexy pencil skirt and pouted. "He's just some rich kid who doesn't know any better. How could he compare to a successful man like you?" Li Guoqing chuckled, giving Wang Roland's plump, pert buttocks a firm squeeze. "You little vixen are amazing, even better than the professionals. Alright, gotta go. President Wang needs me urgently. Tianlong Grand Hotel, President's office." Li Guoqing pulled up his pants and hurried inside. The moment he entered, he saw Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and several minor shareholders all present. Seated in the executive chair was a young man, legs crossed, with everyone standing respectfully behind him. Li Guoqing stared, his eyes filled with shock. "Kid, how is it you? How dare you? Li Guoqing, you blind dog. This is Zhang Bing, the new big boss of the Tianlong Grand Hotel." No sooner had Li Guoqing spoken than Wang Ba erupted in fury. "Mr. Wang, he's our hotel's new big boss?" Li Guoqing couldn't believe his ears. Back on the 8th floor, he'd been itching to call someone to deal with Zhang Bing. Only Wang Roland's persistent pleading had cooled his temper slightly. And that was without even mentioning the last time at the Bishui Lanting sales office when Zhang Bing had publicly humiliated him. "Li Guoqing, what's wrong? Have you lost your mind? That's how you treat Mr. Zhang?" Lin Jin followed suit, his face stern as he reprimanded him. Only then did Li Guoqing snap out of his utter shock, his heart sinking. He never imagined Zhang Bing was the mysterious tycoon behind the scenes, who had used various means to buy up 80% of the shares in the Tianlong Hotel. Mr. Zhang. Li Guoqing, after all a seasoned veteran of the business world, instantly changed his demeanor, bowing and scraping as he greeted Zhang Bing. "Humph," Zhang Bing snorted disdainfully before rising to his feet. "Li Guoqing, is it? I have no real quarrel with you personally. But you dared to abuse your position to coerce and bribe Zhang Tingting. So you know what to do?" "Yes." Li Guoqing nodded frantically, forcing a smile. "Mr. Zhang, your orders, please." Zhang Bing wasted no words. "You. Go settle your accounts with finance immediately. Then get the hell out of Tianlong Hotel. Got it?" Li Guoqing froze in shock upon hearing this. Minor shareholders like Wang Ba and Lin Jin were equally stunned. After all, Li Guoqing was hand-picked and promoted by Wang Jin himself, and his business skills were quite competent. Zhang Bing's immediate move to oust Li Guoqing came as a complete surprise. "Mr. Zhang, I please give me one more chance." Li Guoqing panicked. The position of general manager at the Tianlong Hotel was a coveted prize, and he wasn't willing to let it go. "This is non-negotiable. Settle your affairs and get out immediately." Zhang Bing barked with unmistakable authority. Hearing this, Wang Ba immediately signaled to Lin Jin and the other minority shareholders to plead for Li Guoqing together. After all, Li Guoqing was his man. Keeping him in this crucial position would benefit him down the line. "Mr. Zhang, you've just taken over the hotel. Li Guoqing has served here for years and is quite capable. Why not let it go?" "Yes, Mr. Zhang. If you fancy that Zhang Tingting, we'll arrange it right away. Guaranteed satisfaction." Zhang Bing shot Wang Ba a cold glance, inwardly sneering. To this day, Wang Ba remained unaware that his precious son, Wang Chang, had long since turned against him over the matter involving Lin Hanxue. "Wang Ba, did you not hear what I said?" Wang Ba's heart skipped a beat, and the words on the tip of his tongue vanished. "Li Guoqing gets fired immediately. And as for the Tianlong Grand Hotel, I'm shaking things up. Anyone who objects can just stay put." The The majority shareholder held veto power, and with Zhang Bing controlling 80% of the shares, his word was law. No one could oppose him. Soon, Li Guoqing was reluctantly shown the door. Zhang Bing then gave Wang Ba a stern warning before deliberately dropping various hints to Lin Jin. This left Lin Jin thoroughly bewildered. To any discerning observer, it was clear Zhang Bing was deliberately positioning Lin Jin for advancement. Zhang explicitly stated that from now on, Lin Jin would be solely responsible for all supplier relationships at the Tianlong Grand Hotel, establishing an exclusive partnership. "Thank you, President Zhang." "Thank you," Lin Jin exclaimed, overjoyed. This meant he would never again be bullied by Wang Ba. Wang Ba's face turned ashen, but he dared not say a word. After settling these matters, Zhang Bing announced that a new general manager would be appointed for the hotel before strutting out with great pomp. Meanwhile, in one of the hotel's presidential suites, Wang Chang had arrived half an hour earlier, eagerly awaiting Lin Hanxue to come apologize to him. Today, he had made up his mind, whether through threats, bribes, or even drugging her, he would have his way with Lin Hanxue. He was unaware that the Dragon Hotel had already changed hands. Zhang Bing now held absolute authority and had already made forceful arrangements. The Lin family would no longer need to curry favor with the Wang family or live under their threats. Lin Hanxue, Lin Hanxue. Today, this young master will have my way with you. Let's see how you keep up that innocent, pure as snow act. With that, Wang Chang pulled out a blue bottle, his face twisted into a wicked grin. Meanwhile, after descending the stairs, Zhang Bing headed straight for Zhang Tingting. "Brother Bing." Zhang Tingting sprang to her feet the moment she saw him descend the stairs, calling out sweetly. Zhang Bing smiled. "Your matter is settled. Li Guoqing has been fired. If you need it, you can stay at the hotel in an administrative role. No more working as a receptionist on the 8th floor. As for your salary and benefits, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Zhang Tingting stared at Zhang Bing in disbelief. Though she didn't know exactly who he was, she could guess that all this must have been achieved through his influence. "Brother Bing, thank you. Truly, thank you." "No big deal," Zhang Bing replied with a smile. Just then, Zhang Tingting's phone rang. She excused herself to take the call. Less than a minute later, she hung up, her face etched with terror and worry. "Brother Bing, I need to head to the capital hospital right away. My father's condition has worsened. Go quickly, don't delay." "We'll talk later," Zhang Bing reminded her. Zhang Tingting nodded and hurried out, her bag in hand. Watching her leave, Zhang Bing felt a flutter of excitement while simultaneously plotting. Now that Li Guoqing was gone, this hotel was at least his own property. He absolutely had to arrange for a reliable person to take over. After pondering, he suddenly slapped his thigh. "Got it! Wang Ruolin, she's the one." Chapter 10, Operation Save the Campus Bell. After personally coming to the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel to let Li Guoqing vent his anger, Wang Ruolin didn't leave immediately. For a socialite like her, Li Guoqing's status represented high-level connections. She certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. She hoped that once Li Guoqing had some free time, he could offer her some assistance. At the same time, Wang Ruolin also intended to use this opportunity to curry favor with Zhang Bing. When Zhang Bing proactively called her, Wang Ruolin was overjoyed. They promptly arranged to meet on the 8th floor. Zhang Bing felt a tingle of excitement, knowing exactly what Wang Ruolin had in mind. The 8th floor was the clubhouse. Deliberately inviting him there to discuss business meant there was definitely something in it for him. But considering she'd likely been playing around with Li Guoqing earlier, he wasn't particularly interested at the moment. "After all, I'm not that hungry yet. Senior, that place on the 8th floor isn't suitable for discussing important matters. Come down and find a quiet spot, I need to talk to you about something crucial," Zhang Bing said calmly. "Oh dear, Junior, don't say that. Do you think your senior is dirty?" Wang Ruolin cut straight to the point on the other end of the line. This made Zhang Bing feel a bit embarrassed. He suddenly recalled his plan to have Wang Ruolin become the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel. After all, this woman truly excelled at social skills, never turning anyone away, and her ability to read people was top-notch. "Junior, I'll be waiting for you at the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. Don't worry, your senior won't eat you alive," Wang Ruolin said before hanging up. Zhang Bing sighed and decided to head to the 8th floor for the meeting. The lights inside the VIP room on the 8th floor cast an intimate glow. It was Zhang Bing's first time venturing this deep into the hotel. Seeing the sexy beauties passing by occasionally made him feel a bit tingly inside. Any one of these beauties could easily be considered goddess level. They had the figures, the height, and reportedly required at least a top-tier university degree. On top of that, they had to be fluent in both Chinese and English. Mastering an additional foreign language boosted their commission by 10%. Damn, Wang Ba and Li Guoqing actually had some business acumen, they knew how to play the game. Zhang Bing cursed inwardly. He headed straight for the Zunjin Baofeng and walked inside. Wang Ruolin wore a white spaghetti strap top paired with a short, form-fitting skirt, her hair cascading down her shoulders. At first glance, Zhang Bing sensed a certain allure about Wang Rolin, a captivating charm that seemed almost wasted outside this line of work. "Hey, little brother." Spotting Zhang Bing, Wang Rolin sauntered over with a flirty smile, wrapping her arms around his neck without hesitation. "You think I'm not good enough for you now? I'm not the kind of woman you imagine. A weak woman like me needs to make a good life for herself, so naturally I let men take advantage a little. But it's not as exaggerated as you think." Oof. Zhang Bing clearly didn't buy it. "Remember when we were house hunting?" Her moves were so smooth and natural that wasn't acting. "Junior, I'm telling you the truth, I'm still a virgin." Wang Rolin murmured seductively, her arms wrapped around Zhang Bing's neck. A virgin. Zhang Bing found it utterly unbelievable, especially since he was here on serious business. "Senior Wang, hold on. I have something important to discuss with you." Wang Rolin chuckled, then plopped down onto Zhang Bing's lap and whispered, "What could be so important, little brother?" "Li Guoqing is gone. You'll take his place managing the daily operations of the Tianlong Hotel. Your original salary remains unchanged, and if you do a good job, I can give you a small stake in the company." The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Rolin jumped up, her eyes sparkling with excitement, then clouded with doubt. "Junior, you mean this is real? The Tianlong Hotel belongs to Wang Chang, the rich kid from our school. Can you really keep your word?" Zhang Bing snorted coldly. "It used to belong to Wang Chang's family, but now it's mine." "Got it? Really?" Wang Rolin's heart pounded wildly. She felt like she'd hit the jackpot. "Absolutely." Zhang Bing didn't bother with small talk. "I chose you as general manager because of your family's networking skills. Also, the Wang family still holds some shares in the hotel. I want you to use every reasonable means to completely remove the Wang family from the hotel as quickly as possible. But the Lin family must remain untouched. Do you understand?" Got it. Wang Rolin's mind went blank, completely overwhelmed by immense joy. As an art school student moonlighting as a luxury real estate agent, she'd risen to top sales by leveraging her looks and innate social skills. Dealing with all kinds of wealthy clients daily, attending endless property viewings, and now apologizing to Li Guoqing, wasn't it all just to climb the ladder? Never did she imagine Zhang Bing's single sentence would make it happen. "Junior, no Mr. Zhang, thank you for believing in me. I won't let you down. From this moment on, everything I have is yours." With that, Wang Rolin knelt down, slowly unhooking her bra before gently lifting her pencil skirt. "Mr. Zhang, let me repay your kindness in recognizing my worth." "Stop. Hold on." Zhang Bing firmly refused, business comes first. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Rolin's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Mr. Zhang, do you have some grudge against the Wang family?" Zhang Bing didn't deny it. "Enmity is too strong a word. But back in school, I had some friction with Wang Chang. Today, I fired Li Guoqing a warning shot across the Wang family's bow." Wang Rolin pondered thoughtfully before saying, "Mr. Zhang, I heard from Li Guoqing that Wang Chang is in the hotel's presidential suite today, apparently waiting for Lin Hanxue, the art department's most beautiful girl, to come apologize. I heard you know Lin Hanxue and even gave her a ride in your Maybach." "Holy!" Zhang Bing cursed inwardly, leaping to his feet and rushing out. At that moment, in the presidential suite of the Tianlong Hotel, Lin Hanxue wore flat shoes, tight blue jeans, and a plain white t-shirt. Despite this understated, simple outfit, her devilishly alluring figure was undeniably tempting. Especially the delicate oval face, it looked so pitifully vulnerable, yet paired with that perfect figure, it was enough to make any man lose his mind instantly. Her expression was grim, though inwardly she was utterly unwilling. Her father had threatened to take his own life unless she came today to apologize to Wang Chang in person. She wasn't foolish. She knew this apology wouldn't be simple. She was destined to jump into the fire. On one side lay her future happiness and innocence, on the other, her father and the entire family. She had no choice but to steel herself and come, silently praying for a miracle. The door swung open, and the moment Wang Chang saw Lin Hanxue, his eyes lit up. Still, he put on an air of superiority and snorted coldly, "Oh, Miss Lin, the campus beauty. I thought you were so tough." "What? Why isn't that new rich kid you met, the one driving the Maybach S680, helping you out?" Lin Hanxue lowered her head and whispered, "Wang Chang, I'm sorry. Please don't make things difficult for my father and our Lin family, okay?" "Oof." Wang Chang snorted coldly, suddenly grabbing Lin Hanxue's ample hips. "What are you doing?" Lin Hanxue struggled violently, demanding angrily. Wang Chang dropped all pretense, threatening, "Lin Hanxue, if that's your attitude, get out now." Lin Hanxue's expression darkened further, but she ultimately didn't leave. Seeing this, Wang Chang sneered coldly, turned, and went inside to fetch 2 glasses of red wine. He handed one to Lin Hanxue and said, "Actually, we've known each other since childhood, and our families are aware of it. What can't be discussed? Besides, I've always been sincere with you. Drink this glass, and we'll talk it out." Lin Hanxue nodded, took a deep breath, and accepted the glass, sipping it gently. Wang Chang's face twisted with greed. He tossed his own glass aside and leaned in to kiss Lin Hanxue directly on the lips. Chapter 11, Heroic Rescue. What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go. Lin Hanxue, stop pretending. I don't believe you don't want that kind of thing. In the presidential suite of the Tianlong Grand Hotel, the door wasn't even closed. Wang Chang began to force himself on Lin Hanxue. Earlier, he had at least maintained a semblance of respect. But Lin Hanxue had always looked down on him as a spoiled rich kid, so his advances had consistently fallen on deaf ears. Zhang Bing's appearance had finally pushed her over the edge. That's why she'd used her family's influence to coerce and bribe Lin Hanxue into coming alone to apologize. And that glass of red wine? He'd laced it with drugs long ago. Wang Chang, you animal! Let me go! I won't let you get away with this. Stop pretending. Let me tell you, I've already drugged the wine. You just took a sip. Wait a bit. You might even end up begging me. Lin Hanxue gasped in horror, struggling violently as she tried to break free and flee. But soon, she felt her entire body burning hot, as if thousands of ants were crawling through her mind. Her breathing grew ragged, her limbs went limp, and a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Wang Chang let out a triumphant laugh. He knew the drug was taking effect. This drug had cost him several thousand yuan to procure from abroad, and its effects were potent. Sure enough, the last remnants of Lin Hanxue's consciousness were gradually dissolving. She gritted her teeth and cried out no, but her body twisted uncontrollably like a water snake. Don't worry, I'll take care of you, ha! Wang Chang rubbed his hands together eagerly, roughly tearing Lin Hanxue's t-shirt to shreds. Her full, snow-white breasts were almost completely exposed to the air. He couldn't help but lick his lips, then tried to carry Lin Hanxue to the bed and close the door. At that very moment, the elevator in the middle of the corridor chimed. Zhang Bing burst out in a panic, racing straight toward the presidential suite. Wang Chang, you animal! Wang Chang, who had just been about to close the door, was startled by Zhang Bing's sudden appearance. But he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself this was his hotel, his turf. Even if Zhang Bing had some clout, he wasn't backing down. It's you again. Wang Chang growled, clutching Lin Hanxue, who was clad only in her underwear while threatening, none of your damn business. Get the hell out of here now. Otherwise, one call from me and I'll have people break your legs. Zhang Bing glanced at Lin Hanxue's current state, her eyes unfocused, her body writhing uncontrollably. Even with her t-shirt torn to shreds, the innocent girl seemed oblivious. It was obvious at a glance she'd definitely been drugged. You piece of trash, how dare you drug Hanxue? Zhang Bing roared, charging straight inside. Lin Hanxue was the pure goddess the system had tasked him with pursuing. How could he let a spoiled brat like Wang Chang insult her? Soon, the two men were locked in a fierce struggle. Wang Chang, accustomed to a life of privilege, was no match for Zhang Bing, especially while holding Lin Hanxue, whose drug effects were taking hold. He hadn't expected Zhang Bing to act so decisively and attack him outright. Within 2 minutes, he was beaten bloody, clutching his head and cursing as he fled. Zhang Bing paid him no mind. At worst, Wang Chang would go call for backup. But the hotel was now his territory. Who dared oppose him? He closed the door and carried Lin Hanxue to the bed. Let go of me. Zhang Bing, it's you. Lin Hanxue was dazed and disoriented, her eyes unfocused as she gasped for breath, looking as if she were drunk. A faint blush spread across her fair cheeks. With her t-shirt torn to shreds by Wang Chang, she now wore only a black lace bra on her upper body. Zhang Chang couldn't help but glance again, nearly nosebleeding. The department flower truly lived up to her title. Even in this state, she was utterly perfect. But he wouldn't take advantage of her. That would make him no better than Wang Chang. Lin, snap out of it. You've been drugged. Hold on. Zhang Chang shouted. But at that moment, Lin Hanxue was far from listening. Consumed by an overwhelming heat, she clamped her legs tightly together, her body twisting uncontrollably as she kept moaning, so hot, so hot. Seeing this, Zhang Chang grabbed a bottle of water and splashed it directly onto Lin Hanxue's face. Yet it proved futile. This imported drug was pure madness. The water drenched her hair, trickling down her snow-white skin and making her look even more alluring. I'm so hot, Lin Hanxue cried out, suddenly wrapping her arms around Zhang Bing's waist. Her fingers instinctively fumbled to unbutton his shirt and pants. Lin, hang in there, Zhang Bing urged, struggling to control himself. Though the system had tasked him with pursuing this goddess, he didn't want to make his move at a time like this. Beep. System detected. Lin Hanxue has been drugged. If the host can resist the temptation of female charms, the system will award a mysterious grand prize. Just then, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Mysterious reward. Zhang Bing felt elated inside, but Lin Hanxue's movements grew increasingly bold. Her gaze hazy, she actually began unbuttoning her jeans herself. Milky white skin was exposed as her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, pulling herself down onto him. Holy, the system sure knows how to time things. Who could resist this? Zhang Bing cursed under his breath. Was this some kind of deliberate test? No, I can't take advantage of her. I have to hold firm. Meanwhile, Lin Hanxue had also shed her jeans. Her skin glowed with a rosy flush beneath her black bikini, her entire body pressed against his. She leaned in, kissing him. Lin, hold on. The effects won't last forever. Zhang Bing yelled with his mouth, but his butt stayed glued to the seat, not moving an inch. Bang! Just then, the suite door slammed loudly before being swiped open by a keycard. Wang Chang stormed in, accompanied by Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and hotel security personnel, all seething with rage. Zhang Bing, you bastard! How dare you ruin my fun! Today, I'll settle every single score with you. Wang Chang bellowed, his rage boiling over at the sight of Lin Hanxue in her bikini, pressing herself against Zhang Bing and kissing him passionately. The moment the door slammed, Zhang Bing snapped back to his senses. He shoved Lin Hanxue away, then grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around her. When Wang Ba and Lin Jin saw Zhang Bing, they froze in place, completely dumbfounded. Dad, Uncle Lin. It's him. He's been messing with me at school, ruined my moment with Hanxue just now, and even hit me in the head until I bled. Wang Chang pointed at Zhang Bing, still oblivious, roaring angrily. Shut your damn mouth. Wang Ba's mind raced as he bellowed. He never imagined the rich kid who'd clashed with his son over Lin Hanxue at school was actually Zhang Bing. Dad, what do you mean? I'm breaking his legs today. Wang Chang continued to rant, about to order the security guards to charge forward. Bastard. Wang Ba made a swift decision, slapping Wang Chang across the face, stunning him. Mr. Zhang Bing is the new owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Chapter 12, If you won't reject me, I wish to marry your daughter. What? Dad, he's the new owner? Wang Chang froze instantly, unable to believe his ears. Damn it. Apologize to Mr. Zhang immediately. Veins bulged on Wang Ba's neck as he delivered another sharp slap. As a billionaire, Wang Ba's worldview far surpassed that of Wang Chang, a spoiled rich kid who knew nothing but eating, drinking, and partying. He knew Zhang Bing must have powerful connections, and now that he was the new owner of the Tianlong Hotel, he couldn't afford to offend him. A whirlwind of emotions swept through Wang Chang in an instant, his expression shifting like a stormy sky. His initial rage gave way to shock and confusion. Lin Jin stepped forward promptly, his voice cold. Wang Chang, you're not aware, are you? An hour ago, Mr. Zhang signed the transfer documents. He now holds 80% of the shares in the Tianlong Hotel. Humph. Zhang Bing pressed one hand against Lin Hanxue, who was wrapped in a blanket, while glaring coldly at Wang Chang. We'll settle old and new scores later. But you had the nerve to drug Miss Lin? Get the hell out of here. Upon hearing Zhang Bing's reprimand, Wang Ba made his decision instantly, dragging the still-dazed Wang Chang toward the exit. Several security guards followed suit. Lin Jin hesitated for a moment before also heading out. Mr. Lin, wait. Zhang Bing called out as Lin Jin turned to leave. Your daughter was drugged by Wang Chang. The effects are kicking in now. You need to call a doctor immediately. But unexpectedly, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Lin Jin's mouth. He said, Mr. Zhang, since Hanxue has already been drugged and the effects have taken hold, she should be fine in a little while. There's probably no need to call a doctor. Since you and Hanxue were classmates, I'll have to trouble you to keep watching over her. Zhang Bing was stunned. He understood perfectly what Lin Jin meant. He felt disgusted at a parent using their own daughter as a bargaining chip. Mr. Lin, this won't do. Miss Lin is a young, unmarried woman, and this drug is potent. I fear something might happen. Mr. Zhang, I trust you. Even if something happens, it won't matter. Lin Jin smiled faintly as he backed out of the room, saying, Mr. Zhang, don't worry. I'll handle the rest. With that, Lin Jin made sure to close the door behind him. Zhang Bing sighed, a lingering unease settling in his heart. Seeing everyone had left, he quickly pulled back the covers, letting Lin Hanxue catch her breath. At that moment, Lin Hanxue looked as if she had ripened to perfection. Her skin glowed with a rosy flush, her curves perfectly defined, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Any man would lose control unless he were a eunuch. Zhang Bing found the sight unbearable, but he recalled the system's earlier prompt. He knew that if he could resist the temptation, a mysterious reward awaited him. Besides, he truly despised exploiting someone in such a vulnerable state. Even when Lin Jin had hinted at it earlier, barely a step away from saying it outright, he still refused. Damn it, if I'm going to pursue you, I'll do it openly and honestly. I won't take advantage of you while you're drugged. Zhang Bing cursed under his breath, then swept Lin Hanxue into his arms in one swift motion. Lin Hanxue was completely lost in the moment, her arms wrapping around his neck of her own accord. Zhang Bing could no longer hold back. He carried her straight into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and aimed the showerhead at her, drenching her. At the same time, he furiously sprayed himself, trying to cool himself down. About half an hour later, Lin Hanxue's consciousness gradually returned. Ah! She let out a sharp cry, clutching her chest before crouching in the corner and bursting into tears. Seeing this, Zhang Bing felt a wave of relief wash over him. I'm glad you're awake, he said.
If you hadn't come to, I really wouldn't have been able to hold back any longer.
Lin Hanxue wiped her tears, her gaze complex as she looked at Zhang Bing before standing up. Crossing her arms over her chest, she scurried into the room like a thief. Zhang Bing watched her flawless, snow-white figure, especially her bare feet, as she scampered toward the room. That ample rear end was absolutely lethal to men.
Damn, I'm such a proper gentleman.
With that thought, Zhang Bing pinched himself, cleared his throat, and called out to the suite, "I'm heading out now. I'll have the staff bring you some clothes and pants shortly." Just as Zhang Bing reached for the door handle, the system's notification tone sounded in his mind once more. "Congratulations, host, on successfully resisting the temptation of beauty. The system will reward you with a set of ancient medical techniques." What the hell? Zhang Bing muttered inwardly. The promised 75 billion in mysterious rewards turned out to be a set of ancient medical techniques? Ancient medical techniques are extremely precious, their value currently beyond estimation, and have already been imprinted into the host's mind. The host need only consent to accept it to instantly master the ancient medical techniques.
Wait a minute. Zhang Bing grew impatient. He didn't want any medical techniques, he wanted cold, hard cash. According to the system, this ancient medical skill was priceless. If it suddenly blew up to 70 billion, wouldn't he be losing out big time? Host, please decide immediately whether to accept. The system prompt sounded again, initiating a countdown. Accept.
Zhang Bing steeled his resolve, suddenly realizing that once money reached a certain level, it was just numbers.
Now that he owned the Tianlong Grand Hotel, money wouldn't be an issue. Since the system offered this mysterious reward and claimed its value was immeasurable, this medical art must be extraordinary. Ding! Ancient medical techniques reward has been dispersed. Please receive and study. As the system prompt ended, Zhang Bing suddenly found his mind flooded with all sorts of strange knowledge. In an instant, a vast sea of knowledge flooded his mind. He didn't need to memorize anything, it felt as though this knowledge had always been a part of him. After briefly contemplating it, he was utterly astonished. He struck gold. This was the real deal. With this medical skill set, the world would be his for the taking. He composed himself, unable to suppress his inner joy, silently thanking his luck for resisting Lin Hanxue's temptation and choosing to accept the system's reward. He opened the door and stepped outside. Lin Jin was beaming at him, but Wang Ba and Wang Chang, father and son, were nowhere to be seen. "Mr. Zhang," Lin Jin called out cheerfully. Zhang Bing paused before replying, "Mr. Lin, Miss Lin's medication has worn off. We should arrange for someone to bring her a change of clothes." Lin Jin nodded and asked, "Mr. Zhang, are you satisfied with Hanxue?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Bing retorted, clearly annoyed. "Mr. Lin, I think you've misunderstood. I, Zhang Bing, am no scoundrel who takes advantage of others. I did absolutely nothing with your daughter." "Heh, no problem." Lin Jin clearly didn't believe him. Then, suddenly clasping his hands together, he said, "Mr. Zhang, you're young and accomplished, with a strong sense of justice. If it weren't for you, that girl Hanxue would have been ruined by Wang Chang. I have an idea, I'm not sure if I should voice it." Zhang Bing nodded, signaling Lin Jin to proceed. Lin Jin clasped his hands together, his expression turning solemn as he declared, "Mr. Zhang, if you would not disdain me, I wish to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage." Chapter 13, This medical technique is truly amazing. Zhang Bing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He never imagined Lin Jin would want to become his father-in-law. First, he had to admit that he was genuinely, deeply attracted to Lin Hanxue, a rare beauty who blended innocence with allure, a goddess of both virtue and skill. But he was only 19 this year, having just finished his college entrance exams. Sitting on a net worth of 75 billion, he just received a system reward in ancient medical technique that was absolutely mind-blowing. Why would he limit himself to just one woman? Marrying so young would leave him regretting it for the rest of his life. Not to mention Zhang Tingting, whom he just met. She was every bit as impressive as Lin Hanxue in every way. "Mr. Lin, please don't joke like that. I'm only 19 this year, not even of legal marriage age yet. Mr. Zhang, these are minor issues. I'll handle every detail personally." Lin Jin desperately wanted to latch onto Zhang Bing's powerful connections and wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. "How about having Hanxue drop out of school first to serve as your personal assistant? Or how about having Hanxue bear you a child first? A young genius as outstanding as you absolutely must preserve your superior genes early on." Zhang Bing cleared his throat. "Mr. Lin, I consider you a friend, but you seem intent on becoming my father-in-law. That won't do. Don't bring this up again. Everything depends on fate." Lin Jin remained undeterred, his mind already made up. Even if he couldn't bind Zhang Bing today, he would thoroughly train his daughter Lin Hanxue later by any means necessary. She must conceive Zhang Bing's child first. "Oh, and Mr. Lin, I've already arranged for someone to take over Li Guoqing's position as general manager. Additionally, I'd appreciate your assistance in helping the new general manager swiftly remove the Wang family's personnel from the hotel. Everything else remains unchanged. Discuss it among yourselves." Any major changes or investments involving the hotel must have my explicit approval. Understood, General Manager Zhang. Everything will proceed as you instructed.
Lin Jin responded respectfully.
Just then, Zhang Bing's personal phone rang. He opened it to find an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? Brother Bing, it's me. My dad is dying. Can you lend me 500,000? I beg you. I'll do anything for you.
Zhang Tingting's urgent, tearful voice came through the phone. Zhang Bing immediately reassured her, Tingting, don't worry.
500,000 yuan is no problem. I'll get it ready and come over right away.
Hanging up, Zhang Bing immediately instructed Lin Jin, Mr. Lin, prepare some cash for me.
My friend's father is in trouble. I need to go see him right away.
With that, Zhang Bing hurried toward the elevator.
Not long after Zhang Bing left, a female hotel attendant arrived carrying a set of clothes to deliver to Lin Hanxue in the suite.
10 minutes later, Lin Hanxue emerged with her hair still damp, wearing sandals and the hotel-provided outfit. Her entire figure radiated fresh vitality, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, and her curvaceous figure was nothing short of perfect.
Daughter, how was it? How was it? Did you have relations with Mr. Zhang?
Lin Jin immediately pressed her. Lin Hanxue glanced at her father, feeling deeply disappointed. Although Wang Chang had drugged her, she was lucid about what had happened and knew Zhang Bing was now the hotel's big boss. She understood her father's intentions all too well.
I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Zhang Bing is an upright man. He didn't touch me at all.
Ah, so Mr. Zhang really meant what he said. Lin Jin felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly plastered on a smile. My dear daughter, Mr. Zhang is about your age, young, handsome, wealthy, and most importantly, a man of integrity.
You absolutely must keep him interested.
Find a way to get pregnant with his child as soon as possible.
Do you hear me?
Lin Hanxue ignored her father, yet a ripple stirred within her heart. If last time at school she'd only sensed that Zhang Bing wasn't like ordinary rich kids, this time something different stirred within her. Especially when she recalled the series of actions she'd taken under the influence of the drug. Her face flushed instantly, and her heart began to race wildly.
Beijing, First People's Hospital. Zhang Tingting was desperately pleading with a middle-aged attending physician who wielded his authority with consummate skill. Miss Shang, hospitals aren't charities. There are no fee waivers, and I truly can't make an exception.
While delivering this stern refusal, Dr. Pang Biao couldn't tear his eyes off Zhang Tingting's long, shapely legs, practically drooling.
Dr. Pang, please. I've already called a friend to borrow money.
He promised to bring it over immediately. Zhang Tingting was on the verge of tears. Her father's condition had become critically serious. Without immediate surgery, his life was in constant danger. She took the job as a receptionist on the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel precisely for the money. But while Beijing's medical resources were abundant, the costs were beyond what an ordinary family could bear. She'd scraped together every last penny to secure Dr. Pang Biao as the attending physician, but the exorbitant fees left her feeling utterly hopeless.
Well then, Pang Biao said, we'll just have to wait until your friend brings the money.
As he spoke, he casually slid his hand onto Zhang Tingting's thigh.
Miss Shang, 500,000 yuan is no small sum, and there will be additional rehabilitation costs later.
I suggest you consider my offer. If you study under me for 3 years, I can lend you the 500,000 yuan. Zhang Tingting recoiled in disgust, taking several steps back.
She wasn't stupid.
She knew that Pang Biao's 3 years of study meant becoming his mistress for 3 years. Seeing Zhang Tingting refuse to comply, Pang Biao remained unruffled, crossing his legs as he stated, if you don't raise the surgery funds by today, your father is as good as dead.
In the capital, we lack nothing except beautiful women. Miss Shang, you do well to think this over.
Director Pang, please respect me and respect yourself.
I won't agree to your terms.
Zhang Tingting refused with righteous indignation, feeling utterly sickened. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Zhang Bing, whom she had just met. She hoped he was truly reliable and would keep his word.
Fine then, Pang Biao sneered. Go ahead and wait for your father to die in agony. With that, he stood up and walked out. Just then, Zhang Bing arrived at the capital hospital. He dialed Zhang Tingting's number and after a brief exchange, rushed straight to the 10th floor.
The moment she saw Zhang Bing, Zhang Tingting was on the verge of tears, her eyes reddened. Brother Bing, I had no choice but to disturb you.
It's fine, it's fine. We share the same surname, this is fate. 50,000 is nothing, nothing at all.
With that, Zhang Bing pulled out the bank card he carried with him and handed it to Zhang Tingting. He had instructed Lin Jin before leaving, and he was confident Lin Jin wouldn't dare delay. The money was likely already transferred.
Chapter 14, System Medical Skills.
After receiving the money, Zhang Tingting immediately went with Zhang Bing to the hospital to pay the fees, then directly sought out Pang Biao to arrange the surgery.
Pang Biao eyed Zhang Bing, finding it hard to believe that such a young man could produce 500,000 yuan.
However, since the surgery fee had been paid, he had no choice but to follow protocol and immediately prepare for Zhang Tingting's father's operation. Watching the bustling doctors and nurses, Zhang Bing and Zhang Tingting followed closely behind.
Zhang Tingting's father had already fallen into a deep coma, his condition extremely critical. "Miss Shang, please come sign here," Peng Biao called out from the side. "With your father's condition, the surgery has only about a 30% success rate. If you're certain you want to proceed, sign here. The hospital will not be held responsible for any complications." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting immediately grew anxious and hurriedly asked, "Director Peng, didn't you say yesterday that the surgery had a high success rate?" Peng Biao snorted coldly. "Miss Shang, yesterday is yesterday, today is today. If you delay any longer, your father's chances of a successful surgery will only decrease." Zhang Tingting hesitated. A 30% success rate? That was no different from gambling. She was just a 19-year-old girl, utterly unable to make a decision in that moment. Just then, several nurses pushed Zhang Tingting's father on a stretcher toward them. A young, curvaceous head nurse shouted, "Where are Zhang Yunfeng's family members? Are we proceeding with surgery? Sign the consent form immediately, no time to waste." "Nurse Qin, Zhang Yunfeng's family is here," Peng Biao responded politely, waving his hand. Head nurse Qin Yuan clearly didn't give Peng Biao a friendly look. Instead, she turned to Zhang Tingting and said, "Young lady, your father's surgery can't be delayed. Since you've raised the money, sign the consent form right away." Zhang Tingting hesitated. Peng Biao interjected with a hint of schadenfreude. "Head nurse Qin, you're not aware of the situation. His father's surgery has only a 30% success rate, and I have to perform it myself. If someone else were doing it, the odds would be even lower than that. You're so capable, then why are you stalling?" Qin Yuan snapped back. Peng Biao looked awkward. Nurses and doctors were two separate lines, neither usually wanted to offend the other. Just then, Zhang Bing approached and glanced at Zhang Tingting's father's condition. With just one glance, he could tell that Zhang Tingting's father's condition was indeed critical. For some reason, a flurry of unconventional methods flashed through his mind. Each one seemed perfectly suited to her father's condition. This filled him with delight while also confirming his suspicion. This must be the ancient medical technique rewarded by the system. He never imagined it would be so powerful. "Tingting, sign the consent form. It's fine." He wasn't exaggerating. The surgery alone had only about a 30% success rate, but if supplemented with acupuncture treatment first, the success rate could soar to at least 90%. Zhang Tingting stared at Zhang Bing in shock. Her subconscious told her he wouldn't deceive her, yet she couldn't bring herself to believe it. Zhang Bing, who was the same age as her, was proficient in medical techniques? Even head nurse Qin Yuan looked surprised, staring at the young Zhang Bing with astonishment. Though masked, Zhang Bing could tell she was only a few years older than him and undoubtedly a stunning beauty. "What's your relationship with the patient's family? Do you know medicine too?" Qin Yuan asked. "Tingting and I are friends. As for medicine, I know a little bit," Zhang Bing replied with a smile. Qin Yuan gave Zhang Bing a meaningful look but said nothing more. Instead, she turned her attention to persuading Zhang Tingting to sign the documents promptly. Zhang Tingting took a deep breath, hesitated no longer, and signed her name directly on the document. Soon, everything was ready. Peng Biao, despite his sarcastic remarks, had no choice but to fulfill his duties. Zhang Bing followed behind. Through the medical knowledge provided by the system, he had already reached a clear conclusion. Performing surgery directly carried immense risk. It could very well kill Zhang Yunfeng. Therefore, acupuncture treatment was necessary before proceeding with surgery. "Get out! The operating room isn't a place you can just walk into." Peng Biao barked at Zhang Bing with a nasty tone. Zhang Bing had no time to engage with Peng Biao. He explained, "You just said yourself that direct surgery only has a 30% success rate. But I can tell you for certain that if we treat him with my acupuncture first, the surgery will be virtually risk-free." "Hoof." Peng Biao sneered coldly, mockingly. "Kid, you're young, but you sure talk big. You're quite the braggart. Whether it's bragging or not, we'll see." Zhang Bing remained calm. With the system backing him, everything would be absolutely fine. "Young man, get out immediately. Medicine is no laughing matter." Discussing such treatments in front of Director Peng is like brandishing a sword at Guan Yu's gate. The other residents and nurses joined in the mockery. Head nurse Qin Yuan added coldly, "Young man, Peng Biao is our hospital's expert in this field. If acupuncture could truly make surgery virtually risk-free, then there wouldn't be so many people worldwide dying each year from failed surgeries for this condition. Get out. The surgery is about to begin." Zhang Bing sighed helplessly, knowing the others wouldn't believe him, but the system would never deceive him. "I'll take full responsibility for any consequences." "Take responsibility?" Peng Biao sneered. "Kid, you're still wet behind the ears. What exactly are you going to take responsibility for? Get out now. I had a 30% chance of success with this case. If you mess with it beforehand, we might not even have that. If a medical accident happens, whose fault will it be, yours or mine? Get out." With that, Peng Biao turned to call a nurse to summon security. Zhang Bing was furious now, showing Peng Biao no mercy as he retorted, "Who the hell do you think you are? Not even a patient. What gives you the right to act so arrogant? Don't think I don't know how you've been pressuring and bribing Ting. Kid, what did you say?" As the director of Capital Hospital, Peng Biao valued his reputation.
Seeing his dirty business exposed by Zhao Feng, he flew into a rage.
"What I said, you know exactly what I said." Just then, Zhang Ting walked in.
She looked at Zhang Bing gratefully, but she was still undecided.
"Brother Bing, do you really know medicine?" Ting, I'll be honest with you. If I perform acupuncture first, then surgery, your father will likely be fine.
But if we go straight to surgery, the success rate would be less than 30%. Zhang Bing was straightforward, relying on the medical skills he'd gained through the system's rewards. He was supremely confident, his mind made up.
"Alright, I trust you, Brother Bing."
Zhang Ting finally made up her mind.
"Zhang Ting, don't say I didn't warn you. If your father dies, it's not our responsibility. You'll have no one to blame but yourself."
Hearing that even Zhang Ting, the family member, had agreed, Peng Biao and the others no longer cared. Zhang Bing glanced at Zhang Ting and reassured her, "Ting, don't worry." With that, he walked straight to the ward entrance and asked the nurse for some sterilized silver needles.
Chapter 15, You Want to Steal the Credit?
Following the medical techniques that surfaced in his mind, Zhang Bing formed hand seals and began inserting needles into specific acupoints on the unconscious Zhang Yunfeng's body. His technique was profoundly esoteric, incomprehensible to ordinary observers. But to Peng Biao, Qin Yuan, and the others, it looked like nothing more than a street performance. Zhang Ting clenched her fists tightly, watching quietly from the side, her palms sweating with tension. She chose to trust Zhang Bing. Not only had he helped her escape Li Guiqing's unspoken demands, but also because, upon their first meeting, he had lent her 500,000 yuan without a single word of hesitation. Meanwhile, Peng Biao snorted coldly from the sidelines. "I thought he was actually capable of something. Turns out he's just a street hustler who watches too many TV dramas and reads too many novels. If your random poking actually worked, our medical training would be for nothing."
Director Peng is right. Almost all of this traditional Chinese acupuncture is a scam. This kid's so young, why didn't he study something useful? He went and studied con artistry instead. The crowd began to mock and ridicule him.
Zhang Bing paid them no mind. His movements grew faster and faster, each needle placed in positions that were completely reversed, leaving the others utterly baffled. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Bing finally stopped. "Alright, I've now connected all the patient's major hidden acupoints with silver needles.
Performing the surgery now will be extremely safe and yield exceptionally good results. The rest is up to you."
Zhang Bing set aside the needles, wiped his hands, and declared confidently.
"Poof."
Peng Biao was the first to approach, his tone laced with menace.
"Kid, you'd better stay put in the hospital. Don't you dare go anywhere. We're performing standard surgery on the patient now. If everything goes smoothly, fine. But if something goes wrong, you won't be able to walk away scot-free."
"Whatever." Zhang Bing shrugged indifferently. Based on the acupuncture technique documented in the medical records rewarded by the system, he could only describe it as miraculous. There was absolutely no room for error.
"Notify hospital security to keep an eye on this kid. Don't let him escape."
"We're starting to prepare for surgery now," Peng Biao ordered. Seeing this, Zhang Bing said nothing more and stepped out with Zhang Ting.
The two sat on a bench in the hospital corridor. Sure enough, several hospital security guards arrived and kept watch from a distance.
Zhang Bing paid them no mind, his expression calm. "Brother Bing, thank you," Zhang Ting murmured.
"Could you give me some time to repay that 50,000? I'll definitely pay you back as soon as possible."
"Heh," Zhang Bing chuckled.
"No need to thank me. It's fine either way whether you pay it back or not."
Tears glistened in Zhang Ting's eyes as she murmured, "Brother Bing, you're so kind. Everyone I've met in Beijing has wanted to take advantage of me physically.
Only you want nothing in return and are willing to help."
Zhang Bing paused, looking at Zhang Ting, inwardly amused. Faced with such a stunning beauty, any normal man would have ulterior motives, and he was no exception.
"Don't worry.
Once your father's surgery is done and he recovers a bit, he'll be discharged.
As for the Tianlong Hotel, I've already made arrangements. Your salary will continue to be paid, just consider it paid leave. It's no big deal."
Though Zhang Bing made it sound casual, Zhang Ting felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She stole a glance at Zhang Bing, her heart fluttering slightly. "Brother, thank you," Zhang Ting expressed her gratitude once more.
Zhang Bing pretended it was no big deal, but secretly, he was delighted.
He had a hunch that Zhang Ting would handle it perfectly well on her own. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and 2 hours had passed in no time. At that moment, the operating room door opened, and several doctors and nurses, including Peng Biao and Qin Yuan, emerged.
Zhang Ting immediately stood up and rushed over to ask, "Director Peng, how did my father's surgery go?"
Peng Biao removed his mask, his face beaming with satisfaction.
"Miss Shang, you're buying dinner tonight," he said. Your father's surgery was a complete success. I've performed many such procedures, but today's was exceptionally well done. He'll wake up shortly and will be fine after some rest. Really? Zhang Tingting was overjoyed upon hearing this, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. At that moment, Zhang Bing stood up, his face twisted into a cold sneer as he eyed Peng Biao with ill intent. Clearly, this bastard intended to claim the credit for himself. Director Peng, are you sure this is your achievement? Peng Biao frowned, sizing up Zhang Bing with a look that held a distinct hint of something strange. Kid, if it's not my doing, then is it really thanks to your slapdash acupuncture? Ha! Zhang Bing sneered. Of course it was. I said it all along, acupuncture first, surgery second, and the patient would be fine. Didn't you yourself say there was only a 30% success rate? Humph. In truth, Peng Biao was already deeply shocked. He'd been utterly astonished during the surgery itself. A case like Zhang Tingting's father's wasn't uncommon, but it was exceptionally complex. The success rate was genuinely low, yet this time it had gone unexpectedly smoothly. Deep down, he had already made the connection. The smooth outcome was most likely due to Zhang Bing's pre-operative acupuncture. But such immense credit? There was no way he'd let that go. Young man, you really have no shame. You actually think it was just some random acupuncture I did? Let me tell you, without my scalpel, the patient wouldn't have survived, let alone the surgery succeeding. Is that so? Zhang Bing paused briefly before replying. In that case, I'm sure the hospital has other patients like this. You're welcome to try operating on them yourself. If you can consistently achieve the same results, then I'll concede your medical skill is extraordinary. What do you say? At Zhang Bing's words, Peng Biao froze in place. He dared not take that bet. Every time he'd handled similar cases before, they'd all ended in failure. What's the matter? Afraid of making a fool of yourself? You little bastard, don't talk nonsense. Peng Biao, didn't climb to the position of director at the capital hospital by being a fraud. Peng Biao was thoroughly enraged and shouted angrily. What does that have to do with me? Zhang Bing snorted coldly. I've seen shameless people before, but someone as shameless as you is a first. What the hell did you say? Peng Biao exploded, especially since none of the surrounding doctors or nurses spoke up for him during the argument. This clearly meant the other medical staff tacitly agreed that Zhang Bing was the one who had made the surgery a success. Security! Security! Get this little bastard out of here immediately. Don't let him set foot in this hospital again. Zhang Bing's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. He'd merely disliked Peng Biao before, but now that the man was calling him a little bastard, his anger boiled over. With a net worth of 75 billion, ranking at least in the Forbes China top 20 if disclosed, how could he tolerate being insulted by some greasy middle-aged man? You've got a filthy mouth. Zhang Bing bellowed, delivering a sudden, stinging slap across Peng Biao's face. Chapter 16, This is our boss Zhang. The slap stunned everyone. Eyes widened as they stared at Zhang Bing. Peng Biao himself was stunned. After all, he was the director of a hospital in the capital city, holding significant social status and resources. And now he'd been slapped by a 19-year-old student. Ah! You little bastard, you dare hit me? I'll make sure you can't survive in Beijing. Peng Biao's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared in fury. Zhang Bing, however, remained calm, sneering with disdain. You? Look in the mirror before you talk. You're not even worthy to tie my shoes. Just you wait, I'll make sure you're carried out of here today. Peng Biao was furious. He shoved aside the hospital staff and stormed toward his office. Kid, why so impulsive? You've landed yourself in deep trouble. Yeah, Director Peng has powerful connections. Even the hospital president gives him a wide berth. You slapped him right in front of us? You're done for. Numerous nurses and doctors began pleading with him, filled with sympathy for Zhang Bing. Zhang Tingting was stunned too, never expecting the seemingly mild-mannered Zhang Bing to resort to violence. Brother Bing, what should we do? You should leave first. If I leave, what about you? Zhang Bing asked with a smile. You've already helped me so much. Director Peng is incredibly influential. We can't afford to cross him. You have to leave now. Though Zhang Tingting herself was scared, she kept urging him to go to protect Zhang Bing. This warmed Zhang Bing's heart a little. At least she was kind-hearted, not materialistic, and stunningly beautiful. Relax, it's fine. I'm not afraid, Zhang Bing said nonchalantly. Hey, kid, you don't understand how serious this is. Director Peng must have gone to his office to grab his phone and call for backup. Let me tell you in a whisper, Director Peng has a very close relationship with Mr. Wang, the owner of the Tianlong Hotel. The Wang family has powerful connections and sits on billions in assets. Several nurses nearby began whispering warnings. Hearing this, Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. So all this time, that big shot Peng Biao's backer was actually Wang Ba. Sigh. At that moment, nurse manager Qin Yuan, who had remained silent all along, let out a sigh. She removed her mask, revealing her true appearance.
Just as Zhang Bing had guessed, she was young and stunningly beautiful. You were so impulsive. With all of us watching, we know today's surgery succeeded largely because of your acupuncture treatment beforehand. But Peng Biao is a chief physician after all, and his connections are complicated. You just hit him. Given his character, this probably won't end well. Zhang Bing glanced at Qin Yuan, utterly stunned by her beauty. Just that face alone deserved at least an 8 out of 10. She was definitely on par with Zhang Tingting and Lin Hanxue. But with that white coat, it was hard to tell what her figure was like. Sis Qin, he insulted me first, that's why I acted. If he wants to call people to retaliate, fine. I'll be waiting. You look young, probably still a student. Young bulls fear no tigers. The Wang family at the Tianlong Hotel plays hardball. They've always been on good terms with Peng Biao. Are you really not afraid? Zhang Bing chuckled. Mentioning others might make him hesitate, but Wang Ba? He didn't take him seriously at all. Alright, I'll handle this for you. Wait here. I'll change clothes, I need to discuss something with you anyway. Qin Yuan seemed to have powerful connections. She remained remarkably composed. She glanced at Zhang Bing, left those words hanging, and walked away first. The other doctors and nurses watching couldn't help but look on with envy. Kid, you're one lucky guy. The head nurse is willing to help you. You have no idea how deep her family connections run. Even Director Peng wouldn't dare cross her. Hearing the murmurs among the medical staff, Zhang Bing felt a sudden realization dawn on him. No wonder Peng Biao seemed so unnatural and even a bit intimidated around Qin Yuan. So that's why. Hearing all this, Zhang Tingting felt her heart ease a little. Let's go check on your dad first, Zhang Bing suggested. Inside the ward, Zhang Yunfeng looked noticeably better after the surgery, though he remained unconscious as the anesthesia wore off. However, all the doctors had just confirmed the surgery was a complete success. After a period of recuperation, he could be discharged, meaning Zhang Yunfeng was now out of danger. Brother Bing, I truly don't know how to repay you, Zhang Tingting murmured, gazing at Zhang Bing with eyes brimming with gratitude. It's nothing. Just a small favor. As long as your dad is okay, that's all that matters, Zhang Bing replied with a smile. Brother Bing, you're so kind. Zhang Tingting clenched her delicate fist, her voice tinged with shyness. Really? Zhang Bing's peripheral vision lingered on Zhang Tingting's long legs and the steep curve of her backside. Truth be told, he sometimes felt tempted to act like Li Guoqing or Peng Biao, using his authority to coerce and bribe. That would have been the most efficient approach. Playing the good guy like this now felt like a step backward. Brother Bing, once my father's condition stabilizes, I want to properly repay you, Zhang Tingting suddenly said in a sweet, girlish voice. How do you plan to repay me? Zhang Bing asked curiously. If it's about money, I'm worth 75 billion. Oh, don't ask. You'll find out when the time comes. Zhang Tingting said, her entire face flushing red. Seeing this, Zhang Bing felt a surge of satisfaction. He knew he was in for a treat. Zhang Tingting might already be hooked. Zhang Bing, you little bastard, get out here. Just then, Peng Biao's furious shouts echoed from outside the hospital room. The intimate atmosphere inside the room was instantly shattered. Zhang Bing snorted coldly. Tingting, you stay here and take care of your dad. He should be waking up soon. I'll go handle this. Brother Bing, be careful. Zhang Tingting called out with concern. Zhang Bing smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. Suddenly, he realized that Zhang Tingting's concern for him was entirely free of any ulterior motives or financial gain. Sometimes, money really isn't everything. Outside the ward, Peng Guoqing had called for a change of clothes. 5 fingerprints still marred his face, and his eyes seemed ready to shoot fire. Several nurses and doctors from the hospital came out to watch. If you keep talking like that, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Bing stepped out and snorted coldly. You little bastard, today I'll teach you how to spell wrong. Peng Biao roared with an intimidating attitude. Mr. Wang from the Tianlong Grand Hotel is already on his way here personally. Director Peng, let it go. It's not worth it. Yeah, Director Peng, considering he's still young, just let him apologize and call it even. Some doctors and nurses tried to intercede, but everyone knew it was futile. Little did they know Zhang Bing couldn't care less. Regardless of whether Qin Yuan could smooth things over, just by standing here, even Wang Ba would likely lose his nerve the moment he arrived. None of your business. Shut up, all of you. Peng Biao barked. The doctors and nurses dared not cross Peng Biao, and could only hope Qin Yuan would step in quickly. Chapter 17, Do You Give In? Move aside. Move aside. Mr. Wang has arrived. Soon, a group of men in suits emerged from the elevator, shouting as they formed 2 lines to push the crowd aside. Clearly, Wang Ba himself had arrived. The Tianlong Grand Hotel was renowned throughout the capital, and as its owner, Wang Ba had long been a figure of considerable notoriety. Especially since the Wang family, controlled by Wang Ba, frequently engaged in shady dealings behind the scenes, so most people dared not cross him. After all, looking at the bright side, he was worth billions. Looking at the dark side, he had a vast network of henchmen and underlings at his disposal.
Seeing Wang Ba arrive in person, Peng Biao hurried over. Mr. Wang, thank you for coming, Peng Biao greeted him politely. Director Peng, I, Wang Ba, am a man of honor. Whoever dared to strike you has shown a complete lack of respect. Wang Ba, dressed in a suit, exuded the unmistakable aura of a nouveau riche. This was a stark contrast to his demeanor in the hotel president's office earlier. Then I'll thank you in advance for coming personally, Mr. Wang, Peng Qing flattered. No problem. I'm eager to see who had the audacity to lay a hand on you. Peng Biao nodded, then led Wang Ba and his group toward Zhang Bing's location. Peng Biao pointed at Zhang Bing and declared, Mr. Wang, that's the kid. He probably has some connections. Wang Ba followed Peng Biao's pointing finger and immediately spotted Zhang Bing standing there with a look of utter disdain on his face. He froze in place, hastily removing his sunglasses. Mr. Wang, this little bastard probably some rich kid with connections. Damn it, he actually dared to hit me. Take him away from me. I'll deal with him properly later. Peng Biao spat out the words, his voice thick with resentment. At that moment, Wang Ba was inwardly cursing Peng Biao's entire lineage. If it weren't for his plans to enter the pharmaceutical industry, he wouldn't have given Peng Biao the courtesy of personally bringing his men. Otherwise, for such a minor incident, he was a big shot himself. Why would he stoop to personally showing up with a bunch of low-level thugs to save face? And who would have thought it would be Zhang Bing? Mr. Wang, as long as no one gets killed, you can do whatever you want to him. Peng Biao remained completely oblivious to the growing tension, still scheming in his mind. He planned to leverage Wang Ba's reputation and influence to severely punish Zhang Bing, thereby forcing Zhang Tingting to become his mistress. He'd been in the game long enough to judge people accurately. He'd seen it clearly, Zhang Tingting was definitely interested in Zhang Bing. Enough, Peng. Stop barking like a dog. Zhang Bing sneered coldly, striding over with deliberate confidence. You little bastard, Zhang Bing. You dare act so cocky in front of Mr. Wang? You really think I don't know Qin Yuan is helping you? Peng Biao bellowed. You idiot, do I need Nurse Qin's help? Zhang Bing chuckled, then turned to the utterly flustered Wang Ba and asked, What do you think, Mr. Wang? At those words, Peng Biao froze solid for at least 3 seconds. His mind raced as he processed the shock, staring at Wang Ba and whispering, Mr. Wang, you know him? Peng Biao. Wang Ba inwardly cursed Peng Biao for dragging him into this mess too, then roared angrily, Are you blind? This is our new boss at Tianlong Hotel, Mr. Zhang Bing. The newest owner? Zhang. Mr. Zhang? Peng Biao felt like he was about to explode. Wang Ba's words detonated in his mind like a thunderclap. You fool! Apologize to Mr. Zhang immediately. Wang Ba bellowed again. Peng Biao froze, staring at Zhang Bing. Stammering and clearly reluctant, he stammered out, Mr. Zhang. I didn't recognize your importance. Humph. Zhang Bing watched Peng Biao, who was now a completely different person from before, having lost all trace of his earlier intent to devour him. You were shouting quite happily just a moment ago, weren't you? Peng Biao kept his head bowed, not daring to retort. All right. Keep your mouth clean from now on. I've got no beef with you. Remember, keep your hands off Tingting. And with her father hospitalized here, you know what to do? Yes. Peng Biao swallowed hard. Though he had some influence himself, he certainly couldn't compare to Wang Ba, whose net worth ran into the billions. And even Wang Ba treated Zhang Bing with utmost respect. The Tianlong Grand Hotel had quietly become Zhang Bing's domain. How could he dare cross someone like that? Everything will be handled exactly as you instruct, Mr. Zhang. Humph. Seeing this, Zhang Bing snorted disdainfully. Turning to Wang Ba, he said, Enough. This is a hospital, not a marketplace. Get out of here. Wang Ba nodded, waved his hand, and swiftly led his men away. Seeing this, Zhang Bing said nothing more. He walked toward the ward ahead and closed the door. Everyone in the hospital was stunned. No one had imagined that the young Zhang Bing was actually the behind-the-scenes owner of the Tianlong Hotel. Seeing Zhang Bing return so quickly, Zhang Tingting hurried forward with concern. How did it go? Did Nurse Qin help you? Zhang Bing chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Nurse Qin is a good person. She helped me a lot when my dad first came to the hospital, Zhang Tingting remarked with emotion. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunfeng had been awake for several minutes. Zhang Tingting explained the situation in detail to Zhang Bing. Though still unable to move, Zhang Yunfeng spoke gratefully, Young Master Zhang, thank you. It's a blessing for our Zhang family that Tingting knows you. Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. I'm no young master, just call me Zhang Bing, Zhang Bing replied modestly. Just then, a knock sounded at the ward door. A nurse peeked her head in and called softly, Mr. Zhang, the head nurse requests your presence in her office. All right. Zhang Bing agreed, bidding farewell to Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting before heading to find Qin Yuan, head nurse's office. The moment Zhang Bing stepped inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. Standing before him was a stunningly attractive woman with a fiery figure, dressed in a short skirt, black stockings, and a revealing black spaghetti strap top. This beauty was none other than head nurse Qin Yuan. What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before? Qin Yuan snorted coldly, then walked over and closed the office door. Zhang Bing gave an awkward chuckle. I never imagined the head nurse of such a renowned tertiary hospital would be so young and beautiful. She couldn't help but chuckle. Then she bent down to pour water for Zhang Bing. Watching her from behind, Zhang Bing felt utterly satisfied. Her full, rounded backside was nothing short of a man-slaying weapon. It instantly brought back memories of his first time house hunting with Wang Roland. But Qin Yuan was a true beauty. Though approaching 30, she remained single and unmarried, maintaining herself exceptionally well. That mature charm was something young women simply couldn't possess. Hey, I didn't realize you were so young and so bold. Qin Yuan stood up, handed Zhang Bing the water, and scolded playfully. Sis, a virtuous lady is a gentleman's ideal match. I'm charming, not vulgar, Zhang Bing defended himself. Tsk tisk. Qin Yuan sat back down and remarked, who would have guessed? I never imagined you were the hidden owner behind the Tianlong Hotel. I can't believe Wang Ba was willing to sell such a core asset to you. Chapter 18, The Beautiful Head Nurse. Sis, you're exaggerating. I'd call this being low-key, Zhang Bing chuckled. Qin Yuan's eyes, large and watery, fixed on Zhang Bing, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. He had a feeling something was bound to happen between him and Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was nearly 30, while he was only 19. He had no resistance to this kind of mature, alluring woman. Brother, do you know why I asked you to come to my office? Qin Yuan asked. Zhang Bing shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Qin Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious as she said, how did you become so proficient in acupuncture? And with such remarkable results? Zhang Yunfeng's condition usually has a very low surgical success rate. The fact that Peng Biao's procedure was a complete success must be due to the acupuncture you performed beforehand. Hearing this, Zhang Bing began to understand. Qin Yuan was clearly interested in his acupuncture skills, but this was an ancient medical technique rewarded by the system. He absolutely couldn't reveal it to anyone. Moreover, this ancient medical knowledge encompassed everything. It wasn't limited to acupuncture alone. He had merely experimented with one of its techniques. Sis Yuan, it seems you're interested in my acupuncture technique. That's right. Qin Yuan didn't hide anything and admitted directly, to be honest, my grandfather has the same condition as Zhang Yunfeng, but it's been effectively managed with medication. Now that he's getting older, the only way to completely cure it is through surgery. But as you know, that surgery carries immense risks and has a very low success rate. Zhang Bing instantly understood. He smiled and asked, Sis Yuan, are you suggesting I treat your grandfather with acupuncture first before proceeding with surgery? Yes, you're so smart, little brother, Qin Yuan replied with a sweet smile. Zhang Bing held a favorable impression of Qin Yuan. After all, she had personally offered to resolve his issue with Peng Biao earlier, though it ultimately proved unnecessary. Still, he wanted to tease this stunning older woman a bit. It's possible, but Sister Yuan, what's in it for me? Name your price. Qin Yuan replied readily. Ha ha. Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. With a net worth of 75 billion yuan, even if paid in installments, he already owned a luxury mansion and held an 80% stake in the Dragon Hotel. Did he look like someone short on cash? He didn't know Qin Yuan's family background yet, but in the entire Dragon Nation, those worth 75 billion were few and far between. Sis Yuan, do I look like someone short on cash? Qin Yuan instantly felt awkward, realizing she hadn't thought before speaking. True, the Dragon Hotel rakes in a fortune daily, and it's all yours now. Then what do you want? Zhang Bing shook his head and smiled. Honestly, I don't seem to lack anything. Hearing this, Qin Yuan grew anxious. She promptly lifted her leg, clad in black stockings, and extended it toward Zhang Bing. Brother, you can help Zhang Tingting, and you can help your sister too, right? Holy! Zhang Bing's heart skipped a beat. Is this a beauty trap? Little brother. Zhang Bing felt his bones go weak at Qin Yuan's sweet, girlish little brother address. Sis Yuan, I was just teasing you. Don't worry, I've got your grandfather's matter covered. He. Upon receiving Zhang Bing's promise, Qin Yuan immediately flashed a sly smile. But I haven't seen your grandfather myself, so it's hard to say what his current condition is. We can schedule a time for me to visit later. Qin Yuan nodded, slipped on her high heels, and stood up. How about 2 days from now? I'll call you then, and we'll go visit my grandfather together. If you can help with this, the Qin family won't treat you unfairly, you know. With that, Qin Yuan flashed Zhang Bing a seductive smile. Then the two of them left the office together. After making the arrangement with Qin Yuan, Zhang Bing stopped by the hospital ward to say goodbye to Zhang Tingting and Zhang Yunfeng before leaving. He headed straight for the Tianlong Grand Hotel. By the time he arrived at the Tianlong Hotel, Lin Jin's efficiency had worked wonders. Everything had been meticulously arranged, and Wang Roland was already on duty. Mr. Zhang. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. Wang Roland, Lin Jin, and other hotel managers greeted Zhang Bing with respectful salutes upon his arrival.
Zhang Bing responded politely to each of them in turn.
He then proceeded directly to Wang Roland's office. "Mr. Zhang, would you like me to give you a massage?" Wang Roland was dressed in a professional suit, her figure stunning.
But Zhang Bing's interest had significantly waned by now, mainly because comparison is the thief of joy. Lin Hanxue, Zhang Tingting, and even the newly acquainted Qin Yuanyuan, these three beauties all surpassed Wang Roland.
Wang Roland's only advantage was her openness. As a former sales champion, she understood men's psychology well and possessed high emotional intelligence. "Alright, I am a bit tired." After a moment's thought, Zhang Bing didn't refuse. He sat down in the executive chair and crossed his legs. Seeing this, Wang Roland approached and crouched down, revealing at least half of her ample curves. "I'd like to learn more about the 8th floor club. Have you looked into it since taking over?" Zhang Bing asked, eyes closed, savoring the moment.
"Mr. Zhang, the 8th floor club has a total of 88 staff members. Among them, 20 are from the US, Japan, and South Korea. The average age is 25, with an average height of 165 centimeters. Their measurements are as follows." While massaging him, Wang Roland rattled off the details of the 8th floor club like she owned the place. "Impressive. I certainly didn't misjudge you." Zhang Bing was thoroughly satisfied with Wang Roland's meticulousness, especially considering she'd only taken over a few hours ago. 88 people, 20 of them foreign. Zhang Bing's mind wandered with fantasies. No wonder Li Guoqing had looked like he'd lost his own father when he was taken down. With 88 people, he could switch partners daily and still have 3 months of variety without repeating. Money really is wonderful. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa, Wang Ba, Wang Chang, father and son, along with Li Guoqing and Peng Biao, were gathered together. All wore grim expressions, their mood sour because of Zhang Bing's appearance. "Mr. Wang, I simply can't swallow this humiliation," Li Guoqing grumbled. Being fired outright had sent him spiraling down. All the perks and the power to turn a blind eye to employee misconduct were gone. "Mr. Wang, I feel the same as Mr. Li. If I don't vent this anger, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace." Peng Biao felt the same way. Today was the most humiliating day of his life. "Dad, and me too, I feel the same way." Wang Chang hated Zhang Bing even more intensely. Not only had he stolen his beloved Lin Hanxue, he also smashed his head open, bleeding, and finally took his peach. Wang Ba was also seething with rage. The well-run Tianlong Hotel was gone just like that. All his trusted associates had been marginalized and suppressed, while his son and brothers suffered all kinds of setbacks. "I'm not happy either, but this Zhang Bing, though young, is no pushover. And who knows what kind of background he has. This grudge must be avenged, but first, I need to strategize where to begin." Chapter 19, The Lin Family's Invitation. Early the next morning, Zhang Bing arrived at the school. Though he now possessed a fortune of 75 billion, had acquired an ancient medical text, and was the owner behind the Dragon Hotel, he was still fundamentally a freshman at the art university. Studies had to be prioritized. As soon as he reached the entrance of the academic building, he bumped into Lin Hanxue. Their eyes met, and a faint blush instantly spread across Lin Hanxue's fair cheeks. Zhang Bing felt his heart flutter. After what had happened in the suite last time, his heart ached with longing for this innocent goddess, especially when he recalled her every move under the influence of the potion. Her figure in that sexy 3-piece swimsuit made him want to take her right then and there. Lin Hanxue felt terribly embarrassed, but she still nodded at Zhang Bing before approaching him. "Are you free tonight?" Lin Hanxue asked softly. "Sure, anytime," Zhang Bing replied. "My father would like to invite you to dinner at our house tonight," Lin Hanxue said in a soft voice, her head bowed. "Oh, I see." Zhang Bing feigned a look of hesitation. To be honest, he didn't want to go if Lin Jin was inviting him. Ever since Lin Jin found out about his identity, he'd been scheming daily to become his father-in-law. "You don't want to?" Lin Hanxue lifted her head, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. "It's not that I don't want to, but why didn't your dad just tell me himself?" Zhang Bing asked. Lin Hanxue suddenly reached out and pinched Zhang Bing's arm hard. "Does he have to say it outright? I wanted to treat you to dinner, to thank you for last time," she said, too embarrassed to continue, and turned to run away. Zhang Bing chuckled softly, watching Lin Hanxue's perfect retreating figure. He knew the goddess had already fallen. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chang watched it all unfold silently from the opposite floor. Ever since learning Zhang Bing's true identity at the hotel last time, Wang Chang had kept his mouth shut outwardly, but inwardly he remained deeply resentful. After plotting with his biological father, Li Guoqing, and Peng Biao yesterday, his biological father finally devised a masterstroke, secretly bleeding himself dry to exact revenge on Zhang Bing. "Young Master Wang, what's the deal with this freshman Zhang Bing? Just give the word, and we'll settle this for you." The usual hangers-on who followed Wang Chang were utterly baffled. They knew his family's standing. At the art university, it might not be the absolute best, but it was certainly very good.
After being publicly humiliated by Zhang Bing last time, Wang Chang still hadn't dared to retaliate. This baffled them. It didn't fit Wang Chang's usual style. There are things you don't know, don't ask questions. Just do as I say. Rest assured, today Master Ma will step in to put this brat in his place. Young Master Ma. At the mere mention of those 3 words, the henchmen's faces paled with shock. In truth, Zhang Bing remained completely unaware of this. He wandered around the classroom casually, finding it rather uninteresting. The most beautiful girl in the entire art department was Lin Hanxue, and she was already smitten with him. They'd even shared physical intimacy in his room. So while there were occasionally other female students who were quite attractive, overall none of them could compare to Wang Roland. Out of boredom, he went straight to Vice President Qin Ming, hoping to bring Zhang Tingting to the university as well. Although Kyoto Art University was an art-focused institution, it was also a double first-class 985 university. Zhang Tingting possessed remarkable artistic talent and a genuine desire to pursue advanced studies, but her family's financial situation was a barrier. They'd briefly discussed this during their conversation at the hospital yesterday. But he found that Qin Ming either genuinely adhered to strict principles or simply hadn't been approached properly. After voicing his proposal, Qin Ming neither explicitly refused nor directly agreed, maintaining an ambiguous stance throughout. This left Zhang Bing utterly speechless, leaving him no choice but to consider asking Lin Jin to intervene and speak with Qin Ming later. However, just as Zhang Bing stepped out of the principal's office and walked along the campus path, a group of students sat on the stone benches ahead, both male and female, though the girls outnumbered the boys. Zhang Bing didn't recognize them, but they were clearly upperclassmen, sophomores and juniors. Stop! Just as Zhang Bing was feeling curious, a male student shouted at him. Zhang Bing halted, glancing at the student. He was quite handsome, likely a year or 2 older than Zhang Bing. Senior, you called? Zhang Bing asked politely. Who says I'm your senior? Get over here, the man shouted back, his tone brimming with arrogance. Zhang Bing instantly felt annoyed and didn't move toward him. At that moment, several other students began berating him as well. Kid, are you deaf? Xin Xiao told you to come over, didn't you hear? Don't you want to stay in school anymore? Zhang Bing snorted coldly. He never started trouble, but he certainly wasn't afraid of it either. Do I even know you guys? Qin Ji, known as Young Master Qin, stood up, flanked by 2 stunningly beautiful women. These 2 beauties had incredibly hot figures. Though clearly art school students, they were definitely the kind who played hard. Their looks and aura easily rivaled Wang Wolin's, and their figures were arguably even more impressive. You're that freshman making waves lately, Zhang Bing, right? Qin Shi slung an arm around each girl, his tone dripping with contempt. Heard you're a big shot, driving around in that Maybach S680 like you own the place? Hearing this, Zhang Bing finally understood. This group had clearly been waiting for him here, probably looking for trouble. But he was curious. He'd only been here a few days and had only clashed with Wang Chang over Lin Hanxue. He didn't recognize a single one of these people. Could it be that just because he just enrolled and the system rewarded him with a Maybach, these rich kids couldn't stand him? What's the problem? We're all just using the same road. How did I cross you? Zhang Bing asked calmly. Humph. Qin Shi snorted coldly. Kid, don't think having a few coins in your pocket gives you the right to act so cocky. The art school is a deep pool. If you want to show off, you better have the skills to back it up, got it? If you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Bing didn't want to waste words. He couldn't figure out what this group was really after. Oh? Looks like you're really cocky talking back to young Master Qin like that. Looks like we'll have to teach you a lesson today. The rich kids standing nearby started jeering and egging him on. Qin Shi waved his hand, and the rich kids immediately fell silent. He then signaled to the sexy female classmates beside him with his eyes. They immediately understood and lined up in a straight row, crouching down with their legs spread apart. Kid, blame yourself for messing with the wrong people. You've been too cocky, and someone's had enough of your attitude. Today, I'll give you a taste of what's coming. Crawl obediently under their crotches, and I'll let you off easy. Otherwise, with just a word from us, the Kyoto University of Arts will make sure you can't stay here. Chapter 20, The Richest Man's Son. Damn it, they actually want me to crawl under a woman's crotch. Zhang Bing instantly boiled over. He'd thought Qinji's rich kid crew would just pick on him. But this? Forcing me to crawl between these beauties' legs? What kind of person do you think I am? A top 20 Forbes super rich tycoon? Crawling between women's legs? Are you kidding me? What could they possibly do to me if I refused? Qinji sneered coldly, his voice dripping with menace. Little buddy, we know you've got some clout. You're even the owner of the Tianlong Hotel now. But what does that mean in our circles? Do you know that the Capital Arts University is known as a paradise for the wealthy? Got it? Zhang Bing's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Qinji's crew to be so well informed. A thought suddenly struck him. Could this group have been sent by Wang Chang? Looks like you know your stuff. So, did Wang Chang send you? Ha! Kid, what's a few pennies in Wang Chang's pocket to us? He's not even worthy of tying my shoes. Xinji and the others sneered, their words dripping with contempt for Wang Chang. If Wang Chang didn't send you to cause trouble, then who did? If you've got the guts, tell him to come himself, Zhang Bing snapped angrily. He couldn't figure it out either. He'd only been at the Capital University of Arts for a few days. The only ones he had conflicts with were the Wang family, Peng Biao, Li Guoqing, and the like. Humph. Xinji snorted coldly. Cut the nonsense. You're not qualified to know about our circle. Get through it quietly, or face the consequences. What if I refuse? Zhang Bing dropped all politeness, his tone hardening. Xinji's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, several burly men immediately closed in. These guys were clearly athletic scholarship students who'd entered the Capital Arts University just to pad their resumes. Kid, you can either crawl through on your own or we'll help you. Zhang Bing showed no fear, snapping back, what? This is a school. You think you can pull that street-level crap here? So what if it's school? Xinji sneered arrogantly. We can handle you anywhere. Just then, a crowd of passing students gathered around. They came from different departments, and most were girls. Soon, someone recognized Zhang Bing. Isn't that the freshman who just transferred? I think his name is Zhang Bing? Yeah, heard he bought a Maybach S680 right after enrollment and hooked up with the art department's campus beauty. TSK, heard he ended up donating the Maybach and got on Wang Chang's bad side. A crowd of students gathered, buzzing with whispers about Zhang Bing. As the crowd grew larger, Xinji and his gang couldn't care less. Instead, they grew even more brazen in their threats. Kid, today we're going to make you the laughingstock of this school. Get him. At Xinji's command, the athletic students closed in, trying to force Zhang Bing down and make him crawl between a girl's legs. Zhang Bing clenched his fists, but it was clear he couldn't possibly overpower these burly athletes on his own. If he ended up being forced to crawl between a bunch of girls' legs today, he might as well jump off a building tomorrow. Beep. System detected host in danger. Emergency reward, 1 set of ancient martial arts. Host, please accept immediately. This ancient martial art holds equal value to ancient medical techniques. At this critical moment, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ancient martial arts. Holy, yes. Perfect timing. Accept it, hurry. Zhang Bing hesitated not a moment. Soon, a flood of information surged into his mind. Just like the ancient medical techniques last time, it felt as though he'd known it all his life. Everyone, witness this. This is the fate of those who cross our circle. Seeing his men had Zhang Bing firmly pinned down, Xinji shouted at the crowd of onlookers. Many students pulled out their phones, ready to capture the scene. Though only a junior, Xinji was a notorious figure at the art university. He belonged to the elite circle of the school's wealthy second generation, rumored to have connections far beyond mere wealth. His uncle, Vice President Qin Ming, held considerable influence, making his connections exceptionally powerful. Most importantly, the art university had a notorious clique whose members possessed far more than mere wealth. Especially its leader, Ma Chao, whose father was a nationally renowned super-wealthy tycoon, even dubbed the wealthiest man in the capital. Moreover, Ma Chao was the national martial arts champion, possessing extraordinary combat prowess and boundless future potential. Someone like Wang Chang, with his nouveau riche vibe and family worth a few billion, couldn't even get into this elite circle of Ma Chao and Xinji. Damn it! Do you really think I'll just let you push me around? Zhang Bing watched the crowd of classmates snapping photos, then suddenly roared. His muscles surged with explosive power, violently flinging the athletic students, pinning him aside. Under their stunned gazes, he clenched his fist and delivered a sweeping punch. The athletes were completely dumbfounded, knocked down en masse before they could even react. The scene froze everyone in their tracks. Martial arts? He actually knows martial arts? Wow, so cool! Exclamations of astonishment erupted from the surrounding students. Xinji was also stunned, finding it hard to believe what had just happened. These sports guys were usually muscle-bound freaks, with arms thicker than other people's waists, yet Zhang Bing knocked them down with a single punch. You wanted me to crawl between your legs, didn't you? Zhang Bing snorted coldly, striding straight toward Xinji. Now, are you going to crawl through it yourself, or do I need to help you? Xinji swallowed hard, glancing at the dense crowd. So what if he can fight? Do you even know who young Master Qin is? Before Xinji could respond, the two sexy women beside him began sneering sarcastically. Zhang Bing ignored the girls, fixing his gaze on Xinji and bellowing, "Speak! Who sent you?" Xinji was startled, but not afraid. His family's standing gave him that confidence. You've got some skills, but what can you really accomplish in this day and age? As for you, young master, I'll tell you anyway, Big Brother Ma has taken a dislike to you. Got it? Zhang Bing harbored doubts. Having just arrived, he wasn't yet familiar with the inner circle of the imperial relatives in the capital. But it was clear that when Xinji uttered the name Boss Ma, the surrounding murmurs abruptly fell silent. Evidently, every student, male or female, harbored deep fear toward this Ma Lauda. Humph. At that thought, he snorted coldly, who cares about some big shot ma or big shot nil? Now it's your turn, get between my legs immediately. You're dreaming.
Shinji sneered, his tone still brimming with arrogance.
Fine.
Since you won't do it yourself, I'll help you. Zhang Bing said, charging straight at him. His speed was blinding. With one swift motion, he grabbed Shinji's wrist like a tightening spell, squeezing so hard it stung.
Shinji couldn't break free. Let go. Drop it. Let go of me right now, or I'll tell Boss Ma and get you expelled from school immediately.
Shinji remained as arrogant as ever, screaming wildly despite the excruciating pain of Zhang Bing's one-handed grip. Zhang Bing showed no mercy. As he released his grip, he simultaneously clamped his hand around Shinji's throat and hefted him effortlessly into the air with one arm.
This absurd scene left everyone holding their breath in disbelief.
Especially the burly athletes, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Chapter 21, The Duel with the Richest Man's Son. Lifting a fully grown man weighing at least 70 kilograms with one arm, what kind of strength was that?
If not for the countless witnesses, no one would have dared to believe it.
Shinji, is that right? You'd better remember this.
I don't care how high-class your circle is.
Get back and tell your so-called boss ma, boss nil, bosco.
Get yourselves cleaned up and ready. I, Zhang Bing, will personally come to settle this.
With that, Zhang Bing flung Shinji backward, sending him crashing face first into the dirt.
Now Shinji was much more docile, his eyes flickering with anger yet tinged with fear. The surrounding students all swallowed hard, their eyes reflecting a similar mix of awe and trepidation.
Without another word, Zhang Bing snorted coldly and strode away.
Everyone instinctively parted to make way for him, watching his figure gradually disappear down the campus path.
Young Master Qin, are you okay? Young Master Qin, how are you? Are you hurt?
Several stunningly attractive female students immediately approached, supporting Shinji with fawning expressions.
The athletic students who had been knocked down by Zhang Bing's single punch also gathered around. Shinji's face was as grim as if he'd eaten.
As the top-tier second-generation student at the art university, this was the first time he'd been so publicly humiliated. After dealing with Shinji's crew, Zhang Bing realized there wasn't much else to do. He decided to head to the capital hospital to check on Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting, father and daughter. Meanwhile, news of Shinji's humiliation at the hands of Zhang Bing spread like wildfire across campus. The art school was predominantly female, and women's mouths spread rumors with astonishing speed. Before long, the entire campus was abuzz.
No way, is this freshman class that fierce? What kind of background does that Zhang Bing family have?
He dared to mess with someone like Shinji, a top-tier second-generation heir.
Sho, I heard this Zhang Bing guy's got some serious clout too.
He donated $1 million Maybach on his first day, pretty mysterious. The rumors spread like wildfire, with all sorts of versions circulating.
As the one involved, Shinji felt utterly humiliated.
Furious, he stormed out of the school and headed straight to a garden villa outside campus.
You all wait outside. I'll report to Boss Ma.
Shinji said, his expression slightly tense, before walking into the villa. Inside the villa, a young, handsome man practiced his boxing. This man was Ma Chao, the most influential figure at the Capital Arts Academy, known as Boss Ma. His father, Ma Yunting, was known as the wealthiest man in the capital, and his family's influence was immense.
Big brother Ma.
Shinji called softly from outside.
Ma Chao finally paused and motioned for Shinji to enter. Big brother Ma, things went wrong.
Shinji, somewhat afraid of Ma Chao, spoke with his head bowed.
Ma Chao showed little change in expression as he sat down.
Then, two stunningly beautiful women, both completely naked, swiftly emerged from the room. They knelt on either side of him and began massaging him. Even the worldly Shinji couldn't help but glance twice at these completely naked beauties. They were actually top-tier actresses active on the Dragon Nation screens. And both had pure gold dog collars around their necks. Boss Ma, as you instructed, I personally met with that freshman Zhang Bing today, but... Shinji hesitated, his voice trembling. After all, he'd botched the job and lost all face.
Speak.
Ma Chao lay back, his command calm and detached.
That kid's got insane combat prowess. He couldn't even land a single punch on our athletic students, and he beat me up too. And that bastard's got an attitude like he owns the place. He said he'd come find you himself.
After relaying all this, Shinji held his breath, daring not to breathe.
The Ma family's influence in the capital was absolutely top tier. Even the Qin family couldn't afford to provoke them.
Oh? Upon hearing Shinji's report, Ma Chao seemed only mildly surprised, not taking it too seriously. Hearing you describe him, I'm quite curious to meet this Zhang Bing fellow. Big brother Ma, given your stature, that newcomer Zhang Bing isn't worthy of your personal attention, Shinji flattered. Ma Chao let out a cold laugh, lifting his leg.
Two popular actresses immediately understood and crouched down on the ground.
Since the Wang family went to such great lengths to find my driver, and considering I haven't shown my face at school in ages. Well then, this young master is bored and itching for action.
Shinji was startled upon hearing this and quickly asked, Brother Ma, are you heading to the school? Ma Chao responded with a simple nod.
He then instructed, later, go notify your uncle Qin Ming and the relevant school personnel.
Tell them this young master will be returning to school personally. Make sure they're fully prepared. Understood. Qin Ji promptly agreed.
Ma Chao rarely showed his face, merely keeping his name on the school roster. He came and went as he pleased, and no one dared to interfere. In other words, as long as Ma Chao was on campus or even on the streets, if he set his sights on any respectable woman, he could simply take her by force, and the matter would ultimately be swept under the rug. The relevant authorities would turn a blind eye, and the media would look the other way.
This was the difference between a powerful family and an ordinary wealthy family.
Also, notify the school staff that this young master will personally deal with that freshman, Zhang Bing.
Gather all faculty and students on the playground.
This young master will let everyone witness what true power looks like. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing visited the hospital to check on Zhang Yunfeng and shared his plans with Zhang Tingting. He planned to leverage his connections to secure an exceptional backdoor admission for Zhang Tingting to pursue advanced studies at the Capital University of Arts.
This thrilled Zhang Tingting immensely.
After all, although Beijing Arts University specialized in the arts, it was still a double first-class university in all of Longhua, the most coveted institution for art students. Securing such an admission required exceptionally powerful connections. After saying his goodbyes, he noticed the time had already reached the afternoon. Zhang Bing rose to take his leave and departed the hospital. He needed to hurry to the Lin family's banquet. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, Lin Jin and Miao Xiao, the couple, had specially decorated their small villa, arranging it warmly and romantically. They had even given their housekeeper the day off in advance.
Everything was handled personally by the couple. Honey, was all this really necessary? Couldn't we have just booked a fancy restaurant to host Mr. Zhang? Why did we have to exhaust ourselves decorating the place ourselves? Miao Shuo grumbled. Women are always so short-sighted.
Lin Jin explained, Zhang Bing is only 19, a year younger than Han Xue.
He managed to quietly acquire the Wang family's crown jewel, the Tianlong Hotel. Wang Ba didn't dare utter a word about it. What hasn't someone like that experienced? Would he be lacking in money or insight? What people like him values is the thought behind it, you understand?
Hearing Lin Jin's words, Miao Xiao looked deep in thought.
Alright, go check if that girl Han Xue is done getting ready.
Tell her to bear as much thigh as possible tonight, wear the shortest skirt she can find, and make her straps as revealing as they'll go. In short, do whatever it takes to get close to Zhang Bing.
Chapter 22, A Truly Special Dinner. 6 o'clock in the evening. Though Lin Hanxue was deeply reluctant, she couldn't resist her parents' persistent nagging, threats, and bribes. Plus, deep down, she was genuinely excited and thrilled about meeting Zhang Bing tonight. So she decided to break away from her usual innocent image. She wore a rare pair of high heels, her hair cascading down, and a black strapless dress that couldn't have been any shorter. Her entire appearance was dazzling, especially as the gown accentuated her voluptuous figure to perfection. Were she to appear like this on campus or on the street, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Her usual elegant and pure image was completely transformed into a sexy, cool-eyed style. Not bad. Lin Jin was pleased with Lin Hanxue's transformation, yet he still nitpicked, it would be even better if the neckline were a bit lower. Lin Hanxue bristled. Dad, how about I just wear nothing at all? You know nothing, you little brat, Lin Jin lectured. You have to make sacrifices to achieve your goals. If you can successfully get close to Zhang Bing, our Lin family will never have to worry again. Lin Hanxue felt speechless and helpless. Fortunately, it was Zhang Bing she was doing this for. Alright, stop dawdling. Go wait by the door. Zhang Bing should be here soon. Be smart about it. Lin Jin urged. At that moment, Zhang Bing arrived by taxi at the entrance of the Lin family's upscale residential complex. The moment he stepped out, he spotted Lin Hanxue waiting for him, tall and curvaceous to the extreme, wearing high heels and a black strapless gown. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. Today's Lin Hanxue could only be described with 2 words, sexy. 9 out of 10. Zhang Bing marveled silently. His previous 8-point rating had been for the innocent Lin Hanxue. But Lin Hanxue in this outfit was nothing short of perfect. As the saying goes, cuteness pales in comparison to sex appeal. Stop staring like that, Lin Hanxue pouted playfully, it's making me feel awkward. After their ambiguous encounter at the hotel last time, Lin Hanxue had gradually loosened up a bit. Senior, I never imagined you'd look this perfect when dressed up, Zhang Bing exclaimed. Really? Lin Hanxue asked. Absolutely. Honestly, those big stars on TV can't hold a candle to you. Zhang Bing meant every word, his heart racing with excitement. Alright, you're such a smooth talker. My parents are ready and asked me to meet you here. Let's go inside, Lin Hanxue said politely. Stepping into the Lin family's small villa, Zhang Bing glanced around at the meticulously decorated surroundings. Though he didn't place much importance on such things, it was at least a gesture of goodwill from Lin Jin and Miao Xiao. Uncle Lin, Aunt Miao, you've gone to so much trouble. Why all the formalities? He.
Uncle Lin hurried over to greet him, saying, Mr. Zhang, it's just a simple family dinner.
I hope you won't mind.
Indeed, Mr. Zhang. Your youthful talent graces our humble home with your presence, truly an honor for the Lin family.
Please, take a seat.
The couple bustled about while frantically signaling to Lin Hanxue.
Lin Hanxue didn't refuse.
She walked over and pulled Zhang Bing to sit down.
Zhang Bing, no longer feeling awkward, settled into his seat with ease.
Throughout the entire process, Lin Jin and Miao Xiu showered him with praise from his height and appearance to his voice, truly a 360-degree compliment, inside and out.
This nearly made Zhang Bing believe it himself. Was he truly that exceptional?
Lin Hanxue didn't say much, but her face remained flushed throughout. Once seated, her strapless top barely concealed her figure, made all the more alluring under the carefully adjusted lighting. When the moment felt right, Lin Jin and Miao Xiu poured 4 glasses of wine, gesturing for everyone to drink together.
Zhang Bing didn't refuse, downing his glass in one swift gulp.
Lin Hanxue merely sipped lightly. Mr. Zhang, your aunt and I suddenly remembered we need to step out for something.
We're truly sorry. Please continue enjoying your meal here. Hanxue will keep you company.
With that, Lin Jin and Miao Xiu rose to leave. Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly.
What an interesting couple. Dad, Mom.
Lin Hanxue understood her parents' intentions perfectly. They were simply creating an opportunity for her and Zhang Bing. Though she did genuinely like Zhang Bing now, her reserved nature meant today's outfit was an unprecedented first for her.
Hanxue, please entertain Mr. Zhang well. Don't worry about anything else. Your mother and I have something urgent to attend to. Mr. Zhang, enjoy your meal. We're truly sorry.
With that, the couple didn't linger, turning to open the door and step out. Soon, only Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue remained in the room.
The air instantly thickened with an ambiguous, slightly awkward tension.
Your parents are really busy, Zhang Bing chuckled.
Stop it, Lin Hanxue retorted playfully.
Zhang Bing glanced at Lin Hanxue. Her perfect figure, so close he could almost touch it, truly stirred his heart. Looks like your parents are trying to give us a chance, he remarked.
Lin Hanxue lowered her head, silent, trying to avoid the topic. But suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over her. Zhang Bing, I suddenly feel so hot. Yeah, I feel a bit flushed too.
Zhang Bing replied without hesitation.
Their eyes locked instantly, both reflecting an unusual gleam.
Zhang Bing, I'm really hot just like that time in the hotel suite.
Holy!
Zhang Bing instantly realized a major problem. He too felt restless and agitated, especially with such a tempting beauty right before his eyes.
This couple is really something. They must have slipped something into the wine.
At that moment, Lin Hanxue stood up, her curvaceous figure fully exposed.
Zhang Bing couldn't hold back either.
He stood up and instinctively embraced Lin Hanxue. Lin Hanxue's eyes began to glaze over, her breathing quickened, and she offered no resistance.
Let's go to the bed.
Zhang Bing's heart raced wildly, his brain felt oxygen deprived, his consciousness overwhelmed.
Why are you like this?
It must have been your parents who deliberately spiked the wine.
Zhang Bing explained. Oh my god, how could this happen?
Zhang Bing, you have to take responsibility for this.
Zhang Bing couldn't care less about that now.
Last time, he hadn't wanted to take advantage of someone in distress, plus the system had rewarded him for resisting temptation. He'd endured it with great difficulty. But now that he'd been drugged himself, he wasn't holding back anymore.
The next morning, the two lay tightly embraced, surrounded by the brutal remains of torn evening gowns and undergarments scattered across the floor.
Lin Hanxue lay in Zhang Bing's arms, her entire body radiating a sense of complete fulfillment. Zhang Bing felt exhausted too. Last night's battle had been too intense. Sigh. Zhang Bing held the fair-skinned Lin Hanxue close, letting out a strange sigh.
Why are you sighing? Don't you want to take responsibility?
Lin Hanxue pinched Zhang Bing playfully, feigning anger. No, that's not what I meant, Zhang Bing hurriedly explained.
Now he was stuck.
He was still so young, and he'd properly slept with Lin Hanxue.
But what about Zhang Tingting? How would he handle Wang Roland?
And then there was Qin Yuan, the head nurse who made his heart race, plus the 88 staff members at the Tianlong Hotel. Now he was truly stuck in a bind.
Chapter 23, Major Trouble. A great literary master once said that the path to a woman's soul is.
This holds great truth. After their night of passion, Lin Hanxue completely let go, effectively sealing their relationship. Seeing how late it was, they lingered in each other's arms a little longer before finally getting up. Just as Zhang Bing finished washing up and dressing, a system notification chimed in his mind. Beep. System notice, host has successfully pursued campus beauty Lin Hanxue.
Special reward now deposited into host's bank account.
This reward consists of 50 billion in cash. He nearly cried out in sheer excitement. 50 billion in cash. This wasn't some abstract net worth of 50 billion, it was 50 billion in genuine, liquid cash deposits. Even the tycoons on the Forbes list might not possess such a massive cash flow. Beep.
His phone suddenly buzzed with a text message. He pulled it out and opened it. Sure enough, it was a notification from the bank. His account had received 50 billion. The string of zeros at the end was enough to make his eyes blur. 50 billion in cash, a set of ancient martial arts, a set of medical skills, a luxury mansion, a 5-star hotel. Zhang Bing felt a bit lightheaded. He quickly washed up, and by the time he was done, Lin Hanxue had also finished getting ready. She had returned to her usual fresh, youthful look. Though her figure remained alluring, it paled in comparison to last night's glamorous attire. "Let's go to school," Lin Hanxue said with a smile as she walked over and took Zhang Bing's arm. Now that you're my boyfriend, you're not allowed to flirt with other girls." Zhang Bing gave an awkward chuckle. That was impossible. If he were a penniless loser, flirting would be out of the question. But with his status and resources, even if he didn't pursue them, those women would bend over backwards to cling to him. What cat doesn't love fish? What monk doesn't chant sutras? As soon as Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue arrived at the art school gate by car, they got out hand in hand and walked inside. Lin Hanxue was practically a model student at school, leading a very simple life. Aside from her art studies, she rarely participated in campus activities. After dropping her off at the entrance to the art department classroom, Zhang Bing headed downstairs. Just then, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Wang Wolin calling. "Hello, what's up? Mr. Zhang, where are you? I'm coming over immediately, something serious has happened." Wang Wolin's urgent voice came through the phone. "I'm at school. What's going on?" Zhang Bing asked. "It's hard to explain in a few words. We'll talk when I get there." "I'll be there in 10 minutes, Wang Wolin explained. Zhang Bing responded with a grunt and hung up. 10 minutes later, a brand new red BMW pulled up at the campus entrance. Wang Wolin stepped out of the car, dressed in a sharp, professional outfit. She saw Zhang Bing waiting for her at the gate. She hurried over in her high heels, her face etched with anxiety and concern. "Mr. Zhang, it's serious," she said. "What is it?" Zhang Bing asked calmly. "Did you beat up Qin Ji and his crew yesterday? This time, it's really serious trouble." "Yes, I gave them a little lesson." "Oh no, this is really bad." A hint of tears crept into Wang Wolin's voice. "Is it really that bad?" Zhang Bing asked confidently. "I know Qin Ji has powerful connections. I heard his uncle is Vice Principal Qin Ming. But so what? He was terrifyingly strong now, he wasn't afraid of those top-tier rich kids." "Mr. Zhang, it seems you're not in the loop. The school made an official announcement first thing this morning. Ma Chao, the young master, is coming to the school himself. He's ordered the school to set up a stage on the playground for all faculty and students to witness, specifically demanding to teach you a lesson personally." Hearing this, Zhang Bing was taken aback. Who knew Ma Chao would pull such a stunt? Mobilizing the entire school to act collectively, then publicly humiliating him in front of everyone? He'd seen people trying to show off before, but someone this shameless was a first. Sigh. Wang Wolin clearly looked terrified. "Mr. Zhang, you've only been at the school a few days, so you might not know Ma Chao is the son of Ma Yunting, the richest man in the capital. He's incredibly arrogant and also a national martial arts champion. His family isn't just filthy rich, they wield immense power and influence. To a family of Ma Chao's caliber, someone like Wang Chang, a second-generation rich kid, is nothing but a penniless beggar with just a few coins left in his pocket." Zhang Bing froze for a moment. This information was indeed new to him. The son of the capital's wealthiest man? National martial arts champion? No wonder he wields such influence, a single word from him could mobilize the entire school. And that Qin Ji's family isn't simple either. While they might not be as powerful as the Ma family, they're still not someone you can afford to provoke right now. Humph. After Wang Wolin finished speaking, Zhang Bing clenched his fists, his expression tinged with disdain. The capital's richest man, his net worth must be well over 75 billion. He's definitely wealthier than me. But he probably couldn't match Zhang Bing's ability to access 50 billion yuan in liquid assets anytime, anywhere. When it came to connections and background, he couldn't compete. But he had his system, ancient martial arts, and medical skills. In a fair fight, what could that so-called national martial arts champion Ma Chao possibly do? Anyway, since it's already happened, what's there to fear? I, Zhang Bing, never start trouble, but I certainly don't shy away from it. If this Ma Chao is so eager to show off, he's likely just trying to humiliate me in front of the entire school to make me look like a complete fool. But who will come out on top in the end? That's far from certain. Mr. Zhang. Wang Wolin disagreed, pleading, Ma Chao is reckless and utterly obsessed with saving face. Why not proactively apologize to him? Maybe there's still a chance? No way. Zhang Bing refused outright without a second thought. He looked at Wang Wolin, who was terrified out of her wits, and said, "Wang Wolin, when I had you take Li Guiqing's place, I told you, if you choose to follow me, you must remain loyal. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave the Tianlong Hotel immediately and go sell your house properly." Mr. Zhang, I didn't mean it that way. Ma Chao is no ordinary man. You really can't afford to cross him. It'll lead to disaster. If he really comes to the school, it won't just be about humiliating you in front of the entire faculty and students. I've heard this guy is seriously twisted. Wang Roland protested vehemently. Alright, I get it. Just wait and see what happens. Zhang Bing couldn't be bothered with further words and stepped out of the car. Sure enough, by noon, the campus walls of Kyoto Art University were ablaze with announcements. Ma Chao would personally return to campus tomorrow and demanded all faculty and students assemble on the sports field. He had singled out freshman Zhang Bing, declaring he would teach him a lesson on the stage. Soon, the entire campus was plastered with Ma Chao's personal photos and highlights from his martial arts tournament victories. Banners were hung at the school entrance. The scale of this spectacle was more sensational than when a high-ranking official or superstar visited the school. This clearly demonstrated just how arrogant Ma Chao, the son of the capital's wealthiest man, had been in his daily life. Chapter 24, The Head Nurse's Invitation. Lin Hanxue also heard the news. She was quite alarmed and immediately called to inquire about the situation. Zhang Bing knew he couldn't keep it hidden anymore, the whole school was already talking about it. So he cut to the chase and explained the entire situation to Lin Hanxue. Lin Hanxue's voice over the phone was urgent, even tinged with a hint of tears, clearly showing how worried she was about him. Zhang Bing had no choice but to use his silver tongue to reassure her, insisting it wasn't that serious and that he would definitely handle it. He suggested meeting that evening to talk, which finally calmed Lin Hanxue a little. He was now sitting on a bench in the school's small grove, watching the bustling campus. He felt no pressure whatsoever. On the contrary, he harbored a sense of anticipation, eager to meet Ma Chao, the son of the capital's wealthiest man. Shouldn't a student, no matter how wealthy or powerful their family, try to keep a low profile? Why make such a spectacle, demanding the entire school assemble upon his return? If he wanted to deal with him, why not just come directly? Instead, he went to all this trouble gathering the entire school on the playground, setting up a stage, making sure everyone witnessed it. You're unlucky to cross paths with me. I don't give a damn if your dad's the richest man in the capital, Zhang Bing muttered under his breath, clenching his fists. With the ancient martial arts system's rewards, what's a mere national martial arts champion? Just then, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see an unknown number. Hello? Who is this? Oh, little brother, you didn't even save my number? Zhang Bing recognized the voice immediately. It was Qin Yuan, the head nurse at the capital hospital. Oh, it's you, Sister Yuan. TSK, not bad, you can still recognize your sister's voice. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Come meet my grandfather. I'm at Kyoto University of Arts. Zhang Bing gave Qin Yuan his location and they agreed to meet at the school gate. Qin Yuan assured him she'd be there within 15 minutes before hanging up. At the art school entrance, Zhang Bing waited for Qin Yuan to pick him up. Just then, Xinji arrived with a group of athletic students and a bunch of sexy, fiery female students. Kid, scared less yet? Xinji grinned smugly, his cold laughter echoing. Tomorrow will be the day you lose everything. You'd better start thinking now about how you'll kneel on the ground and bow your head when Boss Ma returns to school tomorrow. Maybe if Big Brother Ma's in a good mood, he might let you stay in the capital. Looking at Xinji and his gang's smug faces, Zhang Bing sneered, look at you trash. This is supposed to be a top-tier university in Manhwa, and you've turned it into a den of thugs. Humph. Xinji had already experienced Zhang Bing's skills firsthand yesterday, so he stuck to verbal taunts now, not daring to make a move. Go ahead and act cocky. After tomorrow, mark my words, you won't even keep your dragon hotel. Zhang Bing fixed Xinji with a piercing stare and warned, you'd better watch your mouth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Humph, Xinji scoffed, threatening back, what are you barking about in front of this young master? If you kneel down now, call me dad a few times, kowtow a couple of times, then crawl under our crotches. Maybe I'll put in a good word for you with Boss Ma. Ha! Yeah, kid, you think you're tough, huh? Hope you don't get beaten like a dog by Big Boss Ma tomorrow. Big Brother Ma is the national martial arts champion, TSK. The other athletes joined in the taunting. Zhang Bing clenched his fists, itching to strike, but he held back. Just then, a silver Mercedes coupe pulled up. The door opened, and a stunning beauty stepped out, sunglasses, high heels, ultra-short shorts, and a black halter top. Her figure was incredibly hot, full in the front and curvaceous in the back. It was Qin Yuan. Zhang Bing spotted Qin Yuan immediately, but before he could say hello, Xinji unexpectedly jogged over first. Cousin, what brings you to our school? Xinji, what are you doing here? I heard you've been causing trouble instead of studying lately. Is that true? Qin Yuan gave Xinji a stern look as she scolded him. Cousin, don't listen to them. That's not true. Xinji grinned, his attitude toward Qin Yuan extremely respectful. Well then. Qin Yuan glanced at Xinji and his group. They hardly looked like students, and she frowned, asking, look at yourselves. Where's the student-like behavior in that? What are so many of you doing gathered here? Without hesitation, Qinji turned and pointed at Zhang Bing. Cousin, this isn't your business. We're just teaching a lesson to a new freshman country bumpkin. Following the direction of Qinji's finger, Qin Yuan saw him immediately.
The country bumpkin Qinji referred to was none other than Zhang Bing, whom she had come to pick up. Her expression changed instantly. She took off her sunglasses and snapped, "Qinji, who are you calling a country bumpkin?"
Qinji was puzzled but didn't dwell on it.
He shrugged indifferently, "This Zhang Bing guy. A freshman who just arrived.
Damn it, he even hit me yesterday. But he's done for. Boss Ma is coming to school tomorrow to deal with him personally. Shut your filthy mouth, you bastard."
Qin Yuan exploded, pointing her finger right at Qinji's nose as she lectured him.
Are you blind? That's Zhang Bing, the boss. Qinji and his crew froze in shock.
They never expected their cousin to know Zhang Bing.
Cousin, what Mr. Zhang?
He just bought a few shares in the Tianlong Hotel. He's got a few coins in his pocket, but he's nothing compared to us.
Qin Yuan's face darkened.
She shot Qinji a glare, then ignored him completely and walked straight toward Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing now understood the situation, though he hadn't realized Qinji was Qin Yuan's cousin.
Mr. Zhang, I'm terribly sorry. It seems Qinji must have offended you. Qin Yuan felt awkward. She had come to pick up Zhang Bing for acupuncture treatment for her grandfather. But judging by this tense atmosphere, the appointment was likely cancelled.
Zhang Bing remained calm, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "Head nurse, so the renowned young master Qinji is your cousin?"
As a mere country bumpkin, how could I possibly have the audacity to offend such a big shot?
Oh, brother, don't say that. Qin Yuan immediately flashed a smile, clearly sensing Zhang Bing's underlying displeasure. Her expression then hardened as she glared at Qinji and lectured him sternly. "Qinji, I don't care what issues you have with Mr. Zhang. You need to apologize to him immediately and ask for his forgiveness."
What? Qinji reacted dramatically.
While he was surprised his cousin knew Zhang Bing, it wasn't exactly shocking. After all, Zhang Bing was the owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. In their circle's terms, he was someone with deep pockets.
But apologizing to Zhang Bing? That was absolutely out of the question. Cousin, you've got to be kidding me. I'd love to see him dead. Apologize to him? No way. Oh, Qinji, you think you're all grown up now? You won't listen to me anymore? Look, cousin, so what if you know him? What's the Tianlong Hotel to the Qin family?
Qinji remained unconcerned, even taking the opportunity to mock Zhang Bing again in front of Qin Yuan. "Oh, I see why you're so cocky.
Think knowing my cousin makes you special?" Chapter 25, These are my conditions. Qinji, you're being outrageous. Qin Yuan was furious, silently cursing her cousin Qinji as a complete idiot.
"I'm warning you," she warned sternly. "If you don't apologize to Mr. Zhang today and earn his forgiveness, you'll regret it."
Alright, cousin. Qinji seemed unconcerned. While he respected Qin Yuan, that didn't mean he feared her. Apologizing to him? Absolutely not. On the contrary, I should warn you. You'd better keep your distance from him. Because tomorrow, Boss Ma will come to the school.
He'll set up a challenge ring and personally deal with him.
Don't get dragged into this mess and end up implicating the entire family.
With that, Qinji strode away with an arrogant swagger, paying no heed to Qin Yuan's words. This infuriated Qin Yuan so much she stomped her feet, her ample figure rising and falling with each step.
"Brother, I'm so sorry.
I truly had no idea Qinji had a beef with you." Seeing Qinji gone, Qin Yuan explained to Zhang Bing with an awkward and guilty expression. Zhang Bing didn't want to make things difficult for Qin Yuan after all, he held her in high regard.
Sis Yuan, I know you weren't aware of this. It's fine. Qinji is Qinji, and you are you. I understand that perfectly well. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Qin Yuan finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then tentatively asked, "Brother, about that promise you made me earlier, it's still valid, right?" A smile touched Zhang Bing's lips. "A gentleman's word is his bond. What I said, I stand by. But I have a condition now." "What condition?" "Brother, go ahead." Qin Yuan inquired. Zhang Bing got straight to the point. "I can perform acupuncture treatment for your grandfather.
But once he's cured, Qinji must publicly apologize to me."
"Fine, I agree." Qin Yuan thought for a moment before readily accepting. The two then climbed into the silver Mercedes coupe and sped away. The Qin family truly possessed considerable clout. Though their assets couldn't match those of nouveau riche with social connections like Wangba, their influence and heritage held value that money alone couldn't measure.
According to Qin Yuan's introduction, Qin Ming, the vice president of the art university, was the third son of the Qin family. He was also her and Qinji's uncle. Qinji's father, Qin Guangming, held considerable standing within the Qin family. Qin Guangming had doted on Qinji since childhood, and even the family patriarch favored this grandnephew. This upbringing shaped Qinji into the spoiled playboy he was today, though his core nature wasn't inherently bad. The patriarch of the Qin family had once been a major figure in the capital's political circles. Though retired, he still commanded considerable influence, with numerous former subordinates and associates remaining loyal to him. After learning about the Qin family's background, Zhang Bing felt quite moved. In Manhwa, power always reigns supreme, with money taking a back seat. If we were to judge solely by wealth, the Qins might not even match up to Lin Hanshua's family. But when it came to genuine influence and standing, the Wang family couldn't even touch the Qin's threshold. Especially after hearing Qin Yuanyuan describe the Ma family's side of things, it could only be described as terrifying. Reflecting on this, Zhang Bing couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. No wonder Wang Roland had been so terrified, urging him to back down and submit, to proactively go apologize to Ma Chao. About half an hour later, Qin Yuanyuan watched as the car carrying Zhang Bing arrived at the residential complex where the Qin family patriarch lived. It wasn't a particularly upscale neighborhood at best, it was average. Brother, even though our Qin family wields considerable influence, that doesn't mean we're wealthy. We certainly can't compare to you. My grandfather has always been a man of integrity, so our material circumstances naturally can't match those of wealthy families. Qin Yuanyuan sensed Zhang Bing's confusion and explained as she led the way. Zhang Bing followed behind, his gaze drawn to Qin Yuanyuan's curvaceous hips swaying seductively with each step. Approaching 30 and unmarried, Qin Yuanyuan possessed a mature sensuality unique to her age. This unique aura was something neither Lin Hanshua nor Zhang Tingting could possess. Damn it, Qin Ji, you think you're so tough? Just wait, I'll make you call me cousin-in-law from now on. Just as Zhang Bing's mind wandered, the two arrived at the Qin residence. The Qin residence was a spacious flat, not extravagantly decorated but undeniably tasteful, exuding a comfortable ambience. The Qins were all present, and they seemed extremely busy. Yuanyuan, you're here. A middle-aged man wearing glasses approached and inquired after seeing Qin Yuanyuan escorting Zhang Bing inside. Uncle Guangming, I brought in Master Zhang to examine Grandpa, Qin Yuanyuan introduced. The man was Qin Ji's biological father, Qin Guangming. Upon hearing Yuanyuan's introduction, he merely gave Zhang Bing a once-over. The disdain in his eyes was unmistakable, though he said nothing. Yuanyuan, your thoughtfulness warms our hearts as elders. But these past days, we've pulled strings to secure the renowned Feng Qianqiu, the capital's foremost physician who is currently examining the old man. So I think we should just let this young man go. Feng Qianqiu. At the mention of that name, Qin Yuanyuan's expression changed dramatically, and even Zhang Bing froze for a moment. That name was indeed thunderous in the medical circles of Longhua, an authoritative patriarch of the medical field, renowned and highly respected. Qin Yuanyuan glanced awkwardly at Zhang Bing and whispered, Brother, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know they'd invited Master Feng. Please don't take it personally. Sis Yuan, relax. I'm not that petty. Zhang Bing took it in stride. After all, this was a medical authority who usually only appeared in textbooks. Truthfully, he was also eager to witness the man's medical skills firsthand. After all, with an ancient medical system now stored in his mind, he wasn't exactly a complete novice. Perfect timing. I've been wanting to observe Dr. Feng's techniques and learn from him. Brother, I'm glad you're not upset. Qin Yuanyuan felt a twinge of guilt and gave Zhang Bing a wink. This left Zhang Bing feeling uneasy, momentarily unable to fathom the older sister's true intentions. In a sunny room by the window, old Qin's son and daughter, including Qin Guangming and others, were gathered. By the bedside lay a white-haired elder, his complexion poor, yet his innate bearing clearly marked him as one who had once held high status. This was none other than Qin Shanha. Beside him sat another elderly man, equally alert and vigorous. That man was none other than the renowned medical authority, Feng Qianqiu. At that moment, Feng Qianqiu was taking Qin Shanha's pulse. Though both men were of similar age, the disparity in their complexions was stark. Senior members of the Qin family stood respectfully nearby, observing the scene in silence. It was no small feat to secure Feng Qianqiu's presence. At that moment, Qin Yuanyuan entered alongside Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing immediately assessed Qin Shanha's condition. It was less severe than Zhang Yunfeng's. Perhaps due to different circumstances, Qin Shanha had always maintained his health. His status ensured that even without surgery, his condition remained effectively managed. However, as he grew older, the situation became increasingly precarious. In this situation, performing ancient acupuncture techniques followed by surgery by a renowned physician would yield a very high success rate with minimal risk. Yuanyuan, who is this person? Yuanyuan, what's going on? The old master's identity and condition are sensitive matters. How could you just bring someone home like this? Soon, senior members of the Qin family spotted Zhang Bing accompanying Qin Yuanyuan and visibly grew displeased. Qin Yuanyuan explained, Uncle, second uncle, this is Master Zhang, the renowned physician I specially invited to treat grandfather. Chapter 26, Looked Down Upon. Nonsense. Several senior members of the Qin family stared at Qin Yuanyuan with shocked expressions, immediately launching into a scolding. Yuanyuan, you've always been mature and sensible. Why are you acting so childish this time? Although the old man has retired, his health condition has always been confidential. How could you just bring someone home like this? Among them, Qin Guangming Qin Ji's biological father scolded her most harshly, his tone the most unpleasant.
Qin Yuan felt wronged by the scolding and explained, "Uncle Guangming, didn't I just say?
Zhang Bing isn't just anyone, he's a renowned physician.
I specially invited him to perform acupuncture treatment for grandfather." "Enough." Qin Guangming snapped impatiently. "A miracle doctor? He's just a kid, still wet behind the ears." Yuan, your Uncle Guangming is right. He's so young, what does he know about medicine? Besides, we didn't invite old Master Feng. In this country, who dares claim medical expertise in front of old Master Feng?
Clearly, no one in the Qin family believed that 19-year-old Zhang Bing was a divine healer. Qin Guangming's tone, in particular, dripped with contempt and disdain.
Qin Yuan felt intensely awkward and looked at Zhang Bing with deep guilt.
Zhang Bing remained calm, knowing words were useless, now only proof would speak for itself.
"Everyone, please be quiet."
At that moment, Feng Qianxiu, who had been taking Qin Shanha's pulse the entire time, spoke up. Only then did the Qin family members dare to fall silent.
Feng Qianxiu demonstrated the utmost mastery of the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation.
Closing his eyes, he pressed his fingers firmly against Qin Shanha's pulse.
The entire process was conducted with intense concentration. The room fell so silent it seemed one could hear everyone's heartbeats.
After several minutes, Feng Qianxiu carefully examined Qin Shanha's body once more, gently pressing certain acupoints. Finally, he sighed deeply and shook his head.
"Master Feng, what's the prognosis? Master Feng, can my old man be cured?"
The Qin family members, seeing this, rushed to ask questions. Feng Qianxiu shook his head and said calmly, "Mr. Qin, surgery is still the best option." Qin Shanhai himself appeared remarkably composed. Though his physical condition looked dire, he seemed to have come to terms with it.
"Never mind. I'm already an old man. I've lived to know my destiny and am content. I don't want to go through the pain of surgery. Besides, haven't we already been told that the success rate for this surgery is extremely low worldwide?" Sigh. Feng Qianxiu sighed and nodded.
"Mr. Qin, since you're aware of this, I'll be blunt.
In your current condition, surgery might offer a 10% chance of success.
But without it, you likely have only 3 to 5 months left." Hearing this, old Master Qin remained composed, but the Qin family's senior members grew anxious. In recent years, with old Master Qin stepping back, the Qin family had been on a downward trajectory. Recently, the family was pursuing a major project requiring substantial capital. With old Master Qin still around, the Qin family's collaboration with the Ma family had been smooth, and the Ma family had shown them this favor. But if old Master Qin were to pass away, the Ma family might withdraw their investment immediately. "Mr. Feng, please, is there anything you can do?" "Yes, Mr. Feng, name your price, we're willing to pay whatever it takes." The Qin family's top brass pleaded urgently with Feng Qianxiu. Feng Qianxiu frowned and said, "You young ones? I've practiced medicine my entire life. While I'm not wealthy enough to rival a nation, I've lived comfortably enough. Is this about money?" With that single sentence, Feng Qianxiu silenced the anxious Qin family executives. As the nation's foremost medical authority in this era, he certainly wasn't short on funds, and his connections might even reach the highest echelons of power. Feng Qianxiu's assessment effectively dashed all hopes of the Qin family's top brass. For everyone knew deep down that once old Master Qin passed away, the Qin family would inevitably decline, growing weaker by the day. "Grandfather, let's let Master Zhang try?" At that moment, Qin Yuan stepped forward and suggested. Yuan, you're being unreasonable. Yuan, do you have any sense of propriety? At a time like this, you're still causing trouble." Qin Guangming and several senior members of the Qin family immediately reprimanded her harshly. This time, however, Qin Yuan remained resolute. She walked directly to the bed where the elderly Mr. Qin Shanha lay. "Grandfather, don't underestimate Master Zhang just because he's young. Before he came to our hospital, there was a patient with exactly the same condition as yours. After receiving acupuncture treatment from Dr. Zhang followed by surgery, the procedure had a 90% success rate. The patient is now recovering well every day and will be discharged soon. Grandpa, don't you even trust me?" Qin Yuan's words instantly caught Feng Qianxiu off guard, and he couldn't help but glance up at Zhang Bing, who had remained silent until now. Yuan, get out immediately. It's bad enough you bring random people home, but now you're spouting nonsense here? Don't you know what Master Feng represents in the medical world? A kid who hasn't even shed his childish ways, calling him a divine doctor in front of Master Feng. Qin Guangming lost his temper at this point. He shot a glance at Zhang Bing and snapped, "Kid, get out of the Qin residence immediately. Mark my words, if you dare leak a single word about my old man's affairs, I'll make sure you vanish." Zhang Bing's temper flared. After all, he was a super rich tycoon. While he couldn't match the Qin's family prestige, when it came to wealth, he had 50 billion sitting in his account, enough to crush the Qins with money alone. "Mr. Qin Guangming, kindly watch your language. Stop resorting to threats at every turn.
Let me make this clear, if it weren't for Sister Yuan inviting me, I wouldn't have bothered coming here. What did you say, boy? Qin Guangming's forehead darkened with fury as he snapped. Uncle Guangming, please calm down. Dr. Zhang was indeed invited by me, and everything I just said is true. Qin Yuan feared that if Qin Guangming continued, he might completely enrage Zhang Bing. After all, Qin Ji had already offended Zhang Bing back in school. Miss Qin, are you certain about this? Feng Qianqiu spoke up at that moment. He was skeptical, for as a medical authority, he knew that conditions like Old Master Qin Shanha's were complex and not uncommon. Many patients died from it each year, yet surgery carried immense risks. Many patients could survive for several more years without surgery. Undergoing surgery, however, carried a high probability of immediate failure and premature death. Only a small fraction of patients achieved successful recovery through surgery. Dr. Feng, every word I've said is true. It's the absolute truth, Qin Yuan replied. Feng Qianqiu looked thoughtful as he began to scrutinize Zhang Bing. Young man, do you truly understand medicine? Zhang Bing looked at this living textbook of medical authority before him and answered with considerable humility, Mr. Feng, how could I dare claim to understand medical skills in your presence? I can only say I have a little understanding. So Miss Qin's account is accurate? You truly treated patients with conditions identical to old Qin's using acupuncture, thereby significantly improving surgical success rates? Dr. Feng Qianqiu confirmed. That's correct. Zhang Bing admitted frankly, then explained, in cases like Mr. Qin's, as you said, attempting surgery rashly would likely yield a success rate barely reaching 10%. After all, he's advanced in age. Without prompt surgery, he would have had at most 3 months. But if we treat him with my acupuncture techniques before surgery, the success rate jumps to at least 90% virtually risk-free. Chapter 27, If you won't reject me, I wish to be your disciple. You insolent brat. Young man, if you dare utter another word of nonsense or spout such reckless claims in our presence, don't blame the Qin family for showing you no mercy. Get out immediately. The Qin family elders all believed Zhang Bing was bragging. Already irritable, they gave him an even colder reception. Seeing this, Qin Yuan could only turn to the frail old Master Qin Shanha, pleading with a pout, Grandfather, please trust me. Trust Master Zhang. Let him try. Qin Shanha sighed. He didn't want to go through any more trouble. He had already come to terms with things. But medical matters were highly specialized, so the old man could only turn to Feng Qianqiu for help. Feng Qianqiu was also filled with doubt, instinctively skeptical of Zhang Bing's claims. Yet Zhang Bing didn't seem to be bragging, he appeared genuinely serious. Young man, Feng Qianqiu asked, do you know who I am? I do, Zhang Bing replied with a hint of respect. You are a renowned authority in the medical field of the Dragon Nation. Your name frequently appeared in my textbooks during my studies. Then that's good, Feng Qianqiu said slowly. Since you know my abilities, how dare you brag in front of me? Zhang Bing shook his head and smiled. Master Feng, I wasn't boasting. Nothing in this world is absolute. We must proceed from facts and let the evidence speak for itself. How admirable seeking truth from facts. Feng Qianqiu was deeply impressed by Zhang Bing's words and immediately ordered, very well, let this young man try. Upon hearing Feng Qianqiu actually agree to let Zhang Bing try, the Qin family's elders protested. Old Master Feng, do you truly trust this boy? Old Master Feng, my master's condition is extremely critical. We can't risk any reckless experimentation. Feng Qianqiu snorted coldly. His condition couldn't possibly worsen much further. Letting this boy try won't do any harm. He then personally sought Qin Shanha's opinion, asking, Old Qin, shall we let this young man try? Qin Shanha raised no objection. He held deep respect for Feng Qianqiu. Seeing both her grandfather and Feng Qianqiu agree, Qin Yuan broke into a smile, repeatedly signaling to Zhang Bing. The rest of the Qin family could only acquiesce silently, finding it difficult to object further. Young man, Feng Qianqiu stood up, glancing at Zhang Bing with caution. I've always been willing to give young people a chance. But if you dare deceive us, I won't let you off the hook. Zhang Bing merely smiled confidently. Rest assured, old Master Feng. I will seize this opportunity. With that, Zhang Bing wasted no time and approached the bedside of old Master Qin Shanha. The moment he entered the room, he had assessed the old man's condition. According to the ancient medical techniques etched in his mind, old Master Qin's condition was not particularly difficult to handle. He immediately retrieved the silver needles Feng Qianqiu had prepared, then formed hand seals. Using a specific, mysterious technique, he swiftly thrust the needles into the acupoints on old Master Qin's body. To the untrained eye, this spectacle appeared no different from a street performer's trickery, making them feel insulted to their intelligence. This man is nothing but a charlatan. This is utter nonsense, nothing more than a street performer's tricks. Qin Guangming and the Qin family elders could no longer bear to watch. They erupted in angry shouts, demanding Zhang Bing be stopped. Yet at that moment, Feng Qianqiu stared intently, his eyes bulging as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Bing. He stood frozen in place, his entire body beginning to tremble slightly. Stop. What are you doing? Just as Qin Guangming was about to intervene personally, Feng Qianqiu suddenly roared. Old Master Feng, this is clearly some kind of martial arts trick. How could it possibly treat illness? Qin Guangming, startled by Feng Qianqiu's agitation, explained. Feng Qianqiu swallowed hard, watching Zhang Bing's astonishing acupuncture technique. Each needle, each acupoint, was more precise than modern equipment. Both the angles and the force were nothing short of perfect. Martial arts techniques? This is most likely the ancient, lost Nine Mysteries acupuncture technique. Hearing Feng Qianqiu's trembling, excited words, the entire Qin family froze in unison. They weren't medical professionals, so naturally they knew nothing of this. But Feng Qianqiu was the patriarch of medical scholars, a titan in the field. That Feng Qianqiu's voice trembled with such intensity spoke volumes. This journey was worth it. This life was worth it. Heaven has been kind to me. Never in my wildest dreams. In my lifetime, I actually get to witness the lost ancient Nine Mysteries acupuncture technique with my own eyes. At this moment, Feng Qianqiu was so overcome with excitement he felt his blood vessels might burst, his facial muscles trembling. He instinctively took a step back, blocking everyone else, terrified that someone from the Qin family might interrupt Zhang Bing's performance of the Nine Mysteries acupuncture technique. The Qin family members were also stunned, their faces now radiating joy. Especially Qin Yuan, her eyes shone with an unusual light as she gazed at this younger brother, a full 10 years her junior. Zhang Bing paid no heed to anyone, pouring his entire focus into performing the Nine Mysteries acupuncture technique. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. Finally, the last silver needle was withdrawn, marking the completion of the procedure. There. If surgery were to be performed now, I guarantee a success rate of at least 90%. Zhang Bing set down the needles, clapped his hands, and looked thoroughly relieved. Old Master Qin shifted his body slightly, his complexion visibly improved. The young generation is truly formidable. It's like the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward, one after another. I feel my body has indeed relaxed and become much more comfortable. Old Master Qin looked at the young Zhang Bing with deep gratitude and said, "Young man, thank you." It was nothing. Zhang Bing waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Feng Qianqiu swallowed hard, then suddenly dropped to his knees before Zhang Bing with a thud. "If you would deign to accept me, I wish to apprentice under you and dedicate myself to mastering the Nine Mysteries acupuncture art." This scene left everyone in the room utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Bing himself was a bit bewildered. He quickly forced Feng Qianqiu to his feet. This old man seemed like a decent fellow. Textbooks detailed many of his deeds, and from their brief interaction just now, the man hadn't put on airs or acted pretentious. "Master Feng, you're putting me on such a pedestal and truly humbled." "No, absolutely not." Feng Qianqiu's face flushed with excitement as his voice choked with emotion. "Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine witnessing the lost Nine Mysteries acupuncture technique in my lifetime. Master, please don't dismiss me as an old man past his prime. You must teach me." Seeing Feng Qianqiu so overcome with emotion, Zhang Bing genuinely feared that refusing might send his blood pressure skyrocketing and cause a stroke. So he hastily agreed, "Very well, old Feng, I promise you. As for taking me as your master, that's beyond my station. But we can certainly exchange insights. I'll share everything I know." With Zhang Bing's consent, Feng Qianqiu finally calmed down a bit. Qin Yuan rushed over immediately, her excitement making her embrace Zhang Bing without a second thought. "Brother, you're amazing. I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Zhang Bing was a bit dazed. All he felt were two soft mounts pressed against his chest, a sensation that felt like ascending to heaven. The Qin family's high-ranking members were surprisingly straightforward, immediately shifting their attitudes. Only Qin Guangming remained unmoved, his expression sour. "Master Physician Zhang, we truly failed to recognize your greatness earlier and showed you disrespect. Please don't take it to heart." "Indeed, Master Physician Zhang. Who would have thought someone so young could possess such extraordinary medical skills? Truly remarkable." Zhang Bing responded with a smile, assuring them he hadn't taken it to heart. At that moment, the Qin family patriarch, having recovered significantly after the acupuncture treatment, leaned against the headboard and said, "Young man, you've saved my life. Whatever you desire, just ask. The Qin family will fulfill it." No sooner had the old patriarch finished speaking than Qin Guangming promptly produced a check, swiftly scribbling a long string of numbers across it. "Master Zhang, this is a token of our family's gratitude. We hope you won't find it too meager." Zhang Bing glanced at the figure 2 million but did not reach out to take it. Instead, he thought to himself, "A mere 2 million? As if I'm the kind of person who needs 2 million? Chapter 28, Setting Conditions. Seeing Zhang Bing show no intention of accepting the 2 million yuan check, the other members of the Qin family remained silent. After all, old Master Qin had held an extraordinary position before his retirement. Now that Zhang Bing had saved his life, 2 million yuan was frankly a bit on the low side. The Qin family had always been frugal, so compared to other wealthy families, they were practically poor. But Qin Guangming clearly felt displeased. He sneered, Master Zhang, you wouldn't be thinking it's too little, would you? Zhang Bing chuckled and replied, Mr. Qin, money? I have plenty of that. Oh? Qin Guangming clearly didn't believe it. What kind of money could a 19-year-old student possibly have?
Even if the Qins couldn't compare to the super rich, they were still far better off than the average middle-class family.
So you're implying our Qin family's offer is too low?
Not at all, Zhang Bing replied.
At that moment, Qin Yuan quickly stepped forward.
She feared that if this continued, Zhang Bing might confront Qin Guangming directly.
Young man, is it that you don't want money? Do you want something else? Old Master Qin asked at this moment.
Zhang Bing nodded and stated plainly, Mr. Qin, I'm offering to treat you not for the money.
It's purely out of respect for Sister Yuan.
Besides, I'm not exactly short on cash.
Fine, Qin Guangming snapped irritably. If money isn't the issue, then what exactly do you want?
Zhang Bing now understood the Qin still thought he was here to curry favor with Old Master Qin. He felt like laughing at the thought of them trying to leverage Old Master Qin's former influence. He shook his head, then solemnly stated, Old Master Qin, if you truly wish to thank me, there is one small matter I hope the Qin family could handle.
What is it? Old Master Qin inquired.
Just have Qinji publicly apologize to me at school.
Zhang Bing declared.
After hearing this, the Qins all experienced a momentary mental freeze. They had expected Zhang Bing to make some unreasonable demand, asking Old Master Qin to leverage his connections and influence to pull strings for him. Instead, he demanded a public apology from Qinji at school. Instantly, every member of the Qin family turned their gaze toward Qin Guangming. After all, Qinji was his own flesh and blood.
Grandfather, Qinji really crossed the line.
Qin Yuan, upon hearing this, briefly explained the conflict between Zhang Bing and Qinji to the Qin family members.
After hearing Qin Yuan's account, everyone understood. This won't do. Find another one.
Qin Guangming pondered for a moment before flatly refusing on the spot. Sensing Qin Guangming's hostility, Zhang Bing lost all politeness and retorted, Mr. Qin, beyond this matter, I require no gratitude from the Qin family for anything else.
Humph, Qin Guangming snorted coldly. Qinji is my son. Though he has some disagreements with you. But that's between you young people.
Using this chance to put the Qin family in a tough spot and forcing Qinji to publicly apologize to you, what kind of behavior is that?
Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Damn it!
Zhang Bing could barely contain his anger, inwardly cursing that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Qin Yuan had already explained the whole situation earlier, yet now Qin Guangming had the nerve to say he was overstepping.
Enough, Zhang Bing.
Qin Guangming spoke with a tone that suggested he'd long since seen through Zhang Bing, his voice dripping with contempt. You just think 2 million is too damn little, don't you?
Fine.
Our Qin family may not compare to those tycoons, but we can certainly scrape together 5 million, 8 million, even 10 million.
That should be enough, right? Uncle Guangming. Qin Yuan couldn't bear to listen any longer.
She stood up and explained loudly, Zhang Bing already said he's not short on money. Besides, the other party's demand is perfectly clear, just a public apology from my cousin. And I've already explained the whole situation to you. My cousin was indeed in the wrong first.
Yuan, whose side are you on? Qin Guangming began lecturing Qin Yuan again. What do you mean he's not short on money? He just thinks it's too little. Qin Yuan was speechless, unable to hold back any longer.
She shouted, Uncle Guangming, I'll tell you the truth. The real owner behind the Tianlong Grand Hotel is Zhang Bing, the miracle doctor. The moment those words left her mouth, the entire room fell silent once more. Qin Guangming's face turned an unnatural shade of grim as he stared at Zhang Bing in utter disbelief.
Zhang Bing, however, remained utterly composed.
This reaction was precisely what he had intended. Mr. Qin, he said, a mere Tianlong hotel means nothing.
I've said it before, this isn't about money. All I want is a public apology from Qinji. If that can't be done, it's no problem.
With that, Zhang Bing cut off any further discussion. He gave an abrupt nod to old Master Qin and turned to walk out. Master Zhang, wait for me. Seeing Zhang Bing about to leave, Feng Qianxiu shouted and immediately followed after him. Before leaving, he shot a warning glare at Qin Shanhe, offering a friendly reminder to the old man. Seeing this, old Master Qin's expression darkened.
He hurriedly instructed Qin Yuan, go and ease the tension between Zhang Bing and Master Feng.
Tell young brother Zhang that our Qin family will give him a satisfactory resolution.
Tell him not to take it to heart. Qin Yuan nodded and hurried out as well.
Then, with a stern expression, old Master Qin turned to Qin Guangming and admonished him, Guangming, you must give Zhang Bing a proper explanation. Do exactly as he says. If Qinji refuses to listen to you, I'll handle it personally. Qin Guangming sighed, feeling deeply displeased.
Grandfather, you know Xiaoji's temperament.
Besides, without his connection to the Ma family's young master, how could our Qin family have secured this partnership with the Ma's?
It's just a matter between young people. Let's just drop it. Guangming. Old Master Qin's voice carried a dangerous edge as he snapped, "Don't make me repeat myself." Qin Guangming tried to protest, but seeing the old man's expression, he fell silent and reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing walked away from the Qin residence without looking back. Feng Qianqiu hurried after him. "Brother, old Feng, wait for me." Qin Yuan also caught up in time, calling out from behind. The two stopped, watching Qin Yuan run toward them, her high heels clicking on the pavement as her chest rose and fell with each step. Zhang Bing felt a surge of satisfaction. This tactic of feigning retreat to advance had indeed worked. "Brother, don't be angry," Qin Yuan apologized. "Grandfather asked me to tell you that the Qin family will definitely give you a satisfactory resolution. Uncle Guangming is that kind of power-hungry person, we all know that. Don't take it to heart, okay?" "Ha!" Zhang Bing chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm not that petty." Qin Yuan nodded, her eyes burning with intensity. "Well then, brother, old Master Feng, I won't see you both off. I have some business to attend to upstairs. We'll connect later, okay?" After watching Qin Yuan leave, Feng Qianqiu couldn't hold back any longer. He pestered Zhang Bing relentlessly, begging him to teach him the 9 mysteries acupuncture technique. "Old Feng, don't worry. Since I promised you, I'll definitely deliver. I've got some complicated matters to handle at school first. Once they're settled, I'll teach you for sure," Zhang Bing explained. Mr. Zhang, you're not going to lie to me, are you? You promised me yourself. What's the matter? Should I use my connections to help you resolve it?" Zhang Bing thought for a moment, then decided not to hide anything. He briefly recounted the major incident involving Ma Chao. Feng Qianqiu paused, then said, "Humph. So it's that Ma family brat causing you trouble. Ma Yunting is indeed powerful. I've seen his son, he's a real show-off, utterly arrogant. But don't worry. I'll personally have a word with Ma Yunting. I guarantee that Ma family brat won't dare bother you again." Chapter 29, The Bank's Social Butterfly. Facing Feng Qianqiu's offer of help, Zhang Bing neither refused nor accepted. He reasoned that having another avenue wouldn't hurt. After all, as a medical authority in Dragon Nation, Feng Qianqiu undoubtedly possessed extensive high-level connections. Ma Chao's biological father was the wealthiest man in the capital, undoubtedly a powerful figure with extensive connections. Even the Qin family, with their retired high-ranking official background, likely couldn't compare. While a net worth of 75 billion yuan was indeed staggering, it was undoubtedly far below that of the capital's wealthiest man. After their final exchange, Feng Qianqiu insisted on personally driving him home. Zhang Bing was taken aback. He hadn't expected the elderly Feng Qianqiu to still be driving a government-issued Land Rover. "Mr. Feng, I never imagined you'd still be driving this kind of car," Zhang Bing exclaimed in surprise. "Mr. Zhang, you wouldn't know. Though I'm advanced in years, I'm still a normal person. Everyone has their own preferences," Feng Qianqiu explained while driving. Zhang Bing pondered this for a moment. It made sense. "Mr. Feng, please take me to the Tianlong Hotel." "No problem." Feng Qianqiu slammed the accelerator, accelerating with more ferocity than most young drivers. "Mr. Zhang, you're truly a rare talent. At your age, you've mastered the lost 9 mysteries acupuncture technique and own the Tianlong Hotel. Truly, the younger generation is formidable." "Ha!" Zhang Bing's eyes twinkled mischievously as he teased, "Mr. Feng, how about I treat you to a massage at the club on the 8th floor of the hotel? You could relax a bit." No. Feng Qianqiu knew exactly what the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel was for. "At my age, I couldn't handle it. You young folks have it good." "Ha!" Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. About 20 minutes later, after dropping Zhang Bing off at the hotel entrance, Feng Qianqiu drove away. Zhang Bing, meanwhile, wasn't idle either. He planned to head up to the 8th floor for an experience of his own. Ever since becoming the owner of the Tianlong Hotel, he'd never once relaxed in his own establishment. But before he could step into the elevator, his private phone rang. He pulled out his phone to see it was the bank. "Mr. Zhang, hello. This is Li Ben, the bank president. Would you be available for a meeting?" Zhang Bing hesitated for a moment and asked, "What's this about?" "Mr. Zhang, you have 50 billion yuan deposited with our bank. According to our regulations, you are our most valued client. For clients of your caliber, we have a special mystery gift to present. We require you to come in person to claim it," explained President Li Ben on the other end of the line. "What kind of gift?" Zhang Bing asked casually. He lacked nothing and couldn't be bothered with the hassle. "Well, Mr. Zhang, it's difficult to discuss over the phone. Where are you? I can immediately send a dedicated vehicle and staff to pick you up. Would that be convenient for you? Our gift will surely satisfy you. No need to pick me up. I'll come in myself." Hearing this, Zhang Bing's interest was piqued. He then hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at Kyoto Bank, Bank President Li Ben hung up, rubbed his palms together, his face beaming with joy and excitement. He immediately summoned all branch staff and announced loudly, "Keep your eyes peeled. I just personally contacted Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang will personally come to our bank shortly to collect his gift.
Anyone who fails to attend to Mr. Zhang properly will be shown the door immediately.
Effective immediately, cease all current tasks. Sharpen your focus and prepare to welcome Mr. Zhang's arrival. After the announcement, everyone else left the office.
Only one beautiful manager, dressed in uniformal white shirt and black suit pants remained.
Mr. Lee, isn't a senior executive from headquarters scheduled to visit later today?
He specifically requested my assistance.
You're treating me like a gift to present to this Mr. Zhang. How am I supposed to explain this to the head office executive?
Li Ben smiled faintly, then reached out and gave Su Ru's ample hips a firm squeeze.
Su Ru, you must understand that this Mr. Zhang just deposited 50 billion yuan into our bank. 50 billion yuan.
We must maintain such a major client at any cost. If we take good care of Mr. Zhang, our bank's annual performance targets will be a breeze.
As for the head office leaders, they haven't arrived yet. Once Mr. Zhang gets here, you take him to the VIP lounge and give him the full treatment, understand?
It'll only take 10 minutes at most. No conflict with the head office leaders. Su Ru flashed a seductive smile and cooed, "Got it, President."
No man has ever escaped my charm. At that moment, two vehicles pulled up outside the bank, a taxi and a business van.
Zhang Bing stepped out of the taxi, while a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting a prominent belly, emerged from the business vehicle. Zhang Bing practically entered the bank alongside this middle-aged man. Noticing his imposing demeanor, Zhang surmised he was likely another executive.
The bank's electronic display scrolled a message, "A warm welcome to Mr. Zhang."
Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly, knowing this was a special welcome for him. Moreover, all the staff appeared exceptionally alert and energetic, especially the female employees who had made a special effort with their appearance, though their overall quality was average. On a scale of 10, their combined score would barely reach 4.
Then, the middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, cleared his throat and demanded, "Send your bank president, Li Ben, out here." At the man's call, the bank staff immediately tensed up as if facing a major threat.
Exchanging glances, they all rushed over, greeting him with an extremely humble tone, "Mr. Zhang, you're here.
This way, please." Just as Zhang Bing was about to speak, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, "Is this how your bank manager welcomes me?" The staff exchanged nervous glances, none daring to speak.
Earlier, branch manager Li Ben had personally instructed everyone to be alert and ready to welcome Mr. Zhang. Clearly, the bank staff had mistaken the middle-aged man for Zhang Bing.
Coincidentally, the middle-aged man did indeed share the surname Zhang. His name was Zhang Wei, a visiting executive sent by the head office for an inspection.
His early arrival served another purpose entirely. As a head office executive, he had long heard rumors about a notorious socialite at this branch. Her figure and looks were undeniably captivating to men, and rumors about her talents circulated in various versions throughout the financial and banking circles. In short, she was irresistible to all men. Yet Zhang Wei could see at a glance that while the female staff in the lobby were all meticulously dressed, none of them caught his eye. Just then, account manager Su Ru emerged from the back office after receiving a message. Su Ru was dressed formally, but her ample figure nearly strained the buttons of her shirt.
"Oh, Mr. Zhang, you're finally here."
The moment Zhang Wei saw Su Ru, his eyes lit up and a smile instantly spread across his face.
Zhang Bing was taken aback.
He hadn't expected such a gem to be hidden in a small branch. She had a style similar to Wang Roland, but exuded a far more mature and alluring charm, especially amplified by her professional aura, making her even more captivating. Chapter 30, Don't Go Whining at Me. Humph. Upon seeing Su Ru, Zhang Wei's attitude softened considerably, his face now brimming with greed. He gave a cold snort before strutting over.
He completely ignored Zhang Bing, whether intentionally or not, bumping into him.
Zhang Bing, caught off guard, stumbled and sidestepped. Before Zhang Bing could speak, Zhang Wei, the villain, beat him to the punch.
"Kid, are you blind?" Zhang Bing frowned. He'd encountered unreasonable people before, but someone this unreasonable was a first. "You're the one who didn't see me and bumped into me, yet you're turning it around on me? Ha!" Zhang Wei's expression darkened as he looked down on him.
"Kid, what did you say?" "I said you're the one who didn't see me coming and bumped into me," Zhang Bing retorted bluntly.
"How dare you!" Zhang Wei flew into a rage, pointing his finger at Zhang Bing and barking, "Do you know who I am? Someone, get this kid out of here immediately."
Soon, all the bank staff gathered around. They didn't recognize Zhang Bing and had mistaken Zhang Wei for the mysterious billionaire Mr. Zhang mentioned by the bank president during the meeting earlier, the one who had deposited 50 billion. After all, Zhang Wei was portly and imposing, looking every bit the wealthy man. But Zhang Bing looked so young no one could possibly associate him with a super wealthy tycoon.
"Young man, did you hear that? Mr. Zhang is telling you to leave immediately. Get out now, or we'll call security to throw you out." The bank staff began yelling and scolding Zhang Bing, trying to force him out.
This infuriated Zhang Bing, who had intended to keep a low profile. But now it seemed impossible to stay under the radar.
He shot a cold glance at the snobbish staff and demanded, "Are you sure about this?" With that, he pulled out his phone and logged into the bank's app, intending to transfer the 50 billion yuan directly. But he knew full well that such a large sum couldn't possibly be transferred via mobile phone in a single transaction. Sure enough, after a couple of random taps, the system prompted that the amount was too large and required in-person processing at the counter. Before he could exit the app, a call came in from bank manager Li Ben. "Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Our backend just received a notification that you're attempting to transfer funds. Is this you personally?" "Yes, it was me. Transfer my money out immediately." "No, Mr. Zhang, please don't. I beg you. There's no room for negotiation. I'm right here in your bank lobby. Your staff are trying to kick me out." "What? I'll be right there. Right now." Li Ben sounded utterly shocked over the phone. Hearing Zhang Bing's phone conversation, the bank staff still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. They all thought Zhang Bing was just bragging and putting on an act. Not even that old, yet he sure can talk big. "If you really know our bank president, we'll kneel and apologize to you." Several bank staff members looked down their noses at him. After all, even though they were just a branch office, the president was still a top-tier figure to ordinary people. "Mr. Zhang, please allow me to escort you to the VIP lounge. We'll have our staff handle matters here." Su Ru smiled radiantly as she walked over, linking her arm through Zhang Wei's with an air of alluring charm. Zhang Wei was thoroughly pleased with Su Ru's service, his gaze never straying from her chest. "Kid, keep your eyes on the ground. One more time, and I'll have someone break your legs. Got it?" Just then, a middle-aged man scrambled down the stairs, stumbling and crawling none other than branch manager Li Ben. "Mr. Li. Mr. Li, we've received Mr. Zhang, but there's a young man of unknown origin who just insulted him." Seeing Li Ben arrive, the bank staff rushed over to greet him and explain the situation. However, as the bank president, Li Ben had access to the personal information of super-wealthy individuals with deposits exceeding 50 billion. According to his records, this mysterious tycoon was named Zhang Bing, only 19 years old. Seeing Su Ru and the staff gathered around the portly Zhang Wei, he mistakenly assumed Zhang Wei was the mysterious tycoon. Instead, he pointed his finger and mocked Zhang Bing, trying to drive him away. He was instantly overcome with anger. "Damn it! You bunch of useless fools. Have your eyes been eaten by dogs? Are you all blind?" Li Ben cursed loudly, then rushed to Zhang Bing's side, his face filled with apology. "Mr. Zhang, I'm terribly sorry. These employees are all blind. I apologize for the injustice you've suffered." "I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhang. I'll deal with this severely, they'll all be fired." The entire group froze in shock. They couldn't believe that the young man they just driven away and mocked was actually the mysterious wealthy Mr. Zhang. Even Zhang Wei was stunned, his expression turning horrified. True to her reputation as a social butterfly, Su Ru immediately released Zhang Wei and rushed toward Zhang Bing, smiling as she slipped her arm through his. "Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry. I never imagined you'd be so young and handsome. My apologies. I'll make it up to you, please don't take it to heart. Get lost." Zhang Bing shoved Su Ru away as she approached, then swept a glance over the stunned employees. He then addressed the bank manager, Li Ben, on the spot. "Process the paperwork immediately. I'm transferring 50 billion yuan to another bank." "Mr. Zhang, please don't. Calm down. Mr. Zhang, we'll make sure you're completely satisfied." Li Ben was nearly in tears. Their entire branch's deposits didn't even total 5 billion. Zhang Bing's 50 billion was crucial to the branch's survival. While pleading with Zhang Bing, he frantically signaled to account manager Su Ru. Su Ru maintained her smile, pushing forward with thick-skinned persistence. "Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry. It's crowded here, may I escort you to the VIP lounge to discuss this? Our bank's gifts are distributed in the VIP lounge. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face." Besides, Su Ru was undeniably charming, so Zhang Bing stopped scolding her. Instead, he turned to the portly Zhang Wei and said, "I don't want to see this man. You understand what I mean, right?" "Yes, Mr. Zhang." Li Ben breathed a sigh of relief at Zhang Bing's softer tone. He acknowledged the request and immediately summoned security. At that moment, Zhang Wei was stunned. Such a young man like Zhang Bing actually had 50 billion yuan in deposits. Not just at the branch level, even at headquarters, that would make him a super VIP. But he was, after all, a minor executive sent down from headquarters. A certain air of authority was necessary. "Brother Zhang, I was in the wrong earlier. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Zhang Wei, here from headquarters to inspect operations." Upon hearing this, Li Ben, Su Ru, and the other staff members were stunned once more. They hadn't expected Zhang Wei to be the head office executive scheduled to arrive today. He'd shown up early without so much as a word of notice. This truly put the bank in a bind. On one hand, there was the mysterious benefactor whose favor could determine the performance bonuses for all employees. On the other hand, there was the head office official. Neither could be offended. The most critical issue was that both men shared the surname Zhang. No wonder the mix-up occurred. Who the hell are you calling brother? Zhang Bing snapped coldly. Don't you dare whine in front of me. Chapter 31, trying to show off, are you? Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Zhang Wei's expression darkened. But as a junior executive from headquarters, he knew exactly what kind of status depositing 50 billion yuan in the bank entailed. He dared not offend him, so despite his inner resentment, he plastered on a smile. Mr. Zhang, I was in the wrong earlier. Please don't take it personally. If you have time, I'd like to take you to a nice place to apologize in person. How about it? Sorry, I'm not free. Zhang Bing gave Zhang Wei no face whatsoever, rejecting him outright. This left Zhang Wei utterly humiliated, his expression turning grim. Bank President Li Ben, account manager Su Ru, and other staff exchanged uneasy glances. Both men were figures they couldn't afford to offend. One was a mysterious tycoon, likely a super-rich second-generation heir. The other was a senior manager sent by headquarters for an inspection, their direct superior. But if forced to choose, they'd undoubtedly pick Zhang Bing. After all, keeping Zhang Bing's 50 billion yuan deposit from being withdrawn meant they could practically coast through their careers. Not only would everyone's performance metrics skyrocket, but their bonuses would be so substantial they'd be counting the cash until their hands went numb. Mr. Zhang, I am, after all, a leader from headquarters. You must give me some face, right? Zhang Wei's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but he still dared not openly confront Zhang Bing. I said, stop whining at me. Got it? Zhang Bing was blunt, his tone even more unyielding. You. Zhang Wei was rendered speechless. The bank staff all turned a deaf ear and a blind eye, looking away. Fine, just you wait. Don't think having a few bucks makes you special. What's your money worth when faced with real power? Zhang Wei couldn't hold back any longer. He spat out a threat on the spot before storming out. Li Ben wanted to chase after him to stop him, but seeing Zhang Bing's gaze, he stopped. He made his choice in his heart. Mr. Zhang, rest assured. We will address this matter with Director Zhang. Please don't take it to heart. This way, please. Li Ben gave the other staff a knowing glance before gesturing for them to follow. Su Ru linked arms with Zhang Bing and led him toward the VIP room at the back. Upon entering the VIP room, Zhang Bing immediately sensed something was amiss. This VIP room was hardly a place for business discussions. Inside were sofas and a luxurious, pristine Simmons mattress. Zhang Bing froze for a moment before asking, President Li, you mentioned the bank had a special gift guaranteed to satisfy me, which is why I came. If it's just some trinkets or gift cards, forget it, I'm not interested. Li Ben smiled warmly and explained, Mr. Zhang, someone of your stature naturally wouldn't care for such trifles. Rest assured, the gift specially customized for our super VIP clients will definitely satisfy you. I need to step out to handle some matters. As for the gift itself, Manager Su will explain the details to you. With that, Li Ben stepped out, taking care to close the door behind him. The moment Li Ben left, Su Ru approached Zhang Bing and knelt down before him. Manager Su, what are you doing? Zhang Bing was startled. Did banks offer kneeling service? Su Ru smiled faintly, then tossed her hair back and purred seductively, Mr. Zhang, I never imagined someone so young, so handsome, and so wealthy. As she spoke, she began running her hand up and down Zhang Bing's thigh. Zhang Bing paused and asked, Manager Su, cut the nonsense. Just tell me what special gift your bank has. She giggled. Then, gazing at Zhang Bing with passion, she said, Mr. Zhang, don't you understand? I'm the special gift our bank has custom made just for super VIPs like you. Holy. Zhang Bing cursed inwardly, though he'd heard about this kind of thing before. The story of a bank teller and a wealthy depositor. But this was the first time he'd ever received such a seductively alluring account manager as a gift. Mr. Zhang, for the next year, I'll be your personal gift available 24/7, ready to fulfill any desire you have. As Su Ru spoke, her hands began to wander toward Zhang Bing. She knows how to play. Zhang Bing thought to himself. This essentially meant the bank was gifting him a mistress for free, with a 1-year usage period. Su Ru was probably in her 30s, but she maintained herself exceptionally well. Her ample bust was almost exaggerated, and her slightly plump figure radiated the ultimate allure of a mature woman. Add to that her role as a bank account manager, dressed in professional attire with that added aura of career charm, she was undeniably captivating. It was nothing like the allure of a student like Wang Roland. Mr. Zhang, allow me to attend to you now. Rest assured, this room is completely secure, we can see out, but no one can see in. Su Ru spoke as she began unbuttoning her shirt. Zhang Bing could barely contain himself. He glanced outside and confirmed they could indeed see every movement from the outside. The thought of it was undeniably thrilling. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, who had stormed off in a huff, hadn't gone far. He returned to his car. Today, he had completely lost face, publicly humiliated by a 19-year-old. After all, he was a leader at the head office, wielding considerable power. He knew the customer depositing 50 billion yuan must be someone important, but Zhang Wei was determined to salvage his pride today. Meanwhile, after arranging everything, Li Ben came to butter up Zhang Wei. Director Zhang, please calm down. You bastard. Zhang Wei vented his fury on Li Ben, slapping him across the face and snarling, "Don't you think I have every right to be furious? Damn it, I'll report your branch's issues to headquarters." "Director Zhang, please don't." Li Ben pleaded humbly. "You know what it means when Mr. Zhang deposits 50 billion in our bank. 50 billion? Is that so impressive?" Zhang Wei's words were fierce as he pulled out his phone. "Just you wait. I'm calling Director Qin right now. I'll have him investigate whether there's any issue with the source of these funds." "Director Zhang, please don't do this. I beg you." Li Ben looked utterly helpless and terrified. The director Qin Zhang Wei mentioned was none other than Qin Guanghua, the head of the Qin family. He was a leader specifically overseeing the financial sector. Once an investigation began, problems were bound to surface. If things went south, Zhang Bing might fly into a rage and transfer the money away. "Get lost." Zhang Wei snorted coldly. "So what if that kid has 50 billion in deposits? Today I'll show him whether money or power is more formidable." Quickly, Zhang Wei kicked Li Ben aside and dialed Qin Guanghua's number. He deliberately exaggerated the situation, reporting that a 19-year-old at the branch had suddenly gained 50 billion yuan in his account, with suspected issues regarding the source of funds. He requested Qin Guanghua's presence to investigate. After receiving the call and grasping the gist, Qin Guanghua stated he would come immediately to investigate. After hanging up, Zhang Wei sat in his car looking smug, thoroughly annoyed. Director Qin said he'd personally investigate the situation. You damn well tell that Zhang kid to just wait. Li Ben's face was ashen, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Qin family had just reached a consensus. Old man Qin Shanha personally ordered that Qin Ji must follow Zhang Bing's instructions, with Qin Guangming overseeing the entire process. Seeing that everyone had reached a decision, the eldest son, Qin Guanghua, requested permission. "Father, we've received a report that a branch of the capital bank suddenly received a large deposit of unknown origin. I need to go investigate immediately." "Very well, Guanghua. You may proceed. We will arrange for the old master's upcoming surgery," the Qin family's senior members stated. Chapter 32, Humiliating Defeat. Bank VIP Lounge. Zhang Bing watched the bustling crowd outside while enjoying Su Ru's hospitality. It must be said, Su Ru was truly impressive. Though a woman in her 30s, she was maintained to a standard that rivaled any younger girl. After a while, Zhang Bing suddenly switched into sage mode. "Alright, that's enough for today." He knew full well that someone like Su Ru, a client manager, was being treated as a special gift tailored for a major client. He certainly wasn't the first, nor would he be the last. This was the bus route even more outrageous than Wang Wolin's situation. Su Ru's face flushed as she pouted. "Mr. Zhang, you wouldn't transfer your deposits elsewhere, would you? We can offer 2 percentage points higher interest than other banks." Sigh. Zhang Bing sighed, nodded, and said, "I'll leave it in your bank for now. It's all the same wherever I put it." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You're so kind." Su Ru quickly dressed, flicked her hair, and forcefully slipped her business card into Zhang Bing's jacket pocket. "Mr. Zhang, for this year, I'll do anything for you. Everything I have is yours." "Got it." Zhang Bing's tone was somewhat cold. Meanwhile, at the bank entrance, Qin Guanghua had indeed come in person, as a leader within the financial system. Qin Guanghua was known for his integrity and abhorred those who committed crimes. 50 billion yuan was no small sum. A 19-year-old suddenly possessing 50 billion in deposits. He sensed something was amiss and had come to investigate personally. "Director Qin. Director Qin, hello." Upon seeing Qin Guanghua arrive, Zhang Wei and Li Ben hurried over to greet him, their demeanor exceedingly deferential. "Zhang Wei, is what you reported accurate?" Qin Guanghua looked at Zhang Wei and asked. "Director Qin, everything I said is true. Today, I was conducting an inspection of the branch's operations according to head office regulations when I stumbled upon this. That's why I reported it to you immediately. Everyone in the financial circle knows your nickname, Qin the Just." "Enough chatter. Whether it's true or not requires investigation to confirm." Qin Guanghua's stance was firm. He wasn't one to be swayed by flattery. Normally, he would have dispatched several subordinates, but he happened to be free today, and since the Qin residence wasn't far from here, he decided to come personally to take a look first. With that, Zhang Wei and Li Ben led Qin Guanghua into the bank. Li Ben felt completely numb. He hesitated, wanting to speak but afraid to. Setting aside whether Zhang Bing's 50 billion could withstand scrutiny, there was the matter of what Zhang Bing was currently doing with Su Ru in the VIP room. If Qin Guanghua caught them red-handed, he and the entire branch staff would be the first to go. But Zhang Wei couldn't care less. He was determined to retaliate against Zhang Bing and vent his anger over what had just happened. As the three walked, Zhang Wei embellished the story, glossing over the crucial details. Upon hearing that the mysterious young tycoon with 50 billion in deposits was in the bank's VIP lounge, Qin Guanghua immediately decided he must meet him personally to learn more. Li Ben felt numb all over and whispered a warning. "Director Qin, maybe we should wait a bit. Our client manager is inside discussing financial products with Mr. Zhang." It wouldn't be good to interrupt them now. Li Ben, what did you say? Zhang Wei, who understood Li Ben's meaning, cut him off immediately. Director Qin, financial products can be discussed anytime.
But since you've come personally, your time is more valuable than anything else. Qin Guanghua nodded, ignoring the objections, and instructed Li Ben to lead the way. Li Ben's heart was racing, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He was merely a branch manager, the highest position attainable for an ordinary person. But to Zhang Wei, a head office executive, and Qin Guanghua, the renowned Qin the Just of the financial system, he was nothing. At this moment, Li Ben could only pray that Zhang Bing and Su Ru had finished their business and weren't caught red-handed. In a state of extreme unease, Li Ben led Qin Guanghua and Zhang Wei to the door of the VIP lounge. Li Ben, open the door, Zhang Wei commanded. Li Ben nodded hastily, yet his hands hesitated. Seeing this, Qin Guanghua pushed the door open without hesitation. The moment the door swung open, Zhang Bing and Su Ru had already finished and tidied up. However, the two were behaving intimately, as Su Ru was arm in arm with Zhang Bing. Seeing this, Li Ben was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. At least they hadn't been caught red-handed. Qin Guanghua and Zhang Bing both froze in surprise, utterly unexpected to encounter each other here. Ahem. Li Ben quickly regained his composure and called out, Manager Su, this is Director Qin from the Financial Regulatory Commission. Su Ru, possessing exceptional emotional intelligence, immediately released Zhang Bing's arm and greeted him politely, Director Qin. What are you two doing? Zhang Wei spoke up, his voice loud and reproachful. Director Qin, this guy suddenly deposited 50 billion yuan. I suspect this massive sum is definitely illicit. Its source is unclear. It should be frozen immediately for investigation. Zhang Bing glanced at Zhang Wei's smug expression, then at Li Ben's frantic, desperate signals through his eyes. He quickly pieced together the situation. What surprised him, however, was that the person who came was Qin Guanghua. Trying to cause trouble for me is one thing, but sending Qin Guanghua to do it? A cold smile flickered at the corner of his mouth at the thought. Zhang Wei, right? You say my 50 billion is tainted by crime, of dubious origin. Got any proof? Looks like you're out to get me today. I gave you face earlier, didn't I? Zhang, don't get cocky. Zhang Wei shouted sternly, you're just a 19-year-old kid. Where did you get such a massive sum of money? We suspect this money is dirty and involves criminal activity. We must open an investigation. You say investigate, and we investigate? Zhang Bing snapped back, unapologetically furious. Ha! Zhang Wei smirked triumphantly. Kid, I don't call the shots. But Director Qin, nicknamed Qin the Just of the financial system, has personally come to investigate your massive funds. You'd better brace yourself for the interrogation. Ha! Zhang Bing burst into laughter upon hearing this. He glanced at Qin Guangming, whose expression was oddly unsettled, then asked teasingly, Director Qin, what do you think? Qin Guanghua felt utterly speechless. The moment he opened the door and saw Zhang Bing, he had already guessed the whole story. After Zhang Bing left the Qin residence following his acupuncture session with the old master, Qin Yuan returned and shared more details about him. She was fairly certain he was a deeply mysterious wealthy figure, but definitely not a criminal. And most importantly, the Qin family now owed Zhang Bing a favor. This Zhang Wei was spouting nonsense, wasting his time and using him as a pawn. At this realization, Qin Guanghua's expression darkened. He abruptly turned to stare at Zhang Wei, who hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation, and snapped, Zhang Wei, is that right? Do you think being a minor manager at the Beijing bank headquarters gives you the right to abuse your authority, do as you please, fabricate lies out of thin air, and frame others? Instantly, Zhang Wei, Li Ben, and Su Ru were all dumbfounded. Director Qin, I didn't. Zhang Wei protested, utterly bewildered and protesting his innocence. Qin Guanghua's expression turned grim as he reprimanded, this Mr. Zhang Bing owns the Tianlong Hotel, is a master of medicine, and even the venerable Master Feng Qianqiu holds him in the highest regard. How could he possibly not have 50 billion in deposits? At these words, Li Ben, Su Ru, and Zhang Wei froze solid in place, staring at Zhang Bing with utter shock and awe. You're coming with me to your headquarters right now. I, Qin, am going to thoroughly investigate your headquarters, especially your affairs. Qin Guanghua roared angrily. Zhang Wei was utterly devastated, his face turning ashen, sweat pouring down his back, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhang Bing chuckled. Looking at the suddenly deflated Zhang Wei, he sneered, Director Zhang, what do you think? After saying this, he shot Qin Guanghua a grateful glance before striding out with confidence. Li Ben and Su Ru snapped into action, abandoning all caution. Without even acknowledging Qin Guanghua, they immediately gave chase. Chapter 33, The Furious Confrontation with Qin Ji. After dealing with Zhang Wei, Zhang Bing was in high spirits as he strode off. Bank President Li Ben and account manager Su Ru followed closely behind. Mr. Zhang, wait! Li Ben called out from behind. Zhang Bing halted, his gaze lingering on Su Ru's high heels and the alluring sway of her voluptuous figure. Mr. Li, Manager Su, what is it? Is there something else? Zhang Bing inquired.
Li Ben looked at him with a mix of respect and apprehension. Mr. Zhang, we truly apologize for today's incident. Zhang Wei is a leader at headquarters, and our branch really can't afford to offend him. Yes, Mr. Zhang, please don't blame us for this, Su Ru chimed in. Don't worry, Zhang Bing replied unconcerned. Given his debt of gratitude to the Qin family, Qin Guanghua alone would be enough to give Zhang Wei a run for his money. I'm not that petty. I'll leave the 50 billion in your bank for now, and manager Su will handle it for me. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Thank you. Li Ben was nearly moved to tears, repeatedly expressing his gratitude while shooting meaningful glances at Su Ru. Su Ru purred sweetly, Mr. Zhang, where are you headed? May I escort you? Zhang Bing considered it for a moment before declining. No need to be so formal. Rest assured, I'll contact you if anything comes up. At Zhang Bing's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Ru's face. If before she'd been treated as a custom gift for those wealthy clients, she'd accepted it willingly after all, it was about making money. But those tycoons were either balding or fat and jolly like Zhang Wei. It was purely business. But Zhang Bing was different. He was so young, well-educated, and she sensed a kindness in his heart. If she could stay by his side, perhaps she could finally escape her current fate. Mr. Zhang, please don't forget me, Su Ru said. Zhang Bing smiled without reply, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the Tianlong Hotel. By the time he arrived at the hotel, having just been attended to by Su Ru, he felt no immediate desire to visit the 8th floor. Besides, he had only just arrived. Wang Roland approached him and whispered, Mr. Zhang, your girlfriend is here. She's waiting for you in my office. Han Xue's here? Zhang Bing perked up instantly, his mind racing. These days, he was surrounded by a veritable sea of beauties, all exceptionally proactive, practically clinging to him. But Lin Hanxue was different. She was the official girlfriend he had formally acknowledged and committed to. Entering the office, Lin Hanxue was indeed there. Hanxue, what brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up. Zhang Bing's face lit up with a smile. Lin Hanxue had shed her usual demure, innocent image, dressing in a strikingly sexy manner just like the day they'd become intimate. If I told you beforehand, how would I check up on you? Lin Hanxue said with a hint of playful annoyance. You have to trust me. I wouldn't do anything to betray you, Zhang Bing chuckled, walking over and unable to resist staring at Lin Hanxue's chest. Humph! Lin Hanxue reached out and pinched Zhang Bing's arm, then her expression turned serious as she asked, how do you plan to handle the school situation? I've heard about that Ma Chao-tu, son of the capital's richest man, with connections reaching the highest echelons. The whole school's buzzing about it now. He's coming to campus tomorrow, and he's out to get you. Hanxue, don't worry. I'm no pushover. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, clenching his fists. With Feng Qianqiu's connection now in place, he felt even more confident. I know you're capable, but the Ma family is no joke. My parents heard about this and sent me specifically to talk some sense into you. See if you can't just cut a deal with Ma Chao's side. Zhang Bing inwardly dismissed the idea. He understood Lin Hanxue's family was worried about him. But to make him back down to Ma Chao, admit defeat, and apologize? That was impossible. Hanxue, do you want me to be a spineless man? Me. Zhang Bing's sudden question caught Lin Hanxue off guard. She didn't know how to respond. No woman wanted her boyfriend to be a pushover. But neither would any woman want to see her boyfriend reduced to a pitiful state. Losing face might be the least of it. Perhaps his future would be ruined, or even his life endangered. All right, Hanxue. Zhang Bing sighed, then pulled Lin Hanxue into his arms. You just need to trust me. I know my limits. Hearing Zhang Bing's insistence, Lin Hanxue remained deeply worried, but she said nothing more. Don't go back tonight. Let's get a room upstairs. Lin Hanxue nodded obediently, her face flushing crimson instantly. The next morning, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue rose early to wash and prepare. Today was the day Ma Chao had announced he would formally step forward. Although Wang Roland was already a junior, she had almost no classes left at school. But Ma Chao wielded immense influence. A single phone call. Whether you were the university president, vice president, a freshman, or a seasoned senior in their 3rd or 4th year, everyone was ordered to assemble on the sports field today. So she pulled up in her BMW sports car at the hotel entrance early, intending to drive Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue to campus together. Seeing Lin Hanxue and Zhang Bing holding hands, especially Lin Hanxue whose icy elegance and nobility still radiated seductive charm in every detail, Wang Roland felt a pang of inferiority and emotion. Clearly, beyond being open-minded and understanding men, Lin Hanxue outshone her in nearly every aspect. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin, may I drive you both to school? Wang Roland opened the car door and respectfully offered. Zhang Bing didn't refuse, pulling Lin Piaoxue into the car with him. Meanwhile, at the Capital University of Arts, was likely experiencing its most bustling day in history. From university administrators to cafeteria staff, from freshmen to graduating seniors, everyone had returned to campus, collectively streaming toward the vast sports field. Banners hung everywhere at the school entrance, along campus paths, on academic buildings, the library, and the cafeteria.
Uniformly, they proclaimed, "A warm welcome back to national martial arts champion Ma Chao." As Ma Chao's top lieutenant, Qin Ji had arrived at school early.
Following Qin Ji were all wealthy young men from extremely prominent families.
Even someone like Wang Chang, whose family possessed assets worth tens of billions, paled in comparison.
"Young Master Qin, when will Big Brother Ma be making an appearance today?" someone finally couldn't help but ask.
Qin Shi glanced at the sky, then at the students steadily returning to campus. "I don't know either," he said.
"Big Brother Ma can come whenever he wants."
"Young Master Qin, the stage on the field was set up overnight last night, and the publicity is all done."
"Is there anything else we need to do now?" Qin Shi thought for a moment. "Nothing. My dad will be coming to school to see me shortly. You guys know what to do, right?"
"Yes, young Master Qin. Rest assured."
The group of wealthy youths responded in unison.
Just then, Wang Wolin arrived in her car, carrying Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue. The moment the three stepped out of the car, they caused an immediate stir. Zhang Bing, in particular, had become quite the sensation lately, drawing intense curiosity from many. Secondly, Lin Hanxue wore a low-cut evening gown today, her high heels accentuating her stunning figure. While Wang Wolin couldn't quite match Lin Hanxue's allure, she was undeniably striking herself, sporting ultra-short jeans and a low-cut tank top that accentuated her fiery figure. The two women flanked Zhang Bing as they appeared at the school gate, sparking a flurry of whispers. "Damn, that piece of trash Zhang Bing sure has his luck with women. Those two girls are pretty hot." Qin Ji and his crew spotted Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Wolin immediately, their voices dripping with anger. Wang Chang, trailing behind them, felt like he'd swallowed, especially when he saw Lin Hanxue and Zhang Bing holding hands. Anyway, Ma Chao was coming personally to deal with Zhang Bing today, so he stopped pretending and blended right into Qin Ji's group. "Young Master Qin, the one in the formal dress is the art department's beauty queen, Lin Hanxue. The one on the left is Wang Wolin, a notorious. She used to sell real estate and now manages the Tianlong Grand Hotel with Zhang Bing," Wang Ji said indignantly.
"Humph." Qin Ji clenched his fists. "Let's go. We'll have some fun with them."
Chapter 34, Clueless. Seeing Qin Ji approaching with his crew, their intentions clear, Zhang Bing immediately stepped forward, instinctively shielding Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin. "Yo, Zhang Bing, you've got some nerve showing your face today." Qin Ji launched into trash talk, his tone dripping with provocation and contempt. Zhang Bing glanced at Qin Ji's group and noticed Wang Chang among them. He ignored Qin Ji entirely, fixing his gaze on Wang Chang instead. His voice turned cold.
"Wang Chang, you've got some nerve. Looks like I'll have to give your old man a proper talking to."
Wang Chang had long harbored deep hatred for Zhang Bing, but previously dared not cross him. But now things were different. Ma Chao had personally intervened. With the Ma family's influence and wealth, dealing with Zhang Bing would be a piece of cake. So, in his eyes, today marked the end of Zhang Bing's good fortune.
"Zhang Bing, you can do whatever the hell you want. Do you really think I, Wang Chang, am afraid to cross you?"
Zhang Bing snorted coldly. "Who gave you the courage? Looks like your Wang family's remaining interests at the Tianlong Grand Hotel will have to be cleared out sooner than expected."
"Ha!" Wang Chang burst into a contemptuous laugh upon hearing this. "Zhang Bing, how long do you think you can keep strutting around? Let me tell you, your good day's in today. When Boss Ma arrives, you're ing dead.
Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you now it was my dad, Director Peng, Li Guiqing, and the others who paid a huge price to get Ma's driver to convince young Master Ma to deal with you."
"So what? You want to fight me on that?"
"Very well,
Wang Chang. Don't regret this." Zhang Bing clenched his fists. Now he understood.
Why would the son of the richest man send Qin Ji and his crew to cause trouble for him out of nowhere? So that's how it was. "Wang Chang, I never imagined you were the one stirring up trouble behind the scenes.
You're utterly shameless."
Lin Hanxue couldn't contain her anger and lashed out. You'll pay for this too."
Wang Chang snarled viciously. "You think just because you and your Lin family hooked up with that trash, you can challenge our Wang family? Just you wait.
I'll make your entire family kneel at my feet and beg for mercy."
Zhang Bing, hearing Lin Hanxue being insulted, instantly flew into a rage.
He snarled coldly.
"You dare insult my girlfriend? I won't let you off today."
"Oh?" Qin Shi's tone turned sarcastic. He looked at Zhang Bing with utter contempt and said, "Zhang Bing, you can barely save yourself today, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? If you kneel down right now, crawl between our legs, kowtow a few times, and hand over the girl by your side, maybe this young master can put in a good word for you with Boss Ma later."
"Asshole." Zhang Bing sneered at Qin Ji. "Looks like your dad, Qin Guangming, and the rest of your Qin family elders haven't told you yet, huh?" At this remark, a flicker of doubt crossed Qin Ji's face, but he dismissed it quickly. "Poof." Qin Ji dismissed the remark and continued taunting, "You think knowing my cousin saves your ass?
Let me tell you straight, she won't help you either."
"Ha!" Zhang Bing wore a mocking expression. Early this morning, the moment he woke up, he'd already received a message from Qin Yuan. The Qin family had made their decision the day he left. Old Master Qin had personally ordered Qin Guangming to come to the school today and forced Qin Ji to apologize publicly. But judging by Qin Ji's attitude, it was clear he was still completely unaware of this. Qin Ji, you think you're tough now? Wait till I make you crawl. What the hell are you talking about? Qin Ji shouted arrogantly. Before Boss Ma arrives, you'd better be good and kneel down to kowtow to us. Crawl between our legs for entertainment. Zhang Bing merely sneered coldly, saying nothing more. Just then, Qin Ji's phone rang. He pulled it out and his demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing it was his own father, Qin Guangming, calling. Qin Ji, where are you? I'm already at your school gate. Come here immediately. Dad, I'm right here at the school gate. Qin Ji hung up and glanced around. Sure enough, he saw a minivan pulling up and stopping at the school entrance. He then glared at Zhang Bing and sneered coldly, you wait. As he spoke, Qin Ji led a large group of people toward Qin Guangming's car, waving them over. Soon, Qin Guangming spotted his son and drove the car over. Seeing this, Wang Wolin whispered a warning from the side. Mr. Zhang, the Qin family patriarch, held a high position in the past. Although he retired long ago, his influence remains significant. Qin Ji's father, Qin Guangming, is also quite powerful. Zhang Bing scoffed dismissively. I know all that. I also know why Qin Guangming personally came to the school so early this morning. Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin both froze, looking at Zhang Bing in confusion. Zhang Bing didn't elaborate, instead adopting an air of mystery. You'll both find out soon enough. At that moment, Qin Guangming instructed his driver to pull the car over to the side and stepped out. Dad, did you come to our school today for something important? Or are you here to see Uncle Ming? Qin Ji asked with a smile. Qin Guangming's expression darkened as he snapped, this has nothing to do with your Uncle Ming. I'm here to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Qin Ji looked utterly bewildered. Dad, what do you mean? What do you mean? Qin Guangming's rage boiled over. This time, within the upper echelons of the Qin family, his branch had completely lost face. And the instigator was none other than his own precious son, Qin Ji. I'll explain it to you later. With that, Qin Guangming pulled out his phone to find Zhang Bing's number. Earlier, Qin Yuan had already sent him Zhang Bing's contact information. Hello, Dr. Zhang? I'm at your school entrance. Could you come out right now? Zhang Bing and Wang Wolin, along with Qin Piaoxue, were standing just ahead and to the left of Qin Guangming, watching him make the call. It was just that with so many people returning to campus today, Qin Guangming hadn't noticed them for the moment. Mr. Qin, I'm right in front of you on your left, Zhang Bing said cheerfully. Qin Guangming immediately looked to his left front and sure enough, saw Zhang Bing accompanied by two stunningly beautiful female students, all smiling warmly at him. He felt deeply annoyed inside. After all, forcing his son to apologize publicly had been a direct slap in the face. But since the Qin family patriarch had issued such a direct order, he dared not defy it. Qin Ji, come here with me. Hanging up the phone, Qin Guangming bellowed, then strode directly toward Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing walked toward him as well. Qin Ji remained oblivious to the situation, unaware of his father's intentions. Seeing Zhang Bing approach with Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin in tow, he found himself face to face with his own father. Qin Ji assumed Zhang Bing was showing disrespect to his own father, deliberately blocking his path. Zhang Bing, you bastard, are you trying to die? How dare you block my father's path? You bastard, shut your filthy mouth. Qin Guangming bellowed, feeling for the first time that his son might actually be a bit stupid. Dad, why are you yelling at me? Qin Ji hadn't processed the situation yet. He glared fiercely at Zhang Bing and said, Dad, this punk thinks he's hot stuff just because he's got a few coins in his pocket. He's been picking fights with me and even hit me. Now he dares to block your way? Boss Ma came to school today specifically to deal with this trash. Chapter 35, I admire your guts. Shut your filthy mouth. Qin Guangming's forehead darkened with fury. Right in front of everyone, he slapped him across the face. Qin Ji reeled from the blow, and the group of rich kids trailing him were equally stunned. Apologize to Zhang Bing, the divine doctor, right now. Or else I won't let you off today. At those words, Qin Ji and his crew froze solid, eyes wide and mouths gaping wide enough to swallow several eggs. What? Dad, what did you just say? You're saying he's a divine healer? You want me to apologize to him? Not only was Qin Ji and his crew stunned, but Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin were equally speechless, staring at Zhang Bing in disbelief. Do I have to say it again? Immediately and publicly apologize to Dr. Zhang. That's the old man's absolute order. Qin Guangming roared furiously. This time, Qin Ji and the others completely lost their composure. Seeing Qin Guangming's bloodshot eyes and raging fury, they knew this was no joke. They stared at Zhang Bing in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Why? Qin Ji clutched his face, which was rapidly swelling. This was the first time he'd ever been hit in his entire life. And the Qin family patriarch had always been quite fond of him. Was his cousin behind this? Qin Guangming was utterly speechless, inwardly regretting how he'd ended up with such a foolish son. Furious and humiliated, he kicked him again, bellowing, apologized to Dr. Zhang immediately. After enduring a slap and a kick in quick succession, Qin Ji's stubborn temper flared up. Deep down, he looked down on Zhang Bing. Even though he knew Zhang Bing had some real ability and had even taken over the Tianlong Hotel. But he simply couldn't bring himself to respect him, convinced Zhang Bing belonged to a different class altogether. Apologizing publicly to Zhang Bing today would mean he could never hold his head high again in the arts school circle. Moreover, Ma Chao would surely look down on him and kick him out. Dad, I won't apologize to him. I refuse to back down. Why should I apologize to him? Qin Yuan, I'll remember this. I'm not done with her. Qin Ji steeled his resolve and fired back, convinced Qin Yuan had been stirring up trouble behind his back with old Master Qin. You good-for-nothing fool! You dare disobey your father's orders? Qin Guangming flew into a rage, disregarding all decorum and showing Qin Ji no mercy. He grabbed Qin Ji by the collar and yanked him close, then delivered a series of hard slaps across his face. You idiot! Zhang Bing saved the old man. He personally ordered you to publicly apologize and admit your mistake. Qin Ji's eyes widened in shock, but he still refused to back down. You bastard! Apologize this instant. Qin Guangming had lost all restraint. He dared not disobey the old master's absolute command. The old master had already stepped down. Now, the eldest son, Qin Guanghua, held a key position in the financial system, while he himself was wholly focused on business. But without old Master Qin's protection and guidance, his business would never have taken off. Therefore, he would reluctantly fulfill the stern instructions given by old Master Qin. Moreover, anyone with eyes could see it back then. Just how highly Feng Qianqiu regarded and respected Zhang Bing. Feng Qianqiu's network of connections was something even old Master Qin might not have been able to match. Dad, even if you beat me to death today, even if he really did cure grandfather, I won't apologize to him. You little bastard. You've driven me to my death. Qin Guangming's rage made his attack brutal. He suddenly lashed out with fists and feet. He beat Qin Ji's face until it swelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, then kicked him to the ground. Wang Chang and the other rich kids who usually followed Qin Ji all trembled in fear, none daring to step forward to stop him. This time, however, the kind-hearted Lin Hanxue couldn't bear to watch. Qin Ji was truly getting beaten up pretty badly. Moreover, the school gates were crowded today, and more students were gathering around to watch. Zhang Bing's brow gradually furrowed. Though he disliked Qin Ji, seeing him as a good-for-nothing, aimless second-generation spoiled brat who bullied others by relying on his family's influence. But he hadn't expected Qin Ji to be this resilient, refusing to back down even after being beaten bloody by his own father in public. This actually made him look at Qin Ji with new respect. Deep down, he realized Qin Ji wasn't entirely beyond redemption. At the very least, he was far more spirited than someone like Wang Chang. By now, Qin Guangming had vented much of his rage through the barrage of punches and kicks. But now he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. His foolish son was digging in his heels, refusing to apologize to Zhang Bing. He couldn't stop, but this was his own flesh and blood and he had certainly hit him hard. Zhang Bing, why don't we just let it go? Lin Hanxue felt a twinge of pity. She tugged at Zhang Bing's sleeve and whispered softly from the sidelines. Zhang Bing nodded, sighed, then called out loudly, Mr. Qin, let it go. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Qin Guangming felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, no one wanted to publicly beat their own son like this. Since your son refuses to apologize publicly, and you've disciplined him long enough, let's consider this settled. Qin Guangming nodded, then glanced at Qin Ji, his face a bruised mess, blood smeared across his features, and scolded, You little bastard. If it weren't for divine Dr. Zhang pleading for you and showing mercy, I'd have beaten you to death today. Consider yourself never born. Now, thank Dr. Zhang immediately. Qin Ji spat out a mouthful of blood and scrambled to his feet, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Zhang Bing. Despite his battered state, he still carried an air of defiant spirit. Enough. Zhang Bing didn't want to push things too far, though he didn't care much for either of them. Just don't ever come bother me again. With that, Zhang Bing shot a glance at Wang Chang, whose face had turned deathly pale. Then, taking Lin Hanxue's hand and leading Wang Rolan, he strode confidently toward the school entrance. Watching Zhang Bing leave, Qin Guangming glanced at Qin Ji's battered state and coldly asked, You okay? I had to go hard on him. Dad, I'm fine, Qin Ji replied. Glad to hear it. Qin Guangming sighed, then warned, You heard what Zhang Bing said. Don't provoke him again. Next time, I won't be able to save you. Qin Ji remained silent, but his resentment was palpable. Did you hear me? Qin Guangming's temper flared again. He knew his son all too well. But Zhang Bing didn't just save old Master Qin's life, more importantly, he now has a special relationship with Feng Qianqiu. I'm doing this for your own good. We can't afford to cross Zhang Bing right now. Let the Ma family's young master handle that mess. You'd be wise to stay out of it. With that, Qin Guangming sighed and turned to walk away.
After Qin Guangming got into his car and drove off, Qinji swept his gaze over the gathered students and barked, "What the hell are you all staring at? Get lost! Young Master Qin, what should we do now?" Qinji clenched his fists, wiped the blood from his mouth, and snarled, "Damn it, I never expected Zhang Bing to know medicine and treat my grandfather. But I'll make sure to get my revenge." Chapter 36, Ma Chao arrives. Banners welcoming national martial arts champion Ma Chao blanketed the streets, his photos plastered everywhere. Now the entire arts academy knew, a newly arrived freshman named Zhang Bing, a rich kid, had crossed Ma Chao. Ma Chao, who usually kept a low profile, was making such a high-profile return today, organizing a school-wide assembly, all to deal with this freshman Zhang Bing. The name Zhang Bing had become a household name throughout the entire art school. Most people had never heard of Zhang Bing, nor had they ever seen him. But word spread like wildfire. Soon, it was known that on his very first day of enrollment, Zhang Bing made a grand entrance driving a Maybach S680. He had clashed with Wang Chang from the Fine Arts Department, won over the department's beauty queen Lin Hanxue, and then generously donated his Maybach to the school foundation. These exploits were soon unearthed. The art school was predominantly female, and the girls' tongues were like magic wands spreading rumors at lightning speed. The scene that just unfolded at the school gate was swiftly relayed to others. "Zhang Bing, when did you become some kind of miracle doctor? And now you're connected to a big shot like the Qin family patriarch?" Lin Hanxue was equally baffled, realizing her boyfriend might be far more complex than she'd imagined. Wang Ruolin was equally stunned. Families like the Qins. She never dared imagine such a thing in her lifetime, yet Zhang Bing possessed such influence. The fact that Qin Guangming personally came to the school to publicly reprimand Qinji was solely to force Qinji into apologizing and making amends. "I know a little about medicine. A few days ago, I helped the Qin family patriarch with some acupuncture out of boredom. It worked well, so the Qin family gave me this favor," Zhang Bing explained. Wang Ruolin still sounded worried. "Mr. Zhang, please don't blame me for speaking out of turn. The Ma family is no ordinary clan, and Ma Chao himself is ruthless. He's a national martial arts champion. They say he can take on 10 men single-handedly. You really need to be careful." "Ha!" Zhang Bing laughed dismissively. With the ancient martial arts skills granted by the system, handling a national martial arts champion was a piece of cake. As for taking on 10 opponents? He didn't buy it for a second. These so-called martial arts champions today just perform choreographed routines. Their actual combat skills probably can't even match street thugs. Besides, Ma Chao is the son of the richest man in the country. Even if he were a pilot, countless people would still call him a hot commodity. You know what? This Ma Chao sure knows how to make a grand entrance. To be honest, I'm actually looking forward to meeting him. But just then, the art school students suddenly stirred, all rushing toward the school gates. "He's here. Young Master Ma has arrived. Come on, let's go see." Young Master Ma is the national martial arts champion and the son of the capital's richest man. Many female students chattered excitedly as they hurried toward the gate. Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin froze for a moment upon hearing the commotion. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky. Looking up, they saw a helicopter flying low toward the entrance of the art school. It was none other than Ma Chao's private aircraft, the son of the nation's wealthiest man. At the vast school entrance, students had already spontaneously parted to form a wide corridor. Many, eager to curry favor with Ma Chao, had even laid out a red carpet in anticipation. The school principal, vice principal, and other relevant leaders were all present. The helicopter's massive rotor blades whirred as it hovered, its roar filling the air before landing steadily on the open ground by the entrance. Zhang Bing sneered with disdain, "Such a grand display. He really treats this school like his own private estate." Many wealthy individuals could afford helicopters. Zhang Bing himself could buy one anytime, not to mention the latest custom-made Gulfstream private jet, which was well within his means. The real challenge, however, was navigating the no-fly zones in an area like the capital. Ma Chao, however, seemed to ignore the rules entirely. Arriving so ostentatiously by helicopter directly underscored the Ma family's formidable influence. As the helicopter doors opened, Ma Chao stepped out in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back in a pompadour, accompanied by two stunningly fashionable women whose styles couldn't have been more different. Vice Principal Qin Ming, witnessing this, immediately ordered staff to rush over with a red carpet. The carpet was rolled out from the helicopter all the way to the school's main gate. "Young Master Ma is so handsome. Truly the son of the nation's wealthiest man and a national martial arts champion. His presence is undeniable." Many female art school students screamed in adoring, starstruck excitement. Ma Chao isn't just the son of the richest man, he's also the national martial arts champion and a public figure. He really is quite handsome. Big brother Ma. Big brother Ma. Qin Ji, leading a large group of wealthy art school students from privileged backgrounds, immediately rushed over and called out respectfully. Ma Chao ignored everyone, his eyes fixed on the sky, breathing through his nostrils as if in disdain. That sense of lofty superiority was not feigned, it was nobility ingrained in his very bones.
He believed himself inherently superior, viewing all others as inferiors. The crowd grew even more frenzied when they recognized the four stunningly beautiful, fashionably dressed women by his side. Good heavens! Aren't those for the hottest female stars in the entertainment industry following young Master Ma? Wow, it really is them. They're so gorgeous. I'm so excited, never imagined I'd see these four top stars in person. The atmosphere instantly ignited. Many female students couldn't contain themselves, screaming incessantly, some even fainted. As always, Ma Chao remained cold and aloof, surveying everyone from his lofty perch. The superstars adored by ordinary people, the goddesses in countless fans' hearts to a second-generation rich kid like Ma Chao, they were nothing more than pets kept at home. His high-profile arrival by helicopter today, accompanied by four top-tier female celebrities, was meant to flaunt his power. Qin Ji, where is this Zhang Bing fellow? I've come in person, why hasn't he shown up? Ma Chao spoke, striding onto the red carpet with his head held high. The four starlets flanked him on his left and right, their stunning figures, beautiful faces, and exceptional charisma radiating. This wasn't a student returning to campus at all, it was clearly a press conference. The scene descended into complete frenzy. Qin Shi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He'd just been beaten by his own father, who'd warned him never to get involved again. Big brother Ma, that scumbag Zhang Bing just showed up at school too, acting all cocky. Wang Chang seized the moment to stir the pot. Ma Chao snorted coldly, his eyes blazing as he surveyed the frenzied crowd. Perfect. It's been a while since I've had some fun. Today, I'll have a good time. Make Zhang Bing come see me immediately. No sooner had Ma Chao spoken than Zhang Bing, accompanied by Lin Hanxue and Wang Ruolin, pushed through the frenzied crowd and approached. Zhang Bing. Boss Ma, this piece of trash right here, that's Zhang Bing. The moment he spotted Zhang Bing, Wang Chang reacted with more intensity than anyone else. Qin Ji, though his eyes still flashed with anger, didn't immediately jump forward to hurl insults. Chapter 37, Wealth Showdown. Zhang Bing completely ignored Wang Chang and his rowdy group, fixing his gaze squarely on Ma Chao. This was the first time he, Lin Hanxue, Wang Ruolin, and most others present had laid eyes on this top-tier rich kid in person. They'd only ever seen him on TV or in the media, never in person. Ma Chao looked down his nose at everyone, not even deigning to glance at Zhang Bing. Instead, his gaze lingered on Lin Hanxue. Lin Hanxue's figure, demeanor, and looks were in no way inferior to the four popular female celebrities he had brought along, perhaps even surpassing them. As a top-tier rich kid, Ma Chao was notoriously obsessed with appearances and saving face. Deep down, he believed no one in this school could compare to him in any way. He absolutely refused to tolerate anyone surpassing him, including the women by his side. You're that Zhang Bing? Ma Chao spoke, his voice dripping with contempt. Zhang Bing didn't back down, replying coldly, that's right. Got a problem with that? Ma Chao beckoned with a flick of his finger, then commanded in a tone of authority, come here. Clean my shoes. Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't help but snort coldly. Why don't you take a look in the mirror first and see if you're worthy? At this remark, Qin Ji, Wang Chang, and many others burst into loud protests. Many others were stunned by Zhang Bing's audacity. No one had ever dared to openly defy Ma Chao like this before. Even the school administrators treated Ma Chao with considerable respect and courtesy. Zhang Bing, you bastard, you dare act so cocky right in front of Big Brother Ma? You think Ma Laude can't just make you disappear from this world with a single word? Wang Chang yelled the loudest, his pent-up hatred erupting completely unmasked in that moment. Zhang Bing ignored Wang Chang once more, offering only a menacing glare. Ma Chao waved his hand, and instantly, everyone present fell silent. Very well. I admire your defiance. With that, Ma Chao made a gesture. The next second, an underling stepped forward, pulled out a check, and tossed it at Zhang Bing. Here's 50 million. Get down on your knees and polish my shoes. Zhang Bing was so furious he actually laughed. He never expected Ma Chao to resort to money to humiliate him first. Though the other was the son of the wealthiest man, his total assets undoubtedly far exceeded his own. But that belonged to the Ma Chao family, not Ma Chao personally. Besides, such wealth typically referred to fixed assets, not liquid cash reserves. You want to humiliate me with money? Compete with me over wealth? Ma Chao sneered coldly with utter contempt. I hear you've got a few coins in your pocket. The Tianlong Grand Hotel is yours, right? Today, this young master has come to school to show you what true despair feels like, what it means to be utterly crushed. Before someone of my class, you're nothing but a lowly, inferior being. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, his voice laced with calm sarcasm. Oh? Then if you can't even surpass this lowly commoner, doesn't that make you worse than a pig or a dog? Kid, what did you say? Ma Chao's facial muscles twitched, clearly enraged by Zhang Bing's words. Enough. Zhang Bing cut straight to the point with unyielding force. Cut the nonsense. Didn't you brag days ago, demanding the entire school assemble on the field? Setting up a stage to teach me a lesson? Don't waste time, let's go now. Kid, are you that eager to have everyone watch you kneel and beg for mercy? Ma Chao showed no urgency. In his eyes, He was the genuine national martial arts champion. As Wang Roland had heard through rumors, he could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Since he'd made such a grand entrance at school today, he intended to have some fun and flaunt his status. What game do you want to play? Today, I, Zhang Bing, will play along with you to the very end. A cold smile curled the corners of Zhang Bing's mouth. When dealing with these super-rich second-generation brats from prominent families, the best approach was to utterly crush them in the very areas they prided themselves on. Shatter the illusory, fragile ego they'd spent their entire lives building. Your dad Ma Yunting is the richest man in the capital, right? Perfect. Today, I'll compete with you over who has more money. How about it? Hearing Zhang Bing's off-the-cuff remark, Lin Hanxue unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. Wang Wolan's expression flickered slightly as she stared at Zhang Bing as if he were a fool. Even if Zhang Bing now sat atop the cash cow that was the Tianlong Hotel, his net worth substantial, challenging the son of the richest man to a wealth contest could only mean he was either a fool or a madman. Qinji, Wang Chang, and everyone else were stunned into silence, staring at Zhang Bing in disbelief. Ma Chao himself paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Not bad. Interesting. Very good. You're the first with the guts to challenge this young master over money. Interesting, ha. Saying this, Ma Chao glanced at his attendant. The attendant, head held high with an air of superiority, pulled out his phone and began operating it. Then, turning to the assembled crowd, he declared with haughty pride, "This is our young master's daily allowance, nothing more than 3 modest goals." At these words, the entire crowd was filled with envy. 3 small goals, that was already an unimaginable sum for ordinary people. But for Ma Chao, it was merely pocket money. Many billionaire tycoons, whose net worth often runs into the tens of billions, mostly hold real estate assets. They typically can't even pull tens of millions in cash from their accounts. 300 million? Looks like even the son of the capital's richest man can't compete. Zhang Bing snorted in disdain, utterly unimpressed. Oof. Zhang Chang, are you stupid? Anyone can brag. Don't think owning the Tianlong Hotel makes you special. From what I know, the hotel's account holds at most 1 or 200 million, and that's not even yours personally. Wang Chang and his crew immediately erupted in mocking laughter, joined by many female students in their taunts. Wang Roland felt incredibly awkward at that moment. Since taking over as general manager of the Tianlong Hotel, the actual situation had indeed been exactly as Wang Chang described. Kid, well done. This young master admires your ignorance and courage. Ma Chao wore a cold smirk. The thrill of showing off in front of everyone lifted his spirits. Then his entourage pulled out their phones and announced triumphantly, "This is another small goal our young master achieved as an endorser. Besides, this helicopter was custom-made overseas, worth another small goal. As for those luxury cars you lowlifes can only dream of owning, they won't even fit in our young master's 200 square meter garage. Got it? Not bad." Zhang Bing smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I'll give you 800 million total." Is that enough? Zhang Bing's tone was brimming with confidence, tinged with disdain. But to everyone else, it sounded like pure bragging. Even Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolan thought Zhang Bing seemed clueless about finance, just riding a high. The hundreds of millions sitting idle in Ma Chao Bank already surpassed the fortunes of most renowned tycoons in the Dragon Nation. These tycoons couldn't even pull that much cash out of their reserves on short notice. Kid, do you have any idea what our young master's pocket money represents? If you're comparing wealth with him, you can go eat. You dare show off in front of our young master with just a measly Tianlong Hotel? Ha! Zhang Bing's brow furrowed as he barked, "You're nothing but a dog. What gives you the right to bark at me? Get lost." Then he snorted coldly, eyeing the crowd waiting to see him humiliated. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed Su Ru's number. "Manager Su, come to the entrance of Kyoto University of Arts immediately. Right now." Chapter 38, More Than a Woman. "Oh, you still have the nerve to talk back? Zhang Bing, you want to laugh us to death? Who the hell are you calling to borrow money from?" Hearing Zhang Bing pull out his phone to make a call, Wang Chang and the others burst into loud laughter, filled with mockery and sarcasm. She sneered coldly, adding his own jab, "Zhang Bing, why don't you just ask my cousin for a loan? Maybe she can cover it?" Zhang Bing paid them no mind, strolling along with an air of complete confidence. If it came down to comparing net worth and family assets, he certainly couldn't hold a candle to the son of the capital's wealthiest man. But when it came to cash on hand and bank deposits, Ma Chao wasn't even worthy of tying his shoes. The 50 billion yuan reward from the system was still sitting in the bank. All he needed now was for Su Ru to arrive. For something like this, having the bank staff announce it on the spot would be far more impressive than just pulling out his phone to show off. Lin Hanxue felt incredibly nervous, her palms sweating as she clutched Zhang Bing's hand. She whispered from the side, "Do you really have that much money? Or should I have my dad transfer some funds over to help out?" Wang Roland clearly had more experience in these matters than Lin Hanxue. She whispered reassuringly, "Miss Lin, it's pointless. There's nothing we can do to help with this. Zhang Bing nodded. Don't worry. I just called to have the bank's account manager come over. You'll see.
The crowd grew larger, many of them classmates, mostly girls, trying to catch Ma Chao's attention. They began hurling verbal attacks at Zhang Bing, calling him a loser, a poser, overstepping his bounds, a barrage of insults pouring forth.
Ma Chao stood tall, flanked by 4 stunningly beautiful celebrities.
Without his permission, they hadn't uttered a single word throughout the entire scene.
This feeling of being above everyone else, of being superior, was incredibly satisfying.
About 10 minutes later, Su-ru arrived first in her car. Still dressed in her professional attire, her curves were striking, full and voluptuous, radiating the allure of a mature woman.
Clearly, Ma Chao and his entourage of underlings were instantly captivated. Though the art school was teeming with beauties, Su-ru wasn't exceptionally striking in looks, yet her overall aura was undeniably seductive and alluring.
Mr. Zhang. Su-ru spotted him, waving greetings as she swayed her hips toward him.
Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you?
Zhang Bing chuckled dismissively, glancing at Ma Chao and his crew.
Manager Su, kindly inform these gentlemen of my current balance in your bank's checking account. Certainly. Su-ru smiled faintly, her professionalism and allure perfectly balanced.
She then pulled her employee badge from her handbag and hung it around her neck. Then, with solemn gravity, she announced loudly, Mr. Zhang Bing is our branch's first super VIP client with deposits exceeding 50 billion yuan. He is entitled to all privileges offered by our branch.
As she spoke, Su-ru demonstrated her efficient professionalism.
Without giving Ma Chao and his group a chance to question or object, she pulled out the bank's dedicated tablet and entered a series of numbers.
Instantly, the tablet displayed Zhang Bing's personal information and deposit balance.
The string of zeros following the figure was dizzying to behold.
This is Mr. Zhang's deposit record with our bank. As of now, the principal plus interest totals 50 billion and 5 million yuan. 50 billion and 1 million. Su-ru's mature, intelligent voice echoed in everyone's ears. 50 billion in demand deposits, what does that even mean?
Even Ma Chao's father, Ma Yunting, likely doesn't have that much. Of course, as the wealthiest man in the capital, Ma Yunting could easily mobilize 50 billion yuan in a short time. Seeing everyone staring in disbelief, Su-ru thoughtfully put away her tablet and politely inquired, Mr. Zhang, are there any further instructions?
Zhang Bing chuckled and said, you're free for now. Just stand right there.
At that moment, Ma Chao, Qinji, Wang Chang, the school administrators, and every student present were all left speechless, frozen in place. Even Lin Hanchuo and Wang Roland, the 2 beauties connected to Zhang Bing, were utterly dumbfounded.
Ma Chao, I hear you're the son of the capital's richest man. How's that working out for you now?
Zhang Bing asked mockingly, eyeing Ma Chao's deeply flushed face. Ma Chao's face turned a deep, dark shade of purple. This was the first time he'd ever tried to show off only to get humiliated, and in front of so many people, no less. What made it even worse was that it happened over money. After all, he was the son of the wealthiest man in the capital. Remember this, don't dare provoke me with the few pennies in your account. Unless you bring your father, Ma Yunting, to pay up, then maybe we can talk.
Humph.
Zhang Bing felt incredibly satisfied, especially seeing the collective stunned expressions of the crowd.
This feeling of showing off was truly exhilarating.
Suddenly, he understood why Ma Chao loved putting on such grand displays.
Transfer the money immediately. Now. Ma Chao, utterly humiliated, could no longer hold back. He bellowed at his attendants.
His face turned as dark as liver, frozen in place, utterly flustered. He didn't have the ability to instantly mobilize billions of funds to let Ma Chao show off. Unless Yun Tong himself stepped in, it was impossible.
Ha!
Zhang Bing sneered at the scene, enough with the act in front of me.
Even if I gave you 3 hours, even a whole day, you couldn't raise 50 billion yuan. Dream on.
Ma Chao clenched his fists in fury, yet he was utterly helpless.
What's so great about being rich? Young Master Ma's father is the wealthiest man in the capital.
A mere few billion is nothing to him. Hundreds of billions, even trillions, are no big deal.
Exactly. What are you trying to prove in front of young Master Ma?
With just one word from young Master Ma, he could have as much as he wanted. At that moment, the 4 top-tier female celebrities accompanying Ma Chao stepped forward to back him up.
These 4 are currently very famous in the Dragon Nation entertainment industry, truly top-tier beauties with exceptional charisma. But they were essentially Ma Chao's playthings, essentially signed artists under the Ma family's entertainment company.
Seeing Ma Chao lose face and momentarily rendered speechless, the 4 actresses stepped forward. These 4 actresses boasted massive fan bases, the vast majority of whom were die-hard, brainless fans. After their interjections, a buzz quickly spread among the crowd, with many voicing support for Ma Chao. Seeing this, Ma Chao seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He spread his arms and pulled the 4 popular female celebrities toward him in front of everyone. The 4 female celebrities showed no sign of displeasure, instead wearing smiles. After all, the Ma family was the wealthiest in the capital. Even if someone recorded today's events and leaked them, it wouldn't matter. A single word from the Ma family could silence all media outlets.
Kid, I'll admit you've got some skills, but so what? Money's just a string of numbers. You'll only ever dream of my women in your lifetime, you little nobody. Zhang Bing snorted coldly. He glanced at the four actresses. They were indeed attractive, but heavily made up. Without the makeup, who knows what they'd look like? Ma Chao, are you trying to outdo the beauties around you? Hearing Zhang Bing's remark, Lin Hanxue abandoned her usual reserved demeanor. She abruptly released Zhang Bing's hand, deliberately pulling down her already low-cut strapless top to reveal most of her voluptuous, fair-skinned figure before stepping forward. Wang Wolin wasn't one to be outdone. She stepped forward confidently as well. Seeing this, Su Ru offered a tender smile, standing side by side with Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin. Ha! Seeing this, Wang Chang and his crew led the mockery. Zhang Bing, you're ing kidding me, right? Besides Lin Hanxue, that Wang Wolin is just a bus, isn't she? Ha! And you call that bank teller a beauty? Don't you know the four beauties by Ma Xiao's side are top-tier A-list stars? Chapter 39, Crushing Dominance Once More. Wang Chang. Zhang Bing flared up, warning coldly, mark my words, you're the first one I'll deal with later. Facing Wang Chang leading the insults against Wang Wolin and Su Ru. Wang Wolin and Su Ru felt bitter inside, but they dared not offend Wang Chang and his wealthy cronies. Lin Hanxue, Wang Wolin, and Su Ru's figures were every bit as sexy as those four female celebrities. But purely in terms of looks, aside from Lin Hanxue, Wang Wolin and Su Ru were indeed a notch below. This was obvious to everyone present, and thus Ma Chao's sense of superiority returned. He dramatically commanded the four female celebrities in front of everyone, "You four, clean my shoes." The four celebrities hesitated for a moment before crouching down. This scene utterly shattered the mental state of many students. In their eyes, top-tier female celebrities were always aloof and elegant. Yet now, everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes. The goddesses who were so active on TV and adored by millions of fans were, in front of Ma Chao, nothing more than servants, slaves. The four actresses didn't seem to care. After all, no one would dare leak today's events. The Ma family's media resources could simply blacklist them. But if they angered Ma Chao, not only would their scandals spread worldwide and their careers be ruined, they might even end up locked up, forced to operate sewing machines. Kid, you see this? Ma Chao bloated triumphantly. To someone of my class, you're nothing but a nouveau riche upstart. A nouveau riche will always be a nouveau riche. The blood flowing through our veins is something you lowlifes could never hope to match. Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer. He sneered, they're just four actors. Others might not know, but I sure do. They put on airs of nobility and aloofness in public, but behind closed doors, they're nothing but playthings. Oof. Damn it, Zhang Bing, you're just sour grapes. Who doesn't know what kind of person that bank lady by your side is? That real estate queen Roland? Wang Chang and the others continued their mockery. Zhang Bing's expression darkened. He pulled out his phone and declared, if you want to compare, today I'll show you what I'm made of. He dialed Qin Yuan first, asking her to come over. Then he dialed Zhang Tingting's number directly. While Wang Wolin and Su Ru couldn't hold a candle to the four female celebrities and were riddled with scandals. But with Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting arriving, plus Lin Hanxue, three stunning beauties, they could easily outshine those four female celebrities. The Kyoto hospital was very close to Kyoto Arts University, less than a kilometer away, just a few minutes by car. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a silver Mercedes sports car pulled up. Zhang Bing and Qin Shi both recognized it instantly. It was Qin Yuan's car. Qin Shi's expression turned peculiar, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. The car pulled up, and Qin Yuan stretched out her long, snow-white legs. She wore a crop top and a bodycon skirt, her sizzling figure complemented by her oval face sexy and elegant without being vulgar. Moreover, at first glance, one would never guess Qin Yuan was approaching 30. Come on down, sis. Don't be shy, Qin Yuan called out to Zhang Tingting inside the car. Both had received calls from Zhang Bing, leading them to meet at the hospital entrance and travel together. Though Zhang Tingting hadn't dressed up deliberately, her naturally stunning figure was breathtaking. Among the women, Zhang Tingting was the tallest with the longest legs. Her figure was equally sizzling even in simple attire. She was undeniably stunning. Qin Yuan confidently took Zhang Tingting's hand and walked toward Zhang Bing with a beaming smile. Brother Bing. Zhang Bing nodded. He'd briefly mentioned it earlier on the phone. What exactly did he want them to come to the school gate for? Lin Hanxue, the art department's beauty queen, usually embraced an innocent image. Today, however, she wore a low-cut evening gown with her hair pulled back, radiating an outstanding aura and a stunning figure. On a scale of 10, she was easily an 8.5 at the very least. Wang Wolin and Su Ru were slightly less striking, but they made up for it with boldness. Their figures couldn't be described as just hot, they were explosive. Both easily scored at least 7 points. Qin Yuan, 30 and single, radiated a mature, intellectual beauty. Her figure was equally explosive, especially with her exceptionally fair skin, at least an 8. Zhang Tingting, meanwhile, has a pure, youthful style, but her killer long legs are undeniable. Her figure is equally curvaceous, scoring on par with Lin Hanxue. The 5 women flanked Zhang Bing on either side, creating a scene that was nothing short of explosive. For a moment, they completely overshadowed the 4 female celebrities surrounding Ma Chao. Ma Chao's 4 female companions held their own appeal, but their combined looks, figures, and charisma maxed out at an 8, falling short of Lin Hanxue and Zhang Tingting, though nearly matching Qin Yuan. Ma Chao's expression darkened once more. He had long grown weary of these 4 goddesses adored by countless fans. In his own villa, he routinely kept them naked, collars around their necks. But now, seeing the 3 stunning beauties Lin Hanxue, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Yuan, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of desire. Kid, with just one word from me, I could have all 4 of them stripped naked instantly. Could you do that? Zhang Bing was speechless, retorting sarcastically, I'm not as depraved and perverted as you. Women deserve respect, not to be treated like trash by scum like you. Kid, what exactly are you trying to prove by bringing a few women here? Ma Chao's face was already nearly lost. First, he'd been humiliated in the money match. Now, in the women's contest, he hadn't gained any advantage either. Even he felt the 4 celebrities by his side couldn't hold a candle to the stunning beauties of Lin Hanxue, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Yuan. You're wrong, I'm his woman. Lin Hanxue snorted coldly, lifting her chin as she hooked her arm through Zhang Bing's. Me too. Wang Wolin promptly linked her arm through Zhang Bing's other hand. TSK, me too. Qin Yuan's heart fluttered, and she walked over boldly, actually planting a kiss right on Zhang Bing's cheek. Though shy and bashful, Zhang Tingting knew what she had to do in this moment. She walked over and, mimicking Qin Yuan's gesture, planted a kiss on Zhang Bing's cheek. Finally, it was Su Ru's turn. She understood her role. She was merely a gift tailored by the bank for its super clients. But to save face for Zhang Bing, she declared boldly, whatever Mr. Zhang asks of me, I will do. I am entirely at Mr. Zhang's disposal. The onlookers were stunned, and all the pressure shifted to Ma Chao. Zhang Bing chuckled sarcastically. Well, Mr. Ma Chao, how does this compare? First he was humiliated over money, now he was humiliated over a woman. Ma Chao felt utterly defeated. The false pride he'd built up over the years was cracking at the seams. But he still had his trump card, the challenge he had set. He intended to defeat Zhang Bing before the entire school, forcing him to kneel and beg for mercy. That was his true objective. Kid, you think I can't crush you with one hand? Zhang Bing dismissed this with contempt, sneering, Ma Chao, I advise you to think carefully. That so-called National Martial Arts Championship of yours is worthless in my eyes. Got it? Chapter 40, Single-Handed Domination. Enough talk. I hear you're quite the fighter, huh? Got the guts to step onto the stage with this young master? Ma Chao's pride was utterly shattered. Both his cherished assets, money and women, had been publicly crushed by Zhang Bing. If he didn't immediately redeem himself through personal combat prowess, he'd become the laughingstock of the entire school. Zhang Bing wasn't about to indulge him. With a sneer, he said, since you're so eager to humiliate yourself, fine. I'll play along today. Lin Hanxue, Qin Yuan, and the others had intended to step in and stop it. After all, Zhang Bing had already won decisively, thoroughly humiliating Ma Chao. There was no need to continue. After all, in their eyes, Ma Chao was the national martial arts champion, and rumors swirled that he could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Zhang Bing shouldn't have agreed at this point, but without a second thought, he accepted. Wait! Ma Chao snorted coldly, striding across the red carpet toward the campus. The 4 female celebrities trailed behind him, followed closely by Wang Chang and a large group of wealthy young men. School administrators and a large group of students joined in the commotion, following closely behind. Soon, the once crowded school gates were sparsely populated, with only a few people remaining. Qin Ji. Qin Yuan glanced at Qin Ji, his face bruised and swollen, hesitating. After all, they were relatives, and she knew Qin Guangming had come to the school personally. Your father has already disciplined you, and you've seen Zhang Bing's capabilities. You'd better think this through carefully and stop following Ma Chao's reckless ways. Humph. Though Qin Ji was deeply shaken inside, the humiliation Zhang Bing had inflicted on him was unbearable. What's so great about him? You'll find out on the playground stage later. And you, cousin, you've got no shame. You bastard, what did you say? Qin Yuan was furious. She knew Qin Ji was mocking her for kissing Zhang Bing earlier, publicly declaring herself his woman. Qin Ji ignored her, turning his head and following the crowd into the campus. Lin's sister, don't misunderstand. We were just pressured into helping Zhang Bing put Ma Chao in his place. Yes, Miss Lin, we meant no offense. Qin Yuan, Wang Rolin explained to Lin Hanxue at that moment. Lin Hanxue nodded, indicating she hadn't taken it to heart. But clearly, each woman harbored her own hidden thoughts. Brother, why did you agree to Ma Chao's challenge for a duel on the stage? Qin Yuan's tone carried a hint of reproach, but more so concern. Yeah, Mr. Zhang, Ma Chao is the national martial arts champion. He must be seething with hatred toward you now. Wang Rolin also asked, clearly puzzled. Zhang Bing shrugged it off, clenching his fist. Ma Chao may be the national martial arts champion, but do you really think I'm a pushover?
Seeing Zhang Bing so confident and relaxed, the 5 women said nothing more. By now, Ma Chao led the way, with everyone following behind him, arriving at the Art University's sports field. Many students had already gathered on the field, and the stage had been set up by the school the night before. The perimeter was plastered with close-up photos of Ma Chao from his martial arts tournament appearances. As they entered the field, a chorus of cheers erupted from the female students. Many of them hadn't been at the school gate earlier and were thus unaware of the incident there. Ma Chao paid them no mind, instead addressing the relevant school officials directly. In a moment, this young master will personally break both of Zhang Bing's legs. The school officials dared not disobey. Beyond government subsidies, the majority of the university's annual funding came from the Ma family's donations. Ma Chao was essentially the university's benefactor.
The comfortable lives of all faculty and staff were owed to the Ma family.
Very well, young Master Ma.
As long as you're satisfied, just don't cause any fatalities, responded Principal Wu Jun.
But Vice Principal Qin Ming was less than pleased. He had now learned that Zhang Bing had saved his own grandfather. He also learned of Zhang Bing's apparent connection to Feng Qianqiu, the esteemed authority in Longhua medicine. While Ma Chao certainly couldn't be offended, this was still a university campus, and everything required careful consideration. The commotion Ma Chao had caused at the university today was already giving them a headache. Principal, young Master Ma, you're both students. I suggest we all stop here. Zhang Bing is no pushover either. If things escalate beyond control, it won't benefit you or our art university. Qin Ming. Ma Chao's attitude was arrogant, showing no regard for Qin Ming, the vice principal. Don't think I'm unaware that Zhang Bing has some connection to your Qin family.
You'd better think through the consequences. Your old man retired long ago, understand?
Qin Ming shook his head and forced a smile. The Ma family was certainly not someone the Qins could afford to offend these days, especially with rumors that Qin Ming was in talks with them about a partnership.
Alright, old Qin, we'll turn a blind eye to this. Just don't let it escalate to a fatal incident. Let young Master Ma do as he pleases.
Wu Jun delivered his final decision.
Soon, a massive crowd of students and faculty poured onto the playground in waves.
The makeshift stage was set up right in the center of the field, ensuring everyone could see. At that moment, Zhang Bing strode over, flanked by 5 stunning beauties.
The entire crowd erupted in boos.
Most believed Zhang Bing was courting humiliation. But a small number had witnessed his power firsthand at the school gate earlier, the kind of financial clout that could humiliate Ma Chao.
Spotting Zhang Bing's arrival, Ma Chao led his men over. Zhang Bing, I advise you to book a hospital bed right now. Because I'm about to break both your legs in front of everyone.
Zhang Bing sneered dismissively.
Ma Chao, you think I can't handle you with one hand? Ha! Ma Chao scoffed.
He was supremely confident in his own strength. Forget one Zhang Bing, even 5 or 10 of him wouldn't faze me. Kid, when I was winning national martial arts championships, you were still playing in the mud. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, and hand over these girls by your side to me, I might consider letting you off the hook.
You filthy bastard.
Zhang Bing erupted in rage.
If you hand over your mother for me to play with right now, I might let you off today. Trash. You dare insult my mother?
Ma Chao's face darkened, his rage boiling over.
Zhang Bing showed no fear, snarling, so what if I cursed you?
Ma Chao clenched his fists in rage, then threatened viciously, I've changed my mind.
Breaking your legs won't be enough.
I'll make you the laughingstock of the entire school. I'll bankrupt your Tianlong hotel and make you beg for mercy like a dog.
You talk too much.
Zhang Bing dismissed him with contempt.
With the system on his side, he wasn't afraid at all. Chapter 41, Kneel.
Both men were now consumed by rage, cutting straight to action as they strode toward the center stage in the schoolyard. The atmosphere erupted as a dense crowd of students cheered for Ma Chao. As the national martial arts champion, whether a fraud or not, Ma Chao carried undeniable presence. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he transformed. With a roaring call, the entire crowd erupted in cheers.
Ma Chao is awesome. Ma Chao, beat him to death. Finish him off. Who the hell dares to challenge young Master Ma?
Hearing the waves of cheers below, almost all of them supporting him, Ma Chao grew even more smug.
Turning to Zhang Bing, he sneered, hear that, buddy? Everyone's begging me to finish you off.
Zhang Bing, however, remained calm and composed, sneering, if you've got the guts, bring it on.
I could take you down with one hand.
Ma Chao, brimming with confidence, clenched his fist and threatened, kid, today I'm not only going to leave you wheelchair-bound for the rest of your life, but I'll also turn those girls by your side into my slaves, my playthings. Zhang Bing finally lost his temper.
Ma Chao's taunts didn't bother him, they were just verbal sparring.
But Ma Chao kept hurling verbal insults at Lin Hanxue, Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuan, and the others, and it sounded like more than just insults. It was a threat, and this man was the type who would follow through on his words. Originally, seeing your father as the capital's richest man, I considered showing you mercy.
But you keep threatening me with them over and over again. Today, I won't hold back. You really think I won't touch you? Zhang Bing, you piece of trash, get down on your knees before me. Ma Chao's face darkened as he roared and lunged forward. He swung his fists in a flurry of punches, the combination looking fierce and formidable. But it was fundamentally a showy routine impressive to the untrained eye. Wow, so cool. Young Master Ma truly lives up to his reputation as the national martial arts champion, a one-man army against 10. Young Master Ma is so impressive. The students gathered around the playground gasped in awe, especially the many starstruck girls who covered their faces and screamed. Lin Hanxue, Zheng Tingting, Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Wolin, and Su Ru stood completely isolated on the sidelines, all watching the scene on the stage with intense nervousness. Sister Yuan. Lin Hanxue, deeply worried about Zhang Bing's safety, pleaded, if Zhang Bing really can't defeat Ma Chao, could we ask the influential figures from the Qin family to step in and mediate? They all knew deep down that only the Qin family possessed the influence to potentially persuade the Ma family to show some leniency. Qin Yuan nodded. Zhang Bing saved my grandfather. If he truly faces mortal danger, I will definitely ask my grandfather to mediate. And it's not just my grandfather. I know another influential figure who would help. Even Ma Chao's father, Ma Yunting, would have to give face. Hearing Qin Yuanyuan's words, Lin Hanxue, Zheng Tingting, Wang Wolin, and Su Ru all exchanged stunned glances. Miss Qin, your family would be wise not to meddle in this matter. At that moment, Wang Chang approached with a group of wealthy young men. Clearly, Qin Ji had been somewhat isolated after the incident at the school gate, and Wang Chang had taken his place. And you, Lin Hanxue, you won't escape my grasp. Wang Chang, you're despicable. You're the one who instigated all this. Lin Hanxue accused furiously. Lin's sister, we shouldn't bother with this mad dog. Qin Yuanyuan frowned, pulling the furious Lin Hanxue aside and speaking coldly. Qin Yuanyuan. Wang Chang had now effectively entered Ma Chao's inner circle and successfully replaced Qin Ji's former position. So now he doesn't even fear the Qin family. Seeing Qin Yuanyuan is equally stunning, with a killer body. Once Boss Ma finishes off that bastard Zhang Bing, don't even think about running. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. How shameless. Qin Yuanyuan snapped. Come and try it. Seeing his cousin and Wang Chang trading insults, Qin Ji stepped forward. Though he despised Zhang Bing too, he couldn't stand Wang Chang hitting on his cousin. Enough. Let's deal with this after Boss Ma finishes off Zhang Bing. Do whatever you want with the rest, but keep your hands off my cousin, Qin Ji declared. Wang Chang snorted coldly. Before, he hadn't dared to provoke Qin Ji because Qin's grandfather had once held a high position. Though retired, his influence still lingered. Now, he no longer feared Qin Ji, since Qin Ji had fallen out of favor with Ma Chao and he had taken his place. Young Master Qin, don't say I didn't warn you. Boss Ma is already deeply dissatisfied with you. You'd best weigh your position carefully. Wang Chang, watch your ing tone. Qin Ji snapped. Amidst their heated exchange, Zhang Bing and Ma Chao had already commenced their official duel on the stage. Zhang Bing remained utterly composed, calm as still water throughout, showing no sign of taking Ma Chao seriously. It was precisely this extraordinary composure that finally broke Ma Chao's patience. He roared, clenching his fist and slamming it down toward Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing merely glanced up, a trace of contempt flickering at the corner of his mouth. The ancient martial arts etched into his mind that was the true power to take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Ma Chao's half-baked skills were nothing more than child's play in his eyes. Just as Ma Chao confidently swung his fist toward Zhang Bing moved. He suddenly shifted his body slightly to the side, swiftly dodging the blow. Before Ma Chao could even react, Zhang Bing grabbed him by the collar with one hand. The son of the richest man, huh? National martial arts champion, huh? Zhang Bing delivered several backhand slaps in quick succession. This scene was utterly unexpected, jaw-dropping, instantly sending the entire playground into chaos as everyone leapt to their feet. You dare hit me? Ma Chao was stunned himself. He hadn't even seen how Zhang Bing had struck. All he felt now were stars dancing before his eyes and a burning pain across his face. So what if I hit you? Zhang Bing showed no mercy, grabbing Ma Chao's wrist with one hand while simultaneously kicking him hard in the stomach with the other. Ma Chao doubled over in agony, collapsing to his knees. National martial arts champion, my ass. You're nothing but trash, a complete pushover. Zhang Bing barked the insult as he delivered another vicious kick. What's going on? Young Master Ma actually can't hold his own against that Zhang Bing. Young Master Ma is the national martial arts champion. Many couldn't accept this reality, clutching their heads in disbelief. Ma Chao himself hadn't expected it. He thought he could at least handle Zhang Bing with one hand, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from Zhang Bing. Get on your knees. Zhang Bing suddenly roared, then stomped his foot down on Ma Chao, pinning him to the ground. The scene erupted into chaos. Ma Chao's status was unquestionably noble. To be trampled and beaten like this by Zhang Bing, forced to kneel. This wasn't just a personal disgrace for Ma Chao, it was a complete humiliation for the entire Ma family, including the capital's wealthiest man, Ma Yunting. Kneel. Zhang Bing roared. I'll kneel my ass. Ah. I'll slaughter your entire family. Ma Chao's psyche shattered completely. Decades of self-respect were crushed in that instant. He cared not for the setting, nor for the rule of law. Right in front of the entire school faculty and students, he openly threatened to slaughter Zhang Bing's entire family. Chapter 42, No One's Face Saves Him. You want to kill my entire family, huh? Zhang Bing grew equally furious. A spoiled super-rich second generation like Ma Chao, once truly unleashed, could cause unimaginable destruction. When someone like him publicly issues such threats, unscrupulous individuals might seize the opportunity for profit, playing into his hands and carrying out the deed. My parents are just honest, law-abiding senior citizens. They couldn't survive this kind of turmoil. I'll beat you until you submit. With that, Zhang Bing grabbed Ma Chao off the ground with one hand, clamped his fingers around the boy's throat, and hoisted him high into the air. This scene stunned everyone present once more. Ma Chao stood at least 1.8 meters tall and weighed no less than 70 kilograms. As a national martial arts champion, he possessed formidable physical strength. To be lifted single-handedly by Zhang Bing, throat clamped in a chokehold, demanded immense strength. Ma Chao's female fans on the field couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into terrified sobs. The 4 female celebrities who had accompanied Ma Chao also looked extremely pale, their faces etched with terror. If anything happened to Ma Chao, they would be held accountable when Ma Yunting personally investigated. School principal Wu Jun and a crowd of administrators were thrown into a panic. Meanwhile, Wang Chang and the other rich kids who had followed Ma Chao were now sucking in cold air. They had all assumed that Ma Chao, as the national martial arts champion, would handle Zhang Bing with ease. They never expected this outcome. Lin Hanxue, Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuanyuan, Su Ru, and Wang Ruolin were all stunned. This outcome was something no one could have imagined except Zhang Bing himself. Ma Chao was also stunned. He hadn't expected Zhang Bing to be so fierce. But the pride ingrained in him since childhood refused to let him back down. Even as Zhang Bing lifted him by the throat with one hand, Ma Chao still managed to sputter curses. Zhang Bing tossed Ma Chao aside, then raised his foot and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Kneel or not? Get on your knees, you bastard. Zhang Bing's eyes blazed crimson as he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving Ma Chao covered in bruises and spitting blood. At this point, Principal Wu Jun, Vice Principal Qin Ming, and other administrators could no longer sit idly by. Without a second thought, they all rushed onto the stage. If they let Zhang Bing continue beating Ma Chao like this, he might accidentally kill him, and then the situation would be beyond control. Stop! Zhang Bing, stop this immediately! Wu Jun's loud shout halted Zhang Bing. Qin Ming rushed over next, grabbing the enraged Zhang Bing and pleading, enough. You've already won. If Ma Chao suffers serious harm, none of us can bear the consequences. Zhang Bing's rage finally subsided somewhat. He said, Deputy Principal, Principal Wu, distinguished leaders. The entire school's faculty and students can testify today that Ma Jun initiated this challenge. He publicly vowed to break both my legs and slaughter my entire family. I was merely defending myself. Although Zhang Bing's account was accurate, none of the school leaders dared to cross Ma Chao. Enough already! Do you really intend to beat young Master Ma to death? When the Ma family comes after you, can you bear that responsibility? Wu Jun's face turned ashen as he retorted sternly. Originally, everyone was just playing along with Ma Chao's show of bravado, trying to keep him happy. Who would have thought it would backfire and benefit Zhang Bing instead? Wu Jun and several school administrators helped the half-dead Ma Chao to his feet. His eyes were bloodshot as he thrashed wildly. Zhang Bing, you son of a... I'll kill you. I'll wipe out your entire family. Hearing this, Zhang Bing's recently subsided rage flared up again. You bastard. Can't take a loss, huh? I'll kill you first. Zhang Bing, don't act on impulse. Qin Ming quickly grabbed him, holding on tight. Ma Chao, you listen to me. Even if my own father showed up, I wouldn't give a damn. Come at me if you've got the guts. Ma Chao roared wildly. The more Wu Jun and the others tried to calm him down, the more fiercely he yelled. Young Master Ma, calm down. We'll take you to the hospital immediately. Old Qin, you handle the aftermath. We'll take young Master Ma to the hospital first. Wu Jun, fearing the situation would escalate further, quickly grabbed Ma Chao and dragged him away. The entire playground erupted into chaos, students buzzing with whispers and shouts. All eyes followed the principal and a large group of administrators escorting Ma Chao to the hospital, with the 4 female celebrities trailing behind. Qin Ming finally released Zhang Jun, sighing, oh dear, this is going to be trouble. Lin Hanxue, Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuanyuan, Su Ru, and Wang Ruolin all rushed over immediately. Zhang Bing, are you okay? Lin Hanxue asked with concern. Zhang Bing nodded. I'm fine. Taking down that show-off? One hand was enough. Brother Bing, I doubt Ma Chao will let this go. The Ma family is the wealthiest in the capital. Sigh. Zhang Tingting said worriedly. Tingting, you're absolutely right. Qin Yuanyuan looked completely unfazed as she replied, Ma Yunting has only one son, Ma Chao. After getting beaten so badly today, I expect Ma Yunting will personally intervene. Yuan. Qin Ming frowned. No need to guess, he absolutely will. Zhang Bing, I know about your help for my grandfather and your conflict with Qin Ji. Had my grandfather still been around, Ma Yunting might have shown some restraint. But now that he's gone, the favor's forgotten. You're quite capable, but Ma Yunting is the wealthiest man in the capital. His connections and influence are unimaginable. What do you plan to do? No plans, Zhang Bing replied bluntly. But there's still one crucial matter to handle. His gaze swept over the gradually dispersing crowd, landing on Wang Chang and Qin Ji's group. Wang Chang, Qin Ji, and the rest were already scared stiff, their faces drained of color. Who would have thought Ma Chao wasn't Zhang Bing's match? He got beaten so badly. Wang Chang, you bastard, you better stop right there. Zhang Bing bellowed, leaping swiftly off the stage and charging toward them. Wang Chang froze in place, staring at Zhang Bing, whose rage was off the charts, too stunned to speak. Damn it! Besides Ma Chao, you're the one who talked the biggest. With that, Zhang Bing delivered a hard slap across his face. You've been stirring up trouble behind the scenes all along. Now, how do you plan to settle this debt? Wang Chang's mind went blank, stumbling over his words. Weren't you being so cocky just now? Zhang Bing delivered another slap. These two slaps are teaching you a lesson. Get back to your father, Wang Ba, and tell him to vacate the entire Tianlong Hotel within 24 hours. Otherwise, you'll be the first one I come after. Wang Chang dared not utter a word. Head bowed, he could only agree before slinking away in disgrace. Qin Ji apologized to Zhang Bing immediately. Qin Yuanyuan glared at her cousin, her voice sharp. Qin Ji's mindset had completely shifted. Having witnessed Zhang Bing's power, he secretly rejoiced that his own father had come to teach him a lesson. Brother Zhang, I was in the wrong earlier. Please forgive me. I'll never follow Ma Chao's lead and cause trouble again. Zhang Bing had no intention of dwelling on the matter with Qin Ji. After all, he owed Qin Yuanyuan and old Master Qin some face. Meanwhile, at the capital hospital, Wu Jun personally escorted Ma Chao to the hospital with a group of leaders. The one in charge of receiving them was none other than Chief Physician Peng Biao. Upon learning that Ma Chao had been beaten into this state by Zhang Bing, Peng Biao began stirring the pot. Though Ma Chao's injuries were not life-threatening, his dignity had been utterly shattered. Notify my father immediately. Right now. Ma Chao bellowed at everyone. Mr. Ma Zhanshan, the security manager of your Ma group, just called personally. He's already on his way to the hospital. Please don't lose your temper. Our school will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. Handle my ass. Ma Chao unleashed his pent-up fury, grabbing Wu Jun and unleashing a torrent of abuse. Immediately expel that bastard Zhang Bing and all those women involved from the school. Otherwise, I'll have my father pull strings to get you fired. Chapter 43, Quick on the Draw. In the VIP ward of the Capital Hospital, where only high-ranking retirees were typically admitted. But Ma Chao, who had merely been beaten up by Zhang Bing and suffered only superficial injuries, was forcibly admitted. The hospital director, Chief Peng Biao, along with a large entourage of nurses and doctors, bustled about attending to him with excessive deference. After all, Ma Chao was the son of the capital's wealthiest man and the sole heir to the Ma family fortune. The Ma family's status as the capital's wealthiest extended far beyond mere money. Their hidden influence and connections were beyond imagination. At that moment, inside the hospital room, a burly middle-aged man stood with a face twisted in rage. The school principal, hospital director, and others all showed signs of fear toward this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had brought along a contingent of well-trained bodyguards. After learning the full story, Ma Zhanshan immediately declared he would make Zhang Bing pay dearly. As the security manager of the Ma group, he was essentially a trusted servant of the Ma family. He had connections in both legitimate and underworld circles, so even influential figures like the head of the arts school and the hospital director felt intimidated by Ma Zhanshan. Ma Zhanshan, within 2 days, I want to see one of that bastard Zhang Bing's legs. He thinks he's so tough? Break one of his legs. Got it? Ma Chao bellowed. Ma Zhanshan nodded. Rest assured, young master. Before I arrived, Mr. Ma was in a meeting. Whoever dared to disgrace you has disgraced Mr. Ma himself. No matter who they are, they will pay the price. Brother Ma. Peng Biao whispered cautiously from the side. That little bastard Zhang may be young, but he's loaded. Plus, he's got connections to the Qin family. I suspect they're backing him. Otherwise, even if you gave him 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare touch young Master Ma. The Qins. Ma Zhanshan clenched his fists and coldly declared, if the old patriarch of the Qins hadn't retired, we Ma family would still fear them. But now that he's gone, the tea has cooled. What's a measly Qin family? Daring to oppose us behind our backs? Just you wait. After confirming Ma Chao was out of serious danger, Ma Zhanshan left the hospital with his men. though his words were fiercely dismissive, showing no regard for the Qins. But he wasn't foolish. Even though the retired elder had left, he still held considerable influence. Even though the Ma family's powerful backer could control everything, it wasn't worth invoking that connection over such a minor matter. After a moment's thought, Ma Zhanshan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. He arranged to meet the other party at the Tianlong Hotel. Meanwhile, seeing no further need to linger, Su Ru returned to the bank under Zhang Bing's arrangements. Qin Yuan, Qin Ji, and Qin Ming also headed back to the Qin residence to consult with Old Master Qin. Zhang Bing led Lin Hanxue and Wang Ruolin out of the school and headed to the Tianlong Hotel. When Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin arrived at the Tianlong Hotel, they all quickly sensed something was amiss. A vehicle from the relevant authorities was parked at the hotel entrance, along with several luxury cars. "Mr. Zhang, Manager Wang, you're finally here." A hotel staff member spotted Zhang Bing and Wang Ruolin returning and hurried over. "What's going on?" Wang Ruolin asked. The staff member whispered, "Mr. Zhang, Ms. Wang, a group of guests just arrived on the 8th floor. Shortly after they went up, the captain of the nearby patrol squad personally came to crack down on prostitution and caught them red-handed." "Mr. Zhang, this seems orchestrated by the Ma family," Wang Ruolin cautioned. Zhang Bing nodded. The city's wealthiest man truly lives up to his reputation moving so swiftly. "But it's fine. Let's go take a look." Meanwhile on the 8th floor, Police Captain Shirley was chatting casually with Ma Zhanshan and others. He had also summoned all the staff on the 8th floor. Manager Wang Fun, responsible for the floor, was stunned by the commotion. Normally, such matters were handled discreetly. After all, the Tianlong Hotel's 8th floor club hadn't just sprung up overnight, the necessary connections had long been established. "Captain Shi, what exactly are you doing?" Shirley snorted coldly. "What do you think we're doing? Who gave you permission to run these illegal operations? You must shut down immediately for rectification, and all staff will be taken away." "Captain Shi, this isn't right. Our hotel just changed ownership and has been paying taxes legally all along," Wang Fun explained. "Madam, legality is determined by me, not you. Got it?" Shirley was blunt. He and Ma Zhanshan were close. Of course, his immediate superior, the police chief, had an even closer relationship with Ma Yunting. So when Ma Zhanshan personally called him for help, he naturally came himself. Wang Fun tried to protest further, but just then, one of the hostesses pulled her aside and showed her a news article on her phone. Wang Fun glanced at the news and was instantly terrified. It instantly clicked: Zhang Bing had beaten up the Ma family's young master. "Call your hotel owner here immediately. Don't make us come arrest him ourselves." Shirley barked in a loud, official tone. "Ha, what an air of official authority." Just then, Zhang Bing arrived in the elevator with Lin Hanxue and Wang Ruolin. "Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, Miss Lin." Wang Feng and the 8th floor staff hurriedly greeted them. Though Zhang Bing had only taken over the Tianlong Hotel a few days prior, he instructed Wang Ruolin to significantly increase everyone's commissions, base salaries, and other benefits, earning him widespread support. "Mr. Zhang, this was at the Ma family's request," Wang Feng whispered as a reminder. Zhang Bing nodded, indicating he was aware. He then turned his gaze to Shirley, Ma Zhanshan, and the others. "You're Zhang Bing, the behind-the-scenes owner of the Tianlong Hotel, correct?" Shirley produced an official document and stated, "Your hotel is suspected of illegal operations. You'd better cooperate and come with us immediately." "What if I refuse to cooperate?" Zhang Bing retorted dismissively. Although the Tianlong Hotel did operate as a club-like establishment, its security measures had always been stringent. Even with entrapment tactics, it's hard to find evidence. Besides, in all of Longhua, which decent hotel in the entire capital doesn't offer these services? Whether such matters get investigated or not depends entirely on connections. "Kid, you've got some nerve." Ma Zhanshan spoke up then, his presence commanding and radiating a fierce aura. "No wonder you dared to attack our young master. Think having a couple of coins in your pocket makes you special?" Zhang Bing paused, then sneered, "Oh, so you're from the Ma family. That good-for-nothing Ma Chao is useless. He's got less money than me, less attractive women than me, and can't even beat me in a fight. So what? Since the little guy can't handle it, the big shot has to come out and save face? You little bastard, what did you say?" As a seasoned figure in the underworld, Ma Zhanshan was ruthless and had long handled the dirty work for the Ma group. No one dared speak to him like this. Everyone feared him to some degree. "You!" Zhang Bing lost his temper. "Thinking you can use connections to pick a fight? You think I'm a pushover?" "Humph." Shirley restrained Ma Zhanshan, who was itching to fight, and sneered coldly, "Kid, you're young but got some skills. You control the Tianlong Hotel, and I hear you even hit young Master Ma, right? You think knowing someone from the Qin family gives you free rein to do whatever you want?" Chapter 44, The Qin Family Doesn't Cut It. Facing Shirley's threats, Zhang Bing remained unflappable. He sneered sarcastically, "Do I need the Qins? What can a useless, corrupt bureaucrat like you possibly do to me? Kid, Shirley said, his smile unnatural.
Normally, as a police squad captain, he wouldn't dare cross a mysterious young tycoon like Zhang Bing, someone with over 50 billion in deposits and an unknown net worth. Power trumps everything, true, but only when that power matches the wealth it commands. Clearly, a police captain couldn't possibly challenge a tycoon of Zhang Bing's caliber. But this was ordered by the Ma family, so Shirley couldn't care less. Don't think having a few bucks makes you special. Anyone who breaks the law will face legal consequences. Ha! Hearing this pompous official rhetoric, Zhang Bing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Subject to legal punishment, indeed, he sneered. But what the hell are you? Do you represent the law? To me, you're nothing but a dog the Ma family keeps to bite people. You'd better wait. Zhang Bing's words had thoroughly enraged Shirley, who resolved to teach Zhang Bing a harsh lesson. In our jurisdiction, I call the shots, not you. Enough of this nonsense. Zhang Bing said coldly, if you have evidence, bring it out. If you don't, I'll file a complaint against you. You want evidence? Shirley sneered. Once we get to our place, rest assured we'll find it. With that, Shirley was about to order the patrol officers to forcibly remove Zhang Bing. Hold on. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Qin Yuan and Qin Guanghua stepped out. The organization gave you authority, not so you could abuse your power for personal gain. Captain Sure, this is enough. Don't push it too far. Recognizing the new arrivals as members of the Qin family, Shirley and Ma Zhanshan exchanged glances, their minds immediately made up. Zhang Bing, Lin's sister, Wang's sister, don't be afraid of them. Qin Yuan addressed Shirley and Ma Zhanshan, who were grinning slyly. Sister Yuan, Director Qin, Zhang Bing greeted them politely. This was his third encounter with Qin Guanghua, the first at the Qin residence, the second at the bank. Qin Guanghua waved his hand, signaling Zhang Bing to drop the formalities. Then, with an expression of righteous indignation, he turned to Shirley and declared, abuse of public power for private gain. Though we're not in the same system, Zhang Bing has done my Qin family a favor. If you attempt to use your authority to suppress and slander Zhang Bing, my Qin family will certainly stand up against it. Qin Guanghua's words carried weight, they reflected Old Master Qin's stance. Had the elder not been ill, he would have come personally. Ha! Ma Zhanshan recognized Qin Guanghua well and knew he now held significant power within the financial system. But that's the financial system as different from the police as chalk and cheese. Director Qin, matters of public security seem rather unrelated to your financial system, wouldn't you agree? I advise you to mind your own business. This Zhang Bing has the audacity to lay a hand on my young master. Besides, Captain Sure was simply doing his duty. Even if your old man had come, he would have handled it the same way. Humph. Qin Guanghua declared with righteous indignation, Ma Zhanshan, we're all adults here, no need for such euphemisms. What happened at the art school? There were so many witnesses. Your Ma family could easily verify the truth by asking around. If you resort to using your influence against Zhang Bing, I'll just say this, your Ma family won't just lose face, you'll lose all credibility. Enough. Ma Zhanshan cut to the chase, Qin Guanghua, your Qin family is already past its prime. Mind your own business. We've decided to take action against that Zhang kid, but rest assured, it will be done by the book. As he spoke, Ma Zhanshan gave Shirley a meaningful glance. Shirley instantly understood. He was clearly aligned with the Ma family. While he didn't want to antagonize the Qins, choices had to be made. Director Qin, this truly has nothing to do with you. We received a group report and are here to crack down on prostitution. We now need to take the owner, general manager, and all relevant personnel of the Tianlong Hotel back for investigation. If we find no evidence, we'll release them immediately according to procedure. Oh, please, Qin Yuan stepped forward sarcastically. Who doesn't know what you're really after? People like you are the most disgusting. Miss Qin, watch your language. I can charge you with obstruction of justice at any moment, Shirley warned. Go ahead, press charges if you want. I'll press charges against you for violating the law. Qin Yuan snorted coldly. Yuan. Qin Guanghua restrained Qin Yuan and sternly addressed Shirley again. Shirley, I advise you to respect the uniform you wear and refrain from perverting justice. Director Qin, you needn't concern yourself with that, Shirley replied indifferently, ordering his men to forcibly remove Zhang Bing. Poof. Though young, Zhang Bing was cunning and experienced, most importantly, he felt invincible. The moment he learned of this situation, he immediately texted Feng Qianxiu. As one of the nation's top doctors, Feng Qianxiu possessed formidable connections. Ma Zhanshan, Shirley, right? You think you can frame me? Who do you think you are? Kid, you can talk tough now, but once we get you to the police station, we'll see how tough you really are. Take him away. Seal this place off. Hold it. Zhang Bing waved his hand and shouted. Someone will call you shortly. Just wait here. Is that so? Ma Zhanshan retorted coldly. We're quite curious to know what exactly is your background? In the capital, you think you can take on the Ma family? Captain Sure, proceed strictly by the book.
As for the rest, the Ma family will handle it later. Shirley nodded, no longer hesitating, and moved to forcibly arrest them. Just then, Shirley's personal phone suddenly rang. He paused, pulled out the phone, and pressed the answer button with curiosity. The next second, his entire body instinctively straightened, his expression drastically changing. Yes. Yes. After those two brief words, the call ended. Shirley stared at Zhang Bing in horror, his heart sinking. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. We made a mistake. We've caused you trouble. After saying this, Shirley was drenched in cold sweat and immediately led his men to leave. Ma Zhanshan was deeply puzzled. Seeing Shirley's complete transformation after that one phone call, he could only guess it must have been a call from that mysterious big shot. But the power behind the Ma family could reach the heavens, so Ma Zhanshan wasn't afraid. Captain Shi, what's going on? Who called you? What's there to fear? Whatever happens, the Ma family will handle it. Shirley's expression was grave. The person who had just called him was someone even their chief had to stand at attention for. Such a big shot was far beyond the comprehension of a mere patrol captain like him. Though he maintained a good relationship with Ma Zhanshan, accepting numerous favors from the Ma family and handling matters for them. But he knew exactly who held the real power. Brother Ma, I can't afford to cross Mr. Zhang. I advise you to steer clear too. Excuse me. Chapter 45, The Top-Tier Big Shot. Hearing Shirley speak thus, Ma Zhanshan wasn't stupid. He knew the caller must be someone of considerable influence. This was beyond his ability to handle. Thus, he could only let it go and leave with Shirley. Hold on. Zhang Bing bellowed as Shirley and Ma Zhanshan turned to leave. Is this my place? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Cold sweat nearly broke out on Shirley's forehead. The caller had explicitly stated earlier that the Tianlong Hotel was a key enterprise and he was warned not to cause trouble. The status and influence of that big shot were far beyond what a mere captain like him could afford to provoke. Realizing Zhang Bing had such powerful connections backing him, Shirley knew he dared not provoke him, especially since the Ma family hadn't yet deployed their own influence. Mr. Zhang, it was all a misunderstanding. I apologize. Shirley truly lives up to his reputation as an insider. He knows when to bend and when to stand firm. But Ma Zhanshan, being an outsider, felt deeply resentful. What do you want? Zhang Bing glanced at Ma Zhanshan, whose fierce demeanor clearly marked him as a seasoned fighter who'd seen real bloodshed. But with his ancient martial arts training, he wasn't the least bit intimidated. You disrupted my business today, causing me significant losses. You think you can just walk away like this? Pay 1 million yuan in compensation, then get the hell out of here. Tell your young master Ma Chao to keep his hands off me. Otherwise, next time it won't end with just a beating. Get out. Ma Zhanshan clenched his fists in rage. He had never endured such humiliation. Mr. Zhang, please calm down. We'll do exactly as you say. Shirley feared Ma Zhanshan might act impulsively and cause a major disaster, so he hurriedly interjected. Get out. Zhang Bing barked without mercy. Shirley had long since wanted to leave. Smiling apologetically, he pulled Ma Zhanshan and his men toward the elevator, departing swiftly. After watching Ma Zhanshan, Shirley Shang, and the others flee in fright, the entire club staff gasped in shock and began applauding Zhang Bing. Only Qin Yuan and Qin Guanghua knew this was undoubtedly Feng Qianqiu pulling strings behind the scenes. Lin Hanshui and Wang Roland gazed at Zhang Bing with admiration. His actions had once again surpassed their expectations. Alright, nothing else to discuss. Everyone should return to their duties. Remember, safety is paramount. We need to strengthen security measures going forward. We can't let anyone find a way to exploit us. Zhang Bing instructed. He had a pragmatic view of this industry. After all, with China's massive population, regulation was less effective than regulation. Demand creates the market. That's the nature of a market economy. He then instructed Wang Roland to distribute the 1 million yuan extorted as compensation to all 8th floor staff as bonuses, a move that once again won the support of the 88 beauties. Qin Guanghua could only turn a blind eye to this. Such matters were ubiquitous and impossible to eradicate. After settling all arrangements, Qin Guanghua took his leave. Qin Yuan had to head to the hospital for work, and Wang Roland needed to attend to hotel matters. Rarely were only he and Lin Hanshui left alone. They entered the room, where Lin Hanshui had been completely conquered by Zhang Bing. Jealousy began to stir within her, though she knew the circumstances at school had been exceptional. But as a woman, her intuition wasn't fooled. She could tell it wasn't just Wang Roland and Su Ru. Even Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting were clearly interested in Zhang Bing. Still, she took it in stride. A man as young as Zhang Bing, skilled in medicine, physically capable, and rolling in money. To claim he belonged solely to her, even she didn't believe that. Sensing Lin Hanshui's jealousy, Zhang Bing could only soothe her while undressing her. Meanwhile, after Shirley and Ma Zhanshan slunk away, Ma Zhanshan was furious. Captain Shi, what the hell just happened? Who called you? Was it Director Gao? Brother Ma, we've known each other for years. Don't ask about this. It definitely wasn't Director Gao.
I can't say who called, so don't put me on the spot. Even Director Gao is someone I can't afford to offend. Shirley explained, his face still pale with fear. To deal with this Zhang Bing, I think only General Manager Ma can step in.
Tell me. Rest assured, I'll keep it confidential. Ma Zhanshan pressed further. Shirley wasn't stupid.
With the big shots backing Zhang Bing, a lowly captain like him dared not get involved. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he'd meet his end. Brother, don't put me in a tough spot.
I'll report everything truthfully to Director Gao. Seeing Shirley's firm stance, Ma Zhanshan dropped the matter and took his leave.
By afternoon, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue emerged from their room. Lin Hanxue's eyes sparkled with affection, her whole being radiating maturity. She held Zhang Bing's hand contentedly, her face glowing with happiness.
Just then, Zhang Bing's phone rang. He opened it to see it was Feng Qianxiu calling. Hanxue, why don't you head back to school or home first?
I've got something important to take care of here, Zhang Bing said.
Okay. Lin Hanxue nodded understandingly. Go ahead and take care of it. Just remember to be careful. Meanwhile,
inside a large courtyard in the capital, two elderly men were engaged in a game of chess. The room was adorned with antique furnishings, not extravagant, but simple and clean. One of the elders was Feng Qianxiu, while the other was Zhao Lao, the top-tier powerhouse of the capital whose every word and action could influence the entire dragon nation.
Old Feng, is that young man surnamed Zhang truly as formidable as you claim? Zhao Lao inquired with keen interest while making his move. Mr. Zhao, if he weren't exceptional, why would I personally come to ask for your assistance? Feng Qianxiu addressed Zhao Lao with particular respect.
It was precisely because he had personally come to plead that Zhao Lao had instructed his men to bypass all formalities and call Shirley, the captain of the patrol squad.
Master Zhang should be on his way here now.
You'll see for yourself when you meet him shortly. I've practiced medicine my entire life and never encountered such a remarkable young man. I'd wager this youth will one day be renowned throughout the land.
Ha! Old Zhao chuckled. Very well.
Since you hold him in such high regard, old Feng, I'm willing to give the young man a chance. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing was already en route by car, following the location provided by Feng Qianxiu. Stepping out of the car, he surveyed the row of dilapidated yet squarely built houses ahead, surrounded by red-walled courtyards. His heartbeat quickened. There was no doubt about it, the people living inside were undoubtedly top-tier big shots.
Money, in the eyes of these big shots, was practically worthless here.
Seems old Feng really made it big to know big shots of this caliber.
Zhang Bing paused, his voice thick with awe. The names of even the most ordinary residents here were taboo. Armed guards stood watch at the entrance.
Zhang Bing approached with utmost discretion and courtesy, reporting the information as Feng Qianxiu had instructed. Only then did the guards salute him and grant passage. Soon, Zhang Bing arrived at a small courtyard house. He knocked on the door, and a servant emerged shortly after.
Young man, who are you here to see? Hello, I'm here at the request of Mr. Feng Qianxiu.
Upon hearing this, the servant gestured invitingly and said, Young man, please follow me.
The courtyard was simple yet tastefully decorated, clearly reflecting the owner's refined taste.
Zhang Bing followed the servant and soon arrived at the living room. Master, old Master Feng, Mr. Zhang has arrived. Zhang Bing immediately spotted Feng Qianxiu playing chess with a ruddy-faced elder. The moment Zhang Bing saw the old man's face, his heart began to race, overwhelmed by an instinctive sense of pressure. This was the very man he had seen countless times on television before even enrolling at the Capital University of Arts.
Chapter 46, Showing Off to the Big Shot. Master Physician Zhang, come over. I'm sure I needn't introduce Elder Zhao.
Feng Qianxiu also stood up, calling out to the reserved Zhang Bing. After all, old Zhao's status and influence were extraordinary. He was one of the top power players in the establishment. For ordinary people, meeting him was practically impossible. Only then did Zhang Bing snap to attention, bowing deeply with utmost courtesy. Junior Zhang Bing greets Elder Zhao. Master Zhao chuckled softly, setting down his chess piece as he rose to his feet. He gave Zhang Bing a brief, appraising look. Not bad, young man. You show great promise. Not at all, old Master Zhao flatters me. Zhang Bing was extremely humble. This was his first time meeting a figure of such stature in person. Young man, no need to be so stiff. Relax around me. Old Feng and I have been close friends for years, and he's been raving about you, old Zhao said with a slight smile. Master Zhang, we owe this entirely to Master Zhao's appreciation of talent. He specifically instructed someone to call the police captain directly. You must express your gratitude to him properly. Feng Qianxiu kept giving Zhang subtle glances and prompted him. Zhang Bing understood instantly. He knew full well. A figure of Master Zhao's stature could reach the highest echelons of power. A single word from him could determine the survival or demise of an entire industry. Wealth had long since lost its original meaning in his eyes. The reason he'd made the exception to have his subordinates call Shirley for help was partly out of respect for Feng Qianxiu. The other reason was likely because Feng Qianxiu had painted him as utterly unique.
Now was the time to show his true worth. If he could truly catch old Zhao's eye, his future would be unimaginable. Even if Jack Ma himself came, he wouldn't dare touch him. But if he was all talk and no substance, this would be his only chance in life to speak face to face with old Zhao. With this in mind, Zhang Bing carefully observed old Zhao's physical condition. With the medical skills gifted by the system observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation chi diagnosis and the ability to ward off misfortune, nothing was beyond his grasp. At Zhao Lao's age, even with his high position and a professional medical team on standby. But even the finest medical skills couldn't defy the passage of time. Advanced age, coupled with the immense mental strain of high office and great power, took its toll. The body will always develop issues that modern medical equipment cannot resolve. Ancient medical arts excelled in this realm, which is why Zhang Bing immediately recognized that something was indeed amiss with old Zhao's health. Old Zhao, may I ask, have you been experiencing persistent fatigue, difficulty concentrating, frequent nighttime awakenings, and prolonged leg numbness? Hearing the inquiry, old Zhao didn't appear overly surprised. He merely gave a slight nod, acknowledging the question. To a figure of his stature, the fact that Zhang Bing could spot his chronic ailments at a glance was hardly remarkable. It was also possible that Feng Qianqiu had already informed Zhang Bing. If you trust me, sir, I could help resolve these troublesome minor issues, Zhang Bing volunteered. Old Zhao nodded. Master Feng mentioned your mastery of ancient acupuncture techniques long lost to history. I'd be quite interested to witness this treasure of our nation's ancient medical heritage. Please be seated, Master Zhao. Zhang Bing detected a hint of skepticism in Zhao Lao's tone, understandable, given he was only 19. After all, he was only 19, hard for anyone to believe. Had it not been for the relentless praise from Feng Qianqiu, the medical authority, he would never have earned this opportunity. Master Zhao then sat down on the sofa, signaling Zhang Bing to begin. Zhang Bing nodded, took several silver needles from Feng Qianqiu, and then began targeting every hidden acupoint on Master Zhao's body with an extremely peculiar technique. Witnessing this, Feng Qianqiu immediately pulled out a small notebook and pen, beginning to take notes. As Zhang Bing wielded the needles, his movements became increasingly intricate, techniques that could only be described as bizarre. Old Zhao felt his body grow noticeably more comfortable, though he couldn't yet verify whether his other symptoms had been resolved. His subconscious had already convinced him that this young man, Zhang Bing, was truly extraordinary. After 5 minutes, Zhang Bing put away his needles and said modestly, "Old Zhao, your physical issues have been resolved." "That fast?" Old Zhao exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, that quickly." Feng Qianqiu interjected, "Master Zhao, the 9 mysteries acupuncture technique is a treasure of our nation's medicine, long lost to history. It's said to have been passed down by ancient great physicians and possesses extraordinary efficacy." "I see," Old Zhao exhaled deeply, shaking his legs. Normally, prolonged sitting would cause numbness, but that symptom had indeed vanished. "Remarkable. The youth are formidable. If our nation had more young talents like you, how could we not speak of national rejuvenation?" Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly. Such high praise was far beyond his station, he truly couldn't bear it. "You flatter me, Old Zhao. I'm just a freshman at the art university." "Ha!" Old Zhao laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with approval. "Young Bing," he continued, "I hear from old Feng that your martial skills are formidable. That Ma family lad, Ma Chao, the national martial arts champion, couldn't even land a single move against you." Zhang Bing was startled. He hadn't expected old Zhao to know about Ma Chao. Pure luck, pure luck. Maybe that national championship title was bought with money, Zhang Bing chuckled. "Young soldier, don't get too cocky," Old Zhao said kindly. "I've seen that Ma family lad myself. He does have some skill." This surprised Zhang Bing even more. He had always assumed Ma Chao was a fraud, that his national championship was merely a staged performance, secured through deep pockets and pre-arranged deals. But if Old Zhao says Ma Chao has real skill, it must be true. "Master Zhang, Old Zhao speaks the truth. Ma Chao isn't as weak as you think, perhaps you're just too powerful," Feng Qianqiu added from the side. Zhang Bing pondered thoughtfully. It seemed the ancient martial arts the system had rewarded him with were simply too powerful, making Ma Chao appear weak by comparison. "All right, young man, focus on your studies. One day, you'll contribute your strength to the nation. I'll arrange for someone to help you handle matters with the Ma family. After all, they wield considerable influence in the capital," Old Zhao said softly. Just then, Zhang Bing's personal phone rang. He shot an apologetic glance at Old Zhao and Feng Qianqiu. Old Zhao nodded, signaling it was fine for Zhang Bing to take the call. After the call ended, Zhang Bing's expression darkened noticeably, clearly displeased. This didn't escape the notice of a veteran like Old Zhao. "Young man, have you run into trouble?" Old Zhao inquired. Zhang Bing didn't hide anything and recounted the incident involving Wang Roland's call. It turned out the president of the Capital Arts University had personally intervened, demanding the expulsion of Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Roland. Even Qin Ji was to be publicly reprimanded and given a major disciplinary warning. "Old Zhao, the Ma family has gone too far," Feng Qianqiu declared angrily.
Old Zhao remained neutral, already aware of Zhang Bing's conflict with Ma Chao at school.
Young man, return to school first.
Remember to study diligently, guard against arrogance and impatience, and dedicate yourself to serving the nation and its people in the future.
I will handle matters appropriately.
As long as you don't break the law, no one can retaliate against you through special means. With Zhao Lao's assurance, Zhang Bing felt completely relieved.
Chapter 47, You want to expel me? Capital University of Arts, President's Office. President Wu Jun, Vice President Qin Ming, and other relevant leaders were present. Lin Hanxue, Wang Roland, and Qin Ji were summoned to the meeting.
An administrative official announced on the spot that the three would be expelled for violating campus regulations.
Of course, the so-called violation of campus discipline was merely a pretext. Even a fool could see that.
This was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Ma family behind the scenes, with Zhang Bing at the root of the matter.
Principal Wu, Vice Principal Qin, on what grounds does the school expel us?
If they say we violated campus rules, then show us the evidence.
Which specific rule did we break?
Qin Ji was the first to protest after all. Qin Ming was his uncle.
Enough, Qin Ji. Arguing won't help. This is a unanimous decision by our school leadership. Qin Ming's face darkened.
He knew full well this was a case of finding fault where none existed.
But he couldn't change it. He'd already said everything he needed to say to Wu Jun and done everything he could.
But Wu Jun was the top dog at the Capital University of Arts. His word was law.
Any clear-eyed observer could see this was orchestrated by the Ma family. The Ma family was the university's golden goose.
Beyond the fixed government subsidy, the vast majority of the school's funding came from enterprises under the Ma Group.
Every faculty member, staff, and even every student reaped significant benefits from this arrangement.
Dismissing the three, especially Zhang Bing, was only to be expected.
Qin Xiao, forget it.
There's no point in arguing. Wang Roland, however, remained more level-headed. She advised, this is clearly all the Ma family's doing behind the scenes.
They're just targeting President Zhang.
We're all just collateral damage caught in the crossfire. Lin Hanxue understood the logic too, but she believed her boyfriend would resolve it. Principal Wu, distinguished leaders, we can't resist the school's decision to expel us. But mark my words, my boyfriend Zhang Bing isn't someone to be pushed around.
He won't let you get away with this.
Principal Wu Jun dismissed this with contempt. Though Zhang Bing was powerful, choosing between him and the Ma family was a no-brainer. Just vote with your feet.
Enough of this nonsense. You three, including that Zhang Bing, are expelled effective immediately. Furthermore, we will report this to the education system in the school's name, ensuring all four of you are blacklisted from every university in Manhwa. Wu Jun said coldly. Damn it, lackeys.
Qin Ji was, after all, a wealthy young man of considerable status. He'd always been high and mighty, yet now he found himself bullied with no recourse.
Hearing Wu Jun's words, Qin Ming and the other school administrators froze in shock. Expelling the four was already excessive.
Now to report it to the entire education system in the school's name, completely severing their future academic paths, this was simply too much. This would completely destroy the future prospects of these four young people. Principal Wu, reporting this to the education system seems a bit excessive, Qin Ming cautioned. Old Qin, no need for further discussion.
You know the reasons. Talking more won't help. Just execute the order. Wu Jun's stance was equally firm. If he didn't follow the instructions from the Ma family, he'd lose his privileged position at the art university.
The Ma family could leverage their high-level connections to replace him at any moment.
You've gone too far. Wang Roland finally snapped. Why should every university in the country blacklist us?
If you want to expel us, fine, blacklist us.
But then expel Ma Chao too. Wu Jun couldn't be bothered to explain, nor did he need to. His expression darkened as he snapped, this is the university's decision. It's none of your business to question it. Get out. Why? We'll definitely file a complaint against you.
Wang Wolin and Lin Hanxue erupted into a loud argument, while Qin Ji stood nearby, his fists clenched tightly. By now, regret had begun to gnaw at his conscience.
He never imagined Ma Chao would take things this far.
After all, they had known each other for so long, even calling each other brothers on the surface. Now, even he was being targeted for retaliation.
Just then, the office door burst open with a kick.
Zhang Bing rushed over, yanking the door open as he barged in.
Zhang Bing. Mr. Zhang.
Seeing Zhang Bing arrive, Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland both lit up with joy, while Qin Ji looked momentarily surprised. Zhang Bing nodded briefly to the others, his gaze turning fierce as he fixed it on Principal Wu Jun.
Zhang Bing, do you have any regard for discipline? This is a school. As a freshman, you dare to kick the principal's office door open? Do you think the school can't handle you?
Wu Jun snorted coldly and scolded loudly.
What qualifies you to be principal?
Zhang Bing retorted without restraint, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Kid, what did you say? Wu Jun was also provoked by Zhang Bing's words, his anger tinged with humiliation.
I said you're nothing but a dog for the Ma family. You're the principal of a top-performing arts school, a man of some standing, yet you're willing to be their watchdog, their house slave. Shame on you. Zhang Bing's words were fiercely sharp, dripping with biting sarcasm. This made Wu Jun's forehead darken with fury. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, Zhang Bing, get out of here immediately. From this moment on, all four of you, especially you, are expelled from the Capital Arts Academy. Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't care less. Before coming, old Zhao had personally assured him he would arrange for someone to handle this matter. Given old Zhao's standing, a single order from him would likely terrify Wu Jun to his core. Wu Jun gives you face by calling you Principal Wu. Without that face, what are you? You want to expel us and blacklist us nationwide? Fine. Then deal with Ma Chao too, that'd be fair. Otherwise, forget it. Kid. Wu Jun snapped, his face hardening with anger. Don't think having money and being able to throw a punch makes you special. Let me tell you straight, the Ma family isn't someone you can afford to offend. Whether they're untouchable or not, what business is that of yours? Zhang Bing sneered. Spill it. How much does the Ma family pay you annually? I'll double it. Zhang Bing, stop slandering me. This is defamation. Wu Jun roared. While everyone knows about these things, they must never be brought out into the open. Get out now, or I'll call security to throw you both out immediately. Zhang Bing chuckled, standing his ground unmoved. Principal Wu, he sneered dismissively, if you think you can expel us, you're mistaken. Humph! Wu Jun shot back with equal disdain. Kid, at the Capital Arts University, I call the shots. Money won't save you here, got it? Is that so? Zhang Bing retorted. Fine, we'll see about that. Get out now. Wu Jun pointed toward the exit, his voice filled with fury. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, fine, Principal Wu Jun. You're all talk now, but don't come crawling back later begging us not to leave. Chapter 48, one phone call that really scared the out of him. With that, Zhang Bing wasted no time, leading Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin straight out the door. Xinji hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to follow them out. Brother Zhang, is what you just said legit? Xinji stammered. Zhang Bing chuckled, eyeing Xinji, who essentially switched sides. Though he didn't care much for Xinji, he owed the Qin family some respect. Young Master Qin, rest assured. Wu Jun may want to expel us and blacklist us from universities nationwide, but he can't pull it off. He doesn't call the shots. Xinji sighed. Brother Zhang, you're undeniably powerful. But Wu Jun is the principal. He holds the real authority here. Even if my old man intervenes, if Wu Jun refuses to give face, there's nothing my father can do. As for blacklisting the four of us nationwide, the Ma family will certainly pull strings behind the scenes. Yes, Mr. Zhang, Wang Wolin added with a sigh. Even money might not solve this. Poof. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, dismissively. Young Master Qin, Senior Wang, you can rest assured. I said Wu Jun doesn't call the shots, and he won't. We'll just wait. Before an hour's up, Wu Jun will be begging us. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Qinji and Wang Wolin fell silent, suspecting he must have some hidden means at his disposal. Following Zhang Bing's suggestion, the group headed to the school cafeteria to grab lunch first. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Qin Ming and a handful of other school administrators still opposed Wu Jun's decision. After all, expelling 4 students was already a severe punishment. If they truly followed the Ma family's instructions and reported it to the education system, resulting in a nationwide blacklist across all universities, that would be pushing someone to the brink. Enough. I don't want any of you to bring this up again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh. As principal, Wu Jun held absolute authority over school matters. Principal Wu, please, don't be so ruthless. Expelling these 4 already satisfies the Ma family's demands. Qin Ming persisted, not only because his nephew Qin Ji was among them. Old Qin, don't you understand what I'm saying? Wu Jun snapped, his voice cold. This matter is yours to handle. Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Wolin must leave campus within 1 hour. Announce that these 4 are permanently barred from setting foot on our campus. Just then, the dedicated line in the principal's office rang, interrupting Wu Jun. Wu Jun froze for a moment, for that line was reserved for calls from higher-ups. He immediately walked over to answer it, his posture straightening the instant the call connected. Yes. Understood. Yes. In just a few words, less than 10 seconds, Wu Jun found himself breaking out in a cold sweat. Principal Wu, which leader called? Qin Ming and the others asked curiously. To their recollection, this was the first time they'd ever seen Wu Jun in such a state. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wu Jun ordered, quickly. Quickly. Go chase Zhang Bing and the others back immediately. Now. Principal Wu, what do you mean? Qin Ming and the others asked in confusion. Wu Jun was completely flustered. Without further ado, he dashed out while shouting, don't ask questions. Hurry. Meanwhile, at the school cafeteria, Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Wolin sat together eating.
Except for Zhang Bing, the other three looked worried.
Among the four, only Wang Ruolin came from a modest background. Qin Shi's family wielded considerable influence, and Lin Hanshua's family was solidly upper middle class. But expulsion from university was still a devastating blow. Just then, Wang Chang and a group of wealthy students entered in clusters. The two groups locked eyes instantly, their hostility flaring up like enemies meeting face to face. "Mr. Zhang, it's Wang Chang's crew. Looks like they're looking for trouble," Wang Ruolin warned. Zhang Bing nodded, his face brimming with disdain.
From start to finish, he hadn't taken Wang Chang, this nouveau riche second-generation rich kid, seriously.
Meanwhile, Wang Chang inwardly cursed Zhang Bing's entire lineage.
Though Zhang Bing's strength made him wary, and he had faithfully relayed Zhang Bing's exact words to Wang Ba, who had followed through. But they'd also learned about Ma Chao's actions. The school had issued a public reprimand and expelled all 4 students. Given Ma Chao's temperament, this was merely an appetizer. "Head, Zhang Bing, Xin Ji, you 4 have been expelled. How dare you still strut around campus?" Wang Chang approached with a group of people, all of whom Xin Ji recognized. They used to be his hangers-on, but now he'd been discarded by Ma Chao. Wang Chang had successfully taken his place. "Wang Chang, you wanna die?" Xin Ji, who had always looked down on Wang Chang, stood up and shouted angrily at the sight of his arrogance. Wang Chang snorted coldly. "Xin Ji, you think it's still like before? Let me tell you, you're nothing but a stray dog now. After Boss Ma finishes with that Zhang guy, you'll be next." "What the hell did you say?" Xin Ji exploded. Being mocked by someone he once looked down on pushed him over the edge. "Mr. Qin, calm down." Zhang Bing stood up at that moment and tried to restrain Xin Ji. He shot a warning glance at the smug Wang Chang. "Wang Chang, looks like those slaps yesterday didn't teach you a lesson." "What? You want to test my limits?" "Zhang Bing." Wang Chang clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. His hatred for Zhang Bing was second to none. No one dared claim the top spot. But Zhang Bing's strength was undeniable. He couldn't afford to provoke him. His only hope now lay with Ma Chao. Now Zhang Bing and his group had been expelled from the school, with the news broadcast throughout the entire campus. This meant Zhang Bing, Xin Ji, Lin Hanshua, and Wang Ruolin were no longer students at the art school. With this new status, if they dared to lay a finger on him, the nature of the offense would be entirely different. "I know you can fight, but now you've been expelled and publicly shamed." "Got the guts to lay a finger on me? Wang Chang, you bastard, bring it on." Xin Ji couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed a plate from the table, ready to smash it down. "Xin Gongzi, don't be impulsive." Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanshua rushed to stop him. "Young Master Qin, we absolutely mustn't fall into their trap. As non-students now, if we assault him on campus, the consequences will be severe and the fallout incredibly messy." Senior Rulin is absolutely right. Zhang Bing agreed wholeheartedly, giving Qin Ji a meaningful look to signal him to put down the plate. Though Qin Ji usually seemed brainless, he regained his composure in this moment. "Oh? Looks like you've got a new master now, Qin Ji? Getting so obedient?" Wang Chang, seeing Qin Ji wasn't taking the bait, escalated his verbal provocation. Zhang Bing gave a cold laugh. "Wang Chang, young Master Qin's background means I can't lay a finger on you, but I can." "Ha, Zhang Bing, go ahead and try to touch me," Wang Chang sneered. "You've all been expelled, while we're still art school students. You dare lay a finger on me on campus? What good is your money then? I can send you to the sewing machine anytime." Chapter 49, So What If I Beat You? Damn it! Zhang Bing's face darkened. Suddenly, he grabbed a plate from the dining table and slammed it down onto Wang Chang's head with lightning speed. The scene froze everyone else in their tracks. Just moments ago, Zhang Bing had been warning Qin Ji not to act impulsively. Now, here he was, taking matters into his own hands. Wang Chang's crew froze in shock. Zhang Bing wasn't playing by the rules. You bastard. You're an adult now, and you dare to start something on campus?" Wang Chang rubbed his head and cursed furiously. "So what if I did?" Zhang Bing retorted, delivering 2 swift slaps across Wang Chang's face without hesitation. "Who told you I'm an outsider?" Wang Chang's crew had witnessed Zhang Bing's skills firsthand. He could handle Ma Chao single-handedly. If it came to blows, none of them stood a chance. "You, hurry up and notify the school administration and security. Quickly." Wang Chang's face rapidly swelled up as he shouted urgently at the people around him. Zhang Bing sneered coldly, "You idiot, it won't matter who you notify." Just then, a large group of people entered the cafeteria. Leading the way were Principal Wu Jun, Vice Principal Qin Ming, and other relevant school administrators. Seeing the urgent expressions on the school officials' faces, Zhang Bing immediately understood. He knew Zhao Lao must have already arranged for someone to take action. But Wang Chang and the others remained completely unaware, thinking the school officials had come to help. "Principal. That bastard Zhang Bing got expelled, yet he's still hanging around campus and he even attacked me." Wang Chang shouted angrily, clutching his face, his clothes stained with dirt. "That's right, Principal. They've already been expelled and are no longer students here.
How dare they resort to violence on campus? Principal, this is extremely serious. They should all be arrested. The other rich kids joined Wang Chang in their outcry. Seeing this, Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin grew anxious and rushed to explain. Non-school personnel assaulting students on campus. This incident carries extremely negative implications. If we pursue this relentlessly, especially with the Ma family secretly pulling strings behind the scenes, it could become extremely troublesome. Even if Zhang Bing is wealthy, this will bring him nothing but trouble. Principal, Wang Chang deliberately provoked and insulted him first. That's why Zhang Bing acted. That's right, Principal. It was clearly Wang Chang and his gang who came looking for trouble. Lin Hanxue, Wang Wolin, what the hell are you two saying? Wang Chang roared. Xinji stepped forward too. I'm the one who hit him. Zhang Bing had nothing to do with it. Oh, Xinji, you're such a loyal bastard. Think you can take the fall for this? Wang Chang said coldly. Shut up. By now, Wu Jun was drenched in cold sweat. Principal Wu, we should have someone arrest that piece of trash Zhang Bing immediately. Detain him first, then we'll go to the hospital to get my injuries checked. Wang Chang suggested. Wang Chang, you bastard. What do you think you're doing? Wu Jun's face darkened as he snapped angrily. Principal Wu, what do you mean by this? Wang Chang was utterly bewildered, not expecting Wu Jun to turn on him instead of offering support. Wu Jun ignored Wang Chang. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he walked up to Zhang Bing and spoke with great humility and respect. Zhang Bing, the school made a mistake earlier. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Wu Jun's words left everyone dumbfounded, except Zhang Bing himself, who knew exactly what was going on. Zhang Bing, you are both invaluable talents to this school. As principal, I sincerely apologize for my hasty decision earlier. Principal, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? You're not expelling the four of them? Wang Chang and the others, including Qin Ming and other school leaders, were completely dumbfounded. All eyes turned to Zhang Bing, who wore a faint, cold smile. Principal Wu, admitting and correcting mistakes is certainly commendable, but please be more discerning in the future. Yes, Zhang Bing, you're right. This was a major oversight on our part. Wu Jun groveled, his tone utterly servile. He just received a call from higher-ups. The person who made that call represented a power he dared not even dream of confronting. Shortly, all relevant leaders of our school will publicly admit their mistakes and issue a formal apology. This left the relevant leaders utterly dumbfounded. All leaders publicly apologizing to the students? Whatever you want. Zhang Bing wasn't interested in that. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Wang Chang and his gang, who were utterly stunned. Principal Wu, what about the incident where I assaulted that scumbag Wang Chang earlier? Deal with it. Of course, it must be dealt with severely. Wu Jun glared at Wang Chang and sternly reprimanded him. Wang Chang, you and your kind have been running rampant in this school for far too long. Relying on your wealthy families, you've turned the school's atmosphere into a complete mess. Today, every single one of you must immediately write a public self-criticism and receive a major disciplinary record announced to the entire school. What? Principal Wu, was it Zhang Bing who hit me? Principal Wu, we refuse to accept this. Wang Chang and his group of privileged students were utterly shocked, unable to comprehend Principal Wu's sudden, drastic change in attitude. I'm in charge here. Mark my words, a school-wide reprimand is the lightest punishment you'll get. If any of you cause trouble again, you'll be expelled immediately. Wu Jun warned. Then, his demeanor shifted again. He looked at Zhang Bing with an ingratiating expression and inquired, Zhang Bing, are you satisfied with this resolution? Ha! Zhang Bing offered no reply. He didn't take Wang Chang and his rich kid crew seriously. It was Ma Chao behind them who was the real problem. You're the principal. Do whatever you see fit. The rest is none of our business. Understood. Wu Jun nodded, then adopted an imposing demeanor as he reprimanded Wang Chang's group before dispersing them entirely. Once everyone had left, Qin Ji, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Wolin could no longer contain themselves. What kind of influence did Zhang Bing wield that could make Wu Jun change his attitude so drastically? And earlier, when the Ma family and police captain Shirlei went to the Tianlong Hotel looking for trouble, they were scared off by a single phone call, apologizing and leaving behind 1,000,000 yuan in compensation. Brother Zhang, it seems you must have some powerful backers. She couldn't help but marvel. Now he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, Wang Chang's current predicament would have been his own. Mr. Zhang, you're incredible. Even the principal doesn't dare cross you now, Wang Wolin said admiringly. Lin Hanxue remained silent, but her eyes brimmed with equal delight. Finding such a powerful boyfriend gave her immense security. Meanwhile, after Wu Jun issued a stern warning to Wang Chang and the others, he immediately set about handling the school-wide self-criticism session he was leading. Qin Ming and the other school leaders were utterly baffled, but Wu Jun offered no further explanation, instead enforcing the requirement on everyone. Meanwhile, after spending half a day at the hospital, Ma Chao returned to his villa. Pang Biao, Shirlei, Ma Zhanshan, and others stood by to report everything that had transpired.
After hearing their reports, Ma Chao seethed with rage, wishing he could tear Zhang Bing limb from limb on the spot.
Just then, Wang Chang called again, detailing the recent events at the school.
Damn it, this Zhang guy wants to mess with me, to mess with the Ma family, huh?
Hand me the phone. I'll inform my father personally. Chapter 50, The Qin Family's Downfall.
Shirley watched the scene unfold, hesitating before finally speaking up to dissuade him. Young Master Ma, that Zhang Bing really does have powerful connections.
Maybe you should just let this matter drop. If it comes to blows, we'll both suffer. Better to keep our waters separate. Shirley meant well.
Both he and the school principal, Wu Jun, had received calls from the same person. Though this person's rank wasn't particularly high, there was no guarantee whether he was acting on his own initiative or conveying someone else's orders. Such high-level figures were not people they could afford to provoke.
Damn it! Ma Chao snapped, showing no regard for Shirley. As the captain of the patrol squad, you can't even handle this? The Ma family spent so much to prop you up and keep you in your position. We might as well have kept a dog instead.
Young Master Ma, your words are too harsh. Shirley felt his pride wounded and was deeply displeased. Ma Zhanshan immediately stepped in to restrain Shirley, then turned to Ma Chao. Young Master, Captain Shir has always served our Ma family.
He's one of us.
Humph. Ma Chao dismissed him coldly, his tone laced with threat. If any of them dare utter such words again, I'll immediately inform Director Gao and have you reassigned to guard the reservoir. Hearing this, Shirley fell silent, a cold smile playing on his lips. He sensed Zhang Bing's backer was incredibly powerful. Even Ma Yunting stepping in might not resolve this.
Young Master. Ma Zhanshan calmly analyzed from the side, I've secretly investigated this Zhang Bing.
On the surface, he seems to have no background. But in my opinion, it's most likely that old bastard from the Qin family pulling the strings. Even though he's retired, he still has some connections.
The Qins, eh? They don't know when to quit. They actually dare to oppose our Ma family, do they? Ma Chao sneered coldly.
That old Qin has retired. Once he's gone, his influence fades.
Those connections? Our Ma family has them too.
Currently, only Qin Guanghua holds a position within the financial system, wielding some influence.
We'll start with him.
Then immediately terminate all cooperation and dealings with Qin Guangming and the entire Qin family. Yes, young master, Ma Zhanshan replied. I'll make arrangements immediately.
The next morning,
Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue had just woken up in their hotel suite when his phone rang. He opened it to find it was Qin Yuan calling.
Hey, Sister Yuan, what's up so early? Brother, where are you? I need your help with something urgent. Qin Yuan's voice sounded rather frantic on the other end. I'm at the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Got it.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. After hanging up, Lin Hanxue hugged him and said with a hint of jealousy, Sis Yuan must have feelings for you.
And it's not just her, Zhang Tingting likes you too.
Zhang Bing could only cover his awkwardness with a smile.
Sigh, you're young, wealthy, and talented. What woman wouldn't like you? Lin Hanxue said, sounding a bit sad.
Zhang Bing sighed softly and said gently, other people liking me is their business, but you're my girlfriend, aren't you? Lin Hanxue nodded, and the two got up to pack their things. 15 minutes later, Qin Yuan arrived at the hotel in her car, just as expected. As soon as they met, Qin Yuan said anxiously, Brother, something happened to Uncle Guanghua. After much thought, I believe you might be the only one who can help. Hearing that Qin Guanghua was in trouble, Zhang Bing was startled and hurriedly asked, Sis Yuan, don't panic.
What exactly happened to Director Qin?
Qin Yuan then recounted the morning's events. Qin Guanghua had gone to work as usual, only to be taken away by the relevant authorities for questioning.
Old Master Qin had just undergone surgery and was recovering well.
Upon hearing the news, he immediately made several calls trying to find out what was going on.
But he knew nothing about it. With no other options, she thought of Zhang Bing. Director Qin is an upright man.
This sudden incident must be orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, Zhang Bing analyzed.
Yes, brother. We all know Uncle Guanghua's character and integrity. He must have been framed, Qin Yuan said anxiously. Grandfather is still in the hospital and can't be discharged.
The rest of our family can't help, so I had no choice but to come to you for assistance.
Qin Yuan wasn't foolish.
Last time, a single phone call had scared off Shirley, and yesterday, another call had made Principal Wu Jun break out in a cold sweat. Zhang Bing must have powerful connections behind him, perhaps even surpassing the Qin family's influence. After a moment's thought, Zhang Bing said, Sis Yuan, don't panic. Let's figure out exactly what's going on before we plan our next move. I can assure you here that if Director Qin himself is completely innocent, we will see justice served for him.
Meanwhile,
Qin Guanghua was being held under house arrest in a secluded room, where several officials were interrogating him. This pushed the normally upright Qin Guanghua to his limit. He snapped, Have you finished your questioning? I, Qin Guanghua, am not afraid of investigations.
Investigate whatever you want. But if you can't uncover the truth, I will demand an explanation from you. Director Qin, we are merely following orders and executing procedures, the investigators explained. Just then, the door to the chamber opened. A middle-aged man entered. Upon seeing him, the two investigators immediately stood and exclaimed, "Chief Gao." The newcomer was none other than Gao Feng, the chief of the police bureau. Qin Guanghua was equally startled by Gao Feng's presence. Gao Feng's rank and status were no ordinary matter. His personal appearance gave Qin a vague sense of foreboding. Director Qin, I suggest you address certain issues truthfully. A prompt resolution is in your best interest. Truth leads to leniency. I have some standing with old Qin. If you continue to resist, you'll be the one who suffers in the end. Chief Gao, Qin Guanghua replied calmly, I don't understand what you mean. I, Qin Guanghua, have always been upright and above reproach. What issues do I need to confess to? Ha! Gao Feng's smile was forced. He knew perfectly well Qin Guanghua was clean. But this was a direct order from Ma Yunting himself to crack down on Qin Guanghua and send a warning to the old patriarch of the Qin family. With the immense authority of the police commissioner, finding any pretext to detain someone and smear their reputation was child's play. Director Qin, I'd rather not say this, but I have no choice. Your family patriarch has been retired for so long, and you've been doing quite well in the financial sector. Why must you meddle in things that aren't your concern and provoke those you shouldn't provoke? Hearing this, Qin Guanghua still didn't quite grasp the meaning. Commissioner Gao, please speak plainly. Gao Feng sighed and said, I hear your Qin family has been getting quite close to a young student lately. That student holds enormous funds, and you hold a position in the financial system. You even intervened on his behalf at the Beijing bank branch. This inevitably raises suspicions of collusion between insiders and outsiders. At this, Qin Guanghua finally understood. So all this was the Ma family's doing behind the scenes. He truly hadn't expected them to target him directly first. Humph. Qin Guanghua snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. Commissioner Gao, as the head of the police bureau, don't you know that everything must be done according to the law? That evidence is paramount? Gao Feng sneered even more contemptuously. Want evidence? That's easy enough. The law serves power, don't you understand that? If you cooperate fully, I can guarantee you won't be affected. But if you remain stubborn, you'll regret it sooner than you can imagine. Chapter 51, Account Freeze. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan were scrambling everywhere, desperately seeking solutions. But the Ma family had clearly pulled significant strings this time. Those whom old Master Qin had once mentored now maintained a deafening silence. They all made excuses, finding all sorts of reasons to avoid getting involved. It really is true that once the guest leaves, the tea grows cold. When grandfather was still in power, he helped them so much, and now they've all turned their backs on him, Qin Yuan said angrily. Zhang Bing tried to console her, people turning their backs is only natural. Besides, the Ma family is the wealthiest in the capital. They managed to isolate Director Qin for investigation overnight, operating behind the scenes without a whisper. That alone shows their power is truly extraordinary. Brother, what should we do now? Qin Yuan looked at Zhang Bing helplessly, her voice filled with desperation. Zhang Bing pondered for a moment before replying, I'll say it again, as long as Director Qin is innocent, justice will prevail. Just then, Zhang Bing received a text message on his phone. Curious, he opened it and froze in shock. Holy! What's wrong, bro? Qin Yuan asked. Zhang Bing replied furiously, damn it, the Ma family moved fast, they froze my 50 billion. Let's go to the bank and check it out right now. Qin Yuan slammed her foot on the gas pedal, speeding toward the bank with Zhang Bing in tow. Meanwhile, inside the branch of the Capital Bank, branch manager Li Ben and account manager Su Ru were being berated from head to toe. The one berating them was none other than Zhang Wei, the former head office executive. Zhang Wei had been ordered to freeze Zhang Bing's 50 billion yuan deposit, and he'd come to exact revenge and flex his authority. Director Zhang, we've investigated the source of those 50 billion yuan. It's legitimate and clean. Freezing it outright, that might not be compliant with regulations. Li Ben lowered his head, offering a quiet defense. Humph. Zhang Wei cared little for legitimacy. He snapped, Li Ben, are you resigning as branch manager? Whether it's legitimate or not, is that for you to decide? Su Ru sighed. She had witnessed Zhang Bing's power firsthand during her recent visits to the school. But she understood all too well that whether Zhang Bing's 50 billion deposit was legitimate or not was beside the point. What mattered was that someone was out to get Zhang Bing. As for who, it had to be the Ma family. Who could they possibly offend? So Su Ru played it safe. She immediately put on a pitiful act, deliberately undoing a few buttons on her blouse to reveal her ample figure. Director Zhang, whatever you tell us to do, we'll do it. Zhang Wei glanced at Su Ru's figure before saying with satisfaction, now that's more like it. Let me tell you straight, Qin Guanghua was taken away for investigation first thing this morning. Got it? Zhang Bing is finished. Sooner or later he crossed the wrong people. Hearing this, Li Ben and Su Ru knew Zhang Bing was finished. Get out. I need to rest here. Zhang Wei glared at Li Ben and barked. Li Ben dared not utter a word and quickly backed out, leaving only Su Ru and Zhang Wei in the VIP room. At that moment, Qin Yuan and Zhang Bing also arrived. The moment they entered the bank, Li Ben emerged from the VIP room. Mr. Li, President, is that so? Freezing my account without a word? Zhang Bing, clearly displeased, walked straight up and confronted him. Li Ben sighed and explained as politely as he could, Mr. Zhang, you should know that you are our bank's largest client. I have absolutely no reason to freeze your account. Oof. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, knowing Li Ben was telling the truth, yet he remained deeply dissatisfied. I won't make things difficult for you. Just tell me who ordered you to do this? Li Ben looked troubled, reluctant to antagonize Zhang Bing. After all, he was only a branch manager. He then pointed toward the VIP lounge and whispered, it was Director Zhang who arrived early this morning with orders from headquarters to freeze the account. Zhang Wei. Zhang Bing could barely recall this pot-bellied, pig-nosed minor executive from headquarters. Tell him to get out here. Zhang Bing barked. Li Ben shook his head and murmured, Director Zhang, things aren't what they used to be. Director Zhang just mentioned that Director Qin was placed under investigation this morning. Do you think Director Qin is finished, so you've started acting recklessly? Zhang Bing asked coldly. Li Ben didn't know how to explain. He didn't want to offend anyone. Fine. Zhang Bing nodded, then shoved Li Ben aside and charged toward the VIP room. No, Mr. Zhang, please don't. Mr. Zhang. Li Ben panicked. If Zhang Bing barged in now, he'd walk right into it, no need to guess what Zhang Wei and Su Ru were doing inside. But Zhang Bing wouldn't listen. He reached the VIP room door and kicked it open with one foot. Sure enough, at a glance, Su Ru was disheveled and kneeling on the floor, servicing Zhang Wei. Qin Yuan found the sight unbearable and immediately turned her head away. Damn it, it's you. Kid, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Wei paid Zhang Bing no mind whatsoever when he appeared. He pulled on his pants, shoved Su Ru aside, and stood up, his voice cold. Zhang, I still haven't settled the score with you from last time. You idiot. Zhang Bing snapped back without mercy. Trash like you thinks it can settle scores with me? Oomph, Zhang Wei sneered. Listen, kid, Qin Guanghua is finished. Every penny in your account will be confiscated. You'll soon be left with nothing, no money, no man. Is that so? Zhang Bing sneered. With a fat, dumb pig like you? You still dare to be so cocky? Zhang Wei threatened. Don't think I don't know about your beef with young Master Ma at the art school. Kid, you're finished. Completely finished. Just then, Su Ru zipped up her coat, flicked her hair, and hooked her arm through Zhang Wei's, masterfully playing the game of survival. Mr. Zhang, no, you don't deserve that title anymore. Face reality, you're about to lose everything, maybe even land in jail. And you dare speak so disrespectfully to Director Zhang? Seeing Su Ru's smug expression, especially her flirtatious manner, Qin Yuan felt a wave of disgust. Su Ru, is it? Back in school, you weren't like this at all. Ha! Unfazed by Qin Yuan's sarcasm, Su Ru retorted, Miss Qin, times have changed. A wise bird chooses its perch. Why should I be dragged down with him? Pa! Shameless! Qin Yuan snapped angrily. Zhang Bing tugged at Qin Yuan, signaling her not to stoop to this woman's level. Listen up, you lot. Within 24 hours, you'll unfreeze my account, no questions asked. Ha, Zhang Wei sneered. Kid, you're dreaming. Not only will your account funds be seized, but the Tianlong Hotel under your name will be shut down immediately. Ha! And the Ma family's young master has already made it clear within 2 days, he wants one of your legs. Chapter 52, Brutal Resolution. Oomph. Hearing Zhang Wei's brazen threats, Zhang Bing showed utter contempt. He had long been aware of the threats and rumors circulating about Ma Chao. He couldn't care less. His own connections were now as solid as they could possibly be. He simply didn't want to bother old Zhao over every little thing. After all, relationships with super heavyweights of this caliber must be wielded like a double-edged sword. Moreover, he had to demonstrate his uniqueness and value to the other party, so they would genuinely recognize him. Otherwise, such connections would diminish with each use. Keep barking like a dog, and you'll see for yourself. With that, Zhang Bing saw no point in wasting breath arguing with Zhang Wei and prepared to leave with Qin Yuan. But Zhang Wei wasn't having it. Though he was just a minor manager at headquarters, he was extremely image-conscious. Last time, with Qin Guanghua present, he hadn't dared to speak up, resulting in a complete loss of face. Now things were different. Qin Guanghua had been under investigation for some time. Moreover, he knew the Ma family was pulling the strings behind the scenes. In his eyes, Zhang Bing was backed by Qin Guanghua and the entire Qin family. Now that the Qins were finished, he needed to make a strong statement to assert his presence. Halt! Zhang Wei bellowed. Did I give you permission to leave? Qin Yuan had long since reached her limit. She found men like Zhang Wei greasy middle-aged guys who flaunted their petty power utterly repulsive. What do you think you're doing? Oomph. Zhang Wei shot Qin Yuan a glance, his eyes brimming with greed. Qin Yuanyuan's figure and aura were something Su Ru couldn't match.
But he dared not openly make a move on her, yet the Qin family was still around.
Zhang Bing, last time Qin Guanghua backed you up and you humiliated me in public. Now that we've run into each other today, you'd better apologize to me properly.
Zhang Bing heard this and felt utterly speechless inside, silently cursing Zhang Wei as not only an idiot but also childish.
Are you an idiot? Do I need to apologize to you? Who the hell are you calling an idiot? Zhang Wei thrust his bulging belly forward, raising his hand to slap Zhang Bing across the face. Director Zhang, watch out. Su Ru had witnessed Zhang Bing's skills firsthand at school. There was no way Zhang Wei could come out on top.
Sure enough, the moment Su Ru's warning reached him, Zhang Bing had already acted. Zhang Bing found the situation both hilarious and infuriating. He never expected Zhang Wei to actually try to lay a hand on him.
Without hesitation, he swiftly grabbed Zhang Wei's wrist. You've got some nerve. I didn't pick a fight with you, yet you want to take me on?
He applied just a little pressure, and Zhang Wei instantly felt as if his wrist was about to be crushed.
Let go. Damn it, let go.
Zhang Wei screamed, cursing at the top of his lungs. Zhang Bing showed no mercy. With a cold snort, he delivered 2 sharp slaps across Zhang Wei's face.
Remember, you started this.
2 solid slaps sent stars spinning before Zhang Wei's eyes, his face swelling rapidly. You stupid, disgusting pig didn't even bother to find out who you were messing with before you started this. Only then did Zhang Bing release Zhang Wei.
You dare hit me. You dare assault a public official? You're dead meat.
Zhang Wei clutched his face, shaking his head furiously as he shouted angrily. Don't think you can act however you please just because you're some low-level manager at the head office of Capital Bank. Zhang Bing sneered with contempt.
Zhang Bing, how could you hit someone? You dare assault Director Zhang? We'll report this to the police immediately.
Su Ru seized the moment, fawning as she helped Zhang Wei to his feet.
Li Ben. Zhang Wei bellowed.
Li Ben approached with his head bowed. He hadn't uttered a word throughout the entire incident, but had remained nearby the whole time.
Are you deaf?
This man just attacked me.
Notify the police immediately for proper handling. If he isn't locked up, I'll write my name backwards.
Li Ben sighed inwardly. Truth be told, he harbored resentment toward Zhang Wei and actually admired the younger Zhang Bing more.
But rank and authority crushed like a mountain, he dared not cross Zhang Wei. Director Li, what are you standing there for? Notify the police immediately.
Seeing this, Li Ben shot Zhang Bing a slightly apologetic glance.
Zhang Bing understood Li Ben's dilemma and calmly said, It's fine, Director Li. You're a decent man.
Just report it to the police. I'll be damned if I don't see who ends up behind bars today, me or this stupid pig.
Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Li Ben had no choice but to comply.
Zhang Bing, you just wait, I'll make sure to destroy you this time.
Zhang Wei snarled viciously, spewing threats non-stop. Su Ru licked Zhang Wei while echoing his threats. Zhang Bing, you're just a student. Sure, you had some skills back then, but that's ancient history now.
Back in school, you crossed the Ma family's young master.
Now no one can help you, not even the Qins can save themselves.
Seeing Su Ru's smug expression, Zhang Bing was suddenly filled with regret. He recalled the first time he came here, when he'd even let this woman serve him. You're so despicable.
Qin Yuan couldn't contain her anger, pointing at Su Ru as she shouted. Miss Qin, when you call me despicable, why don't you think about yourself?
You're 30 years old, still single and unmarried, yet you're infatuated with a 19-year-old boy who already has a girlfriend.
So who's the real here? You. Qin Yuan flushed crimson, speechless with fury.
Sis Yuan, don't stoop to her level, it's beneath you, Zhang Bing interjected.
Humph.
Su Ru desperately wanted to impress Zhang Wei and continued with her sarcastic tone. Zhang Bing, I guess you don't know yet. Director Zhang has a very close relationship with Captain Shi of the patrol squad responsible for this area's security. When Captain Shi shows up, you'll be in for a world of trouble.
Hearing this, both Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan couldn't help but snort coldly. Captain Shi, isn't that Shirley?
Last time, Ma Zhanshan, the security manager of the Ma Group, personally went with Shirley to pick a fight at the Tianlong Hotel. After just one phone call, Shirley was sweating buckets, apologizing and offering compensation on the spot before cautiously leaving. Who would have thought Zhang Wei and Su Ru were still fantasizing about getting Shirley to help them?
Oh, really?
That's terrifying, Zhang Bing sneered. Zhang Bing, you're so damn smug now, but just wait until Captain Shi shows up, then you'll be in for it.
Zhang Wei threatened.
Zhang Bing snorted coldly, sneering, you dumb pig, I'll be right here waiting. With that, Zhang Bing sat down with Qin Yuan. The two looked completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened.
Less than 5 minutes later, sirens blared outside the bank.
Hearing this, Zhang Wei and Su Ru grew even more arrogant. They shot Zhang Bing a glare before striding out together. A patrol car pulled up at the entrance, and leading the team was indeed Patrol Captain Shirley. Director Zhang, President Li, what's the matter? Shirley politely inquired. Chapter 53, Presenting the Silver Bracelet.
Guan Chang, shut your mouth.
Guan Biao was drenched in cold sweat. He'd been right there yesterday.
Uncle Biao, what are you doing?
Guan Chang remained clueless, continuing to shout, "Get moving!
Take down this scumbag.
We'll wait for young Master Zhang to handle him."
Shut up. Guan Biao couldn't hold back any longer, snapping, "Do you realize the colossal trouble you've caused?"
Guan Chang remained unconcerned, stubbornly insisting, "Uncle Biao, look how scared you are."
I know my uncle gave the order last night. What's the big deal? So what if this guy has some connections?
Once young Master Zhang arrives, he'll have him killed.
How dare you? Guan Biao roared, suddenly lunging forward.
But his attack wasn't aimed at Zhao Feng, it was aimed at Guan Chang. A resounding slap cracked across Guan Chang's face. "You completely ignored the head of the family's personal order, and now you still show no remorse. You've already caused a major disaster." Guan Chang, slapped for no reason, felt deeply resentful, yet he still believed Zhao Feng was insignificant. Even if Zhao Feng and the Chu family had found powerful allies, making the Guan family difficult to provoke.
But this wasn't just Guan family business anymore, it involved Zheng Tianwei too. "You? Uncle Biao, you actually hit me?" Guan Biao wanted to strangle Guan Chang on the spot. This wasn't about hitting him, it was about saving him. Forget Zheng Tianwei, even Zheng Tianwei's own father, Zheng Shana, couldn't afford to cross Zhao Feng. "Shut your mouth when told to shut it. Apologize to Elder Zhao immediately." Guan Biao spoke with resolve, then struck again.
He yanked Guan Chang toward him, raised his palms, and delivered several hard slaps, one after another.
The blows sent stars dancing before Guan Chang's eyes, knocking out several teeth.
It was clear Guan Biao had struck with full force. Had he not done so to appease Zhao Feng's fury? If Zhao Feng had taken matters into his own hands, Guan Chang might not have survived.
"Elder Zhao, I apologize. Guan Chang is young and hot-headed, lacking wisdom, which is why he offended you.
Last night, our family had issued an order forbidding anyone from the Guan family to oppose the Chu family or you.
We apologize.
We will discipline him severely and teach him a harsh lesson.
Please calm your anger."
Guan Biao was clearly terrified, spouting a torrent of explanations and apologies in a desperate attempt to earn Zhao Feng's forgiveness. Witnessing this scene, Guan Chang and his men were utterly dumbfounded. Zhao Feng and Chu Nan remained seated at the table, watching the scene unfold with calm composure. Your Guan family truly doesn't know a good thing when you see it. Based on what that little piece of trash just said, it would be perfectly reasonable for this young master to take his life, wouldn't it?
Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Guan Biao's heart raced.
Suddenly, he slammed his palm down hard on Guan Chang, sending him crashing to the floor, spitting blood. This blow was delivered with genuine ferocity, severe enough to inflict critical injuries on Guan Chang, a practitioner at the third stage of the Shackles realm. Immediately afterward, Guan Biao dropped to his knees, pleading, "Senior Zhao, please show mercy. We will severely punish Guan Chang. I beg you to spare his life."
Guan Chang lay pale and blood-spattered, unable to believe Guan Biao would strike him so viciously or kneel before Zhao Feng. His brain-dead mind couldn't comprehend it. Instead, he coughed up blood while roaring furiously, "Guan Biao, you're insane. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die." Guan Biao was sweating with anxiety, truly realizing for the first time just how utterly foolish Guan Chang was. His actions were a strategic retreat to save Guan Chang's life. Zhao Feng sat in his seat, watching the scene with amusement. He sighed, "You're Guan Biao, right? You're actually quite sharp-witted. Too bad your young master here can't think straight and doesn't even appreciate it. Elder Zhao, you're absolutely right. Whatever you say goes. Enough." Zhao Feng didn't want to waste words. His voice turned cold. "Take that moron from the Guan family away immediately. Get out. Don't disturb our meal." Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Guan Biao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He silently thanked the heavens that Guan Chang's life had been spared. "Thank you, Elder Zhao. Thank you." Guan Biao repeatedly expressed his gratitude before standing up, intending to quickly lead Guan Chang away. But then, Guan Chang, who knows what possessed him. He struggled violently and bellowed, "I'm not leaving. I'm waiting for young Master Zhang to deal with him." "Guan Chang, you bastard, shut your mouth." Guan Biao's face darkened as he bellowed, ready to drag Guan Chang away by force. Just then, a convoy of luxury cars pulled up outside the restaurant. These vehicles were quite aggressive, barreling straight toward the restaurant entrance and blocking it. A large group of people then rushed out of the vehicles, led by none other than Zheng Tianwei. Seeing Zheng Tianwei arrive with his men, Guan Chang felt even more emboldened. "Guan Biao, I order you to release me immediately. Release me now. Young Master Zhang has personally arrived. Today, Zhao Feng will suffer worse than death." "Shut up." Guan Biao knew full well that Zheng Tianwei was in for a world of trouble today. He slapped Guan Chang across the face, his mind racing. Just then, Zheng Tianwei burst in with his men, immediately spotting Guan Chang, blood streaming down his face, being held by Guan Biao. By the window, Zhao Feng and Chu Nan were leisurely dining. "Young Master Zhang." Guan Chang struggled frantically, shouting, "Is that scumbag Zhao Feng the one you're looking for?" They're from the Chu family.
A flash of savagery flickered in Zhang Tianwei's eyes before he led his men straight toward Zhao Feng and Shunan.
Zhao, you sure know how to hide. Let's see where you can hide now.
So you're from the Chu family.
Very well.
Zhao Feng sneered with disdain. Seems you didn't take my warning at the ancient well of the martial emperor that night to heart at all. The mention of that night only fueled Zhang Tianwei's murderous intent, his rage boiling over. As the son of the Martial Arts Association's chairman, he had never endured such humiliation in his entire life.
Trash, you have some skill, but not much.
Today, this young master will thoroughly torment you, so you'll know the consequences of crossing me in Jinyang, in the northwest. His gaze turned savage as he fixed it on Shunan, his voice dripping with menace. And as for your Chu family, I'll leave not a soul standing. Hearing this, Wan Biao's heart raced with anxiety. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward urgently to intercede. Young Master Zhang, please calm down.
You absolutely cannot provoke Elder Zhao or the Chu family.
Please heed my advice.
Ha? Zhang Tianwei looked at Guan Biao with surprise and confusion. What? When did your Guan family become so foolish and cowardly? Guan Biao was nearly in tears as he pleaded, Young Master Zhang, I'm offering you sound advice. You can't afford to offend Elder Zhao. Ha! Hearing Guan Biao's words, Zhang Tianwei and his entourage couldn't help but burst into laughter. As the son of the Jinyang branch president of the Martial Arts Association, was there anyone in this region he couldn't afford to offend? Chapter 54, The Director Steps In.
After dealing with Zhang Wei, Zhang Bing immediately requested that branch manager Li Ben unfreeze his account. Li Ben helplessly explained that the freeze had been imposed by headquarters, and as a branch manager, he simply didn't have the authority to lift it.
Zhang Bing didn't press the issue with Li Ben. After discussing matters with Qin Yuan for a while, they left the bank.
The immediate priority was to meet Qin Guanghua, but he was currently under quarantine and investigation. The Qin family had exhausted every connection they could muster, yet still found no way to see him. After much deliberation, Zhang Bing felt the helplessness of money for the first time. Despite his current net worth of 75 billion yuan and the system at his disposal, when confronted with the power structure, he found himself somewhat helpless. He hesitated, wondering whether to seek old Zhao's assistance. A single phone call from old Zhao could resolve everything effortlessly. But doing so would severely damage his standing with old Zhao.
Brother, what should we do now? Why don't you reach out to old Phone? With his standing in the medical world and extensive connections, if he's willing to help, Uncle Guanhua will definitely be fine. Qin Yuan said anxiously. Sigh.
Zhang Bing sighed and said, Sis Yuan, please wait a little longer. To be honest, last time when Shirley and the Ma family went to the Tianlong Hotel looking for trouble, and when Wu Jun wanted to fire the four of us, it was all thanks to the help of people introduced by old Feng. So asking him for help so often really isn't appropriate.
All right. Qin Yuan had long suspected as much and reluctantly accepted Zhang Bing's reasoning. Just then, Zhang Bing's phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Wang Wolin calling. Mr. Zhang, where are you?
The police are at our Tianlong Hotel.
You need to come back immediately.
Hearing that the police were causing trouble at the Tianlong Hotel again, anger surged in Zhang Bing's heart.
Stay calm, he said. I'll be right back. Meanwhile, at the Tianlong Hotel, police vehicles arrived with sirens blaring, rows of officers fully armed, presenting an imposing display. All hotel staff were confined to the lobby.
The leader of this operation held an extremely high position.
None other than Gao Feng, the commissioner of the police bureau.
The Tianlong Grand Hotel was a renowned five-star establishment in the capital, serving as an entertainment complex that integrated lodging, recreation, and bathing facilities. Previously under the Wang family's management, it had operated smoothly without incident, never drawing scrutiny. But since Zhang Bing took over, this was the second inspection in a short period. Moreover, the police force deployed this time was exceptionally large, with Chief Gao Feng personally leading the operation. Consequently, many hotel staff were terrified. Particularly on the 8th floor, all 88 hostesses were forcibly herded into the lobby. At that moment, a squad leader approached Gao Feng and reported in a low voice, Chief Gao, the 8th floor has just been thoroughly inspected. No illegal activities were found. Gao Feng frowned and asked coldly, how is that possible? As the district chief overseeing this area, Gao Feng knew better than anyone what the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel was used for. This was a surprise raid to avenge the Ma family. How could they not have found any evidence? Director Gao, they were too cunning. By the time our men arrived, they had already cleaned everything up, the squad leader reported. Gao Feng pondered for a moment, glancing at Wang Rolin, Wang Fun, and the 88 women from the 8th floor who were being held in the lobby. He immediately ordered, call Wang Ba here. And have Lin Jin and the others come immediately. The patrol officers wasted no time, immediately following Gao Feng's orders to notify Wang Ba. Since the Tianlong Hotel had previously been managed by Wang Ba, he was undoubtedly familiar with the operations and details of the 8th floor. The hotel staff were all terrified. To them, Gao Feng was already a formidable figure.
As the general manager personally appointed by Zhang Bing, Wang Roland, though still a third-year student at the art university, possessed social experience far exceeding that of ordinary people.
Summoning her courage, she said, "Director Gao, our hotel has always paid taxes legally and is a well-known business in Jingdu.
Captain Sure personally inspected us last time and found nothing wrong.
Perhaps you could have your people withdraw first?
Our CEO Zhang is already on his way."
Hoof.
Gao Feng sized up Wang Roland.
She was young, but she certainly knew how to talk the talk.
And she had a figure that was exceptionally hot.
But at his level, he never lacked for beautiful women. "Young lady, if you want to survive in Kyoto, you'd better cooperate and hand over the evidence from the 8th floor of the hotel. Your boss, that kid Zhang Bing, is finished."
Got it?
Though Wang Roland felt terrified inside, during their time together, she realized she had developed a subtle affection for Zhang Bing deep within her heart. Naturally, she wouldn't betray him.
"Commissioner Gao, I don't know what you're talking about. The Tianlong Hotel has been operating for many years.
From the time of General Manager Wang until now, all operations have remained unchanged and have continued uninterrupted."
"Looks like you're still young. If you won't take the wine, you'll have to drink the punishment." Gao Feng couldn't be bothered with small talk.
What surprised him most was that despite leading the raid personally, they hadn't caught anyone red-handed. Just then, Wang Ba and the former general manager, Li Guoqing, also arrived after receiving a call.
"Director Gao."
Wang Ba and Li Guoqing greeted him with utmost respect.
Gao Feng nodded. "Mr. Wang, the Dragon Hotel used to be yours. Tell us, has there been any illegal or unethical activity in its operations?"
Wang Ba and Li Guoqing were constantly scheming to reclaim the Tianlong Hotel. With such a golden opportunity now, neither was willing to let it slip. "Director Gao, the club on the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel is a den of debauchery, severely disrupting public order," Li Guoqing stepped forward and declared loudly.
"Exactly," Wang Ba added from the side. "We've long sought to shut down the 8th floor club entirely. But Zhang Bing, relying on his position as major shareholder, vehemently opposed it. Because of this, he completely ousted us from the Tianlong Hotel." Hearing Wang Ba and Li Guoqing's shameless claims, Wang Roland and other hotel staff looked at them with utter contempt.
They silently cursed the two men for their outrageous lies and brazen fabrications. Gao Feng nodded with satisfaction, then instructed his men to accompany Wang Ba and Li Guoqing to gather relevant evidence. If even the slightest shred of evidence could be found, he would immediately take action legitimately and legally to shut down the entire Tianlong Hotel. He could then have Zhang Bing taken away, build a chain of evidence, and send him to face the sewing machine. That included Wang Roland and Lin Jin, the hotel's current second-largest shareholder. All of them would be sent away. Though Wang Roland felt deeply frightened by this prospect, she remained unconcerned. Ever since Ma Zhanshan and Shirley came looking for trouble last time, Zhang Bing had instructed her. He told her to take security precautions just in case, and today, those measures had proven invaluable. The 8th floor clubhouse would leave absolutely no trace of evidence. Even if Wang Ba and Li Guoqing were as familiar with the places they wouldn't find any valuable clues. Chapter 55, Is Zhang Bing finished? Sure enough, after Wang Ba and Li Guoqing searched the floor with several patrol officers, they came back down the elevator empty-handed. "Chief Gao, that Zhang Bing may be young, but he's remarkably cautious.
He must have prepared in advance," Wang Ba reported. Gao Feng nodded.
For bigwigs at their level, evidence often wasn't the crucial factor. If Zhang Bing were just an ordinary student, he could have him arrested on a charge of disturbing public order for something as trivial as spitting on the ground. But he had looked into Zhang Bing's background.
He was deep-pocketed, with cash deposits in his bank accounts totaling 5 billion yuan.
Add to that his solid connections with the Qin family. Before old Master Qin retired, he held immense power and influence, ranking higher than even their police bureau chief. Therefore, even after the Qin patriarch retired and Qin Guanghua was under investigation, Gao Feng still wanted to handle the matter properly. It was precisely at this moment that Lin Jin arrived. Seeing the scene unfold, Lin Jin felt a wave of panic wash over him.
Chief Gao, Lin Jin addressed Gao Feng with a hint of apprehension.
Gao Feng's expression remained icy as he replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Lin, we received a report of illegal transactions taking place on the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel."
"And no, Director Gao. This must be someone jealous making false accusations." Lin Jin's first instinct was to vehemently deny and explain.
Gao Feng dismissed his protest and continued, "Mr. Lin, don't be so quick to deny it.
You know the methods of our patrol bureau. You have two paths before you.
First, refuse to admit anything and accompany us for questioning.
Second, confess and get leniency. I can personally arrange for you to get off with just a fine."
Gao Feng's words were clearly a threat, anyone could hear it. But for a businessman like Lin Jin, it worked like a charm. The recent uproar over Zhang Bing's affair with Ma Chao at school had already filled him with regret. If he'd known things would turn out this way, he never should have personally drugged his daughter, Lin Hanshua, and sent her to Zhang Bing's bed in an attempt to curry favor with him.
Little did he expect Zhang Bing's influence would crumble so swiftly, dragging the entire Lin family down with it. But Lin Jin was typically a hands-off manager. The day-to-day operations of the Tianlong Hotel were handled by Wang Roland. He glanced at Wang Roland and said, "Little Wang, you're still young. You understand Zhang Bing's situation better than I do. If there's anything you need to report, tell Director Gao the truth immediately. At worst, we'll just pay a fine." "Mr. Lin, you..." Wang Roland was stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Jin to be so spineless. A few casual words from Gao Feng had swayed him to betray Zhang Bing. "But, you're practically Mr. Zhang's father-in-law. And the fact that you can just lie around counting money at home, that's all thanks to Mr. Zhang. How could you do this?" "Wang, a wise man knows when to yield. Zhang Bing can't stand up to the Ma family's heir." Lin Jin continued his persuasion. Wang Roland, however, remained resolute and flatly refused. "Mr. Lin, I don't know what you're talking about. I already notified Mr. Zhang, and he's on his way here." You're just that bus saleswoman from Bisui Lanting. What are you pretending to be?" Li Guoqing leapt forward, pointing at Wang Roland and hurling insults. "I'm telling you, you'd better cooperate. Otherwise, I'll send you straight to the sewing machine." "Humph." Wang Roland decided to go all in. "I won't say anything now. Everything will be discussed once Mr. Zhang arrives." Li Guoqing tried to continue his threats and insults, but Wang Ba stopped him. As the former hotel owner worth billions and a prominent figure in society, he sneered coldly, "Young lady, do you really think you have a future following Zhang Bing? Zhang Bing does have some skills, but don't you know who's coming for him now? Besides, I'll let you in on a secret. Qin Guanghua, the most promising heir of the Qin family, was taken away for investigation long ago. Zhang Bing's 50 billion yuan in deposits were frozen at the crack of dawn. Hand over the evidence quietly, switch sides, and join us. That's where your future lies. Think it through carefully." "Mr. Wang," Wang Roland replied bluntly, "thank you for your offer, but I've already made up my mind. First, our hotel operates completely within the law. Second, I won't say anything. I'll wait for Mr. Zhang to arrive. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll get the punishment wine." Gao Feng stood there and snorted coldly. With his standing, crushing a 5-star hotel would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the Ma family was pulling strings behind the scenes to support him. It's safe to say his position as district police chief wouldn't be possible without the Ma family's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. "Seal off the hotel," he ordered. "Handcuff everyone and take them back for thorough investigation." With that, Gao Feng ordered the immediate closure of the Dragon Hotel and the removal of all personnel. "Hold on." Just then, Zhang Bing's voice echoed from outside the hotel lobby. Qin Yuan drove the Mercedes sports car straight in with Zhang Bing aboard. He opened the door and leaped out. "What gives you the right to arrest my people and seal off my hotel?" Zhang Bing was furious, especially upon seeing the hotel swarming with police officers inside and out. The scene looked like a counter-terrorism drill to anyone unaware. Qin Yuan followed close behind, whispering a warning, "It's Commissioner Gao Feng of the police bureau." Zhang Bing froze, stunned that the chief himself had come. It seemed Ma Chao was truly going all out. Gao Feng glanced at Zhang Bing, his eyes flashing with contempt. Seeing that Zhang Bing was indeed only about 18 or 19, still a student, he said bluntly, "You're Zhang Bing, right? Very well. Come with us now." Zhang Bing snorted coldly and retorted, "On what grounds?" "Because we received a tip that the 8th floor club at the Tianlong Hotel is suspected of illegal operations. As the owner behind the scenes, you can't escape responsibility. Officers, cuff him." Gao Feng commanded with authority. At his wave, 2 officers from the patrol bureau immediately rushed forward. "You say it's illegal, so it is?" Zhang Bing remained completely unfazed, fuming, "As the chief of police, don't you know you need evidence? Produce the evidence. If you can't, I'll fight this to the bitter end." "Ha!" Wang Ba stepped forward with a cold sneer. "Zhang Bing, do you really think the Qin family can protect you? Chief Gao personally leads this operation, and you still dare to act so arrogantly? Think having a little money makes you forget your own name? Trash." Zhang Bing couldn't be bothered with scum like Wang Ba. Though only 19, he possessed immense courage and resolve, completely unfazed by Gao Feng's intimidating display. Gao Feng's expression darkened, a cold smile curling his lips as he stared at Zhang Bing, who showed him no fear. He threatened, "Young man, in front of me, you're nothing. If I decide to deal with you, no one can save you. Is that so?" Zhang Bing shrugged indifferently. "Aren't you just a vicious dog for the Ma family? Kid, what did you say?" Gao Feng threatened. "Once we're at the bureau, I'll make sure to give you a proper welcome." Chapter 56, Secretary by. "Take them all away." Gao Feng snorted coldly, his patience completely gone, and issued the order directly. "Gao Feng, you're completely out of line." Qin Yuan stepped forward, her voice filled with anger. "What gives you the right? If you have evidence, bring it out. Without evidence, what gives you the right to do this?" Gao Feng glanced at Qin Yuan. He recognized her. "Miss Qin, your uncle is under investigation. Your grandfather retired years ago. Don't overreach. Understand? You." Qin Yuanyuan's chest heaved violently with rage.
Zhang Bing immediately stepped in to restrain Qin Yuanyuan, his expression calm and composed. But he hadn't expected Lin Jin to side with Wang Ba and his group and not utter a single word in his defense the entire time. Sis Yuan, no need to argue with him. I'll say this today, as long as he's around, he can't touch me.
Ha! Zhang Bing, you think having money and the Qin family backing you means you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you straight, I've had my eye on you for ages. Now young Master Ma wants to deal with you. What good is your money? Can you really match the Ma family's wealth? Wang Ba and Li Guoqing burst into maniacal laughter upon hearing Zhang Bing's words.
Li Guoqing, Wang Ba, you two scumbags look like petty bastards who've gotten their way.
What are you barking about? Zhang Bing shouted angrily. Damn it, kid, you still dare to be so cocky?
Wang Ba gritted his teeth in fury, then a wicked idea popped into his head. He grabbed Lin Jin by the arm and threatened, Lin Jin, take a stand. Or I'll drag you down with me.
Lin Jin's face darkened.
He glanced at Zhang Bing's disappointed expression, then considered their current predicament.
Zhang Bing had now completely alienated the Ma family. Ma Yunting was the wealthiest man in the capital, with connections reaching high and low.
A single phone call could summon the police commissioner himself to make an arrest. Zhang Bing, however, was merely wealthy and well connected to the Qin family. But now Qin Guanghua of the Qin family was under investigation, and Zhang Bing's funds had been frozen.
The pragmatic Lin Jin felt this was underhanded, but he had no other choice. Zhang Bing, you're finished. Stay away from my daughter from now on. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin, you've gone too far. Hearing Lin Jin's words, Qin Yuanyuan and Wang Wolin were furious.
The two women publicly confronted him.
Lin Jin sighed and said, you're both students and still young and inexperienced.
Those who recognize the times are the wise ones.
Zhang Bing, don't blame me either. Who told you to be so hot-headed and reckless, even daring to offend the Ma family's young master? Alas.
Zhang Bing felt deeply resentful upon hearing this, yet he replied with utmost politeness, since Mr. Lin has made up his mind, that is your prerogative. Seeing this, Wang Chang, Li Guoqing, and the others felt quite smug. You little bastard, Zhang Bing. Rest assured, the Tianlong Hotel will soon be back in my hands. As for you, just go quietly and operate the sewing machine.
Ha! Is that so?
Zhang Bing sneered coldly, shoving aside two approaching patrol officers. Then he turned to Gao Feng and asked, you believe me or not, I can make a call right now and you'll obediently pack up and leave with your men. Gao Feng dismissed the threat with a wave, signaling his men to let Zhang Bing make the call.
Kid, I've already looked into your background. You're from the south, your parents are penniless. Your massive funds are highly likely to be illicit, tied to criminal activity. Do you really think the Qin family can protect you anymore? Today, I'll let you make that call. I'm curious to see what kind of storm you can stir up. Zhang Bing didn't hesitate. With no other options left, he dialed Zhao Lao for help.
Soon, old Zhao answered the call. Before Zhang Bing could speak, old Zhao's voice came through. Young man, the Qins have already approached old man Feng.
I'm aware of the situation. Don't worry. Just focus on your own responsibilities. I'll handle the rest. Hearing this, Zhang Bing smiled and politely ended the call. He tucked his phone away and looked at Gao Feng, Wang Ba, Li Guoqing, and the others with a playful glint in his eyes. Finished your call, kid? What's up? Gao Feng sneered dismissively. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, just wait. Someone will be contacting you soon. Is that so? I'll see who you can call for help. Gao Feng remained unconvinced. Director Gao, this kid is just playing tricks. Yeah, Director Gao, this kid's only got the old man from the Qin family backing him up. Wang Ba and Li Guoqing kept fanning the flames from the sidelines. Zhang Bing looked at the terrified hotel staff with utter contempt. He took a deep breath and solemnly declared, you all work for me, Zhang Bing. There's nothing to fear. As long as you follow the hotel's rules and do your jobs properly, no one can touch you. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Gao Feng, Wang Ba, Li Guoqing, and the others all burst out laughing. Kid, you can't even save yourself, yet you're still spouting big talk here, Gao Feng sneered coldly. He was here on orders from the Ma family, tasked only with finding a reason to take Zhang Bing away. As for how the Ma family would deal with Zhang Bing, it wasn't hard to guess. Given the grudge between Zhang Bing and Ma Chao would certainly deal with him harshly. But just then, Gao Feng's phone actually rang. Gao Feng naturally pulled out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number displayed. He pressed to answer, and instantly his entire posture stiffened. Yes. At your service. Alright. Within seconds, Gao Feng's expression changed dramatically. He hung up the call and stared at Zhang Bing with a look of disbelief and shock. Seeing Gao Feng's reaction, Zhang Bing knew arrangements must have been made by old Zhao. He sneered sarcastically, Director Gao, what do you say? Still want to cuff me up and take me away? Gao Feng's face darkened. He waved his hand, signaling his men to disperse. Li Guoqing, Wang Ba, and the others were equally baffled by the scene. They wondered privately, could it be that Zhang Bing really has powerful figures backing him?
A single phone call had caused Commissioner Gao Feng's expression to darken dramatically.
Chief Gao, who called? Wang Ba asked in a low voice. Secretary Bai. Gao Feng exclaimed in surprise.
Hearing that Secretary Bai had personally made the call, Wang Ba, Li Guoqing, Lin Jin, and the others were also startled.
Secretary Bai wielded immense influence and possessed an extensive network.
They couldn't afford to offend him unless Ma Yunting himself stepped in. They might stand a chance.
Director Gao, what should we do now? Wang Ba asked.
Gao Feng was deep in thought when he received a call directly from Secretary Bai. Secretary Bai explicitly stated over the phone that Zhang Bing was off limits and warned him not to make any rash moves. Secretary Bai also indicated he would be coming himself and was already on his way.
Although Gao Feng was the commissioner of the police bureau, wielding considerable power and backed by the influential Ma family. But Gao Feng knew full well that someone with Secretary Bai's immense power and extensive connections was absolutely not someone to cross.
At the very least, he couldn't afford to.
Everyone, prepare yourselves. Secretary Bai is coming personally. Upon hearing Secretary Bai would personally attend, Wang Ba and Li Guoqing felt a chill run down their spines.
Even Lin Jin and Wang Roland hadn't expected Zhang Bing to know a big shot like Secretary Bai.
Wang Ba, Li Guoqing.
A cold smile flickered at the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth. In truth, he didn't actually know Secretary Bai.
But he knew Zhao Lao's status and influence were too formidable for him to personally handle such a minor matter.
Secretary Bai was undoubtedly arranged personally by old Zhao, or perhaps by someone old Zhao had handpicked.
You two bastards, weren't you yapping away just a moment ago? Chapter 57, Secretary Bai's Request.
Wang Ba and Li Guoqing dared not speak, heads bowed in awkward fear as Zhang Bing berated them. Gao Feng stood to the side, dismissing his men and releasing the hotel staff from their control. Everyone waited patiently for Secretary Bai's arrival.
About 10 minutes later, an ordinary black sedan pulled up at the hotel entrance.
The car pulled up, and a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out. Gao Feng's expression shifted upon seeing the man, and he immediately stepped forward to greet him.
Hey, Secretary Bai, whatever it is, you could have just sent word. Why make the trip yourself?
The man was indeed Secretary Bai, a highly distinctive figure within Kyoto's elite circles. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he clearly did not give Gao Feng, the commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department, a warm welcome. Chief Gao, no need for pleasantries.
With that, Secretary Bai strode directly into the lobby.
The others remained silent. For wealthy tycoons like Wang Ba and Li Guoqing, Secretary Bai was someone they all had to look up to. Their fortunes could be reduced to ashes in an instant before a big shot of Secretary Bai's caliber. This was Zhang Bing's first encounter with Secretary Bai. He didn't recognize the man.
Which gentleman is Mr. Zhang Bing?
Secretary Bai scanned the hotel lobby before asking. That would be me. Zhang Bing stepped forward and replied politely. Secretary Bai looked at Zhang Bing and said very politely, Mr. Zhang, I'm Bai Xiaochun.
Secretary Bai, you're too kind.
Just call me Zhang, Zhang Bing replied cautiously. After all, at 19, he was still the junior here.
Overhearing their exchange, especially Bai Xiaochun's self-introduction,
Gao Feng and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Secretary Bai was treating Zhang Bing with extreme courtesy, even a hint of respect.
Mr. Zhang, have you encountered some trouble here?
Bai Xiaochun asked deliberately, glancing at Gao Feng and the others.
Yes.
Zhang Bing didn't mince words, pointing at Gao Feng and declaring, this Gao Feng, wielding his authority, wants to seize my hotel without cause and arrest my staff.
He's completely lawless and out of control. Bai Xiaochun nodded, turning to Gao Feng. Director Gao, is this true?
Secretary Bai, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding.
Gao Feng quickly backtracked, explaining, just some jealous troublemakers making false accusations. We were merely fulfilling our duties by checking in. Is that so?
Secretary Bai's tone turned stern as he countered, if it's merely a routine inspection, why the massive display?
Even an armored vehicle was deployed?
Gao Feng offered an awkward, apologetic smile, unsure how to explain.
Director Gao. Bai Xiaochun knew full well the Ma family was involved behind the scenes. Gao Feng was doing their bidding.
He had received a call earlier today from a higher-up leader, ordering him to come immediately. The superior's instructions were clear, resolve this matter, focus on cultivating Zhang Bing, and seek his assistance with a critically important task. Secretary Bai dared not disregard the superior's orders. Director Gao, let me remind you, the Tianlong Grand Hotel is a renowned enterprise in the capital, contributing taxes and providing employment annually. Your police bureau should exercise utmost caution in your actions. This must not happen again.
Yes, we'll be sure to exercise caution.
Gao Feng took the opportunity to nod repeatedly.
All right, you're all dismissed. You can leave now, Secretary Bai ordered. Gao Feng didn't want to linger either, so he quickly led his men away.
Wang Ba, Li Guoqing, and the others saw this and were about to follow suit.
Hold it!
Zhang Bing stepped forward and bellowed.
Gao Feng and the police can leave, but you two stay behind. Wang Ba and Li Guoqing's legs were trembling, their foreheads drenched in sweat. You two pieces of trash were shouting quite happily just now. What, now you want to leave? Wang Ba wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, Mr. Zhang, we didn't mean to. Humph. Zhang Bing showed no mercy, suddenly slapping Wang Ba across the face. Wang Ba hadn't expected Zhang Bing to strike him outright, but he dared not retaliate. I've wanted to slap you for ages. I've let it slide several times. Did you think I'd lost my edge? And no, Wang Ba mumbled, head bowed. The hotel's total losses today amount to 50 million. You're covering it all. Any objections? Zhang Bing demanded. Wang Ba dared not refuse, though it stung his wallet. Remember, this is the last time. If it happens again, I won't let your Wang family off the hook. Get out now. Wang Ba fled swiftly with Li Guoqing, as if granted a reprieve. Now, only Lin Jin stood awkwardly alone. Zhang Bing didn't spare Lin Jin another glance. He was thoroughly displeased with Lin Jin's earlier behavior. If not for Lin Hanshua's sake, he might have even wanted to teach Lin Jin a lesson. Alright, Senior Wang Ruolin, you handle the rest. Zhang Bing instructed Wang Ruolin. Understood, Director Zhang. Wang Ruolin exhaled a deep sigh, her gaze toward Zhang Bing now entirely different. Bai Xiaochun had watched the entire exchange. He felt a quiet respect for this young man, still just a student. Secretary Bai, I'm afraid I've made a spectacle of myself. Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. When I was your age, I couldn't even afford 3 meals a day, Bai Xiaochun remarked enviously. Indeed, while their status offered outward glamour, their lives were far less comfortable and carefree than those of the wealthy. Moreover, they had to be extremely cautious in both their actions and words. One slip-up could give others ammunition to exploit. Mr. Zhang, are you free right now? I have something very important to discuss with you. Of course I do. Zhang Bing considered for a moment before suggesting, Secretary Bai, why don't we find a quiet spot right here in my hotel to discuss it? Sure. Bai Xiaochun agreed immediately. So the two headed to a quiet suite within the hotel. Zhang Bing had initially considered taking Bai Xiaochun to the club on the 8th floor, but decided against it, thinking it might look bad. Secretary Bai, please tell me how can I assist you? Zhang Bing asked first. Secretary Bai nodded. Mr. Zhang, headquarters has provided a dossier on you, indicating they intend to focus on cultivating you. Prioritize my development? Zhang Bing was puzzled. He wasn't entirely sure if the higher-up Secretary Bai referred to meant old Zhao. However, based on his understanding, while Secretary Bai was highly influential, her rank seemed several levels below Zhao Lao's, making it unlikely she was his secretary. Yes, Secretary Bai continued politely. Mr. Zhang, Secretary Li personally dispatched me here, and he personally handed me your file. Secretary Li? Zhang Bing suddenly understood. It seemed Zhao Lao's status was too lofty for him to personally handle such minor matters. Most likely, he had instructed Secretary Li to make the arrangements, and Secretary Li had dispatched Secretary Bai. Secretary Li was a top-tier heavyweight. Even those super-wealthy tycoons were as docile as kittens in his presence. Mr. Zhang, we've heard you're exceptionally skilled. We all know that young master from the Ma family, he's no slouch, a national martial arts champion. Yet he couldn't withstand a single move from you. Here's the situation, an international university martial arts competition will soon be held between Dragon Nation, M Nation, and our nation. Secretary Li hopes you will represent Dragon Nation in the competition, overpowering M Nation and our nation to bring glory to our country. Chapter 58, Immediate Acceptance. No problem. Zhang Bing didn't hesitate for a second before agreeing. First, he knew Secretary Li was surely acting on Zhao Lao's instructions. Second, our nation had always harbored animosity toward Dragon Nation. He wouldn't pass up the chance to strike a blow against the R nation on the international stage. Excellent. Hearing Zhang Bing's agreement, Secretary Bai also appeared delighted. However, he patiently explained in detail, Mr. Zhang, the competitors from our country and M country this time are formidable opponents, both are masters of traditional ancient martial arts. Moreover, the nation attaches great importance to this National University Martial Arts Championship. This event concerns our nation's prestige and long-term development. Victory is non-negotiable. Hearing this, Zhang Bing suddenly realized his earlier agreement had been rather rash. He had assumed the university students from R&M were merely champions in combat sports beyond traditional martial arts, essentially the same caliber as Ma Chao. Or perhaps stronger than Ma Chao, but such opponents were nothing to him. A single set of ancient martial arts from the system's rewards could easily take them down. But now he discovered his opponent was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts. This changed everything, making the outcome far less certain. But since he had already agreed, and it was for the sake of national honor, he would give it his all. Secretary Bai, I will give my absolute best. I will not let our country or M country succeed. Secretary Bai nodded, stood up, and patted Zhang Bing on the shoulder. Go for it, Mr. Zhang. Secretary Li has high hopes for you. He specifically instructed that if you need any assistance or encounter any problems, just speak up. As long as it's within reasonable and justifiable bounds, we'll resolve it for you. Hearing this, Zhang Bing paused briefly before speaking without hesitation. Secretary Bai, to be honest, I am currently facing some difficulties. Speak freely. It's no problem. I'm here to resolve your issues so you can focus on the upcoming National College Martial Arts Championship, Secretary Bai replied. Zhang Bing then truthfully recounted the situation. Qin Guanghua had been taken away for investigation, and his own massive bank funds 50 billion yuan had been inexplicably frozen. Secretary Bai understood immediately upon hearing this. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Ma family. Ma Yunting, the late richest man in the capital, wielded immense influence. At the very least, he had connections to bigwigs on par with Secretary Li. On his own, he simply couldn't do anything about the Ma family. But when Secretary Li dispatched him, he had emphasized, protect Zhang Bing at all costs and prioritize his development. With Secretary Li's instructions, Bai Xiaochun knew exactly what to do. What Bai Xiaochun didn't know was that Secretary Li had received direct instructions from old Zhao himself. Mr. Zhang, this is the Ma family stirring trouble behind the scenes. They do wield considerable influence, but Secretary Li has given his orders. Come on, I'll take you to meet Qin Guanghua first. As long as Qin Guanghua himself is clean, there should be no problem. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Zhang Bing hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Secretary Bai. Meanwhile, at one of the Ma family villas, Ma Chao, Ma Zhanshan, Gao Feng, and Shi Lei were all present. Damn it! So that bastard Zhang Bing has Bai Xiaochun backing him up. No wonder he's been so arrogant. Ma Chao cursed angrily, clearly displeased. Only then did Ma Zhanshan realize why Shi Lei had become so timid after receiving that mysterious call. So Zhang Bing's backer was Bai Xiaochun, not the Qin family. Bai Xiaochun was Secretary Li's man of status and influence they couldn't afford to provoke. Even Gao Feng from the police bureau wouldn't dare provoke him lightly because you could never be sure. Was the message Bai Xiaochun conveyed truly his own, or did it come from Secretary Li behind the scenes? Young Master Ma, I'm not afraid of Bai Xiaochun's rank. What I fear is whether this is truly Bai Xiaochun's decision or Secretary Li's. This matter will likely require your father, Chairman Ma, to step in. Gao Feng analyzed from the sidelines. Humph. Ma Chao sneered dismissively. Bai Xiaochun is just a lowly secretary. What's so special about him? Give him face and call him secretary Bai, take it away, and he's nothing but a fart. Hearing Ma Chao's arrogant words, Gao Feng, Ma Zhanshan, and Shi Lei exchanged glances. A secretary might not be a big shot, but it all depends on whose secretary he is. Secretary Li Tai? That's a major player. Even the Ma family treats him with utmost respect. Young Master Ma, watch your words, Gao Feng cautioned from the side. Ma Chao remained unconcerned. Just wait, he said. I'll call my dad and have him pull some strings behind the scenes. Not just Bai Xiaochun, even Li Tai behind him would have to give my dad face. Ma Chao wasted no time, dialing the number of Ma Yunting, the wealthiest man in the capital. He then embellished the story as he relayed the situation to Ma Yunting. Hand me the phone. The voice of the tycoon came through on the other end. Ma Chao immediately handed the phone to Gao Feng. Gao Feng took the phone, his face plastered with a fawning smile, and said, Mr. Ma, what are your instructions? Director Gao, I'm aware of the situation. Mark my words, my son, Ma Yunting, is not someone to be bullied by others, be it the Qin family or Bai Xiaochun. Yes, Mr. Ma. I understand your meaning. Gao Feng, the chief of police, held no authority whatsoever in the presence of Ma Yunting, the wealthiest man in the capital. After all, becoming the wealthiest man in the capital wasn't just about amassing staggering wealth. Who knew how vast and influential his connections truly were? But Mr. Ma, Bai Xiaochun has Secretary Li backing him. Humph, Ma Yunting on the other end of the line was clearly displeased. Forget about Li Tai. Just follow Ma Chao's instructions. Also, higher-ups are organizing an international university martial arts competition. They're placing great importance on it. This honor must be secured by Ma Chao at all costs. Understood, Mr. Ma. We know what to do. Gao Feng replied. With that, Ma Yunting hung up abruptly. Everyone present had heard Ma Yunting's words loud and clear. In essence, they were to disregard Li Tai and proceed as they saw fit, with Ma Yunting taking full responsibility should anything go wrong. With the assurance from the wealthiest man, Ma Yunting, Gao Feng, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Ma, whatever you say, we'll do it immediately. Gao Feng said obsequiously to Ma Chao. Ma Chao clenched his fist and declared, You heard my father's orders. The International College Martial Arts Tournament is paramount. Now, go immediately and arrest Zhang Bing for me. Break his legs. Do you understand? Yes, young Master Ma. We'll follow your orders to the letter. Gao Feng agreed without hesitation. With Ma Yunting personally guaranteeing it, they had no reservations. Without someone like Bai Xiaochun protecting him, the police could find any excuse or none at all to arrest Zhang Bing and lock him up for life. Meanwhile, in a small building within the financial district, Bai Xiaochun brought Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan directly over by car. Chapter 59, Ma Chao flaunting his might. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun arrive personally, a certain Director Lu from the financial system hurried down with his staff. Bai Xiaochun cut straight to the chase. Where is Qin Guanghua? We're here to see him. This is Zhang Bing, and this is Qin Yuan. Lu Wen respectfully explained, Secretary Bai, Qin Guanghua is in a small private room within our financial system. However, the police department has issued an order prohibiting anyone from contacting him at this time. An order from the constabulary? Secretary Bai challenged on the spot. Can the constabulary really interfere with your financial system? Well, Lu Wen knew full well the financial system and the police bureau were worlds apart. But when Gao Feng personally came to deliver the message, with all the subtle hints, he understood. This was the Ma family targeting Qin Guanghua, and he certainly dared not offend the Ma family. Enough chatter. We're following protocol here. Lead the way immediately. Bai Xiaochun urged with great authority. Lu Wen looked troubled but agreed nonetheless, signaling his men to immediately notify Gao Feng at the police bureau. In the brightly lit small room, Qin Guanghua had been detained without cause for over 24 hours, cut off from all contact with the outside world. Seeing Qin Yuan, Zhang Bing, and Bai Xiaochun arrive, Qin Guanghua leapt to his feet in agitation. Secretary Bai, I'm innocent. Qin Guanghua cried out. Uncle Guanghua, please calm down. Secretary Bai is here to help you, Qin Yuan reassured him. Zhang Bing nodded in agreement. Director Qin, we all trust your character. This is clearly the Ma family's doing behind the scenes. Their target is me, and you've been caught in the crossfire. Qin Guanghua sighed, glaring angrily at Lu Wen who had entered with them. Then he said, Lu Wen, have you and Gao Feng from the police station uncovered anything? I demand a public apology to restore my reputation. Lu Wen could only offer an awkward smile. He was merely a pawn, unable to afford to offend either side. Brother Qin, let's discuss this outside. Bai Xiaochun glanced at Lu Wen and demanded, release him immediately. Lu Wen hesitated, explaining, Secretary Bai, this isn't proper procedure, is it? Why don't you call Director Gao's office? When I tell you to release him, you release him. Cut the nonsense, Secretary Bai snapped. Lu Wen still hesitated. Clearly, his current position owed much to the backing of Gao Feng's faction or rather, the Ma family. Lu Wen, are you trying to get yourself fired? Bai Xiaochun saw this and issued his final ultimatum. Lu Wen stammered. Of course he didn't want to cross Bai Xiaochun. Everyone knows Bai Xiaochun is Secretary Li's secretary, but Gao Feng has repeatedly emphasized and made it clear. Without his orders, no one was permitted to take Qin Guanghua away. I'm warning you, don't help Gao Feng's people run amok. Qin Guanghua is diligent and upright. You know that yourself. Secretary Li is also aware of this. Is that clear? Mentioning Secretary Li finally broke Lu Wen's resistance, and he had no choice but to agree to release Qin Guanghua. Soon, Zhang Bing, Secretary Bai, Qin Guanghua, and Qin Yuan left the small room and headed downstairs. However, the moment they reached the ground floor, they encountered Gao Feng, Shirlei, Ma Zhanshan, and Ma Chao coming up the stairs. Enemies meeting face to face only intensified their mutual hostility. Zhang Bing hadn't expected to run into Ma Chao here. Lu Wen, who gave you permission to release the prisoner? Gao Feng immediately reprimanded upon seeing Qin Guanghua appear. Director Gao, you're quite the authority figure. I ordered the release. Do you have a problem with that? Bai Xiaochun retorted without holding back. Gao Feng knew full well that Bai Xiaochun had pressured Lu Wen into releasing the prisoner. But since Ma Yunting had personally given instructions earlier, Gao Feng now felt no fear toward Bai Xiaochun. Secretary Bai, aren't you overstepping your bounds a bit? Gao Feng sneered. Gao Feng, you've got some nerve. That wasn't your attitude back at the hotel, Bai Xiaochun shot back sarcastically. Secretary Bai, what happened earlier is in the past. This is now. I advise you not to meddle in matters that don't concern you. Gao Feng threatened. Bai Xiaochun was about to retort, but Zhang Bing beat him to it, interjecting, Secretary Bai, it's clear Ma Chao is here. The Ma family must have given him the courage. Oh, little trash, you're quite clever, aren't you? Ma Chao dropped the act, shoving Gao Feng aside and striding forward. Little trash, I underestimated you. I thought you were backed by the Qin family, but it turns out you've got Bai Xiaochun backing you up. But so what? Taking you down is as easy as crushing an ant. Bai Xiaochun shot a warning glance at the arrogant Ma Chao. You Ma family brat, don't think you can run wild and bully people just because of your family's power. It won't reflect well on you personally, nor on your father, Mr. Ma. What's it to you? Facing Bai Xiaochun's admonition, Ma Chao showed no sign of backing down. I do as I please. What business is it of yours? Youngster of the Ma family, you're getting too bold. Bai Xiaochun was, after all, a prominent figure in his own right. He'd never been spoken to so insolently by a spoiled brat like Ma Chao before. Enough. Stop babbling in front of this young master. Ma Chao coldly retorted, I'm giving you face by calling you Secretary Bai. Without that, what are you? Others may fear you, but I, Ma Chao, couldn't care less about you. Bai Xiaochun's forehead instantly darkened with fury. He wanted to storm over and slap Ma Chao twice across the face. Just then, Zhang Bing stepped forward. He looked at Ma Chao with contempt and sneered, you worthless piece of trash. Looks like you didn't learn your lesson last time. Still pulling strings behind people's backs?
The mere mention of the incident at school sent Ma Chao's rage spiraling out of control. Zhang Bing, mark my words, I've decided to break your dog legs and make you kneel before me, begging for mercy.
Trash, you think you have what it takes?
Zhang Bing clenched his fists, the bones in his hands cracking audibly.
Chief Gao, team leadership, what are you standing around for? Arrest him.
Knowing he was no match for Zhang Bing, Ma Chao ordered Gao Feng and lay beside him.
Who dares?
Bai Xiaochun immediately snapped, his voice boiling with fury.
You dare defy the law right in front of me? Think you can act like lawless scum? Bai Xiaochun. Ma Chao threatened, I warn you to get out of the way immediately. Mind your own business. I dare any of you to make a move.
I'll report this to Secretary Li immediately.
Bai Xiaochun fired back, bringing out the big gun Li Tai.
Zhang Bing shook his head and advised, Secretary Bai, if they're speaking to you like this, they must have come prepared.
Let me handle this myself.
Without further ado, Zhang Bing strode toward Ma Chao.
You piece of trash, you really think bringing a few cops here means I won't beat you up? Trash, try touching me if you dare.
Zhang Bing's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, waste of space, bring it on.
With that, Zhang Bing lunged forward. His speed was blindingly fast, a quick sidestep and he was already beside Ma Chao.
The speed was so blindingly fast that Gao Feng and Lei didn't even register what happened.
Today I'll teach you a lesson in how to behave.
Zhang Bing delivered 2 backhand slaps across Ma Chao's face, followed by a vicious kick to his midsection.
Chapter 60, taking down Ma Zhanshan in one move. Ah! You bastard, you dare hit me. Ma Zhanshan, Gao Feng, what are you standing around for? Kill him. Shoot him. Ma Chao, beaten senseless by Zhang Bing's fists and feet, began ranting incoherently in his rage.
He actually ordered Gao Feng and Lei, 2 officers from the patrol bureau, to shoot. Of course, Gao Feng and Lei weren't bold enough to defy the law like that.
Ma Zhanshan roared.
As the security manager of the Ma group, he was no pushover himself.
He had taught Ma Chao his techniques. Seeing Ma Chao being brutally beaten, Ma Zhanshan rushed forward without hesitation. Bai Xiaochun grew anxious too.
He knew Ma Zhanshan's strength and ruthlessness. Describing him as a desperate man was no exaggeration. If it became a 2-on-1 situation, he feared Zhang Bing would be at a disadvantage. After all, Zhang Bing was the candidate specifically chosen by Secretary Li to compete for the nation.
Stop! Ma Zhanshan, if you dare harm Zhang Bing, Secretary Li will not let you off the hook. But Secretary Bai's warning fell on deaf ears. Ma Zhanshan paid no heed whatsoever.
He swung his fist, as big as a clay pot, straight at Zhang Bing's forehead.
Zhang Bing snorted coldly.
To him, the attack from the notorious Ma Zhanshan was far too slow. He sidestepped effortlessly, grabbed Ma Chao by the collar, and hurled him straight at Ma Zhanshan.
What?
I hear you're the security chief at Ma Group, pretty skilled yourself.
You want to test my moves too? At that moment, Zhang Bing radiated overwhelming dominance.
Ma Zhanshan caught Ma Chao with one hand and asked, Young master, are you alright?
Ma Chao, his face once again swollen and bruised, beaten half to death, spat blood as he roared furiously, you tell me if I'm okay. Hurry up. Get help. Now.
I don't care about anything else, we have to cripple him.
Ma Chao had completely lost his mind, screaming wildly without restraint.
Zhang Bing stood rooted to the spot, watching it all unfold with cold composure. Director Gao, squad leader Shi, keep an eye on my young master. Ma Zhanshan clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with menace.
For ordinary people, Ma Zhanshan's sheer presence alone would have been enough to intimidate a crowd.
This was a ruthless man, the kind who'd seen real bloodshed.
Ma Zhanshan, how dare you be so insolent? Bai Xiaochun snapped. Bai Xiaochun, don't you dare raise your voice at me.
Any matters concerning our general manager Ma will be communicated directly with Secretary Li. Get out of here immediately.
You! Bai Xiaochun roared. Fine, does the Ma family really think they can cover the sky with one hand?
With that, Bai Xiaochun pulled out his phone, stood in the middle, and dialed Li Tai directly. Zhang Bing, seeing this, said confidently, Secretary Bai, there's no need to trouble Secretary Li over this minor matter.
Let him come. Today, we'll settle all old and new scores at once.
Let those useless Ma family scum see what I'm capable of.
Damn it, kid, I'll personally make you pay today. Ma Zhanshan's anger flared.
To beat Ma Chao half to death right in front of him was a direct slap in his face.
Zhang Bing seemed unconcerned, sneering, what? Is all your Ma family trash good for his loud mouths? Bring it on. Die. Ma Zhanshan roared, clenching his fist and launching a horizontal punch toward Zhang Bing.
Zhang Bing didn't even glance at him. No matter how formidable an ordinary person might be, they were no match for him, a master of ancient martial arts. He raised his hand, effortlessly catching Ma Zhanshan's fist with a single palm strike. Ma Zhanshan felt as if his fist had struck cotton, his face instantly contorting with terror. Before he could react, Zhang Bing clenched his fist tightly.
Snap! Ah! The sound of cracking bones echoed, followed by Ma Zhanshan's agonized scream.
Zhang Bing had crushed Ma Zhanshan's fist. This terrifying scene left Gao Feng and Shirley from the police station utterly speechless. Ma Zhanshan's prowess far surpassed that of elite special forces soldiers, and his attacks were ruthlessly brutal. A single punch could effortlessly take down 3 grown men. Yet it failed to shake Zhang Bing in the slightest. With a mere squeeze, his entire fist shattered, blood spilling across the floor.
Useless. Still want to try?
Zhang Bing kicked Ma Zhanshan aside, taunting him.
Ma Zhanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a 19-year-old possess such strength? You! Ma Zhanshan clutched his bleeding fist, his face drained of color.
Remember this, Zhang Bing warned coldly. If you dare provoke me again, you'll face the consequences. Ma Chao finally quieted down, ceasing his shouting. Having trained in combat with Ma Zhanshan since childhood, he knew the man's capabilities.
Now even Ma Zhanshan was no match for Zhang Bing. Let's go!
Ma Zhanshan, ever the tough guy, signaled Shirley to help Ma Chao up before they quickly departed. Zhang Bing made no attempt to stop them, leaving with secretary by Qin Guanghua and Qin Yuan. The group returned to the Tianlong Hotel. Clearly, today's events had exceeded by Xiaochun's expectations. He hadn't expected the Ma family to refuse to give him face, in other words, to refuse to give face to Secretary Li, the powerful figure backing him. Yet the greatest takeaway was witnessing Zhang Bing's terrifying prowess firsthand. This power could very well outshine competitors from our nation and M Nation during the upcoming International University Martial Arts Tournament. After a brief exchange, Bai Xiaochun excused himself first to report to Li Tai. Qin Guanghua, too, had witnessed Zhang Bing's extraordinary nature for the first time. He hadn't expected the young man to be on such friendly terms with heavyweights like Secretary Bai and Secretary Li. After brief pleasantries and expressions of gratitude, Qin Guanghua also departed the hotel. He needed to return to the Qin family estate to reassure his relatives. At that moment, Lin Hanxue arrived with Lin Jin. Seeing Qin Yuan and Zhang Bing together, Lin Hanxue visibly flushed with jealousy, though she said nothing.
Zhang Bing! Lin Hanxue rushed over, linking her arm through his to assert her claim.
Zhang Bing felt genuine affection for Lin Hanxue, but his presence made him deeply uncomfortable. Zhang Bing, about what happened with my dad, you shouldn't take it to heart, Lin Hanxue stammered. Zhang Bing sighed, knowing full well that Lin Jin must have coerced or bribed Lin Hanxue into pleading his case. Uncle Lin, if you have anything to discuss in the future, please come to me directly. Don't keep sending Hanxue out to deal with things for you. I hold no grudge against you. For Hanxue's sake, I won't retaliate. Rest assured. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Uncle Lin's heart finally eased a little. Then, as if nothing had happened, he smiled and said, Xiao Bing, if you have things to attend to, I won't keep you any longer.
Meanwhile, Capital City Hospital.
Ma Zhanshan's fist was essentially ruined, and Ma Chao had also suffered fractures. Gao Feng and Shirley personally escorted the two to the hospital, where Pang Biao rushed out to receive them. Upon learning Zhang Bing was responsible again, Pang Biao stoked the flames, cursing Zhang Bing while a vicious plan suddenly sprang to mind. Young Master Ma, Mr. Ma, Pang Biao suggested with a sly grin, Zhang Bing's girlfriend is hospitalized here with her father.
What do you say? Chapter 61, Bullying Zhang Tingting. Go!
Hurry up and bring that trashy Zhang Bing's girlfriend here.
Go! Go now!
Ma Chao completely lost control, seething with hatred for Zhang Bing. Now, any chance to strike back at Zhang Bing, he wouldn't let slip. Gao Feng and Shirley, however, being members of the police force, felt this was somewhat inappropriate. Young Master Ma, please calm down. Young Master Ma, as the saying goes, misfortune shouldn't extend to family.
Won't this cause some negative repercussions? Shut the up and get it done.
Ma Chao no longer cared about the consequences, unleashing a torrent of abuse at Gao Feng and Shirley. Gao Feng and Shirley exchanged helpless glances, then glanced at Ma Zhanshan, whose fist was now crushed. Ma Zhanshan, his face dark with fury, glared at Zhang Bing with utter contempt. Do as the young master says, he declared.
If anything goes wrong, the Ma family will handle it.
With even Ma Zhanshan speaking up, Gao Feng and Shirley had no choice but to comply. Gao Feng glanced at Shirley again before ordering, Shirley, go fetch him now.
Though reluctant, Shirley had no choice but to obey the order. At that moment, in a hospital room at the capital hospital, Zhang Tingting was tending to Zhang Yunfeng.
After the surgery and with the recuperation he'd had over the past period, his condition had nearly recovered, and he would be discharged in a few days.
Following the information provided by Pang Biao, Shirley entered the hospital room.
Who are you here to see? Zhang Tingting looked at Shirley and asked. Shirley glanced at Zhang Tingting. Though dressed plainly, her naturally sculpted face, curvaceous figure, and especially those long legs seemed to stretch on forever.
He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected Zhang Tingting to be so beautiful. "Are you Zhang Tingting?" Shirley asked, pulling out his credentials. "I'm with the police department. I need to ask you a few questions. Could you come outside?"
Upon hearing the words police station, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting immediately grew tense.
"Hello, what can I do for you?" Zhang Tingting inquired. "Cut the small talk. It's just a routine inquiry," Shirley urged.
Zhang Tingting, being rather naive and lacking experience, simply informed her father Zhang Yunfeng before following Shirley out of the ward.
Shirley led them directly to the VIP ward at Capital Hospital.
The moment she entered the room, Zhang Tingting spotted Ma Chao. Realizing something was terribly wrong, she turned to run out, but Shirley grabbed her arm.
"Let go of me. What do you think you're doing?" Zhang Tingting struggled.
Shirley ignored her and addressed Ma Chao instead. "Young Master Ma, I brought her here."
"She's quite the catch." Ma Chao snorted coldly.
Despite several broken bones inflicted by Zhang Bing, his lustful desires flared up.
He glanced at the people in the room and ordered, "You all get out first. Guard the door and don't let anyone in."
Gao Feng, Shirley, Pang Biao, and the others nodded before leading Ma Zhanshan out.
Zhang Tingting's face twisted with terror. She'd learned Ma Chao's identity back at school. He was the son of Ma Yunting, the wealthiest man in the capital, and he bore a grudge against Zhang Bing. Even in her innocence, she understood Ma Chao was here to exact revenge on Zhang Bing. "You! Get down on your knees and strip!" Ma Chao bellowed at Zhang Tingting. Naturally, Zhang Tingting refused. She backed toward the doorway, trying to speak up and run out, but Shirley and the others were guarding the exit. "You're Zhang Bing's woman, right? Today, I'm going to take my anger out on you. Then I'll film it and send it to that bastard Zhang Bing for his enjoyment."
Ma Chao's face twisted with rage as he limped menacingly toward Zhang Tingting.
Though terrified, Zhang Tingting summoned her courage, thinking of Zhang Bing. "Young Master Ma, I'm not Brother Bing's girlfriend. He's a good man. Please don't cause trouble for him." Are you genuinely naive or just playing innocent?" Ma Chao nearly burst out laughing at Zhang Tingting's childish tone. "Strip now. Kneel down. Crawl over here to me."
Huddled in the corner, Zhang Tingting clutched her chest while desperately defending Zhang Bing. But in her innocence, she didn't realize that the more she mentioned Zhang Bing, the more it provoked Ma Chao.
"Shut the up!" Ma Chao bellowed, limping forward to slap Zhang Tingting across the face.
Then he brutally tore at her blouse as she struggled desperately. But as a frail woman, she couldn't possibly break free from Ma Chao. Despite having been badly beaten by Zhang Bing, Ma Chao was still a martial artist with a robust physique. Moments later, Ma Chao pulled out his phone, activated the video recording function, and adjusted the angle. He ripped her blouse to shreds, exposing her snow-white upper body. Her ample breasts were nearly fully revealed. "You dare to struggle again and I'll slaughter your entire family.
Your peasant father's in the hospital right now.
You better believe I can have him die there with just a word from me."
Terrified, Zhang Tingting trembled.
She came from an ordinary peasant family in the north, her mother long deceased. She and her father, Zhang Yunfeng, had been relying on each other for survival. This time, it was only thanks to Zhang Bing's help that she had managed to scrape by with her life.
Facing Ma Chao's threats, Zhang Tingting's eyes turned bloodshot as she choked back sobs. "Young Master Ma, you're a big shot. Please, don't do this." "Humph." Seeing Zhang Tingting plop down and kneel at his feet, Ma Chao's vanity swelled to bursting, utterly satisfied. "Kneel. Strip me. Serve me well, and I'll spare your father." Zhang Tingting wiped away her tears and took a deep breath.
She knelt in fear, pleading, "Young Master Ma, if you spare my father and Brother Bing, I'll do whatever you say."
"You worthless woman, you have no right to make demands." Ma Chao showed no mercy, delivering a brutal kick straight to Zhang Tingting's chest.
To him, even the most perfect and beautiful woman was nothing but a plaything. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Zhang Yunfeng noticed his daughter had been called out by Shirley some time ago and had yet to return. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Something felt terribly wrong. He braced himself against the wall, opened the door, and stepped out to search. Seeing no sign of Zhang Tingting in the hallway, Zhang Yunfeng grew anxious. He hurriedly stopped several passing nurses to ask, "Mr. Zhang, your daughter Tingting seemed to have just followed someone to the VIP ward." Startled, Zhang Yunfeng quickened his pace, rushing to the elevator lobby and heading toward the VIP ward. Upon reaching the VIP ward area, Zhang Yunfeng immediately spotted Shirley outside one of the rooms. He hurried over as fast as he could, leaning on Shirley for support, and asked loudly, "Officer, is my daughter okay?" Seeing it was Zhang Yunfeng, Shirley immediately bluffed, "Your daughter is suspected of violating the law. Our officers are questioning her inside the ward." This excuse was clearly meant to fool a 3-year-old. Zhang Yunfeng didn't buy it for a second. He leaned against the wall as he approached, reaching to open the door from the outside. "What are you doing?" Shirley immediately blocked him, threatening, "One more move, and that's obstruction of justice." The more Shirley acted like this, the more uneasy Zhang Yunfeng felt. In desperation, he shouted toward the ward, "Ting Ting! Ting Ting!" Inside the room, under Ma Chao's threats, Zhang Ting Ting was slowly stripping off her clothes and pants. Her snow-white skin and voluptuous figure were fully exposed, leaving her clad only in lingerie and panties. Ma Chao, cigar in mouth, admired her with relish. "Damn, she's really something. Better than any actress I've played with." As he spoke, Ma Chao pressed the lit end of the cigar against Zhang Ting Ting's skin. At that moment, Zhang Yunfeng's shouts echoed through the door. Chapter 62, Completely Disabled. The moment she heard Zhang Yunfeng's voice outside, Zhang Ting Ting seemed to snap back to her senses and immediately stopped. Ma Chao, who was recording the scene, saw Zhang Ting Ting stop undressing and kicked her violently, snarling, "You! Finish undressing now! Ting Ting, are you in there? You dare obstruct justice? You want to die?" The sound of Zhang Yunfeng and Shirley arguing came from outside. "Ah! What do you think you're doing? Take it out on me, but leave my daughter alone." Inside the room, Zhang Ting Ting heard her father's voice. She suddenly stood up, flung open the door, and rushed out. The sight of her daughter standing there in just her underwear, her body exposed. Zhang Yunfeng's rage boiled over. This was a father's dignity. Though still recovering from his hospital stay, he cared little for that now. He charged straight at Shirley. Shirley, the captain of the patrol bureau, delivered a swift kick that sent Zhang Yunfeng crashing to the ground. "Dad! How dare you hit my dad?" Zhang Ting Ting ran over crying, not caring that her body was exposed. "Ting Ting, don't be afraid. Dad's here." Zhang Yunfeng endured the excruciating pain in his body and struggled to his feet. Just then, Ma Chao emerged and witnessed the scene, his anger flaring instantly. "Gao Feng, Shirley, what the hell are you two doing?" Gao Feng and Shirley were speechless, deeply ashamed of Ma Chao's behavior. You beast! How dare you bully my daughter? I'll fight you to the death." Zhang Yunfeng, his body still unhealed, lunged toward Ma Chao. Ma Chao snorted coldly, not even glancing at him. He ordered directly, "Very well. Since this country bumpkin has shown up, this young master will make it a little more entertaining. Gao Feng, bring this bumpkin inside and hold him down. Shirley, guard the entrance. If anyone disturbs me again, I'll deal with you first." Gao Feng and Shirley hesitated, especially Gao Feng after all, he was the chief of the patrol bureau in this district of the capital, a man of standing. Helping Ma Chao with this already felt outrageous enough. Now he was being asked to go further and drag Zhang Yunfeng inside to restrain him? Watching Ma Chao toy with Zhang Ting Ting like that? Even a beast wouldn't stoop to such depravity. "Gao Feng, Shirley, I'll say this once more, obey immediately." Ma Chao wasted no words. Limping, he lunged forward, yanked Zhang Ting Ting's hair, and dragged her into the ward. "You beast! Let go of my daughter or I'll fight you to the death." Zhang Yunfeng roared, desperately trying to shield Zhang Ting Ting. But with his body still recovering, he was no match for Ma Chao. "Boss Gao, what should we do?" Shirley asked uncertainly. "Do as I say." Gao Feng sighed and had no choice but to intervene personally, rushing over to restrain Zhang Yunfeng. "You go inside and help. I'll stand guard outside." Shirley nodded, then pulled out handcuffs, clamped them onto Zhang Yunfeng, and dragged him into the hospital room. "Dad! Ting Ting!" Father and daughter were overcome with terror, especially Zhang Yunfeng. Watching his daughter about to be assaulted, he felt utterly helpless as a father. "You bastards! May you rot in hell! You bastards, leave my daughter alone!" Zhang Yunfeng roared, but his hands were cuffed by Shirley, leaving him utterly unable to break free. Ma Chao seemed far from a novice at this, moving with practiced ease. He sneered coldly, "Country bumpkin, don't blame me. Blame your connection to that dog Zhang Bing. I'll take my anger out on you first, then go deal with that trash Zhang Bing later." With that, Ma Chao lifted Zhang Ting Ting and slammed her down at his feet. "You know what to do?" Seeing this, Zhang Yunfeng's eyes filled with tears as he screamed, "Young Master Ma, I beg you. Please spare Ting Ting. Take it out on me instead. I'll kowtow to you." Zhang Yunfeng, his hands cuffed, dropped to his knees and began kowtowing to Ma Chao. "Ha!" Ma Chao burst into laughter, showing no intention of releasing Zhang Ting Ting. He ran his hand over Zhang Ting Ting's snow-white skin, then took a deep drag on his cigar and pressed it against her body. Zhang Ting Ting instinctively struggled in pain. "You! Move a muscle, and I'll kill your father myself." "Ting Ting, no, Ting Ting." Zhang Yunfeng wept bitterly. As an honest farmer, how could he possibly stand up to a super-rich second-generation tycoon like Ma Chao? Humph. Ma Chao felt much calmer now. He threatened Zhang Ting Ting, strip completely naked immediately. "I'm boiling with rage. Help me cool off, and let your country bumpkin father watch it all." "No! Ting Ting, no!" Zhang Yunfeng roared, scrambling to his feet and lunging forward. But Shirley held him fast, and he couldn't break free. "Country bumpkin? You still dare to speak up? Shirley, beat him to death for me."
Zhang Tingting panicked, struggling desperately. Don't hurt my dad. I beg you. I'll agree to anything. Please spare my father. Ma Chao sneered coldly. That's more like it. Be obedient. Zhang Tingting was utterly despairing. Her father, Zhang Yunfeng, was her only support. She couldn't bear to watch him beaten to death. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. As for Zhang Yunfeng, he would rather die than witness his daughter being humiliated like this. Bitch, hurry up. I'm really pissed off right now. Ma Chao commanded while filming with his phone. Ma Chao, I'll kill you. Just as despair gripped the room, a furious roar echoed from outside. The next second, the hospital room door crashed to the floor. Gao Feng was flung inside like a soccer ball. Immediately after, Zhang Bing charged in, roaring like a lion. Seeing Zhang Bing suddenly appear, Ma Chao and Shirley instantly panicked. Ma Chao, today I'll finish you off. Zhang Bing bellowed, charging straight at Ma Chao without another word. Shirley, quick! Stop him! Ma Chao panicked, sensing Zhang Bing's fury, and shouted urgently at Shirley. As the captain of the patrol bureau, Shirley wasn't without his skills. He reacted swiftly, lunging forward to draw his gun and stop Zhang Bing. Get out of my way! Zhang Bing bellowed, unleashing a vicious punch straight at Shirley. Shirley, despite his speed, didn't even have time to draw his gun. He was instantly knocked flying by the immense force, slamming hard into the wall and knocking himself unconscious. The next second, Zhang Bing flashed forward, closing the distance to Ma Chao, who had retreated to the window. Ma Chao was trembling all over, yet still threatened arrogantly. What do you want? Zhang Bing clenched his fists tightly, staring at Zhang Tingting, her body completely exposed, clad only in underwear, her entire skin scorched by cigar burns, tears streaming down her face. His gaze shifted to Zhang Yunfeng, kneeling on the floor, his hands cuffed, his mouth covered in blood. For the first time, he felt the urge to kill. For the first time, he believed that scum like Ma Chao could only be permanently silenced through physical elimination, the only way to eradicate future troubles and avoid complications. You animal! Jump down yourself, or I'll throw you down! Zhang Bing roared. Chapter 63, Violence is the Best Weapon. Ma Chao was startled by Zhang Bing's intensity, retreating to the window and peering down. This was the 5th floor, falling from here meant certain death. You, Zhang Bing, talk it out calmly. Don't push me. My father is Ma Yunting, the richest man in the capital. You're pushing me too far. He'll have you killed. Zhang Bing clenched his fists, advancing step by step, his teeth gritted. I'll say this once, jump yourself, or I'll throw you down. Ma Chao's face twisted with sheer terror. Zhang Bing, you, don't push me. It's just a woman, right? Want a woman? Easy. Just give me a call. Name any female star in the entertainment industry, and I'll have her brought to you immediately for your pleasure. That. Zhang Bing roared, slapping him hard across the face. You worthless animal. Don't think your family's money makes you special. Enraged, Zhang Bing showed no mercy. He raised his foot and delivered 2 vicious kicks to Ma Chao's broken bones. Ah! Ma Chao screamed in agony. In that moment, he felt a deep, bone-chilling fear. Zhang Bing wasn't joking, he truly intended to kill him. Go to hell! With that, Zhang Bing grabbed Ma Chao by the collar with one hand and slammed him against the window. Ma Chao was utterly panicked, his eyes filled with terror as he begged, Bing. Bing, please, don't throw me out. No, Bing, I promise, yes, I promise I'll never bother you again. Too late. Zhang Bing's eyes burned with murderous intent, especially when he saw Zhang Tingting cowering in the corner and the pitiful Zhang Yunfeng. He steeled his resolve and shoved Ma Chao straight out the window. The moment he finished, a large group burst in from outside. Qin Yuan led the hospital security guards, along with many others, including Ping Biao. Tingting, Uncle Zhang, how are you? Qin Yuan saw Zhang Tingting stripped of her clothes and pants, left wearing only a bikini, while Zhang Yunfeng lay handcuffed on the floor. In the corner of the room, Bureau Chief Gao Feng and Captain Shirley lay half-reclined, unconscious. You animal! Ma Chao, you animal! Qin Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. For the first time, she erupted into a torrent of curses while simultaneously removing her own coat to cover Zhang Tingting. Just then, Pang Biao emerged and scanned the hospital room, not spotting Ma Chao. He hurried over and pinched the philtrum of Gao Feng and Shirley, who lay unconscious on the floor, to rouse them. Gao Feng and Shirley scrambled to their feet, looking disheveled and glaring fiercely at Zhang Bing. How dare you lay a hand on us? Gao Feng immediately drew the gun he carried and shouted at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing showed no fear, snarling back, Scum! Animals! You the chief of police and you the captain of police aiding and abetting that trash Ma Chao and assaulting Tingting. Animals! Zhang, what proof do you have? Shirley refused to admit guilt, also drawing his gun and pointing it at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing stared coldly at the 2 men and bellowed, Gao Feng, Shirley, listen up. If you 2 can keep wearing these uniforms, I, Zhang Bing, will write my name backwards. Gao Feng's eyes blazed red as he threatened, Kid, you think having Bai Xiaoqun backing you makes you hot stuff, huh? Mark my words, we'll see about that. After quickly regaining his composure, Gao Feng realized he was in the wrong. With so many people present, he spat out a threat and turned to leave. Just then, a shriek pierced the air from outside. Ah! Someone's jumping off the building. Pang Biao, Gao Feng, and Shirlei were the first to react, crowding to the window to look down. Lying on the ground was none other than Ma Chao, already surrounded by a crowd. No, it's young Master Ma. Pang Biao's face instantly turned pale with terror. Without another thought, he rushed outside. Hearing that Ma Chao had jumped, Qin Yuan stared at Zhang Bing in shock. She knew instantly in her heart this had to be Zhang Bing's doing. Someone like Ma Chao would never jump himself. You, Zhang Bing, you dared to throw young Master Ma off the building? You're dead meat. Not even by Xiaochun can save you now. Gao Feng and Shirlei, who had just left, stood frozen in shock, their hearts sinking. Ma Yunting had only this one son, whom he doted on. If something happened to him, the Ma family's retaliation would be unimaginable. Zhang Bing paid no heed, focusing solely on comforting Zhang Yunfeng and his daughter Zhang Tingting. Soon, all the hospital administrators rushed over in a panic. Gao Feng and Shirlei hurried downstairs as well. Ma Chao had already fallen into a coma due to severe blood loss, his condition critically dangerous. As the son of the city's wealthiest man, the hospital dared not delay, immediately initiating emergency treatment. In another ward, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting's emotions had calmed considerably after being comforted by Zhang Bing, Qin Yuan, and Wang Ruolin, who had arrived shortly after. Qin Yuan glanced at Zhang Bing, who appeared calm, and whispered, "Brother, did Ma Chao really fall on his own?" Zhang Bing smiled and replied, "Hospital windows are specially reinforced to prevent patients from jumping in desperation. How could Ma Chao have fallen on his own?" Then, Qin Yuan had long suspected it, but still wasn't entirely certain. "It's fine." Zhang Bing didn't seem to care. "There were only a few of us in the room. There's nothing shameful to admit. I threw Ma Chao out. For scum like him, I wouldn't hesitate to do it again. Oh no, this is completely out of control now." Wang Ruolin looked worried. If Ma Chao survives the rescue, it might be manageable. But if he dies, the Ma family will definitely seek revenge. "Miss Qin, Miss Wang," Zhang Yunfeng interjected. "I was the one who pushed Ma Chao. Mr. Zhang had nothing to do with it. If the Ma family seeks revenge, I'll take full responsibility. If need be, I'll pay with my life." "Dad!" Zhang Tingting cried out, her voice choked with emotion. "Tingting, remember this, when the police come investigating, you must grit your teeth and pin everything on me. Don't drag Mr. Zhang into this." Zhang Yunfeng had already made up his mind. He intended to shoulder all the blame to clear Zhang Bing's name. "Mr. Zhang, you're a good man. You saved my life before, and today you saved my Tingting. Rest assured, I know what to do. I only beg you please look after Tingting from now on. She's the only thing I can't let go of." Hearing Zhang Yunfeng's words, Zhang Bing immediately reassured him, "Uncle Zhang, you're worrying needlessly. Rest assured, it's fine. Besides, there's no need for you to take the blame. I was the one who threw Ma Chao down, and there are no surveillance cameras here, no proof exists. If the Ma family wants revenge, let them come. I'm no pushover either." Just then, a fleet of luxury cars pulled up outside the hospital. A middle-aged man stepped out, radiating an air of distinction, none other than Ma Yunting, the wealthiest man in the capital. Chapter 64, The Wealthiest Man Arrives. "Mr. Ma." "Good day, Mr. Ma." As the wealthiest man in the capital, Ma Yunting ranked among the top tier of super wealthy individuals on the entire Longwa Forbes list. Moreover, the Ma family's influence extended far beyond mere wealth. Their network of connections was equally formidable. Upon learning his son had fallen from the 5th floor of the hospital and was undergoing emergency treatment, Ma Yunting immediately dropped everything and rushed to the hospital. "Damn it!" Ma Yunting's rage erupted the moment he arrived, unleashing a torrent of curses at the group greeting him. "What's Ma Chao's condition now? Assemble the best specialists immediately. Use every medical resource available to save him, spare no expense." Ma Yunting was furious. Though Ma Chao had a somewhat arrogant personality, he was generally an outstanding young man. He was his only son, and he cherished him deeply. "Mr. Ma, young Master Ma fell from the 5th floor. His condition is critical. As chief physician, Pang Biao has already coordinated the emergency response with key hospital leadership. But as a professional doctor, he knew the truth in his heart." Damn it! Ma Yunting didn't care about such niceties. Hearing Pang Biao's words, he slapped him across the face. "If my son dies in your hospital, every single one of you will pay dearly." "Mr. Ma, please calm down. Mr. Ma, please calm down." Gao Feng, seeing Ma Yunting's rage, hurried to placate him. Recognizing Gao Feng, Ma Yunting forced himself to suppress his rage and gave him the respect he deserved. "What happened? Ma Chao was perfectly fine. How did he fall from the 5th floor? Commissioner Gao, have you investigated the cause?" Faced with Ma Yunting's barrage of questions, Gao Feng had no choice but to escort him aside and briefly recount the sequence of events. After listening, Ma Yunting's forehead darkened with a line of frustration.
He wasn't furious that his son had bullied someone that was hardly worth mentioning. What infuriated him was the realization that Ma Chao hadn't fallen on his own. There was likely more to the story.
Where is that man?
Bring him to me immediately,
Ma Yunting commanded.
Gao Feng looked troubled and replied in a low voice, Mr. Ma, the Zhang Bing is very young, but he's quite capable and wealthy.
He has Bai Xiaochun backing him. Bai Xiaochun. Ma Yuntung clenched his fists.
So what if it's Bai Xiaochun? If anything happens to Ma Chao today, I won't spare Bai Xiaochun's face either.
Cut the nonsense.
Go get those men to the conference room immediately.
I'll question them myself.
With no other choice, Gao Feng took Shirlei with him to find Zhang Bing. At that moment, Zhang Bing, Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Roland, Zhang Tingting, and Zhang Yunfeng were discussing matters in another hospital room. Gao Feng stormed in with Shirlei, his demeanor hostile.
Director Gao, Shirlei, what do you think you're doing? Qin Yuanyuan stood up and demanded sharply.
Gao Feng ignored Qin Yuanyuan entirely, fixing his gaze on Zhang Bing as he coldly declared, Mr. Ma wants to have a chat with you.
You're coming with us. Hearing that Ma Yunting himself had come, Qin Yuanyuan and Wang Roland couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. But Zhang Bing looked utterly unconcerned, sneering, Ma Yunting wants to talk to me? Fine, no problem. Tell him to come see me. You. Zhang Bing's response infuriated Gao Feng and Shirlei. Don't get too cocky.
Don't think having Bai Xiaochun backing you means you can look down on everyone.
Even Bai Xiaochun would be polite when meeting Mr. Ma. Get lost.
Zhang Bing snapped back, his voice thick with fury.
Cut the crap. If Ma Yunting wants to talk, he can come. If not, you two can get the hell out of here right now. Seeing Zhang Bing's boiling rage, Qin Yuanyuan immediately shot him a pleading glance. Bro, let it go. Ma Yunting is the richest man in the capital. If he wants to talk, we should be the ones to go. Yes, Mr. Zhang, let's go together. Wang Roland chimed in from the side. Both women understood these matters better, recognizing Ma Yunting's power and standing, so they urged Zhang Bing to reconsider.
Hearing Qin Yuanyuan and Wang Roland's pleas, Zhang Bing reluctantly agreed. He then led Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Roland, Zhang Tingting, and Zhang Yunfeng out to follow Gao Feng and Shirlei. In the conference room, Ma Yunting paced back and forth, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Pang Biao, Ma Zhanshan, and other Ma family executives stood on either side, holding their breath. At that moment, Gao Feng and Shirlei entered with Zhang Bing and the other four. Mr. Ma, this is Zhang Bing, Gao Feng introduced, pointing at Zhang Bing. Ma Yunting immediately flicked his cigar away and bellowed, was it you who pushed my son off the building? You have the nerve to harm my son. Do you think having a few coins in your pocket makes you above the law? Ma Yunting's tone was brimming with arrogance, launching into threats and intimidation from the outset. Zhang Bing snorted coldly. First ask what your son did. He got what he deserved. What did you say? Are you looking to die? Before Ma Yunting could respond, a crowd immediately jumped in to rebuke Zhang Bing. Mr. Ma. Qin Yuanyuan took a deep breath and stepped forward to speak for Zhang Bing. This was her first time seeing the famed wealthiest man in the capital with her own eyes. I'm Qin Yuanyuan. Ma Chao went too far, trying to defile Tingting, which led to this tragedy. You little brat from the Qin family, Ma Yunting snorted coldly. Do you still think your old man is in charge? Get lost. You have no place speaking here. Zhang Bing couldn't stand it anymore and sneered sarcastically, like father, like son. It seems the saying if a child isn't taught, it's the father's fault is absolutely true. You bastard. Ma Yunting exploded in rage, pointing his finger at Zhang Bing and bellowing, you little scum. I hear you've got some money and no Bai Xiaochun, right? You think Bai Xiaochun can protect you? Don't you dare point your finger at me. Zhang Bing's temper flared, meeting the confrontation head-on. Gao Feng. Ma Yunting gritted his teeth, barking orders. What are you standing around for? Grab him now. Gao Feng wasted no time, giving Shirlei a knowing glance before both men drew their weapons and aimed them directly at Zhang Bing. What gives you the right to arrest someone? Qin Yuanyuan protested, demanding, what evidence do you have? Just because you're the richest man in the capital? Shut your filthy mouth, you brat. Ma Yunting, consumed by rage, lashed out and slapped Qin Yuanyuan across the face. Ma Yunting, you bastard, dare you hit Sister Yuanyuan? Zhang Bing's rage boiled over instantly. His fists clenched, the muscles and bones in his body crackling with tension. You little bastard. Not only do I dare hit this brat, but today I'll make all of you pay with your lives for my son. Shouting, Ma Yunting roared, get moving. Cripple this little bastard and that father-daughter pair completely. Ma Yunting, you dare. Zhang Bing was furious. He didn't care about himself, but Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting would suffer terribly. In desperation, he roared, instantly activating his ancient martial arts. With blinding speed, he lunged toward Ma Yunting. Before anyone could react, his hand clamped down on Ma Yunting's throat. Ma Yunting, if you dare make a single move, I'll kill you right here and now. The others were terrified. They knew Zhang Bing was skilled, but never imagined he was this formidable.
Chapter 65, Showing Off Your Connections, is it? Zhang Bing, you don't you dare do anything rash. Release Mr. Ma immediately. Do you know who he is?
Gao Feng, Shirlei, Ma Zhanshan, and others rushed over to warn Zhao Feng.
Zhang Bing paid no heed.
With one hand clamped around Ma Yunting's throat, he could crush the man's windpipe with the slightest squeeze. Ma Yunting, don't think being the richest man in the capital makes you untouchable.
Since that's the case, I'll tell you straight, I'm the one who threw your worthless son off the building. I'm just doing the world a favor. So what?
Ma Yunting gasped for air, utterly stunned that this young upstart Zhang Bing would dare lay hands on him so ruthlessly.
Just you wait. Bai Xiaochun is your backer, right? Ma Yunting felt his breath catch, yet he dared not make a move.
But the secretary and confidant he'd brought along had already started making calls to summon reinforcements.
As the wealthiest man in the capital, Ma Yunting's connections were certainly no match for Bai Xiaochun's. Fine, I'll wait.
Zhang Bing had nothing left to lose.
With old Zhao backing him, what was there to fear?
Besides, dealing with scum like Ma Chao didn't feel wrong to him.
I'll see just how much clout you, the wealthiest man in the capital, really have. Soon, the situation reached a stalemate. At the peak, Shirlei personally took action, surrounding Zhang Bing and his group with Ma Zhanshan's crew.
They had already notified the rest of the police force, who were on their way.
Ma Yunting's confidants also stepped outside to alert their network of connections. Qin Yuan and Wang Ruolin were also urgently making calls to summon reinforcements.
Both sides were pitting their respective power bases against each other.
But to everyone present, Zhang Bing, despite his considerable strength, couldn't match the capital's wealthiest man, Ma Yunting. Moreover, everyone believed Zhang Bing's backer was Bai Xiaochun, who served as Li Tai's secretary.
Li Tai was indeed a major player, but Ma Yunting undoubtedly knew many figures of that caliber.
Just then, news arrived from the hospital's leadership.
After emergency treatment, Ma Chao's life had been saved.
However, he would need to remain hospitalized for at least 6 months and was likely to suffer permanent disability.
Hearing this news, Ma Yunting felt somewhat relieved. Disability was bearable, at least he wasn't dead. Mr. Ma, the ministry has been contacted. They've indicated they'll personally come to assess the situation and reassure you.
Ma Yunting's secretary entered, holding a phone. At this news, Qin Yuan and Wang Ruolin's faces paled with shock.
They hadn't expected Ma Yunting to be able to call in a heavyweight like Minister Guan to back him up.
In contrast, Zhang Bing remained utterly composed.
He'd heard of Minister Guan, a figure renowned throughout the industry.
Zhang Bing, you little bastard, remember this: no one can save you today. Not even Li Tai himself. Ma Yunting remained defiant despite being restrained. Shut your trap, you idiot.
I'm waiting, Zhang Bing declared confidently.
Time ticked by, second by second. About 20 minutes later. The first to arrive at the hospital was Director Qin Guanghua.
Qin Guanghua was an upright man who understood the entire situation. However, given Ma Yunting's background and influence, he couldn't afford to antagonize him right now.
Mr. Ma, why make things so tense? Wouldn't it be better if both sides backed down a little? Qin Guanghua, you shut your mouth. This doesn't concern you.
Ma Yunting didn't give Qin Guanghua the time of day, snapping back. When your old man was still in power, I grudgingly gave your Qin family some face.
But now? What the hell is your Qin family even worth? Get out. Mark my words, Minister Guan will be here any minute. Qin Guanghua's face darkened, and he could only sigh repeatedly. Several minutes later, a black sedan pulled up outside the hospital.
A burly man stepped out, radiating an air of authority. Upon seeing the arrival, Ma Yunting, Gao Feng, and everyone else immediately wore expressions of obsequious flattery.
Minister Guan, thank you for coming despite your busy schedule.
The visitor was none other than Guanbu, a powerful figure with substantial influence who maintained a close relationship with Ma Yunting.
Yunting, is that kid Ma Chao out of danger now?
Guanbu didn't explicitly state he'd come to support Ma Yunting, only that he'd come to check on Ma Chao, though everyone knew the real reason.
Thank you for your concern, Guanbu.
He's just out of danger, but he'll be permanently disabled.
Oh.
Guanbu acknowledged the news, then glanced around the conference room, noticing Zhang Bing still gripping Ma Yunting's throat.
Xiao Gao, what exactly do you lot at the police bureau do? Gao Feng immediately understood.
He pointed his gun at Zhang Bing and threatened, Zhang Bing, release Mr. Ma immediately.
Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Go ahead and shoot me if you dare. Let's see who's faster, you or me. I won't let go until my people arrive.
Guanbu glanced at Zhang Bing and said calmly, young man, you show utter disregard for the law.
I hear you know Xiao Bai, right?
Ha! Zhang Bing chuckled, catching Guanbu's subtle implication. Referring to Bai Xiaochun as Xiao Bai was clearly a warning aimed at him, but his backer was certainly not Xiao Bai.
Guanbu, please hear me out first. That bastard Ma Chao didn't die from the fall, consider it his lucky break. Just then, Bai Xiaochun and a middle-aged man finally arrived. This middle-aged man was none other than Li Tai, Secretary Li, whose status was slightly below Guan Bu's. Minister Guan, you're here too? Li Tai exclaimed in surprise as soon as he and Bai Xiaochun entered. Guan Bu nodded and chuckled. Young Li, I came to check on Ma Chao's injuries. What brings you here with little Bai? Guan Bu was deliberately asking a rhetorical question, subtly reprimanding Li Tai. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun promptly replied politely, Minister Guan, Zhang Bing is a friend of mine. Hearing he was in trouble, Secretary Li, and I came to check on him. Oh. Guan Bu acknowledged. Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun were well aware of Guan Bu's relationship with Ma Yunting. They'd come to back him up and intimidate Li Tai. But Li Tai was well aware of who stood behind Zhang Bing. Before him, Guan Bu was just a minor figure. Zhang Bing, are you okay? Li Tai asked with concern, meeting Zhang Bing for the first time. Secretary Li, I'm fine for now, Zhang Bing replied with a smile. If you're fine, then release Mr. Ma first. Rest assured, I'm here. Li Tai gave Zhang Bing a reassuring look. Zhang Bing nodded and immediately released Ma Yunting. Ma Yunting rubbed his neck and roared, Secretary Li, don't say I didn't give you face. Today, in front of the customs department, you make a choice. This Zhang Bing, I'll make him pay dearly. Li Tai chuckled and said, Mr. Ma, we've heard about the incident involving Zhang Bing and your son. I suggest we both take a step back and let it go. Secretary Li, I'm telling you straight this isn't over, Ma Yunting declared forcefully, confident in the customs department's backing. Guan Bu also chuckled and said, Little Li, you shouldn't meddle in this matter. Li Tai merely smiled without responding, then excused himself to make a phone call. Seeing this, Ma Yunting thought he had it in the bag. After all, no matter how formidable Li Tai was, he was still just Little Li in front of Guan Bu. Zhang Bing, get on your knees. Ma Yunting roared furiously at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, then suddenly darted forward and slapped Ma Yunting across the face. That slap is payback for the one you just gave Sister Yuan. Before Ma Yunting and the others could react, Zhang Bing raised his hand and delivered another slap. This one's for failing to raise your son properly. You didn't keep your idiot son in line. 2 consecutive slaps stunned Ma Yunting and shocked big shots like Guan Bu. You dare raise a hand in front of Guan Bu? Zhang Bing, you. A dark line instantly appeared on Guan Bu's forehead as he glared at Zhang Bing with displeasure. Young man, it seems you truly have no regard for the law. It appears you need a lesson. Humph. Zhang Bing had a very poor impression of Guan Bu, as this man had sided with Ma Yunting without even hearing both sides of the story. I'm looking forward to it. How exactly do you plan to teach me a lesson? Ha! Guan Bu's facial muscles twitched. He shot a glance at Gao Feng, who understood instantly. Even if Li Tai or Bai Xiaochun were present, it wouldn't matter. This was Guan Bu's decision. Hold on. Just then, Li Tai walked back in, phone in hand. Mr. Guan, you have a call. Chapter 66, throwing herself at him. Guan Bu, Ma Yunting, and the others weren't fools. They knew Li Tai had just stepped out to make a call and reach out to his connections. But even in a place like the capital, Guan Bu was a top-tier heavyweight. Secretary Li, it seems you're determined to help this Zhang Bing, even at the expense of Guan Bu's face, right? Ma Yunting had taken 2 consecutive slaps from Zhang Bing, leaving his face already swollen. As the wealthiest man in the capital, when had he ever endured such humiliation? This was no longer simply about avenging his son. He was determined to destroy Zhang Bing. Guan Bu's expression darkened, his gaze carrying a warning as he fixed it on Li Tai. Xiao Li, I won't answer anyone's call right now. Guan Bu, I'd advise you to take this call. Li Tai wore an awkward smile. The person on the other end was someone Guan Bu could only address as Little Guan in his presence. Hearing Li Tai's words, Guan Bu finally took the phone, cleared his throat, and said, Hello, this is Guan Bu. An elderly voice came through the line, Little Guan. Hearing that voice, Guan Bu looked as if he'd seen a ghost and immediately turned off the speakerphone. Yes. At your command. Understood. In just a few short sentences, Guan Bu stood as straight as a schoolboy who'd done something wrong. After handing the phone back to Li Tai, Guan Bu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn as he addressed Zhang Bing, Young Zhang. It was all a misunderstanding. Regarding that Ma Chao matter, is there anything else you require? Guan Bu's transformation left Ma Yunting, Gao Feng, and the others dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at Guan Bu's fawning expression. Guan Bu, what's going on? Ma Yunting cautiously inquired. Ma Yunting, you failed to raise your son properly. Little Zhang is absolutely right. You'd better discipline your son. Ma Yunting was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Zhang Bing sneered coldly, striding toward Ma Yunting, Gao Feng, Shirlei, and the others. Ma Yunting, what do you think? Did you really believe you could cover the sky with one hand? Ma Yunting and the others looked utterly embarrassed. Even a fool knew that the person backing Zhang Bing was someone even the customs department couldn't afford to provoke. Mark my words, this ends here. We'll mind our own business. If this happens again, you'll face the consequences. Hearing Zhang Bing's decision to drop the matter, Guanbu and Li Tai stepped forward to smooth things over. Ma Yunting thanked Zhang Bing immediately.
Zhang Bing is magnanimous enough to let this slide. You'd better behave yourself. Ma Yunting's mind raced after all, becoming the richest man required sharp wits. He immediately put on a humble expression. Mr. Zhang, I'm truly sorry. I'll make sure to keep a close eye on Ma Chao from now on. Humph! Zhang Bing snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to Gao Feng and Shirlei, who were trembling with fear. Both men were already drenched in sweat, convinced they were finished. They tried to offer apologies, but Zhang Bing wouldn't give them the chance. Director Guan, secretary by these two pose a far greater threat than Ma Chao. As I said before, if they ever walk out of here wearing that uniform again, I'll write my name backwards. So, you decide what to do. With that, Zhang Bing walked over to support Zhang Yunfeng. Calling out to Qin Yuan, Wang Ruolin, and Zhang Tingting, they all walked out. Once Zhang Bing and his group had departed, Ma Yunting could no longer contain himself. He demanded, Minister Guan, who's backing Zhang Bing. Guanbu's expression darkened as he shot Ma Yunting a resentful look. Clearly, this matter had affected him too. Don't ask who it is. Mind your own business. Don't come looking for me unless it's absolutely necessary. And Gao Feng, Shirlei, you two have 3 days to resign voluntarily. With that, Guanbu swiftly departed. Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun exchanged a knowing smile before striding off themselves. After successfully resolving the matter with Ma Yunting, Zhang Bing and the others returned to the Tianlong Hotel. The Tianlong Hotel had now become Zhang Bing's primary base of operations. As for the luxury mansion worth 50 million that the system had gifted him earlier, he had purchased it but never lived there. After careful consideration, Zhang Bing decided to offer the mansion to Zhang Yunfeng and his daughter, Zhang Tingting, to live in. After all, Zhang Yunfeng hadn't fully recovered yet, and traveling back and forth from their hometown in Beijing for follow-up checkups was quite inconvenient. Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting expressed their profound gratitude repeatedly, making Zhang Bing feel quite embarrassed. If they hadn't refused to accept it, a luxury mansion worth 50 million wouldn't have been a big deal even if given away for free. Watching Zhang Bing personally escort father and daughter Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting to the Bishui Lanting luxury estate, Wang Ruolin and Qin Yuan both took note. Both women harbored their own ulterior motives. They exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding clear. Young, wealthy, loyal, and with connections so powerful even the authorities feared him. Who wouldn't be drawn to such a man? Sister Yuan, should we tell Han Shui about this? Wang Ruolin asked. Qin Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, yes, we absolutely must tell Sister Han Shui. The two women shared a knowing smile, clearly displeased with Zhang Bing's special treatment of Zhang Tingting. Meanwhile, after Zhang Bing brought the father and daughter to the mansion, Zhang Yunfeng, ever the considerate one, suggested he needed to run an errand. In truth, he was creating an opportunity for them. Zhang Tingting was dressed plainly, yet her figure was incredibly alluring. Brother, I don't know how to thank you. Without you, my father and I wouldn't have known what to do. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing, her words brimming with gratitude. Zhang Bing smiled and replied, it's nothing. We're friends. Friends don't need to thank each other. Zhang Tingting lowered her head and walked up to Zhang Bing. Suddenly, she asked, brother, do you think I'm pretty? Her question made Zhang Bing's heart race. You're beautiful. Then do you like me? Zhang Tingting took a deep breath, not knowing where she found the courage. She pushed Zhang Bing down onto the bed. Tingting, what are you doing? Stop, please don't. Bro, you've done so much for me. I have nothing to thank you with except my body. You're a good person. Zhang Bing's breathing quickened. Though he'd long harbored feelings for Zhang Tingting, he had a girlfriend now. Besides, he didn't want to take advantage of someone in distress. With his looks, countless women threw themselves at him. Tingting, stop this. I have a girlfriend, and I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Zhang Tingting sat directly on him and slowly slipped off her top. Brother, I know this is wrong by Han Shui's standards, but this is the only way I can thank you. I've never had a boyfriend before. No, Tingting, calm down. Zhang Bing protested with his words, but his body betrayed him. But hearing Zhang Tingting say it was just to repay him, he felt genuinely deflated. Money can buy any kind of woman, but those who aren't after money and are truly sincere are rare. Brother, don't despise me. I like you. I'm giving you my body, and I won't regret it. Hearing this, Zhang Bing's earlier disappointment instantly vanished, replaced by renewed excitement. Zhang Tingting climbed directly onto him and kissed him passionately. Chapter 67, Testing Strength. Early the next morning, Zhang Bing awoke from his sleep. After what happened with Zhang Tingting last night, he felt awkward facing Zhang Yunfeng. So he made up an excuse and returned to the Tianlong Hotel overnight. Waking up early, Lin Hanxue had already arrived. Lin Hanxue wore a sheer tank top today, revealing a third of her snow-white skin, a stark departure from her usual style. Hanxue, why are you dressed so sexy today? Zhang Bing asked. Lin Hanxue was a bit annoyed.
I don't mind you giving the house to Tingting and Uncle Zhang to live in, she asked, but why didn't you call me when you took them there? Why didn't you let Sister Yuan or Roland come along? Tell me, are you trying to get something from Tingting?
Zhang Bing felt a pang of guilt and tried to justify himself.
Hanxue, don't say such things. Tingting is innocent.
If word got out, it could ruin someone's reputation.
Humph. Lin Hanxue didn't quite believe him, but she didn't press the issue further. Hurry up and get ready. A distant cousin is visiting from abroad today and wants to treat my parents to dinner. My dad said you should come too.
Zhang Bing was about to refuse. After all, they weren't married yet and were still students.
Meeting relatives so soon felt awkward. Maybe I shouldn't go. Meeting relatives so soon feels awkward. No way, you absolutely have to go.
Lin Hanxue said with displeasure, that distant cousin is a returnee, and I hear his family is pretty wealthy.
He used to have a thing for me. My dad's meaning is, he wants you to come.
At this point, Lin Hanxue felt a bit embarrassed.
Zhang Bing instantly understood and asked with a smile, so your dad wants me to go and show your cousin who's boss? Yeah, Lin Hanxue replied. Alright, no problem. Since that's the case, I'll go test my strength against your cousin.
20 minutes later, they came down from the room hand in hand. Zhang Bing first called Li Ben, the president of the capital bank, instructing him to immediately procure the most expensive luxury car available, specifically a Bentley. Don't worry about the price, just buy it with your eyes closed. The only requirement was speed. He needed it in an hour and a half. With all arrangements settled, Lin Jin's call arrived. He reported that his cousin Lin Feng, the returnee, had arrived and that the restaurant for their meal had been booked. Surprisingly, the hotel was booked at the Tianlong Grand Hotel. This made Zhang Bing chuckle. It seemed the Tianlong Grand Hotel still held considerable clout in the capital under the Wang family's management. This sea turtle cousin had actually chosen his own hotel just to show off.
Hanxue, I bet your cousin doesn't even know the hotel is mine.
Lin Hanxue flushed, pinched Zhang Bing playfully, and pouted, "You're so naughty." Zhang Bing laughed heartily and immediately summoned Wang Roland to inquire about the situation.
It turned out that after Wang Roland became general manager, she elevated the hotel's restaurant into a flagship operation. Moreover, she had invested heavily to recruit several Michelin 3-star chefs from Wawa to oversee the kitchen.
So now the Tianlong Grand Hotel was renowned not only for its 8th-floor clubhouse, but also for its high-end dining.
Yes, Mr. Zhang.
Someone did just make a reservation for a table at our hotel.
From the tone, they sounded quite wealthy. Demanded we prepare the finest, most expensive dishes, claiming money was no object, Wang Roland reported truthfully. I see.
Zhang Bing pondered for a moment before saying, this person is Hanxue's distant cousin.
When they arrive, make sure to arrange things, keep it open and spacious, you know what I mean? Wang Roland couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this.
She glanced at Lin Hanxue, then at Zhang Bing, and replied, Mr. Zhang, I know what to do. A little while later, Lin Jin and his wife arrived, dressed up for the occasion. Seeing Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue holding hands affectionately, the couple beamed with joy. Xiao Bing, Lin Feng has been abroad for so long, he's developed a bit of an arrogant streak.
Sometimes he even looks down on me and your aunt. You'll have to cut him some slack later, okay?
Lin Jin chuckled, though his words clearly aimed to humble the other man.
Don't worry, Uncle Lin. I'll handle it. But I'm curious, doesn't he know Uncle Lin has a stake in the Tianlong Hotel?
Lin Jin explained awkwardly, if it weren't for your generosity, Xiao Bing, our Lin family wouldn't have had a say in the Tianlong Hotel at all. Lin Feng has been abroad and doesn't know that Wang Ba stepped down long ago.
The hotel is entirely yours now. I see.
A mischievous grin flashed across Zhang Bing's lips. Just as they spoke, a brand new Ferrari supercar drifted past with a flash of style. Stepping out was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a crisp white suit and dark sunglasses. Lin Feng himself.
Little Feng, you're here.
Lin Jin and his wife approached politely to greet him. Uncle, Auntie, Lin Feng nodded, his expression as arrogant as ever. His gaze immediately locked onto Lin Hanxue, who was holding hands with Zhang Bing. I came back in such a rush I didn't have time to prepare a gift. But this Ferrari's been gathering dust in the airport parking garage, might as well give it to my cousin Hanxue. With that, Lin Feng strode toward Lin Hanxue with an air of arrogance. His tone was light and casual, yet dripping with pretentiousness.
Cousin, it's been ages. You're sexier and prettier than ever. This sports car is yours.
Lin Feng completely ignored Zhang Bing.
Though wearing sunglasses, it was obvious to anyone that his gaze never left Lin Hanxue's chest. Thanks, cousin, but I don't like it. You're welcome. This sports car is worth at least 5 million now.
Lin Feng boasted.
Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer. Smiling smugly, he said, Cousin, huh? Keep that outdated sports car for yourself. It's beneath Hanxue. Got it? Oh. Lin Feng responded with a sarcastic tone, removing his sunglasses and sneering, so you're the boyfriend Hanxue found? Doesn't seem that impressive to me.
What kind of car do you drive?
What do you do for a living? How much do you earn?
Zhang Bing sneered coldly.
As for the car, I just donated one recently. And my job? Sorry, I'm studying at the Capital University of Arts. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He sneered, so you're just a student dog without a car or a job. Cousin, watch your language. Zhang Bing is my boyfriend, Lin Hanxue protested. Hanxue, if you're going to date someone, find someone with substance. Why settle for just any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Lin Feng sized up Zhang Bing, clearly seeing him as a powerless student, and didn't hold back. Lin Hanxue started to explain, but Zhang Bing cut her off. He glanced at this Lin Feng even more obnoxious than Lin Jin had described. You want to test your strength against me? What's the deal? Got what it takes. Zhang Bing snorted coldly. Just then, a convoy of vehicles appeared ahead. All brand new Bentleys, at least a dozen of them at first glance. What the hell was going on? Li Ben hadn't asked for just one latest model, he'd gone and assembled a whole fleet? Seeing these gleaming Bentleys, Zhang Bing's mind began to race. Chapter 68, Big Spender. Alright, country bumpkin, if you want to compare strength with me, Lin Feng, you'd better hope for a better reincarnation next lifetime. Lin Feng cursed under his breath, pointing at Zhang Bing with an extremely arrogant attitude. Leave Hanxue immediately, and that sports car is yours. Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer, sneering sarcastically, see this fleet of Bentleys? I bought the whole lot with one word. Got it? Ha! Lin Feng roared with laughter, thinking Zhang Bing's boast was utterly ridiculous. You don't even do your homework before bragging. This is clearly Bentley's VIP service in Dragon Nation. They've brought every luxury car currently in stock for VIP clients to choose from. And you think it's for you? Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Seems you know quite a lot. Could it be that VIP customer is actually me? You? Lin Feng froze for a second, then burst into even wilder laughter. If it's you, I, Lin Feng, will lick the floor clean. Remember what you said. When you're licking the floor later, make sure you scrub it clean. Zhang Bing said before walking away. At that moment, the convoy pulled up in orderly succession. Every single one was the latest model, with a starting price of at least 6 million yuan. A full 25 vehicles had arrived. Their imposing presence, parked in perfect formation at the hotel entrance, instantly drew a crowd and caused a stir. Li Ben stepped out of the lead vehicle alongside a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign woman. From each subsequent Bentley emerged a tall, handsome driver all dressed uniformly in black suits, ties, and white gloves. Mr. Zhang. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Li Ben stepped out and jogged over, bowing respectfully as he called out. Behind him, over 20 drivers collectively bowed and shouted in unison, Good day, Mr. Zhang. The sheer scale of the display instantly silenced Lin Feng, who had been about to leap forward with a taunt. Mr. Zhang, I am Catherine, president of Bentley China. Apologies for the abruptness, but given the urgency of your request, I took the liberty of mobilizing all available vehicles from our Kyoto dealerships for your selection. I hope you find something to your satisfaction. The foreign woman, speaking fairly fluent Chinese, respectfully explained to Zhang Bing. No problem. Zhang Bing gave a mysterious smile, turning to look at the stunned Lin Feng. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he declared, I'll take every single one of these vehicles. Full payment. Holy crap, Mr. Zhang, is this for real? Are you sure? Catherine and Li Ben were both stunned. These dozens of Bentleys were worth at least 2 small fortunes, yet Zhang Bing declared he wanted them all and paid in full. Overreacting, Zhang Bing snorted coldly, dismissively adding, President Li, handle all payment and contract procedures for me. Any issues? No problem, no problem. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhang. Good. Zhang Bing continued indifferently, Uncle Lin, Auntie, and Mr. Li, each of you pick one car. No need to be polite. The remaining ones will be picked up by Roland's people shortly. They'll be distributed as year-end bonuses to outstanding employees. At these words, not only Li Ben but even Catherine was stunned. Even Lin Hanxue and Lin Jin felt their hearts ache with pain. Though it was Zhang Bing's money, and he couldn't care less, they had long accepted him as the Lin family's son-in-law. Li Ben and Catherine were so overwhelmed they couldn't speak, desperate to kneel and kowtow in gratitude. After casually wrapping up the matter, Zhang Bing smiled warmly at Lin Feng, who stood frozen in place. Cousin, what do you think? How does this compare to your crappy Ferrari supercar? Lin Feng swallowed hard, realizing he'd bitten off more than he could chew this time. But he was stubborn and had his own clout. While his funds were clearly no match for Zhang Bing's, his connections might be another story. So what if you're a nouveau riche? What's so great about having a little money? Lin Feng retorted defiantly. The owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel is my friend, you know? We booked the highest tier private room, covered every single expense, and the hotel restaurant even gifted us a bottle of 40-year aged Maotai. So what if you're rich? Can you even buy a 40-year aged Maotai? Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. He knew Lin Feng was referring to arrangements Wang Roland had just made. Only this fool Lin Feng still thought the hotel belonged to Wang Ba, that Wang Ba had personally ordered it. We'll discuss this later. For now, please clean the floor thoroughly. You. Lin Feng certainly wasn't going to lick the floor. What? You're a man, aren't you? You said it yourself just now. You're not going to back out now, are you? Zhang Bing threatened. Kid, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Keep your word. Lick the floor now. Lin Feng didn't take it seriously at all, shouting back, Kid, this time I was invited back to the country by a big shot in the capital to participate in the Tri-Nation College Martial Arts Tournament. You dare make me lick the floor? One word from me, and no amount of money will save you. Hearing this, Zhang Bing was somewhat surprised. Feng Qianqiu and old Zhao had mentioned this to him. It was a matter of bringing glory to the nation. Who'd have thought someone invited Lin Feng back? Looks like this guy's got some serious skills. Is that so? And who exactly is this big shot inviting you back? Zhang Bing sneered. Hoof. Lin Feng declared proudly, Li Tai. Secretary Li, you know him? Zhang Bing nearly choked. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be invited back by none other than Li Tai. Li Tai was indeed a major figure, but he'd shown considerable respect to Zhang Bing personally. Hearing this, Lin Jin and his wife were also shocked. They never imagined their nephew, Lin Feng, would be connected to a big shot like Li Tai. They were unaware of the incident involving the hospital and the wealthiest man, Ma Yunting. To prevent the situation from escalating, the couple immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Xiaobing, why don't we just let it go? We're all family. Lin Feng, you should be more careful. Just apologize to Xiaobing and let it go. Lin Hanxue saw that this was enough. After all, snapping up dozens of Bentleys in one go and generously gifting one to each person was already a grand gesture that had sufficiently stunned her cousin. After all, they were family. Licking the floor would be too humiliating. Zhang Bing, forget it. He probably knows your capabilities by now anyway. Hearing Lin Hanxue and Lin Jin's couple pleading, Zhang Bing finally relented. Remember this, if you want to test your strength against mine, I'll be waiting anytime. Humph. Lin Feng clearly still harbored resentment deep down. But even if he sold his kidneys, he couldn't scrape together enough cash to buy dozens of Bentleys in one go. Alright, Xiaobing, Lin Feng, let's go inside for dinner. Lin Jin and his wife smiled. Then the group entered the restaurant together. The moment they stepped into the private room, even Zhang Bing was stunned by the opulent decor. Though it was his own hotel, this was his first time dining there. Seeing Zhang Bing's stunned expression, Lin Feng sensed an opportunity. He remarked with a hint of sarcasm, looks like there's still a difference between nouveau riche and true nobility in this world. What? Even with all your money, you couldn't book a private dining room this exclusive and high-end, could you? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my connections, you couldn't book this place no matter how much you paid. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Jin and his wife, along with Lin Hanxue, were utterly speechless. Little did they know the entire hotel belonged to Zhang Bing. A mere private room? If he wanted, he could turn the whole place into a restroom. Chapter 69, The Restaurant Owner is Your Friend? Is that so? Your connections are quite impressive. Zhang Bing looked at Lin Feng as if he were a clown. Of course, Lin Feng replied, completely oblivious to Zhang Bing's sarcasm, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. Hanxue, uncle, auntie, I know the owner of this hotel. He gives me tremendous face. I heard you guys have some business dealings with the hotel too. Want me to put in a good word for you? Lin Jin and his wife, Lin Hanxue, were utterly speechless. No need, Lin Feng. Your thoughtfulness is enough. Lin Jin said awkwardly. Uncle, auntie, it's no trouble, we're family. Lin Feng started playing both sides again, shooting a sarcastic glance at Zhang Bing. Unlike some people who think having a few stinking bucks makes them special. In our circles, money means nothing. What matters is real power and connections. Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Is that so? What a coincidence, I happen to know the owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. You? Lin Feng was surprised, but mostly skeptical. Why wouldn't you believe me? Zhang Bing teased. This time, Lin Feng had learned his lesson. He didn't rush to exchange harsh words with Zhang Bing. After all, the incident with the Bentley fleet outside had already left him thoroughly humiliated. If not for Lin Jin's family putting in a good word, he'd have been licking the floor. After all, with that kind of wealth, even if he was a nouveau riche, knowing the owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel wasn't that surprising. But Lin Feng instantly knew that even if Zhang Bing really knew the hotel owner, he couldn't compare to himself. Before boarding the plane, he had personally called to make reservations. The restaurant manager had personally assured him that all expenses for today would be covered, and they would even present him with a bottle of 40-year-aged Maotai, a rare vintage money couldn't buy. So Lin Feng was convinced this was all about saving face for him. After all, before returning to China, he'd already spread the word in his circles that it was Li Tai who had specially invited him back. So what if you know him? Can you pull off the same favor, free dining and a special 40-year-old Maotai reserved for VIPs? Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer. He grinned widely. Could it be, this free meal has nothing to do with you? Humph. Lin Feng retorted coldly, if it has nothing to do with me, does that mean it has something to do with you?
Everyone knows Secretary Li Tai personally instructed his secretary to invite me back to the country this time. Seeing Lin Feng still trying to put on airs in front of him, Zhang Bing wasn't about to indulge him. Fine then, Lin Feng said, call the owner of the Tianlong Hotel right now and confirm it.
Fine. Let's show this nouveau riche what he's missing.
Lin Feng was supremely confident as he pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Ba's number. To better show off in front of Lin Hanxue and Lin Jin, he even put it on speakerphone.
Hello? Who is this?
Mr. Wang, it's Lin Feng, the very same Lin Feng invited by Secretary Li Tai to return to China for the Tri-Nation College Martial Arts Tournament.
Oh, young Master Lin. What can I do for you? Mr. Wang, I'm currently at your Tianlong Hotel. Could you come over?
The Tianlong Hotel hasn't been mine for ages, and I'll never set foot in that place again.
That's all. Bye. With that, Wang Ba hung up without hesitation.
Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and the Lin Jin couple all exchanged peculiar smiles.
Lin Feng, is this the hotel owner you know?
Lin Feng looked thoroughly embarrassed. Having just returned to the country, he genuinely hadn't known Wang Ba had been expelled by Zhang Bing long ago. But when he called to make the reservation, the hotel manager had been very courteous, had indeed claimed it would be complimentary, and had even specially sent wine.
Alright, I'll make another call.
Lin Feng said, immediately dialing the number he had used for the original reservation and specifically requesting to speak with the hotel's general manager. This time the call connected quickly, and the voice on the other end was clearly Wang Roland's. Less than a minute after hanging up, a knock sounded at the private room door.
Wang Roland entered, dressed professionally and looking stunning, carrying a bottle of Mao Tai that looked quite aged, a smile on her face. Ms. Wang, you're the general manager of the Tianlong Grand Hotel, correct?
Lin Feng stood up and asked.
Wang Roland nodded and replied politely, yes, Mr. Lin. Very well.
Lin Feng gave a cold snort, shot a challenging glance at Zhang Bing, and said, now tell this kid, is every single item on the bill for today complimentary?
And is that bottle of Mao Tai you're holding a complimentary gift? Wang Roland smiled gracefully and said, Mr. Lin, yes. All expenses in this private room today are complimentary.
This exclusive 40-year-old Mao Tai, which money can't buy, is also a gift to your party. No sooner had Wang Roland finished speaking than Lin Feng began bellowing at Zhang Bing.
Zhang Bing, you hear me?
So what if you're richer than me? Try to match me in power, and I, Lin Feng, have 1,000 ways to show you the rules of high society. Zhang Bing remained unhurried, glancing up at Wang Roland and giving her a knowing look.
Wang Roland understood instantly.
Clearing her throat to interrupt Lin Feng's fantasies, she continued, Mr. Lin, please don't get ahead of yourself.
I haven't finished yet.
This wine is indeed complimentary for this private room, and all charges for this room are indeed waived. But mind you, this is solely out of respect for Mr. Zhang.
It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Don't get the wrong idea. Of course, since you're related to Mr. Zhang, you can get a 20% discount on future visits.
The moment these words left her mouth, the entire private room instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere.
Lin Jin and his wife, along with Lin Hanxue, finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, covering their mouths.
Lin Feng's face darkened instantly, his embarrassment so intense he wished he could sink into a hole right then and there. Zhang Bing also wore an awkward grin as he asked, what do you think, cousin? You. Lin Feng's neck veins bulged as he struggled to contain his anger.
Wang Roland approached with a smile, respectfully inquiring, Mr. Zhang, shall we open the wine now? Zhang Bing nodded. Go ahead. Wang Roland, a former top salesperson, was adept at reading people and had impeccable emotional intelligence.
As she uncorked the bottle, she added, Mr. Lin, you really should thank our CEO. This wine isn't available on the market, it was specially gifted to Mr. Zhang by a certain influential figure. And by the way, Mr. Zhang is the owner of our Tianlong Grand Hotel. Lin Feng could no longer steady himself, staggering backward several steps. Staring in shock at Zhang Bing, then shifting his gaze to Lin Jin and Lin Hanxue's family, he felt a stinging heat on his face. All right. Lin Jin saw that his son-in-law had truly saved face today, giving that distant nephew who always acted so high and mighty a well-deserved lesson. He stepped in to smooth things over. Lin Feng, Xiao Bing was just joking with you.
Zhang Bing chuckled, cousin, do you think my status is high enough for high society? Ha ha.
Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Already narrow-minded by nature, today he felt his dignity had been utterly trampled. Yet he remained defiant, reminding himself he was an overseas returnee personally invited by Li Tai himself through his secretary to compete. Even if Zhang Bing was incredibly wealthy, he was nothing compared to a heavyweight like Li Tai.
Fine, Zhang Bing, just you wait. I was personally invited back by Secretary Li to compete in this tournament. You'll see.
With that, Lin Feng, finding the situation utterly pointless, slammed the door and stormed out.
Chapter 70, Returning Home to Transfer Household Registration. The next morning,
Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue awoke in their hotel suite. The incident of humiliating Lin Feng the previous day had already faded from everyone's minds.
Though Zhang Bing did admit sometimes that feeling was genuinely satisfying. Lin Hanxue was more innocent. She hadn't known about the incident with Ma Yunting at the hospital last time. Still nestled in his arms, she cautioned, Zhang Bing, you'd better be careful. My cousin has always been fiercely competitive and petty. After you humiliated him yesterday, I bet he'll find a way to get Secretary Li to back him up. Zhang Bing dismissed the idea. Who else would he call? Thinking Li Tai could back him up and control Zhang Bing? That was just asking for humiliation. Just then, a long-forgotten system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! System detects excellent recent task completion rate. As a reward, the system now grants the host a set of mind-reading skills. This mind-reading skill is valued equivalent to ancient medical techniques and ancient martial arts. Please consider whether to claim it. Mind-reading? Holy! Zhang Bing nearly shouted in excitement. This was insane. With mind-reading, he'd be unbeatable from the start. Whether common folk, business tycoons, or powerful figures with connections everywhere, all would be at my mercy. I accept. Immediately. Ding. Reward acquired. As the system's voice faded, Zhang Bing instantly felt something new in his mind. He knew it was the mind-reading ability the system had just rewarded him with. What are you grinning about? Get up already, we've got school today. Lin Hanxue pinched Zhang Bing's arm and called out. Zhang Bing smiled, looking at Lin Hanxue. Instantly, his mind filled with a glimpse of Lin Hanxue's inner thoughts. Turns out she likes to stand while peeing in the shower and sing. She worries I'll abandon her, wonders if she can accept me having other women, gets jealous over Wang Wolin, Qin Yuanyuan, and Zhang Tingting, and wants to give me a child as soon as possible. Ha! After reading Lin Hanxue's thoughts, Zhang Bing chuckled to himself. This mind-reading ability gifted by the system was incredibly useful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was worth billions. Nothing. Zhang Bing withdrew his mind-reading ability, gave a brief reply, then got up to wash and dress. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the hotel lobby. Wang Rolin had already been waiting at the entrance in her BMW. All three attended the same university and needed to visit campus today. The moment they got in the car, Zhang Bing used his mind-reading ability on Wang Rolin. Holy, that's insane. So she really never had a relationship with a guy while selling houses, just skirted the line. Just dating one scumbag boyfriend? Wanting to stay by her side as a lover? Her family situation was so dire: a gambling father, a sick mother, a broken home. Zhang Bing was genuinely surprised Wang Rolin turned out to be nothing like he'd imagined. Not only was she independent and self-reliant, but she had indeed sold her body to survive in the capital, though always skirting the line. Yet with him, she'd gone all in. And her family situation was dire. Nearly every penny she earned went back to her gambling father. Man, that's rough. Zhang Bing suppressed his mind-reading ability and couldn't help but sigh. What's so tough about it? You're being so dramatic, Lin Hanxue grumbled from the passenger seat. Nothing. Zhang Bing pondered for a moment, then turned to Wang Rolin, who was driving, and said, Senior, the success of the new restaurant at the hotel proves your exceptional capabilities. From now on, you'll receive a 5% profit share in the hotel's annual earnings. Work hard, and I won't shortchange you. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Wang Rolin nearly slammed on the brakes. After all, a 5% equity stake in the Tianlong Grand Hotel meant tens of millions of yuan in annual returns, at the very least. Zhang Bing meant every word, no hesitation, no compromise. Thank you, President Zhang. Thank you. Wang Rolin accepted without hesitation, though her tone betrayed palpable excitement. Zhang Bing immediately activated his mind-reading ability to take a look. What he saw startled him instantly. Wang Rolin's thoughts at that very moment were, she couldn't wait to send Lin Hanxue away immediately and then have a go with him right there in the car. Simultaneously, he glanced at Lin Hanxue's current thoughts, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Lin Hanxue showed no resentment or jealousy over his offhand offer of a 5% equity stake in the hotel to Wang Rolin. Instead, she fully supported his strategy to win people over, even admiring his generous and magnanimous style. A few minutes later, they arrived at the university. Wang Rolin and Lin Hanxue both got out of the car, as they belonged to different departments. As for Zhang Bing, he had absolutely no interest in studying anymore. With his current wealth and power, why bother with school? Instead, he stayed in the car, scheming about how to find an opportunity to read Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuanyuan's minds. Zhang Tingting had already initiated a physical relationship with him, but Qin Yuanyuan, this mature, sophisticated woman, was still a mystery he couldn't quite figure out yet. Just as Zhang Bing was lost in his thoughts, his phone rang, snapping him out of his reverie. He pulled out his phone to see it was Bai Xiaochun calling. Hello, Secretary Bai. What are your instructions? Zhang, it's like this. Secretary Li and the others discussed it. They think it'd be best for you to transfer your household registration to Beijing. It'll make things easier for that upcoming international university competition. If you don't have any urgent matters, try to return to your hometown soon to handle the paperwork. We'll arrange everything here in Beijing for you. Got it. Zhang Bing agreed immediately. A Beijing household registration did carry more prestige. Besides, since coming to Beijing to enroll, he'd been living quite comfortably and hadn't visited his parents in a while. Moreover, he remembered all too well how his hometown relatives and friends had mocked him when he first came to this art university. They'd said things like, "Your family can barely afford it, yet you're going to art school? You'll never find work after graduation." The social climate back home was toxic, saturated with the notion that education was useless. Especially since he was attending an art school with sky-high tuition fees. Most of his high school classmates had gone straight to work after graduation. Thus, as one of the few college students in his class, he was often mocked. This trip was the perfect chance to show those who had looked down on him and mocked him back then what he could achieve. Wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night. With the items his system had granted him, he could easily dominate the city back home. After lying in the car for a little while, Wang Wolin and Lin Hanxue both emerged from the school. After getting in the car, Zhang Bing told them he needed to return home to transfer his household registration to the capital. "I'm coming too," Lin Hanxue blurted out without hesitation. Zhang Bing didn't respond immediately. Instead, he activated his mind-reading ability to gauge Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin's true thoughts. Soon, he sensed that Lin Hanxue genuinely cared about him and worried that countless women might pursue him once he returned home. Meanwhile, Wang Wolin also desperately wanted to accompany him home but felt too shy to say so. At the same time, he learned that Wang Wolin and he were fellow southerners from the same province but different cities. "Mr. Zhang, you're from southern Hunan." "Actually, I'm from southern Hunan too. Could we travel together this time?" In the end, Wang Wolin voiced her thoughts. Through his mind-reading ability, Zhang Bing immediately understood that Wang Wolin genuinely wanted to return to see her gambling father, her sick mother, and her broken home, and that she also wanted to be with him. Chapter 71, Returning Home in Glory. After the three returned to the Tianlong Hotel, Qin Yuan happened to arrive as well. Learning that Zhang Bing planned to take Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin back to Xiangnan, a fleeting look of disappointment flashed across Qin Yuan's eyes. Zhang Bing immediately activated his mind-reading ability to see what Qin Yuan was thinking. "Turns out this mature woman fancies me and wants to come to Xiangnan too, but her work makes it inconvenient. Not bad, not bad. Just got a boyfriend, cold on the outside but hot on the inside. Loves the rugged Western guy type. Thrilling." Noticing Zhang Bing staring at her with a strange grin, Qin Yuan snorted coldly and asked, "Zhang Bing, when do you plan to leave for Xiangnan?" Zhang Bing snapped back to reality and covered up, "We're leaving tonight." "Alright then. Grandpa was supposed to be discharged tonight, and Uncle Guanghua and Qin Feng were planning to invite you over for dinner. Guess we'll have to wait until you get back." Qin Yuan sighed, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. After exchanging farewells with Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin, she climbed into her Mercedes sports car and drove off without looking back. "That little minx sure is proud," Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly. Through his mind-reading ability, he knew clearly that Qin Yuan was jealous and a bit upset. He was taking Wang Wolin and Lin Hanxue back to Xiangnan, and she wanted to go but couldn't get away. "Zhang Bing, Sister Yuan seems a bit upset," Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin remarked, having noticed it too. Zhang Bing shook his head and made up an excuse, "Probably because we left in such a hurry and couldn't make it to the Qin family dinner tonight." "It's fine, let her be." Lin Hanxue then went upstairs to pack, while Wang Wolin handled arranging the flight tickets. With time on his hands, Zhang Bing pondered briefly before deciding to call Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting to inform them. Upon learning Zhang Bing would return to Xiangnan that evening, Zhang Tingting offered to see him off, but he politely declined. First, he wanted to leave a bit of suspense. He planned to use his mind-reading ability to gauge Zhang Tingting's true feelings after returning to the capital from Xiangnan. Second, Zhang Yunfeng still needed someone to look after him. By the time the three arrived at Xiangnan Tianzhou Airport by plane, it was already late at night. They took a car into the city, found a hotel for the night, and planned to return to their respective homes the following morning. The next morning, Wang Wolin rose early to make arrangements. Though the hotel's general manager, she now served as a stunningly beautiful secretary. Qin Piaoxue appeared somewhat exhausted after a restless night. Last night, she felt as though Zhang Bing had become a different person, perfectly aligning with her every thought. Little did she know this was all thanks to Zhang Bing's mind-reading abilities. "Mr. Zhang, Hanxue, the car is ready. We've prepared gifts for your first meeting with my parents. My family lives in neighboring Huangzhou. After I visit my mother, I'll come to Tianzhou to meet up with you both," Wang Wolin said softly. "All right, senior. Go home first. This is my hometown, I know it well. No need to worry about us." "Yes, Wolin, thank you. You're so thoughtful." Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue smiled. Then the two pairs got into their respective cars and went their separate ways. Zhang Bing's family was just average. He'd wanted to transfer a large sum to his parents, but as a student, suddenly producing that much money would only make them ask endless questions and worry unnecessarily. This very issue was giving him a headache. In the car, Lin Hanxue felt extremely nervous. This was her first time meeting parents. So during the ride, she kept asking questions what she should pay attention to, and so on. Soon, they arrived. Seeing the old, run-down neighborhood ahead, Lin Hanxue looked surprised and asked, "Uncle, do auntie and uncle really live here?" Zhang Bing nodded inside. Of course, he wanted to get his parents a villa immediately, but he simply couldn't find a good reason to arrange it. Lin Hanxue was also deeply puzzled. Her boyfriend Zhang Bing was clearly so wealthy, even surpassing the son of the capital's richest man, so why did his parents live here? Still, she didn't press the matter. Instead, she linked arms with Zhang Bing, carrying the gifts Wang Wolin had kindly prepared. At the community gate, Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu were already waiting with beaming smiles. Xiao Bing. The couple looked extremely pleased as they stepped forward to greet them. "Hello, uncle and auntie. My name is Lin Hanxue." Before Zhang Bing could introduce her, Lin Hanxue politely greeted them and introduced herself. "Well, Hanxue, what a lovely name. And you're quite handsome. Our Xiao Bing is truly blessed." The couple was very courteous, helping take the items from Lin Hanxue's hands while leading the two into their home. Soon, neighbors began to emerge from their homes. Seeing Lin Hanxue's perfect figure, angelic features, and especially her noble demeanor, the neighbors immediately began chattering away. "Old Zhang's son is quite the catch. Just went to study in the capital and already brought back such a beautiful girlfriend. So what? Can the Zhangs really afford to support a Beijing girl? She might run away scared overnight. My guess is, a girl this beautiful was probably tricked by old Zhang's son." Hearing the neighbor's snide remarks, Lin Hanxue snorted coldly, about to argue back. But Zhang Bing immediately stopped her. He knew all too well that small-town neighbors weren't about harmony or mutual support. If you're poor, they look down on you. If you're rich, they're filled with envy. His return home was precisely the chance to thoroughly humiliate this crowd. But right after arriving home, it wasn't the time to pick fights with these neighbors. Ignore them. Let them stew in their envy. We'll deal with this later. Back home, Zhang Qingyun and his wife Li Xiu couldn't stop smiling. Especially when they saw Lin Hanxue, who clearly came from a wealthy family yet showed no airs whatsoever. She was polite and even offered to help out. This made the couple inwardly marvel that the Zhang family's ancestral graves must be emitting green smoke. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing activated his mind-reading ability, first probing Lin Hanxue's thoughts. He discovered that Lin Hanxue was indeed both beautiful and intelligent. She didn't look down on his family at all. It wasn't because of his status, but because she had genuinely fallen in love with him from the bottom of her heart. This filled him with immense satisfaction and a profound sense of happiness, a feeling money could never buy. He considered reading his parents' thoughts to find a way to give them money, but ultimately decided against it. After all, reading his parents' minds would be awkward and embarrassing. Just then, a phone call came in. Zhang Bing pulled out his phone to see it was a call from a high school classmate. "Hey, Zhang Bing. Heard you're back. We're having a class reunion today, you absolutely have to come. We're the only 3 college grads from our class, you know." Hearing that sarcastic tone, Zhang Bing knew his high school classmate Zhou Qing wasn't up to anything good. "Sure thing, Zhou Qing. Send me the time and place, and I'll be there sharp." With that, Zhang Bing hung up the phone, a wry smile playing on his lips. Zhou Qing was the class troublemaker, bottom of the class academically, but his father was the factory director of a local plant. Back in school, he constantly taunted Zhang Bing. Now that he heard Zhang was back, he immediately called to organize a reunion, clearly aiming to humiliate the college student. Chapter 72, The Car Buying Fiasco. Tianzhou City, Mercedes-Benz 4S store. That afternoon, Zhang Bing brought Lin Hanxue to look at cars, preparing for tomorrow's so-called high school reunion. The seasoned Zhang Bing knew this was bound to be a show-off session. Led by Zhou Qing, they were undoubtedly planning to mock and humiliate him, the college student. Without the system, he wouldn't have gone at all. Zhou Qing's father was the factory director of a major plant in Tianzhou, a figure with considerable local influence. Though Zhou Qing was a good-for-nothing, having a well-connected father meant he was often seen as promising in a small place like Tianzhou. Tianzhou's economy couldn't compare to the capital, it was a 4th-tier small city. Given Zhou Qing's family background, he was considered exceptionally promising within the local student circle. His classmates generally revolved around him, and even his homeroom teacher at the time tried to curry favor with him. Upon arriving at the dealership, a female salesperson promptly approached to assist him. The saleswoman initially looked down on Zhang Bing for being so young. If he wasn't a rich kid, how could he possibly afford a Mercedes? But when she saw Lin Hanxue accompanying Zhang Bing, her aura, her figure, and her looks were even more stunning than a TV star. The saleswoman surmised that the unassuming Zhang Bing might also be an unknown rich kid. "Sir, which model would you prefer? We have special promotions available at our dealership right now." Zhang Bing merely scanned the models on display. The most expensive was the E300, priced at several $100,000 yuan. For the average person, this car was indeed the upper limit. But for him now, he could afford to buy one and smash it to pieces. Just 2 days ago, he'd bought 25 Bentleys in Kyoto in one go, with the Dragon Country District President personally groveling to serve him. His sudden need for a car was merely for tomorrow's class reunion. Your most expensive model is the E300? Don't you have anything better, anything more upscale? Zhang Bing asked, sounding somewhat disappointed. The salesperson glanced at Zhang Bing in surprise. Most people couldn't afford an E300 even after a lifetime of frugality, yet Zhang Bing clearly found it lacking in prestige. Sir, this is the finest dealership in all of Tianzhou. The best vehicles available are right here, the salesperson explained. Fine. Zhang Bing didn't beat around the bush. Pick out the most expensive one right now. I'll pay in full. I have one request, though. I hope you can accommodate it. Hearing Zhang Bing intended to pay in full, the salesperson's eyes widened, their gaze toward Zhang Bing shifting entirely. So young, so wealthy, what woman wouldn't be drawn to him? But upon catching sight of the coldly elegant Lin Hanxue, the salesperson knew better than to be too forward. Sir, please tell me what you need. Anything is possible. Zhang Bing pulled out the super VIP black card from Beijing Bank that Li Ben had given him and said, nothing much. I need to drive this car away immediately. Later, you guys go to my house and tell my parents that I won this car in a lottery. Understand what I mean? Certainly, sir. Rest assured, we'll handle it exactly as you requested. Hearing Zhang Bing's unusual request, the saleswoman dared not question it further. She quickly agreed and took the black card from his hand. Kyoto Bank was the largest bank in Manhwa. Sales representatives at her level typically had no knowledge of black cards of this caliber. After examining it from all angles, the saleswoman still felt something was off about the card and grew suspicious. But seeing the casual confidence radiating from Zhang Bing, she didn't dare ask any questions, afraid of offending him. Just then, a pot-bellied middle-aged man entered, clutching a Hermes bag at his waist and arm with a provocatively dressed, alluring woman. The moment the sales staff spotted the middle-aged man, they all rushed over, their faces plastered with obsequious smiles. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, your presence truly graces our humble establishment. The man radiated an air of nouveau riche vulgarity. Cigarette dangling from his lips, he casually spat on the floor, displaying zero manners. I'm here to look at cars. Bring me your most expensive Mercedes. Hearing this, the glamorous woman by his side beamed with delight and immediately planted a kiss on his cheek. Darling, you're the best. Ha! The man reached out and gave her a firm squeeze on the butt, chuckling as he teased, you little minx, stick with me and you'll live high on the hog. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and get me the most expensive, top-of-the-line Mercedes in your showroom. The saleswoman looked troubled but smiled apologetically. Mr. Zhou, our best available model was just reserved by that gentleman over there. As she spoke, she gestured toward Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue. Honey, you promised I'd be driving a new car today. The glamorous woman immediately began pouting. The middle-aged man took a drag on his cigarette, spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground, and barked, I want that car. Everyone else, get lost. Got it? The saleswoman knew this wasn't right, but she dared not offend the middle-aged man. So she steeled herself to explain to Zhang Bing. Sir, perhaps you could wait a bit longer or consider another model? I can offer you a discount. Zhang Bing snorted coldly. He recognized him instantly. This spitting, pot-bellied, nouveau riche-looking middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Qing's father, Zhou Debao. He'd seen him once back in school and remembered him vividly. No way. First come, first served. Do you think I can't afford it? Sir, that's not what I meant, the saleswoman protested. Mr. Zhou is a powerful figure locally, and you see. I said no means no. Zhang Bing's tone turned equally firm, and the situation reached an impasse. Just then, Zhou Debao approached, accompanied by that alluring woman. The moment he saw Lin Hanxue, Zhou Debao's eyes lit up. He was no stranger to women, but he'd never seen a beauty like Lin Hanxue before. He glanced at Zhang Bing young and dressed in a way that didn't scream rich kid. So he boasted like a nouveau riche, kid, you know who I am? This car costs 5 or 60,000 yuan altogether. Can you even afford it? Oof. Zhang Bing scoffed coldly. It's just a beat-up E300. Oh? Zhou Debao sneered. You're young, but you sure talk big. Then he deliberately stared at Lin Hanxue's figure, which instantly turned both Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue off. Hey, sweetheart, what's your name? I'm Zhou Debao. Let's get acquainted. Follow me, and I'll make sure you live it up. Disgusting. Lin Hanxue gave Zhou Debao no friendly look whatsoever. Zhang Bing couldn't stand it anymore. How dare he flirt with his girlfriend right in front of him? You're the factory director and owner of Tianzhou cement plant, right? Zhang Bing asked with a cold smile. Kid, you know my power, and you still dare to mess with me? Who in Tianzhou doesn't know the name Zhou Debao? Chapter 73, Too Low Class to Recognize. Oh, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? Zhang Bing sneered inwardly. He immediately activated his mind-reading ability, wanting to gauge Zhou Debao's strength and intentions. In an instant, he couldn't help but burst out laughing.
10 million in bank deposits, over a dozen mistresses on the side, young and old alike. And they're all foot massage girls from foot bath parlors, quite the unique taste.
The girl he brought today was also a foot massage parlor attendant.
He planned to buy a car and only pay the down payment.
After learning Joe DeBayo's true financial standing and petty schemes, a cold smile flickered at the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth. With such meager resources, he dared to show off and act superior in front of him? Back in the day, he might have let it slide. But now, with a net worth of 75 billion and connections reaching the highest echelons of power. Zhou Dabiao, I got here first. Handing over the car to you? Not a chance.
Kid, don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Zhou Dabiao spat again, making anyone watching feel disgusted.
The thick gold chain around his neck and the designer briefcase tucked under his arm just looked so tacky.
Hey, pretty boy, you're getting cocky in front of Boss Joe?
You know, a single meal he eats could feed your whole family for years without spending a dime.
Ha!
Zhang Bing remained non-committal. He didn't want to waste time on small talk.
He urged the saleswoman, cut the chatter. Swipe the card and get the car ready.
The saleswoman looked troubled, glancing at Joe DeBayo, clearly afraid to cross him. If you let this punk drive off with the car today, I'll have your manager fire you with one phone call.
Got it? Zhou Dabiao threatened. The saleswoman was an honest person too.
This was just her job, and she really didn't dare provoke a big shot like Joe DeBayo.
What's going on?
Mr. Zhou, what brings you here? Just then, the store manager came downstairs.
Old Gao, your store is completely out of line.
Seeing it was manager Gao Ming, Joe DeBayo immediately voiced his displeasure. Gao Ming glanced at the saleswoman, who quickly gave a brief account of the situation.
All right, I understand.
Gao Ming waved his hand dismissively, then smiled and said, Mr. Zhou is here to buy a car, of course he gets priority. He then turned his attention to Zhang Bing.
Though young, the presence of Lin Hanchua by his side was undeniably striking.
But as the manager, Gao Ming knew instinctively to side with Joe DeBayo.
Young man, you can look at other models. I can personally offer you a discount.
As for the best car in the showroom, we'll give it to Mr. Zhou first.
How does that sound? Not fine at all. Zhang Bing retorted bluntly, as the manager, don't you know about first come, first served? Cut the nonsense. I'm taking this car today. I'll swipe my card right now.
Saying this, Zhang Bing motioned for the saleswoman to hand his black card to the manager. The manager took the card and frowned immediately.
Young man, this card is unusual. I've never seen this type of bank card before. Ha! Zhang Bing laughed in exasperation.
This was the top-tier special card from Capital Bank, with only a handful issued worldwide. But Li Ben had applied for it through the head office, and the credit limit was practically unlimited, with almost no restrictions. He never imagined that in a small place like Tianzhou, even the manager of a forest dealership wouldn't recognize it.
You're not high enough up to know about this. This is a Kyoto Bank headquarters black card, no spending limits. Got it? Kyoto Bank's flagship black card? You? Zhou Dabiao burst out laughing upon hearing this. He glanced at the card and sneered, Old Gao, this is obviously fake. This kid's just here to make fun of you guys. With that, Joe DeBayo calmly and smugly pulled a gold card from his inner pocket. Kid, take a good look. This is the gold card reserved for Kyoto Bank's VIP clients' 3 million credit limit. Ever seen one?
Joe DeBayo wore a look of pure satisfaction. As the owner of a cement factory, he handled substantial financial transactions daily. He was indeed a key client at several local banks in Tianzhou, so possessing a gold card was entirely reasonable.
Honey, you're amazing.
The foot massage girl immediately planted another kiss on Joe DeBayo, her eyes brimming with admiration. Gao Ming's face darkened as he addressed Zhang Bing. Kid, considering you're still so young, get out of here immediately.
Don't cause trouble, or I'll have security throw you out. Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer.
He'd intended to stay low-key, but the situation now demanded otherwise.
You're the manager, right? It's not your fault you don't recognize the black card from the head office of the Capital Bank.
But whether it's real or fake, whether there's money in it, just go swipe it right now and find out.
Stop wasting my time. Get moving.
Despite his youth, Zhang Bing carried himself with formidable presence, his every word and gesture radiating unwavering confidence. Gao Ming eyed him suspiciously before instructing the saleswoman to fetch the POS machine. Manager, the POS machine is ready, the saleswoman reported. Swipe it and see, Gao Ming instructed while keeping an eye on Zhang Bing.
The saleswoman immediately followed instructions and began swiping the card. After a few seconds, the saleswoman looked utterly astonished and exclaimed, It's real. Manager, this card actually works. Hearing the saleswoman's exclamation, Gao Ming and Joe DeBayo both froze.
They had never seen a black card of this caliber before, and given Zhang Bing's youth, their first instinct was that it was fake. But it actually worked. Well, Zhang Bing looked at Gao Ming and Joe DeBayo with a mocking expression, sarcastically adding, You're just frogs in a well, no wonder you're clueless. But you better straighten up your attitude. The car. I'm driving it now.
Hand over the keys. Humph. Joe DeBeo bellowed, his mouth full of yellow teeth. Kid, so what if you have a little cash? A few coins in your pocket and you're trying to show off in front of me? Zhang Bing lost his temper. Staring at the uncouth Joe DeBeo, he retorted harshly, if you dare to keep your mouth running, you'll regret it later, believe me. Ha! Joe DeBeo burst into a loud, insolent laugh. In Tianzhou, he was a force to be reckoned with, owner of the cement factory, backed by a powerful network. You? Even if you've got a few bucks in your account, so what? Can you even compare to me? Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Fine. You asked for it. With that, he said no more, pulling Lin Hanxue over to sit on a sofa in the nearby lounge area. He knew full well that using this black card for any transaction would immediately alert the branch manager in any city nationwide. They would drop everything and rush to attend to the cardholder. Therefore, judging by the timing, the president of the Tianzhou branch of Capital Bank was probably already rushing over at breakneck speed. Moreover, a sudden thought struck him, to forcibly acquire Joe DeBeo's cement factory. First, to teach Joe DeBeo a lesson. Second, to humiliate Joe Ching at tomorrow's class reunion. Of course, the main reason was that he no longer wanted his parents to work for wages. He could find an excuse to have someone manage the cement factory while his parents worked there for a salary, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 74, Super VIP. Gao Ming led a group of salespeople, chatting idly with Joe DeBeo and the foot massage girls. To curry favor with the wealthy Joe DeBeo, Gao Ming instructed his staff to keep offering cigarettes and tea. This greatly satisfied Joe DeBeo and the foot massage girls' vanity. Just then, a sedan pulled up outside the 4S store. Before it had even come to a complete stop, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses leaped out. Following closely behind was a stunningly attractive young woman in a black uniform. Joe DeBeo and Gao Ming both paled at the sight. The new arrivals were none other than Nie Guobiao, president of the Tianzhou branch of the Capital Bank. As the head of a local bank branch, he was already in the upper echelons of society. His status was undoubtedly far above that of Joe DeBeo and the 4S store manager, and Nie Guobiao's social standing was something neither of them could compare to. President Nie. Mr. Nie, what brings you here? Joe DeBeo and Gao Ming immediately scurried over, their faces plastered with fawning expressions, eager to flatter him. Nie Guobiao wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice urgent and agitated. Who just used our head office black card? At this question, Joe DeBeo, Gao Ming, and the entire sales team froze in shock. Instinctively, they all turned to look at Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue, who were resting on the sofa. Mr. Nie, does your bank really have black cards? We've never heard of such a thing. Gao Ming and Joe DeBeo swallowed hard. Though not yet fully convinced, both men were already feeling uneasy. A high-ranking figure like Nie Guobiao rushing over in such a hurry and immediately asking about black cards. Even a fool could grasp the gravity of the situation. Earlier, the young Zhang Bing had claimed his card was the highest-tier black card. Of course. Nie Guobiao's expression was intensely agitated as he explained, that's a specially crafted black card from our Beijing headquarters, reserved for our most esteemed super VIPs. Only those with 50 billion yuan in cash deposits qualify to possess it. 50 billion. Hearing this, Joe DeBeo, Gao Ming, and the others were completely shaken. Tell me immediately who just used our bank's black card here? Nie Guobiao couldn't care less about these two. One was just a slightly higher-level employee, the other a country bumpkin, albeit a wealthy one. No need to ask, that black card is mine. Seeing the moment was right, Zhang Bing pulled Lin Hanxue to her feet and walked over with a broad smile. You? It's really yours? Nie Guobiao looked utterly stunned, for Zhang Bing was far too young. Absolutely. Zhang Bing smiled as he pulled out the black card again and handed it to Nie Guobiao. Nie Guobiao took the card, his hands trembling instantly. Though he was the branch manager of the Tianzhou branch, this was his first time seeing the highest-level black card from the head office in person. Mr. Zhang, hello. My name is Nie Guobiao, president of the Tianzhou branch of Capital Bank. It's my pleasure to serve you. You can call me Xiao Nie. Nie Guobiao's voice trembled. The young female manager who had accompanied him looked at Zhang Bing with admiration and envy. Ha! Zhang Bing just chuckled and said, no need to be so polite, Director Nie. I was just looking to buy a car casually and keep a low profile, but someone insisted on making things difficult for me and refused to sell it. Hearing this, Nie Guobiao instantly grasped the situation. His expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Joe DeBeo and Gao Ming. Joe DeBeo, I am now formally notifying you in my capacity as bank president, the loan for your cement factory must be repaid immediately. Your 3 million yuan gold card with our bank is hereby revoked. As for you, Gao Ming, I'll personally inform the president of the South Siang district. Start packing your things and get out. Joe DeBeo and Gao Ming were both stunned, completely terrified, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Who would have thought an ordinary day would lead them straight into a titanium alloy steel plate? Mr. Zhang, is this resolution satisfactory? Should you have any further needs, our 24/7 service remains at your disposal. Nya Guobiao cautiously inquired. A black card holder like this could become bank president with a single word or have him fired. You had to kiss up to him. Zhang Bing smiled broadly and nodded, indicating his satisfaction. Then he turned his gaze to the visibly shaken Zhou Debao and Gao Ming. Mr. Zhou, Manager Gao, is there anything you wish to say now? Zhou Debao and Gao Ming dared not put on airs or act arrogant anymore. Without a word, they both dropped to their knees with a thud. Mr. Zhang, please spare us. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry. I'm just a simple man who didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. Please just let this go. Watching the two cower before him, begging forgiveness, Zhang Bing frowned. As the saying goes, a man's knees are made of gold. These two were at least somewhat influential figures in Tianzhou and they just knelt down like that? Zhou Debao, I could spare you. I plan to acquire your cement factory outright. Any objections? Zhou Debao froze, along with everyone else, utterly dumbfounded. Any objections? I won't bully you. Just name your price based on market value. Zhang Bing said indifferently. After all, a cement factory was just a few minor assets, a mere drop in the bucket for him. Mr. Zhang, if you truly wish to acquire it, would 200 million be acceptable? Zhou Debao had expected Zhang Bing to force him out of Tianzhou, but instead, he was offering to buy the cement factory outright. The cement factory didn't turn much profit, and they often had to take out bank loans to keep things running. Having someone willing to buy it was actually a good thing. Of course, the factory was worth more than 200 million, but Zhou Debao didn't dare ask for more. Alright, no problem. Zhang Bing agreed without hesitation. Mr. Nya, regarding the acquisition of the cement factory, all the paperwork and arrangements, I'd appreciate it if you could handle everything for me. Certainly, no problem. Nya Guobiao readily agreed. Alright, get up. Keep your eyes open from now on. Don't think having a little money makes you above everyone else, understand? Zhang Bing glanced at the two kneeling men and lectured them. Yes, you're absolutely right. We won't dare do it again. The two men kept their heads bowed, responding repeatedly. Zhang Bing pondered for a moment before giving further instructions. Zhou Debao, although I've acquired full ownership of the cement factory, its day-to-day operations will remain unchanged. You will continue to manage it. Of course, all staff wages will increase by 20%. Also, find a way to hire my parents, but don't let them know it's me. Understand? Though everyone was baffled by Zhang Bing's sudden arrangements, no one dared to speak up. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Rest assured, I'll handle it perfectly. Zhou Debao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He'd thought he was finished, but unexpectedly, he'd landed a huge bargain. All right. Zhang Bing smiled, took Lin Hanshue's hand, and walked toward the most expensive E300. President Nya, I'll leave the follow-up matters to you. Rest assured, I'll put in a good word for you with your head office leadership when I get the chance. Chapter 75, Class Reunion. Driving the newly purchased E300, Zhang Bing took Lin Hanshue on a tour around Tianzhou, visiting several nearby scenic spots. By evening, they drove back home. Upon arriving home, Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu had already prepared a table full of dishes, waiting for them with warm, affectionate expressions. From the couple's conversation, Zhang Bing learned that both the dealership and Zhou Debao had already taken care of everything. Though the couple was somewhat surprised, how could such a good thing happen? It was practically like manna from heaven. But upon reflection, they saw no harm in it and passively accepted the situation. Dad, Mom, I'll leave the Mercedes we won to you. After I handle my residency registration, I'll head back to Beijing for school. It's useless to me. Also, I heard the cement factory changed owners. They've improved benefits and are hiring in bulk. If you two ever get bored, you could always go work there. Zhang Bing urged them at the dinner table. He felt a pang of sadness. With a net worth of 75 billion, his parents still had to work. As a student, this was the only way he could try to make life easier for them. If he gave them a large sum outright, they'd surely grow suspicious and feel uneasy. Xiao Bing, don't worry too much about us at home. Focus on your studies at the Beijing Art School, learn as much as you can, and after graduation, show these neighbors and fellow villagers what you're really capable of. Your dad and I have more than enough to get by. Don't keep worrying about us. Just remember to be kind to Shaolin. The family basked in rare tranquility and happiness. Early the next morning, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanshue arose early to prepare. Today was their high school reunion. It was also a gathering to show off and demonstrate their achievements. Originally, Zhang Bing wasn't keen on showing off in front of his classmates, but now he'd come to terms with it. With these people, reason and politeness were useless. In fact, the more you acted that way, the more they saw you as weak and easy to push around. The best approach with such people was to demonstrate your true strength, making them feel an unbridgeable chasm between you. Crush them with absolute power. That's the only way to settle things once and for all. The gathering was deliberately held at the renowned Tianzhou Grand Hotel, a place that barely qualified as a 5-star establishment. While its expenses couldn't compare to those in the capital, in a small place like Tianzhou, a gathering of dozens would still cost tens of thousands. For the average Tianzhou citizen earning 3,000 yuan a month, 30,000 to 50,000 yuan equates to a year's worth of income without spending a penny. Thus, it was obvious Zhou Qing would foot the bill for this gathering. Morning. Many classmates had already arrived early. These classmates, both male and female, were mostly those who had left school after high school to find work or stayed locally for jobs. This gathering coincided with a holiday break, making it possible for everyone to attend. Someone like Zhang Bing, who hadn't been particularly outstanding academically back then, had managed to get into the capital art school, which was already considered quite an achievement. Of course, no one knew. Had he chosen to, he could have attended China's top university, Huaqing University. But when faced with the choice between Huaqing University and 75 billion yuan, he simply voted with his feet. A moment later, a BMW X3 pulled up with an air of arrogance. The moment the early arriving students spotted the license plate, they immediately gathered around, their faces plastered with fawning expressions. The BMW came to a stop. A tall, muscular youth with a buzz cut and a young woman wearing high heels and a sexy bodycon skirt stepped out together. None other than Zhou Qing and class beauty Huang Yanyan. Young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou is getting more handsome by the day, and his wife is getting more beautiful too. A group of classmates rushed over to curry favor with Zhou Chang and Huang Yanyan. After all, Zhou Qing's father, Zhou Debao, was the owner and director of the Tianzhou cement factory, wielding considerable influence locally. Among their classmates, Zhou Qing's family was undoubtedly the most powerful. Zhou Qing wore a look of smug satisfaction as he wrapped his arm around class beauty Huang Yanyan and announced loudly, "We're all classmates here, no need for formalities. I'm covering all expenses for today's gathering. Zhou Xiao is awesome. Young Master Zhou is awesome." Hearing this, the classmates applauded enthusiastically, eager to curry favor. Tianzhou Cement Factory was a well-known enterprise in Tianzhou, offering decent benefits and, crucially, job stability. Zhou Qing smiled and said, "Hey, did you guys hear? I heard that college student Zhang Bing from our class is back, and he'll be joining us at the gathering today." Hearing Zhou Qing's cryptic words, the group instantly understood. Back in school, Zhang Bing had even dated the class beauty, Huang Yanyan, though they never even held hands. Because of that, Zhou Qing had always disliked Zhang Bing, and the two had been at odds ever since. Heh, I heard he even got into some art school in the capital. What's so great about being a college student? With his family's circumstances, he won't even find a job after graduation. Going to some crappy art school? Might as well be hauling bricks on a construction site. A group of classmates chimed in with Zhou Qing's sentiment, launching into a chorus of sarcastic remarks. At the time, there were only a handful of college students in the entire class. The others had gone off to study elsewhere, and this time only Zhang Bing had returned home to transfer his household registration. Huang Yanyan gave a faint, sarcastic smile. Yeah, what a waste of time going to that useless art school. Not only is the tuition expensive, but you'd be better off starting work sooner. Amidst the classmates' various comments and mockery, Zhang Bing arrived with Lin Hanxue and the Mercedes-Benz E300 he'd specially picked up the day before. This car was considered a luxury vehicle in Tianzhou, rarely seen on the roads, and a notch above Zhou Qing's BMW X3. Zhang Bing wasted no time, aggressively stomping on the gas pedal to pull the car right across the hotel entrance, deliberately stopping it in front of the BMW X3. He then stepped out, casually holding hands with Lin Hanxue. The moment they saw Zhang Bing step out of the car, accompanied by a stunning beauty, the group of classmates was instantly dumbfounded. Was I seeing things? Could Zhang Bing really afford a Mercedes? And he's got a girlfriend this stunning? Zhou Qing's face instantly turned ugly, especially when he saw Lin Hanxue. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Compared to her, the class beauty Huang Yanyan by his side looked like a roadside morning glory. "Oh, look who we have here, Mr. Big Shot Zhou and the class beauty," Zhang Bing said sarcastically, striding confidently with Lin Hanxue by his side. "Zhang Bing, is that your car?" a classmate quickly asked, clearly skeptical. "If it's not mine, then whose do you think it is?" Zhang Bing shot back. "Ha, I bet you rented it just to show off. And your girlfriend? So pretty, yet you? Probably rented her too." "Exactly. College students renting cars and girlfriends just to attend a reunion? We're dying laughing." Zhang Bing didn't get angry. He and Lin Hanxue just smiled. Because all these status-obsessed classmates listened to Zhou Qing now that he'd bought out the cement factory from his family. "Zhang Bing, I thought you were a decent guy. Turns out you're just tacky. Renting a car and a girl to pretend she's your girlfriend for the reunion?" Huang Yanyan spoke up, launching straight into her mockery. Perhaps fueled by female jealousy, Huang Yanyan's eyes burned with hatred toward Lin Hanxue. Chapter 76, Slap. Who said she was rented? Lin Hanxue snorted coldly before Zhang Bing could respond. She looked down her nose at Huang Yanyan, whose heavy makeup and revealing outfit were meant to be sexy. "You must be Huang Yanyan, the class beauty from Zhang Bing's high school days, right?" Not much to look at, are you? All cheap market stall goods. Your skincare set probably doesn't even cost 2,000 yuan. You little. Who do you think you're talking to? Huang Yanyan, struck to the core by Lin Hanshua's words, erupted in fury. Though Lin Hanshua was the artsy campus beauty, she'd received impeccable upbringing from a billionaire family. In terms of worldliness, intellect, and refinement, she was leagues above someone like Huang Yanyan. Of course I'm calling you a. What gives you the right to mock my boyfriend for renting a car? Never seen one before? Jealous of my boyfriend, are you? Huang Yanyan's chest heaved violently with rage. Completely overwhelmed by Lin Hanshua's presence, she immediately turned to Zhou Qing for help. Zhou Qing, look how she's picking on me. Zhou Qing snorted coldly. He had to admit that Lin Hanshua's figure, aura, and looks were so stunning that even Huang Yanyan, let alone any TV star, couldn't hold a candle to her. Seeing Zhang Bing with such a stunning girlfriend made her feel utterly overshadowed. Zhou Qing calculated inwardly that he needed to regain his standing through sheer capability. Zhang Bing, we're classmates. There's no need to show off by renting a car like this. Everyone knows your family's financial situation. That E300 costs 5 or 60,000, can you really afford it? Zhang Bing chuckled. He didn't even need to read minds to know the petty thoughts swirling in Zhou Qing and Huang Yanyan's heads. I told you I just picked it up from the dealership yesterday. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't, go ask your dad when you get home, okay? Zhou Qing clenched his fists but forced himself to suppress his anger. He then turned to lead Huang Yanyan into the hotel lobby. Hold on. Zhang Bing called out as he saw this. You bunch of good-for-nothings, sycophants, lazy slackers who think they know it all. I, Zhang Bing, am ashamed to be associated with you. I'm here today to make one thing clear, don't bother inviting me to these class reunions anymore. Even if you did, I wouldn't come. At these words, Zhou Chang and the others paled, pointing fingers at Zhang Bing and hurling insults. Like you're some big shot just because you're a college student. What are you so smug about, Zhang Bing? You're just an art school student. Will you even find a job after graduation? We invited you out of courtesy, don't go thinking you're some big shot. Facing his classmates' scorn, Zhang Bing remained remarkably composed. He understood they were no longer in the same world. Alright, the prices here aren't exactly cheap for you guys, right? For old time's sake, today you can eat, drink, and have fun here as much as you want, I'll cover the tab. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Zhou Qing couldn't help but sneer. Zhang Bing, I never knew you were such a big shot. You're covering it? Can you even afford it? Do you know this is a 5-star hotel? Zhang Bing scoffed, who do you think you are? Relax, I'll have someone else cover it. Ha, you? Zhou Qing sneered. Just because you rented a Mercedes, you think you're some rich kid? Think about your parents, they're probably scavenging trash at night just to pay for your education. What the hell did you just say? Zhang Bing exploded in rage. All the taunts and insults about his background had never bothered him before. But bringing up his parents? That was crossing the line. What? You wanna fight me? Zhou Chang didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, not taking Zhang Bing seriously at all. Zhang Bing's eyes suddenly sharpened. You can diss me all you want, he snarled, but insulting my parents? I won't let you off easy. With that, he unleashed his ancient martial arts technique, snapping his hand back to deliver a vicious slap across Zhou Qing's face. The blow stunned Zhou Qing completely, leaving everyone else speechless. It took at least 2 seconds for the group of classmates to snap out of their shock. Zhang Bing, you dared to hit young Master Zhou? You're finished. How dare you lay a hand on young Master Zhou? Just wait for your parents to weep over you. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, utterly unconcerned. Staring at this disgusting group of classmates, he threatened, shut the hell up, all of you. Zhou Chang, however, still couldn't believe he'd actually been struck. You bastard, you hit me. So what if I hit you? Zhang Bing showed no mercy, suddenly kicking him again and snarling, dare to insult my parents again, and I'll beat you to death, you hear me? You bastard. Just you wait. Zhou Qing hadn't even processed what was happening. In his memory, Zhang Bing had never shown this kind of nerve, nor possessed such fighting skills. Zhang Bing, you've gone too far. How dare you hit Zhou Qing? I'm calling Uncle Zhou right now. You're dead meat. Seeing her boyfriend get hit, Huang Yanyan rushed over to help him up while yelling and pulling out her phone to call Zhou Debao. Go ahead. Zhang Bing sneered coldly. He'd been planning to call Zhou Debao over to settle the bill and teach Zhou Qing a lesson to show off his power. Now that Huang Yanyan was calling Zhou Debao, it suited him perfectly. Zhang Bing, you're finished. You dared to hit young Master Zhou? One word from Mr. Zhou and you'll be sent straight to the sewing machine. Zhang Bing, you'd better get down on your knees right now and apologize to young Master Zhou. A group of classmates gathered around Zhou Qing, pointing fingers at Zhang Bing and hurling threats. Zhou Qing touched his swollen cheek, clearly wary of how Zhang Bing's skills had suddenly become so formidable. A slap and a kick had left him reeling, with no time to react. Zhang Bing, you just wait. When my dad gets here, begging for mercy on your knees won't save you. Zhang Bing shook his head, sneering, how old are you? If you've got the guts, come fight me one-on-one. Calling your parents? Put. Fine, you'll regret this later. Don't make my whole family beg me on their knees. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth. Back in his class, no one dared mess with him, he was a bully on campus. Fine, I'll be waiting. Let's see if your dad, Zhou Debao, comes to beat me up or you. Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Time ticked by, second by second. About 15 minutes later. A Honda Land Cruiser, followed by Chen Haonan's mobile office van, sped toward them. The Land Cruiser and Chen Haonan's mobile office pulled up alongside the road. A pot-bellied, ostentatiously wealthy-looking Zhou Debao stormed out, followed by over a dozen burly men from Chen Haonan's mobile office. Who dared hit my son? Who? Zhou Debao's arrogance was palpable. As the cement factory director, he wielded considerable influence in the underworld. This display of force intimidated not just a group of students, but would have scared even adults. Dad! Seeing his father arrive, Zhou Qing immediately rushed over with his men. That trash Zhang Bing hit me. Just as Zhou Debao was about to unleash a torrent of curses and flex his muscles, he followed his son Zhou Qing's pointing finger and caught Zhang Bing sneering coldly at him. Chapter 77, Humiliating the Cousin. Dad, help me take him down. This bastard's fighting skills have somehow gotten way stronger, I can't beat him. Zhou Qing hadn't yet seen the rapidly turning terrified face of his own father, Zhou Debao, still shouting and urging him on from the sidelines. Huan Yanyan and the other students hadn't noticed the change either, and they started egging him on from the sidelines. Mr. Zhou, Zhang Bing slapping young Master Zhou's face is like slapping yours. Mr. Zhou, this show-off Zhang Bing really deserves a good lesson. Zhou Debao couldn't hold back any longer. If he let his son and this bunch of idiots keep talking, Zhang Bing might get so pissed off that even he'd get dragged into trouble. Shut the hell up, all of you! Zhou Debao's thunderous roar instantly silenced all the students. Then he delivered a vicious kick straight to Zhou Qing's midsection. The pain made Zhou Qing immediately clutched his stomach and crouched down. You little bastard! Getting beaten by Mr. Zhang is a blessing for you. Apologize to him right now, or I'll break your legs. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd, freezing them in place. Zhou Qing forgot the pain, staring at his own father in disbelief. Dad, what did you just call him? You little bastard! Didn't you hear me? Zhou Debao didn't care about the consequences, delivering another brutal kick. It was clear this wasn't acting, he was hitting him hard. Though Zhou Debao was a boorish nouveau riche, he'd at least been through the grind for years. He knew Zhang Bing was showing mercy. Otherwise, with just a single word, his son wouldn't even know how he died. Uncle Zhou, you must be mistaken. Zhang Bing, he. Huang Yanyan was slow to process, her mind still foggy. She blurted out instinctively. Shut your filthy mouth. Zhou Debao lost his temper completely, lashing out with a backhand slap that sent Huang Yanyan reeling. She instantly fell silent. Just then, Zhang Bing walked over with Lin Hanxue. All the classmates stepped back as if they were staring at a freak. Zhou Debao, that's enough. She is your child after all. Just remember not to mess with me in the future. Zhang Bing glanced at Zhou Qing, who was crouched on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. He looked genuinely pitiful. After all, they were still classmates, and there was no mortal enmity between them. Besides, his goal was merely to demonstrate his strength to these people, nothing more. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Zhang, Zhou Debao said, bowing repeatedly with deep respect. Then he turned to Zhou Qing on the ground and barked, you little bastard. Thank Mr. Zhang right now. Keep your eyes peeled from now on. If you ever dare to offend Mr. Zhang again, I'll disown you. And you little bastards. You insulted Mr. Zhang just now. What do you have to say for yourselves? The group of classmates froze in terror, trembling from head to toe. After all, they were all young people. Faced with Zhou Debao and his gang of burly men unleashing such threats, the timid ones burst into tears on the spot. Lin Hanxue couldn't bear the sight and quickly tugged at Zhang Bing's sleeve. Only then did Zhang Bing smile and say, all right, enough scaring them. Zhou Debao finally relented, ordering his men to disperse. Zhang Bing shook his head, glancing at the classmates who had just moments ago been arrogant and full of scornful taunts toward him. Now, their eyes were filled with fear and shock. He couldn't help but marvel at human nature. Of course, this was precisely the effect he wanted. All right, everyone. We're all classmates. Even though you guys never missed a chance to mock me and were always so sharp-tongued, I won't hold it against you. Since it's a reunion today, eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves freely. I'll cover the entire bill. Hearing this, Zhou Debao, ever the smooth operator, quickly interjected, Mr. Zhang, no. How could we let you pay? That little bastard Zhou Qing didn't know a mountain when he saw one and talked back to you. Let me handle it, give me a chance to apologize. Ha, fine. Zhang Bing didn't refuse. In that case, you take care of it. I've got things to attend to and must be going. With that, Zhang Bing pulled Lin Hanxue toward him, didn't even look back, and climbed straight into the E300. He floored the gas pedal and quickly vanished. After Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue were gone, Zhou Qing finally regained his composure and scrambled to his feet. Dad, was that Mercedes E300 really bought by Zhang Bing? Zhou de Bao was instantly speechless, scolding, "You idiot. How could I have such a stupid son?" After dealing with those snobby classmates, Zhang Bing felt incredibly satisfied. He took Lin Hanxue for a spin around the city. Just then, his phone rang. He opened it to see a call from bank manager Nieguobiao. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, are you available? All the paperwork for acquiring the cement factory is complete, but there's one document that requires your personal signature to be valid. If it's convenient, I can bring it over for your signature right now." Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly, impressed by how well the super VIP service at Capital Bank truly saved him a lot of hassle. "No rush. I'm out on business right now. I'll contact you." After hanging up, Zhang Bing drove with Lin Hanxue to a quiet street and stopped. "Why did you stop?" Lin Hanxue asked. Zhang Bing smiled, looking at Lin Hanxue. "You rascal, what are you up to?" Lin Hanxue asked coyly. "What do you think?" Zhang Bing asked, simultaneously activating his mind-reading ability to discern Lin Hanxue's current thoughts. Instantly, he was overjoyed. It turned out Lin Hanxue wanted it even more than he did. That night, the two returned home. The moment they entered, Zhang Bing spotted a visitor in the house. "Oh, isn't this our future art prodigy? Ah, you've already graduated and come home?" A delicate-looking young man in his 20s approached and started teasing him. This was none other than his own cousin, Zhang Hu, along with his aunt, Yang Suihua. Though blood relatives, this cousin had earned admission to a prestigious 211 university, making him the pride of the Zhang family. In comparison, Zhang Bing barely scraped into art school, a far cry from his achievements. Whenever he had a chance, Zhang Hu flaunted his superiority, constantly rubbing it in with sarcastic remarks. Zhang Bing chuckled and said, "Cousin, what's up? Got a problem with that? Zhang Bing, how dare you speak to your elder brother like that? Show some respect." Zhang Qingyun scolded him at that moment. "Little Bing, I hear you got into an art school in the capital. Why come back here instead of studying hard?" Aunt Yang Suihua chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. "Auntie, can't I come back to transfer my household registration to Beijing?" Zhang Bing retorted. "Zhang Bing, it's fine if you're not good at studying, but don't brag at your age. A Beijing household registration is a precious thing. Do you think you can just transfer it whenever you want?" Yang Suihua clearly didn't believe him, her words dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Hu jumped in with his own mockery. "Zhang Bing, you never studied hard as a kid, and now you've learned to brag too. As far as I know, you'll never get a Beijing household registration in your lifetime." Zhang Bing couldn't be bothered to explain. There were things he hadn't even told Lin Hanxue. "Zhang Hu, hold your tongue. Little Bing's art school may not be as prestigious as your 211 university, but it's still a bachelor's degree. Besides, you're brothers." Zhang Qingyun admonished. "Qingyun." Yang Suihua adopted a superior tone as she began lecturing, "You shouldn't speak like that. We're only looking out for Xiao Bing. After graduating from art school, he might not even find a job. Unlike our Zhang, who he just graduated and already signed a contract with our Tianzhou Capital Bank. The president himself will interview him first thing tomorrow morning. It's a sure thing." Chapter 78, Utterly Speechless. Hearing this, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue exchanged glances and both burst into laughter. "Zhang Bing, don't blame your aunt for saying this, but you need to step up and learn from your brother Zhang Hu. Getting a bank job right after graduation would bring honor to our entire family." Yang Suihua beamed with pride, practically bursting with pride. Zhang Hu, equally smug, declared, "Little Bing, don't worry. By the time you graduate, I'll be branch manager. As family, I'll get you a job. Even security guard would be decent." "Heh, no need," Zhang Bing chuckled. At that moment, Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu clearly looked disappointed. After all, one was their own nephew, but the other was their own son. Every parent hopes their son will become a dragon and their daughter a phoenix. "Zhang Hu, work hard. Your uncle believes in you. If you can help your brother in the future, do so." "Got it, uncle." Zhang Hu boasted. Zhang Bing shook his head. His cousin was indeed capable academically, but his character was much like that of his own high school peers. That kind of attitude, flattering superiors while bullying subordinates, was utterly unprincipled. "Cousin, don't say I didn't warn you. You haven't even passed the bank president's final interview yet. It's better to keep a low profile." Yang Suihua immediately bristled. "What do you mean, Xiao Bing? Are you questioning Zhang Hu's abilities? Zhang Hu was a 211 university graduate. How could he possibly be compared to someone from your obscure art school?" Zhang Bing chuckled. "Auntie, I meant no offense. Just a friendly reminder, nothing's finalized yet, right?" Zhang Hu declared confidently. "It'll be done in minutes. I'll be officially hired tomorrow morning, and by tonight I'll be treating the family to dinner." "Got it?" Seeing this, Zhang Bing couldn't bring himself to say anything more. After all, he was his own cousin. If not for the sake of the Buddha, then at least for the sake of the monk. His own uncle had been quite kind to him when he was young. The next morning, Zhang Bing was still sleeping with Lin Hanxue when Li Xiu knocked on the door outside, urging them to get up. After getting up, the two of them yawned incessantly. "Mom, what's the matter? Why did you wake us up so early?" Li Xiu reminded them, "Today is Zhang Hu's bank interview. Your aunt insisted on notifying our entire family, including other relatives, to come along." Zhang Bing was a bit speechless. Is that really necessary? It's just a regular teller job at a bank. Why make such a big deal out of it? She's just showing off. Ah, never mind. Your aunt just loves to be the center of attention. Stop complaining and get yourselves ready, Li Xiu said helplessly. 9 a.m. Outside the Tianzhou branch of Jingdu Bank. Sure enough, Zhang Qingyan, Li Xiu, Yang Tsuhua, even his own uncle Zhang Qingfeng, and all the aunts and uncles showed up. Cousin Zhang, who stepped out of the car like a movie star, wearing a brand new suit, tie, and polished leather shoes, his hair slicked back and gleaming. Go, Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, you're the best. Zhang Hu, we're waiting for your good news. The crowd of relatives cheered him on, not forgetting to take a few jabs at Zhang Bing along the way. Zhang Hu nodded, then strode confidently into the bank. Zhang Bing, learn a thing or two from your brother. Look at your brother, he just graduated and got a job at the bank. You, on the other hand, just went to art school. What are you going to do for work in the future? Faced with these remarks, whether genuine concern or subtle jabs, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue could only offer helpless smiles. After all, they were family. They couldn't treat them like they would a high school classmate they wanted to embarrass. Especially with their parents present. If they overreacted, their parents would get caught in the crossfire of gossip. He hasn't even officially confirmed it yet. What if he doesn't get the job? Zhang Bing chuckled. How could that happen? I've watched you two grow up. Zhang Hu will definitely be fine. Yeah, Zhang Bing, stop being such a downer, Lin Hanxue scolded him. Zhang Bing shook his head and muttered under his breath, even if he gets the job, it's just a regular bank teller position. What good will that do for you? Zhang Bing, you shouldn't think that way. Zhang Hu is your brother. If he succeeds, we all succeed, Zhang Qingyun lectured from the side. Meanwhile, his uncle Zhang Qingfeng and aunt Yang Suehua had already started making phone calls to book a banquet for the midday celebration. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue felt utterly helpless about this, especially Lin Hanxue, who found it even harder to comprehend. About half an hour later, Zhang Hu emerged from the bank. A crowd of relatives, including his own parents, swarmed toward him, asking, Zhang Hu, how did it go? Did you get the job? What's the pay like? Zhang Hu, you're truly the pride of our family. But Zhang Hu remained silent, head bowed, his face grim. Lin Hanxue couldn't help but laugh. He definitely didn't get the job. I know. Zhang Bing also chuckled, not out of schadenfreude, but because the scene was genuinely absurd. Zhang Hu, say something. Don't tell me. Yang Suehua also noticed her son's unusual state and had a bad feeling. Dad, Mom, Uncle, all my uncles and aunts, I'm sorry I didn't get the job. Zhang Hu clenched his fists, his voice barely above a whisper. What? How could that be? What happened? There must have been some underhanded dealings. No way. I'm going to confront the bank manager. The relatives immediately erupted in fury, their voices rising in anger. Yang Suehua was the most agitated, insisting they go directly to the bank to ask. The banquet was already booked, and they'd gathered so many relatives early in the morning to witness it only to find out he didn't even get the job. Mom, what are you doing? Zhang Hu might be a bit annoying, but at least he still had his wits about him. He quickly called out to Yang Suehua. No way, impossible. There's definitely something fishy going on. Yang Suehua was extremely agitated, her emotions gradually spiraling out of control. Nonsense. Uncle Zhang Qingfeng snapped at the sight, furious. Don't you think we've been humiliated enough? So what if we've lost face? Why are you yelling at me? I'm only doing this for Zhang Hu, for this family. If you're so capable, why don't you get Xiao Hu in there yourself? Yang Suehua, scolded by Zhang Qingfeng, immediately burst into tearful complaints, leaving everyone speechless. A crowd of relatives immediately rushed over to console her, even her own mother joining in. Zhang Hu stood awkwardly in place throughout, not uttering a word. He seemed deeply shaken, giving off a pitiful vibe, a far cry from yesterday's confident, resolute self. Meanwhile, the bank security guards and some staff members couldn't help but laugh at this comical scene, pointing and whispering among themselves. What a peculiar family. Making such a huge fuss over a job interview, truly bizarre. Ha, this is hilarious. Thank goodness he didn't get the job. If he had, this family would have started setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Hearing the bank staff's mockery, the Zhang family relatives exchanged embarrassed glances, their faces burning with shame. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, all my uncles and aunts, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Zhang Hu, unable to bear the humiliation, suddenly shouted and lunged toward the busy street. Chapter 79, I'll handle it. Zhang Hu. Xiaohu, what are you doing? Xiaohu, come back. In an instant, everyone panicked.
Realizing Zhang Hu was about to do something reckless, they rushed over shouting to stop him. But at that critical moment, Zhang Bing unleashed his ancient martial arts. Moving faster than lightning, he caught up and forcibly pulled Zhang Hu back.
Bro, are you out of your mind? Zhang Bing snapped. It's just a job. You didn't get the interview, and now you're threatening to kill yourself? What a glass heart. No wonder you didn't get the job.
Faced with Zhang Bing's scolding, Yang Suhua and the other relatives remained silent this time, agreeing that Zhang Bing had a point.
Zhang Hu, silly boy, don't be so reckless.
I beg you, Yang Suhua pleaded, terrified by his earlier actions. Zhang Hu's eyes were bloodshot, his mental state completely shattered. Looking at these relatives, he felt the whole world was mocking him.
Zhang Hu, you're a man. Can't you handle a little setback?
Zhang Qingyun stepped forward to scold him too. Zhang Qingfeng was even more direct, kicking him hard and yelling, "You good for nothing. If you want to die, go ahead and die, but don't do it in front of everyone.
Big brother, don't do it." Zhang Qingyun rushed to restrain the enraged Zhang Qingfeng. Zhang Bing, knowing his uncle's temper, rushed over to pull Zhang Hu away. Lin Hanxue couldn't help but sigh repeatedly.
If she hadn't personally experienced these events alongside Zhang Bing, she never would have imagined them. Yesterday, she had even disliked Zhang Hu a little, sniping at Zhang Bing with cold sarcasm. But now, her maternal instinct swelled up, and she felt a pang of pity for Zhang Hu. "Why don't you help your cousin?"
Lin Hanxue whispered softly. Zhang Bing sighed and nodded. "I've been considering it."
For him, getting Zhang Hu hired at the bank was no problem. He could even make him the bank president or secure him a position at the headquarters. Then, Zhang Bing stepped aside, pulled out his phone, and dialed Nieguobiao's number directly.
"Good morning, Mr. Zhang. How may I assist you?"
Nieguobiao's respectful voice came through promptly. Without beating around the bush, Zhang Bing stated, "President Nie, I need your help with a small matter."
"Mr. Zhang, please don't say that. It's my honor to serve you and assist in any way. Just tell me what you need."
"All right." Zhang Bing responded, then explained that Zhang Hu, who had just been rejected in the interview, was his own cousin.
"Understood, Mr. Zhang.
My apologies, I was unaware he was your cousin."
"I'll handle it immediately."
Proceed with his normal onboarding, but discreetly hint at my involvement just enough for him to know, not enough for my family.
"Understood, Mr. Zhang. I grasp your meaning."
After hanging up, Zhang Bing shook his head and walked over to Zhang Hu. His mother, aunt, and a crowd of relatives were all trying to console Zhang Hu, fearing he might not withstand the blow and do something reckless.
His father was trying to persuade his eldest uncle not to put too much pressure on Zhang Hu. "Bro, things will work themselves out. From what I know, you might not be completely out of the running yet. There could still be a chance."
Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Zhang Hu glanced up briefly before quickly lowering his head again. During the interview, Nieguobiao hadn't even given him a proper look, crushing him completely.
"Yes, Zhang Hu, your brother is right. Try to look on the bright side. Don't do anything rash," Yang Suhua urged earnestly. Just then, Nieguobiao himself emerged from the bank. Seeing the bank manager emerge, everyone from the Zhang family fell silent.
Yang Suihua had intended to argue a few points, but after a moment's thought, she decided against it.
"Zhang Hu, is Zhang Hu here?" Nieguobiao glanced at the large group of Zhang family members.
If not for Zhang Bing's sake, he would have found this whole situation utterly bizarre.
"Leader, I'm here."
Hearing Nieguobiao call his name, Zhang Hu looked up and responded.
Nieguobiao nodded, cleared his throat, and announced, "Given your outstanding academic performance and sharp thinking during university, what happened earlier was merely a test for you. You are now officially hired as the deputy manager of our credit department."
"What?
Did I hear that correctly? President Nia, me? You?"
The moment Nieguobiao finished speaking, Zhang Hu, who had been slumped in defeat, suddenly perked up as if injected with adrenaline. Everyone in the Zhang family shouted excitedly, "What a surprise!" Even the furious uncle was stunned. "Zhang Hu, come with me now to prepare the relevant employment agreements," Nieguobiao said, then led Zhang Hu into the bank.
"I knew our Zhang Hu would be fine. I told you so."
"Ha! Zhang Hu is still the pride of our Zhang family, promoted straight to deputy manager.
That's impressive."
That scared the living daylights out of me. Turns out it was just a test. For a moment, Yang Suihua beamed with pride again, while her uncle and father felt genuinely delighted.
"Zhang Bing, did you see that? This is the benefit of education. You'd better learn from your brother."
Yang Suihua felt it was time again and started subtly criticizing Zhang Bing. "Shut it," Zhang Qingfeng snapped.
"We're all family here. Stop being so sarcastic."
If it weren't for Xiao Bing's quick thinking just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing his uncle reprimand Yang Suihua, Zhang Bing felt his decision to help his cousin Zhang Hu had been worthwhile.
"I'm just telling the truth, humph."
Yang Suihua gloated triumphantly, and the other relatives chimed in with praise. After all, starting as a deputy manager at a major bank branch was already quite impressive to them. Zhang Qingfeng sighed helplessly, then began making calls to finalize the midday banquet arrangements. A moment later, Zhang Hu strode out from inside, looking completely different from before, now radiating confidence and vigor.
Zhang Hu, how'd it go? Did you sign the contract?
Yang Suihua and the others rushed over to ask.
Zhang Hu nodded, then walked toward Zhang Bing. His eyes were filled with shock, even a hint of awe.
Earlier, Nieguobiao had made it clear that it was all because of Zhang Bing's influence, otherwise, he would never have gotten into the bank. He was told to handle things as he saw fit, to be especially courteous to Zhang Bing, and to avoid discussing Zhang Bing's affairs in front of parents or relatives.
Brother, thank you. Ha! Zhang Bing chuckled. No need to thank me. We're family. Work hard. I believe in you after all, you're a top student from a prestigious university.
Zhang Hu gave an awkward smile, only now realizing he'd been the one playing the fool all along. Alright, I've reserved several tables for lunch.
Let's all go eat and celebrate Zhang Hu.
At that moment, Zhang Qingfeng spoke up, and a crowd of relatives gathered around excitedly. Zhang Bing took Lin Hanshue's hand and said, Uncle, Dad, Mom, you go ahead. Hanshue and I have a little business to attend to. We'll join you later. After everyone had left, Zhang Bing strode confidently into the bank with Lin Hanshue. Nieguobiao stood at the front of the lobby with all the bank staff lined up, waiting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. Good day, Miss Lin. As soon as they entered the lobby, Nieguobiao led the entire bank staff in a synchronized bow and greeting.
Mr. Nye, there's no need for such grand formalities. Please dismiss everyone. Zhang Bing felt somewhat uncomfortable.
All right. Nieguobiao waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse.
He then led the way, escorting Zhang Bing and Lin Hanshue to the VIP lounge. Zhang Bing asked with a smile, Mr. Nye, honestly, how good is my cousin really?
Well.
Nieguobiao looked somewhat embarrassed, his words trailing off.
No worries, just tell me honestly.
I'm just curious after all, he did graduate from a top-tier university.
A standard interview shouldn't have been a problem. Nieguobiao gave an awkward chuckle.
Well, Mr.
Zhang, the thing is, your cousin came across as too pretentious. So right after the interview, I gave him a stern talking to and then rejected him. Chapter 80, Deliberate Harassment.
Zhang Bing and Lin Hanshue shared an awkward chuckle before signing the cement factory acquisition contract and leaving. The lunchtime banquet was lively, clearly showing. His parents were also quite pleased that Zhang Hu had successfully secured a position at the bank. After Zhang Bing and Lin Hanshue greeted all the relatives one by one, they sat down at the side. During the festivities, Zhang Hu approached them to offer toasts and repeatedly expressed his gratitude.
He remembered Nieguobiao's words perfectly.
He no longer dared to mock Zhang Bing as he had before, his eyes now filled with gratitude and respect. After the meal, Zhang Bing found an excuse to leave early with Lin Hanshue. He had no interest in engaging in meaningless bragging contests with these relatives. Instead, he took Lin Hanshue to the relevant department in Tianzhu City to submit documents for transferring their household registration. Glancing around the empty lobby, he saw no one at any of the service windows.
Zhang Bing felt a surge of irritation.
These people, paid with taxpayers' money, spent their days cooling off in air-conditioned offices, goofing off, and then adding to the public's troubles. Glancing around, Zhang Bing walked straight to the last counter and politely stated, Hello, I'm here to transfer my household registration. The clerk was a woman in her 30s.
Where are you transferring your household registration to? Did you see the notice posted above the window? Do you have all your documents ready?
Her tone was unfriendly and impatient, making both Zhang Bing and Lin Hanshue feel uncomfortable.
Everything's ready according to your requirements.
Zhang Bing held back his frustration and handed over the prepared documents.
The woman said flatly, Put it there. I'll look at it later.
Zhang Bing felt his anger rising. He glanced at the woman, who was still doing her manicure, clearly not taking him seriously.
Why wait? Isn't this your regular working hours? Hearing this, the woman snapped back, I said later, so what's the rush? You better believe I'll file a complaint right now.
Though still young, Zhang Bing had heard plenty of stories about such deliberate obstruction and disregard for the public.
Humph.
Hearing Zhang Bing threaten to complain, the woman finally stopped doing the manicure, looking extremely annoyed. She then flipped through the documents Zhang Bing had prepared, deliberately finding fault. Your handwriting is illegible.
Do it again.
Zhang Bing could clearly see the woman was deliberately nitpicking.
What's unclear? I followed the instructions exactly. Are you just looking for trouble?
The woman was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Bing's firmness and re-examined the documents. She saw that Zhang Bing intended to transfer his household registration to the capital.
In Manhwa, a capital city household registration wasn't something you could just obtain, it was highly coveted.
Seeing how young Zhang Bing was, she sneered sarcastically, Oh,
you want to transfer your household registration to the capital? I advise you to give up that notion. Don't waste everyone's time. This has nothing to do with you. Just follow the procedures, Zhang Bing replied coldly. Quite the temper you have. The woman deliberately shuffled through the papers, stalling for time. One moment she claimed the handwriting was illegible, the next she found fault with this or that, deliberately stalling to prevent the transfer. How can you behave like this? Even Lin Hanxue, with her usual composure, couldn't stand by and watch any longer. You're clearly just nitpicking. What's the point? The woman snorted coldly, smugly retorting, you call it nitpicking? This is my job. Of course I have to check thoroughly. Got it? Fine. Zhang Bing suppressed his anger, realizing this was retaliation. He'd see just how long she could keep this up. He was confident all his documents were prepared exactly as required. Even if she nitpicked, she wouldn't find fault. Besides, transferring his household registration to the capital was meant to facilitate the upcoming Three Kingdoms University Martial Arts Tournament. This was old Zhao's directive, relayed through Li Tai. If this backwater place of Tianzhou deliberately made things difficult for him, they were asking for trouble. If a single call came from the capital, wouldn't every department in Tianzhou be scared out of their wits overnight? But for such a trivial matter, it really wasn't worth invoking connections in the capital. The woman had also deliberately picked a fight with Zhang Bing, flipping through a thick stack of documents, meticulously checking each word and sentence one by one. Zhang Bing suppressed his anger and sat down beside Lin Hanxue. Nearly 2 hours passed before the woman finally finished reviewing the materials. Then, she deliberately marked each document, underlining every sentence with notes indicating issues. Alright, your materials are generally fine, but there are a few minor issues. I've marked them for you. Please revise them and come back to see me. It was clear she was deliberately stalling for time. Faced with such obstruction, Zhang Bing could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand against the glass and snapped, looks like you're deliberately stalling me, deliberately making things hard for me, huh? Fine, just you wait. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm just following procedure. Look, I even took the trouble to point out every single issue for you. The woman's face was dripping with sarcasm, her attitude utterly arrogant. Zhang Bing retorted without restraint, his voice boiling with anger. Damn it, people like you getting into the system is an absolute disgrace to the system itself. Young man, watch your language. What have I done to you? Go ahead and file a complaint if you dare. You are going to file a complaint, aren't you? I'm waiting. How can you be like this? Lin Hanxue stepped in to defend her. Oh, look at you two still students, yet instead of studying, you're off with early romance. The two sides quickly began trading insults, sparking an argument in the service hall. Soon, security guards arrived. Security, this person is causing trouble. Please escort them out, the woman instructed the guards. The security guard moved to escort Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue out. Who said we're here to cause trouble? The security guard worked here and knew the ins and outs of the service hall, but he didn't want to antagonize these people either. Young man, just drop it. If you really need to get something done, bring a little something for the staff. Going head to head like this won't get you anywhere and will only waste your time. The security guard offered a polite reminder from the sidelines. Zhang Bing knew all about these tactics, but he refused to play along. For the relevant departments in Tianzhou, transferring a household registration was just routine paperwork, preparing documents, personal verification, stamps, and signatures. The real hassle was in the capital, but with Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun personally handling things there, it should have been a simple matter. He never expected to get stuck right here in his hometown of Tianzhou. Security guard, I've made up my mind about this today. It's not just for myself, but for everyone who comes here to handle affairs in the future. Zhang Bing spoke as he strode directly to the service counter. He glanced at the woman's employee ID number and name. So you think having a tiny bit of power gives you the right to act like this? Deliberately making life difficult for ordinary folks? Fine, just you wait. Poof. The woman remained unconcerned. Go ahead and file your complaint. It won't affect me in the slightest. Chapter 81, Resign or Get Fired? Zhang Bing gritted his teeth in fury. He hadn't intended to involve his connections in the capital over such a trivial matter. But now he had no choice. He stepped aside and dialed Bai Xiaochun's number. After briefly explaining the situation in Tianzhou, Bai Xiaochun grew equally furious upon hearing it. He warned Zhang Bing never to resort to those shady practices of gift-giving and red envelopes, as they only fostered a corrupt atmosphere. He assured Zhang Bing he would handle the matter immediately. After hanging up, Zhang Bing watched the woman continue her manicure, her expression utterly nonchalant, as if daring him to do something about it. He was tempted to storm in and slap her across the face. The woman had noticed Zhang Bing making the call earlier and assumed he was complaining about her. Typically, such complaints resulted in nothing worse than a private reprimand from the boss, followed by a warning to be more careful in the future. For a seasoned veteran like her, it was utterly ineffective. 10 minutes later, a large group of people who looked like managers suddenly rushed out of the offices upstairs in the service hall. The scene looked like something major had happened. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a panicked expression who rushed straight into the hall. Who here is Zhang Bing? That's me, Zhang Bing called out loudly. Mr. Zhang, no, I'm terribly sorry. I'm truly sorry. Director Lin, the leader, was drenched in sweat as he hurriedly apologized to Zhang Bing. Earlier, he had received a call from Beijing. He'd initially thought it was a scam call, but the number was too high profile for fraudsters to impersonate. The moment he answered, his legs went weak with fear. It was a call from the big boss in the capital himself, mentioning the deliberate obstruction by staff at the service hall. So Director Lin hurriedly gathered his entire department and rushed downstairs. Meanwhile, the woman behind the counter hadn't yet realized anything was amiss. Seeing the top director and all the other leaders gather in the lobby, she didn't think to question it, but she did stop doing her manicure. I'm not embarrassed at all. Who exactly are you serving? I just came to handle a simple household registration transfer, yet I've been obstructed 3 times over trivial matters. You're the top leader here, sort this out. Zhang Bing said with obvious irritation. You're absolutely right. We'll handle it immediately, right away. Director Lin was already terrified. This was his first call from a big shot in the capital. It carried immense significance. Wang Wan, come out here. Director Lin hurriedly led a group of people to the counter, bellowing at Wang Wan, who was pretending to be busy. Director Lin, you wanted me? Get your ass out here now. Director Lin was itching to slap the woman senseless. She'd caused a massive mess yet acted as if nothing had happened, completely oblivious. Wang Wan responded with a nod before stepping out from behind the counter. Seeing Director Lin seething with anger, Wang Wan assumed it was about Zhang Bing's earlier complaint. What are you doing? The people pay your salary, how could you act this way? Wang Wan defended herself. Director Lin, you're absolutely right. I'll be more careful in the future. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Bing. You good for nothing. Director Lin scolded. There is no next time. Either you resign voluntarily now, or we will dismiss you. People like you are bringing down the standards of our department. Hearing Director Lin's words, Wang Wan's face paled instantly as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Director Lin, please. It's just a complaint. Who told those young people to rush in? I'll handle it right now. Please give me one more chance. Shut up. Director Lin's forehead darkened with a frown as he warned, if I don't receive your resignation letter by this afternoon, you'll face the consequences. Only then did Director Lin turn his attention to Zhang Bing, his demeanor shifting completely. Mr. Zhang, would this resolution be acceptable? Zhang Bing snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Wang Wan, whose eyes were filled with terror. There was no sympathy for people like her. I won't comment on these matters, he stated. Just remember you're here to serve the people. Don't deliberately make things difficult for them. Yes, Mr. Zhang, you're absolutely right. We will conduct a thorough investigation and ensure such incidents never recur. Zhang Bing nodded. As a freshman, he was acting purely from his own perspective and had no desire to get involved with the relevant authorities. He then handed the household registration transfer documents to Director Lin. Director Lin took it without even glancing at it and immediately went inside to stamp it himself. Within minutes, he returned smiling, handing the stamped documents to Zhang Bing. Mr. Zhang, I apologize for our negligence in delaying your time. We will rectify this. Zhang Bing took the documents and, not wanting to linger, quickly left the service hall with Lin Hanxue. The next morning, Zhang Bing informed Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu that his affairs were settled and he intended to depart for Beijing. The couple gave him countless reminders and instructions, even insisting on slipping some money into Lin Hanxue's hands. Watching this, Zhang Bing felt a pang of unease. He gestured for Lin Hanxue to accept it, reasoning that it was simply a local custom. After bidding farewell to his parents, the two headed to the Tianzhou station. On the way, Zhang Bing made a point of calling Zhou Dabiao and Nieguobiao again, entrusting them to find suitable reasons and excuses to take extra care of his parents. Then the two boarded the high-speed train to neighboring Huangzhou, intending to find Wang Ruolin. Don't you think Ruolin actually likes you? Lin Hanxue suddenly asked, looking at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing chuckled, shook his head, and put on an act. Ah, no way. You're such a good actor, humph. Lin Hanxue pouted, pinching Zhang Bing's arm. Earlier, she'd felt both jealousy and worry. After all, Zhang Bing was wealthy, young, and charismatic, with powerful connections behind him. What woman wouldn't be drawn to him? Later, she'd come to see things more clearly. It was better to let things flow than to block them. Besides, she had come to Tianzhou with him this time and met his parents. Her status and position were now fully established. I really had no idea, Zhang Bing chuckled. Even if she liked me, it wouldn't matter. That's her business. Having you is enough for me. Hearing this, Lin Hanxue felt as sweet as if honey had been spread over her heart. Of course, she didn't know that Zhang Bing had secretly used mind reading to access her thoughts, crafting his words based on what she was thinking. Wang Ruolin had it pretty rough, actually. She never told us, but I found out by accident once. She had a father addicted to gambling, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, and a broken home.
She worked part-time jobs to pay for her own college tuition, sending every single penny back home. Ah! Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Lin Hanxue was utterly shocked, her sympathy overflowing. I had no idea Roland had it so tough. Sigh. Yeah, that's exactly why I gave her a 5% non-voting stake in the hotel, hoping it could help her. Chapter 82, Wang Wolin's Troubles. Guangzhou. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue bought quite a few gifts. They didn't notify Wang Wolin in advance but went straight to the address. Although Wang Wolin had been mocked earlier for being a bus when selling her house, after Zhang Bing used his mind-reading ability to understand the situation, he realized that sometimes rumors could truly be deadly. While Wang Wolin had indeed shown properties to many male clients during the sale and had been groped and taken advantage of, but she never had a relationship with anyone except with him. Moreover, this woman possessed an inner strength beneath her gentle exterior. She harbored many grievances and hardships within her heart, yet never complained to anyone. From this perspective, she was truly admirable. Following the address, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue flagged down a car and arrived at a dilapidated apartment building. Has Roland always lived in a place like this? Lin Hanxue expressed surprise. It's even worse than our home environment. Zhang Bing was also taken aback, though upon reflection, it made sense. No matter how capable Wang Roland was, she was still a student. She owned a car, enjoyed dressing up, and her monthly expenses were undoubtedly high. With a gambling father, a sick mother, and a brother in school, it was entirely plausible. Damn it, hand over 200 grand now, or I'll break your legs. I don't have any money. If you gamble again, my brother and I will never acknowledge you as our father. What did you say? I raised you all these years, you ungrateful bastard. As Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue approached the entrance of a flat, they heard arguing coming from inside. Listening closely, they recognized Wang Wolin's voice. Should we go in? Lin Hanxue asked awkwardly. Zhang Bing felt awkward too, never expected to walk in on Wang Wolin arguing with her father right after arriving. Get the hell out of here. Damn it, if you don't give me 20 grand today, I'll break your legs. Wang Guoqing, you beast. Get out. Stop bullying Roland. You're not human, you're not even a man. You damn woman, get out of my way. If it weren't for your medical bills, I wouldn't be broke. Bastard. Don't hit my mom. No. Inside, the clatter of bowls and chopsticks shattering, followed by the crash of objects hitting the floor, echoed simultaneously. Zhang Bing couldn't bear to listen any longer. He handed the items to Lin Hanxue, then kicked the door open and stormed inside. Stop it. Zhang Bing's roar froze Wang Wolin's father, who had been beating her mother. Wang Wolin was desperately shielding a frail, wrinkled middle-aged woman who looked extremely weak. Seeing Zhang Bing suddenly appear, kicking the door open, she froze for a moment. Who the hell are you? Wang Ruo's father, Wang Guoqing, stood before him with a bulging beer belly and a scruffy beard, the unmistakable look of a gambler. He charged forward, bellowing at Zhang Bing and making threatening gestures. Stop it. Wang Wolin quickly stood up, ran over, and stood in front of him, shouting angrily, This is our company's CEO, Zhang. If you lay a finger on him, you're finished. Wang Wolin knew exactly what was at stake. Zhang Bing was someone even the richest man in the capital dared not cross. If her gambling-addicted father actually struck Zhang Bing, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, Lin Hanxue entered carrying a large pile of expensive gifts. Seeing the damp, cluttered state of the room, she couldn't fathom how Wang Wolin, who always appeared poised and emotionally intelligent, could come from such a household. A grown man beating his wife and berating his daughter at home, utterly disgraceful. You little brat, what did you say? Wang Guoqing glanced at Lin Hanxue, instinctively shocked that such a stunning beauty existed. Don't do anything rash, Wang Wolin interjected, standing between them. This is my classmate. Zhang Bing, wary of the gambler's sudden outbursts, braced himself. Humph. Wang Guoqing sized up Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue, then grinned. Running a business at such a young age? Must be loaded. You just kicked my door to pieces. You're paying for that. You, shameless. Wang Wolin was nearly beside herself with rage. What was she doing working part-time in the capital, selling her body? Wasn't it to earn her own tuition, treat her sick mother, support her younger brother's education, and worst of all, deal with this gambling addict of a father? The side job was a bottomless pit. Over the years, he'd extorted at least 1 million yuan from her under various pretexts. But it remained a bottomless pit. Though she had indeed earned some money by selling her house, after covering her own expenses, she had almost nothing left. Where could she possibly scrape together another 200,000 for that gambling addict of a father? Mr. Zhang, Hanxue, ignore this lunatic. Wang Wolin was mortified and didn't want Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue to know about her family situation. Little did she know, Zhang Bing had already read her mind and understood everything perfectly. You want money, huh? How much? Zhang Bing didn't mind at all. After all, money was the last thing he lacked. Give me 200,000, and my daughter is yours. Wang Guoqing's eyes gleamed with madness.
You're shameless. You don't deserve to be called a father. Wang Ruolin screamed. Even her sick mother struggled to rise from the bed, though her movements were clearly unsteady. Shut up, both of you. Today, you can pay me 200,000 if you want, but if you don't, just wait and see. Wang Guoqing adopted a completely shameless demeanor. 200,000? No problem. Zhang Bing pulled out his phone without a second thought. Mr. Zhang, don't give it to him. He'll gamble it away immediately. Wang Ruolin protested urgently. Get lost. Wang Guoqing lunged forward and kicked Wang Ruolin. Ruolin! Lin Hanxue rushed to catch her, seething with rage. She'd never seen a father treat his own daughter like this. Zhang Bing frowned. He couldn't lay a hand on Wang Guoqing, but he couldn't hold back his anger either. If you dare to hit or insult my senior again, or your own wife, I won't give you a single penny. As long as you give me money, I'll do whatever you say. Wang Guoqing, blinded by greed, didn't care about anything else. Zhang Bing sighed, then motioned for Wang Guoqing to pull out his phone and scan the QR code. Without further ado, he transferred 200,000 yuan in 4 separate transactions. Watching the money land in his account, Wang Guoqing beamed with delight. Big spender, boss. I'm rich. He then walked out, still chattering away. Mr. Zhang, I should return this to you, Wang Ruolin sighed. No need, Zhang Bing shook his head. I'll handle these matters for you. Rest assured. Earlier, he had discreetly used mind reading to discern Wang Guoqing's inner thoughts. Though Wang Guoqing was now a gambling addict, utterly reckless, he had once been a good husband and father. He'd simply been set up and trapped in this gambling pit, unable to extricate himself. Child, you shouldn't have given him money just now, Wang Ruolin's mother murmured weakly from her bedside. Mom! Wang Ruolin hurried over to support her, introducing, this is just my boss, Mr. Zhang, and my classmate Hanxue. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hanxue, please have a seat. Rulin, you attend to Mr. Zhang and Hanxue. Don't mind me. Though gravely ill, Zhou Shanglian clearly remained a kind, traditional woman. Auntie, no need to be so formal, said Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue. Wang Ruolin glanced at her shattered home. Anything of value had long been sold off by Wang Guoqing, leaving the place bare and shabby. She looked utterly embarrassed. Mr. Zhang, Hanxue, I'm so sorry to have you see this. Ruolin, you've been through so much. Lin Hanxue, with her kind heart, offered comfort. Wang Guoqing, you bastard, get your ass out here and pay back the money. Think you can hide? Do you really think you can hide? Just then, a barrage of curses erupted from outside the house. Chapter 83, The Lone Shark. The moment Zhou Shanglian heard the commotion outside, terror flashed across her face. Ruolin, take Hanxue and hide. Quick! Before Zhou Shanglian could finish her sentence, a tattooed man burst in with several burly thugs. Seeing this group, Zhou Shanglian felt completely overwhelmed. Oh, everyone's here. Quite a crowd. Hey, and 2 such pretty girls. The tattooed leader, Black Panther, was a notorious figure in Huangzhou. He ran high-interest loan operations in casinos and operated illegal gambling dens. Leveraging his sister's husband's status as a major figure in Huangzhou, Black Panther acted with complete impunity. Zhang Bing used his mind-reading ability to see right through Black Panther's intentions. This man was here to collect a debt. It was Black Panther who had set the trap that left Wang Guoqing in his current state. The original loan was only 50,000 yuan, but it had ballooned to 2 million yuan in just 3 months. But upon seeing Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanxue, Black Panther's mind filled with ulterior motives, instantly igniting Zhang Bing's fury. Black Panther, boss, we don't owe you any money. The person you're looking for is Wang Guoqing. He just took 200,000 out, probably headed to the casino. Go find him. Zhou Shanglian, clearly well acquainted with Black Panther's crew, stated directly. Damn it, that bastard got money but won't pay up? I'll break his leg later. Black Panther cursed under his breath, barking orders at his henchmen. Wang Guoqing is your husband. Since he won't pay, you'll pay instead. Of course, I'm in a good mood today. What's the deal with these 2 chicks and your Wang family? Hearing Black Panther's words, Zhou Shanglian's emotions flared up violently. He had just told Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanxue to hide immediately, precisely because he feared this. Boss Black Panther, please don't do anything rash. I beg you, don't hurt my daughter or her classmate. If you want money, go after Wang Guoqing. At those words, Black Panther's lips curled into a sinister grin as his eyes locked onto Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanxue. Both were stunningly beautiful, especially their figures truly heavenly. So this is Wang Guoqing's daughter, she's stunningly beautiful. Hey, sweetheart, play nice with this old man. I might consider forgiving some of your dad's debt. Otherwise, I'll have to finish him off myself. Disgusting. Wang Ruolin snapped angrily. Black Panther didn't even flinch. He sauntered over and said, Whoa, you've got quite the temper. I like that. What's the problem? Debts of the father are paid by the son, it's only natural. Think carefully. If you please me, not only will I extend your father's debt repayment, but you'll live in luxury by my side. As he spoke, Black Panther moved closer, his hands already reaching for her. Zhou Shanglian lay on the bed, struggling desperately, begging Black Panther not to harm her daughter. Spit! Shameless! Lin Hanxue shouted fearlessly. Black Panther glanced at Lin Hanxue and said, "Hey, beautiful. Let's be friends. My name's Black Panther. Just mention my name in Huangzhou." Disgusting. Vile. Lin Hanxue retorted angrily. Meanwhile, Black Panther and his crew had their eyes glued to her. They'd never seen a beauty of this caliber before. They've got some spunk. Looks like today wasn't a waste after all, heh. Ignoring Zhang Bing entirely, Black Panther ordered his men to take Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin away. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer. After reading Black Panther's gang's intentions, his rage boiled over. Describing these men as utterly depraved and perpetrators of countless evils wouldn't be an exaggeration. 1,000 cuts wouldn't be enough punishment for them. "Kid, who the hell are you?" "I'm your father." Zhang Bing clenched his fists and roared. "You're asking for death. Kid, you dare insult my boss." Black Panther's henchmen instantly erupted in rage, closing in menacingly. Zhang Bing sneered coldly, feeling for the first time that the ancient martial arts gifted by the system were truly coming into their own. "You scum! Not only did you set a trap to screw over Roland's dad, but you turned 50,000 yuan into 2 million in 2 months? That just go rob someone." Zhang Bing stared at Black Panther, laying bare the man's innermost scheme. Black Panther and his crew didn't seem surprised at all, guessing Wang Guoqing must have spilled the beans. But Wang Wolin and Zhou Shanglian were utterly shocked. They never imagined Wang Guoqing had been framed. "Scum! Animals! You've ruined my family like this, I'll never let you off the hook." Wang Wolin screamed angrily. Zhang Bing shot Wang Wolin a warning glance, signaling her to calm down. These people had blood on their hands, they were ruthless, and they certainly had connections. "I've taken on Wang Guoqing's debts. You scum of society, you'd better get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll regret it later." Zhang Bing's sense of justice surged, his fists clenched so tightly his muscles and bones cracked audibly. "Kid, you talk a big game. Who the hell do you think you are?" Black Panther didn't explode immediately. Instead, he looked at Zhang Bing with disdain. Seeing how young he was, and how Wang Wolin and Lin Hanxue were clearly still students, he thought to himself. 2 million yuan was no small sum enough to be considered extremely wealthy in Huangzhou. "Who the hell do you think I am? 5,000 yuan principal, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, get lost." Zhang Bing didn't waste words. Though he had money, he'd rather donate 50,000 than let it roll into 3 million over 2 months and hand it over to these unscrupulous thugs. "You messing with me?" Black Panther's eyes flashed with fury at Zhang Bing's words. "Black Panther, boss, don't do anything rash. Mr. Zhang has nothing to do with this. Please, settle your debts with the right person. Wang Guoqing owes the money, go after him, okay?" Zhou Shanglian was scared herself, but she was kind-hearted and didn't want Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, or Wang Wolin dragged into this. "Shut the up!" Black Panther roared, fixing Zhang Bing with a glare. "Kid, you've got some nerve, trying to play me for a fool. Nice try. But your girlfriend's hot. Play with me, and I might let you off easy." As he spoke, Black Panther signaled his men to move in. "You!" Zhang Bing cursed, launching his attack. His ancient martial arts skills unleashed, he kicked one burly thug flat on his back. Then, with lightning speed, he grabbed Black Panther before the man could react. Gripping his throat with one hand, he landed 2 swift slaps across his face. You dare hit me? Get him. Take this little bastard down. Let go of our boss. Drop him now." Black Panther never imagined he'd be beaten into submission by a mere student. Enraged, he roared at his men. Zhang Bing sneered coldly, his hands still clamped around Black Panther's throat. With just a slight squeeze, he could easily crush the man's windpipe. As the burly men charged forward, he shifted his stance in an instant. His free hand erupted into a punch. The punch was so fast that ordinary eyes couldn't follow it. One by one, the charging burly men were sent flying, crashing to the ground. Clutching their chests, they coughed up blood and couldn't get up immediately. This astonishing scene stunned even Zhou Shanglian, lying in her hospital bed. Black Panther stared in disbelief, gulping nervously. After swiftly dispatching the men, Zhang Bing glared at Black Panther with a cold smile. "I know exactly what you're thinking, you bastard. You think I won't touch you, huh? Today, I'll show you what happens when I do." Chapter 84, Overwhelming Power. With that, Zhang Bing wasted no time, delivering a vicious slap to Black Panther's face. Smack! The room echoed with the sharp crack of the slap, Black Panther's agonized screams, and his curses. "I'll see just how tough you really are, big shot." Zhang Bing didn't stop, slapping both sides of Black Panther's face until they swelled, knocking out several teeth in the process. Black Panther finally fell silent, his eyes filled with murderous intent, but he dared not utter another word of taunt or abuse. Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Using his mind-reading ability, he knew Black Panther's thoughts inside out. The man's mind was fixated on dismembering Zhang Bing's legs and then raping Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolan, thoughts so depraved and vile. This was utterly intolerable. Moreover, the man was truly a villain whose crimes were beyond redemption. Even killing him outright would be considered justice. I know you're not convinced. I'll give you a chance to test your strength. Zhang Bing seized Black Panther by the throat and suddenly exerted force, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. This scene once again terrified everyone present. But mark my words, if you ever dare to blackmail and threaten Wang Guoqing again, bully Aunt Zhou, or even think of laying a finger on my senior or Hanxue, I'll personally cripple you. With that, Zhang Bing flung the burly Black Panther out of the room with a single-handed toss. His henchmen had long since turned pale with fear. They'd never seen anyone this brutal before. Get out! Zhang Bing bellowed. The men immediately helped each other up and fled together, lifting the Black Panther off the ground and bolting out the door in a flash. Mr. Zhang, thank you. We've really caused you trouble, Wang Wolan said gratefully. Zhou Shanglian also recovered from her shock. She never imagined her daughter's boss would be so young yet possess such formidable skills. Mr. Zhang, I don't know how to thank you enough. Auntie Zhou, no need to thank me. I'm a fellow alumnus with Senior Wang Wolan, it's only natural. Besides, that bunch were nothing but scum of society. Lin Hanxue's eyes were now filled with little stars. Zhang Bing secretly used his mind-reading ability to read Wang Wolan and Lin Hanxue's thoughts at that moment. Lin Hanxue's mind was filled with visions of his heroic form, while Wang Wolan was utterly captivated by him, practically yearning to throw herself at him for a passionate kiss. He chuckled, then glanced at Zhou Shanglian's condition. Auntie Zhou, I know a bit about medicine. With your condition, I might be able to help ease your symptoms. Then, with a good doctor, it should be treatable no problem. Zhou Shanglian was even more astonished upon hearing this. Zhang Bing didn't hesitate. He knew Zhou Shanglian's condition wasn't untreatable, it was just expensive. Wang Wolan had the money to spare, and had done so several times before, but Wang Guoqing had snatched it away from her in every diabolical way imaginable. He walked directly to Zhou Shanglian's side. Following the ancient medical techniques provided by the system, he rotated his fingers and then pressed down on the acupoints on Zhou Shanglian's body. His movements flowed seamlessly, completed in under 10 minutes. Zhou Shanglian's complexion visibly improved at a rapid pace, and she was able to get up off the ground. This left Lin Hanxue, Wang Wolan, and Zhou Shanglian all utterly stunned. Mr. Zhang. Wang Wolan's eyes welled up with tears. She truly didn't know how to thank Zhang Bing enough. Zhou Shanglian felt the same way. She had been half reclining in bed for so long, and this was the first time she had gotten up. Mr. Zhang, for your immense kindness, I'll serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. As she spoke, Zhou Shanglian began to kneel in gratitude. Auntie Zhou, please don't, Zhang Bing immediately stepped forward to stop her. Auntie, I've only alleviated your condition. You still need to stay in the hospital for a while. Hearing this, a flicker of resignation crossed Zhou Shanglian's face. Zhang Bing knew the reason. He glanced at Wang Wolan and said, Senior, since both Hanxue and I are here, let's take Auntie to the hospital together. Don't worry about the cost. Wang Wolan gazed at Zhang Bing with profound gratitude. If at first she'd merely intended to keep this wealthy man hooked, now, she was utterly devoted. She'd gladly spend her entire life as his lover. At Huanzhou First Hospital, it took considerable persuasion from Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Wolan to finally bring Zhou Shanglian there. They split up and quickly secured a private room for Zhou Shanglian, though the cost was steep. But for Zhang Bing, this was less than an hour's worth of bank interest. After settling Zhou Shanglian in, Zhang Bing knew it was time to deal with Black Panther's crew once and for all. Before releasing Black Panther, he had read the man's intentions and knew he would seek revenge. When dealing with such ruthless characters, the most direct approach was to eliminate the threat once and for all, crushing them with overwhelming force until they tasted utter despair. Moreover, he had sensed that Black Panther would order his men to severely beat Wang Guoqing but not to actually break his legs. If they were truly crippled, they wouldn't be able to repay their debts. Still, a brutal beating was inevitable. Zhang Bing didn't object to this. Though Wang Guoqing had been set up, he was undeniably scum, not a real man. A good beating would teach him a lesson. Sure enough, Wang Wolan hurried out of the hospital room. Mr. Zhang, something's happened to my dad. He was captured by Black Panther's men at the casino. Though Wang Wolan deeply despised Wang Guoqing, he was still her father, and her concern was palpable. Zhang Bing nodded. Don't worry. Your father won't be in mortal danger, nor will he lose any limbs. But a brutal beating is inevitable. Hearing this, Wang Wolan suddenly felt relieved. Her thoughts aligned with Zhang Bing's. Her father deserved a painful lesson. Over the past few years, nearly every penny she'd earned had been gambled away, except for what she'd spent on her own image. In the end, even the money meant for her mother's medical treatment had been gambled away, and every slightly valuable item in the house had been sold off. She had already helped Wang Guoqing pay off a significant portion of his gambling debts, yet he still owed a full 3 million yuan. Then let him rot. Serves him right, Wang Roland declared angrily.
Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue exchanged a knowing smile before saying, "You can ignore your father, but the interest on that 50,000 yuan debt that ballooned to 3 million including dealing with Black Panther and his crew still needs handling. Otherwise, once we return to the Capital Arts School, they'll definitely come after your mom." Zhang Bing voiced exactly Wang Roland's fear. Black Panther's crew were capable of anything, utterly devoid of humanity. "Let's go. We'll check out the casino and settle this once and for all," Zhang Bing said with a smile. At that moment, inside an underground casino in Huangzhou. As expected, Wang Guoqing had already lost the 200,000 yuan he'd just received and was being held captive by Black Panther and his men. Having just been beaten up by Zhang Bing at his home, Black Panther was looking for an outlet for his anger. He ordered his men to pin Wang Guoqing to the floor and beat him mercilessly. The beating left Wang Guoqing begging for mercy, swearing he would repay the money. "Stop hitting me, please stop, boss. I'll pay you back, I swear I will." Wang Guoqing knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Damn it, you took 200,000 and won't pay it back? Beat him senseless for me." Black Panther touched his swollen cheek, recalling the scene of Zhang Bing's brutal beating, and his rage boiled over. But whenever he thought of the two beauties, Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland, his perverted desires flared up. "Wang Guoqing, I'll give you a way out. Let your daughter and her classmate entertain me, and I'll give you more time. Otherwise, today break his legs or arms? You choose." Chapter 85, Cleaning House. "No, boss. Let's talk this out." "No, I promise I'll pay you back, I swear I will." Wang Guoqing was thoroughly shaken and immediately begged for mercy. "Useless piece of trash. 3 million principal and interest. Do you think you can pay that back? I'll tell you this, I'll use your daughter to settle the debt. You get what I mean?" Black Panther's face twisted with greed. He already had a plan in mind. His backer was a big shot in Huangzhou, also his brother-in-law. If he could make stunning beauties like Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland his women to play with himself and then offer them to other big shots, that would propel his future advancement in Huangzhou to new heights. No, boss. My daughter's boss, that Zhang guy, is loaded. That 200,000 was his gift to me." "Shut up." Black Panther kicked him hard, snarling, "I don't need the money, but your daughter and her classmate are indeed quite attractive. Here's the deal, hand over your daughter to me, and I'll forgive the entire 3 million. Hearing this, the last shred of conscience Wang Guoqing had clung to vanished instantly. Just then, Zhang Bing arrived at the casino with Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland. Though it was an underground casino, Zhang Bing had read Black Panther's intentions and moved with practiced ease. The moment the three entered, Black Panther's henchmen recognized them and rushed in to report. "Boss, that kid just brought those two beauties in." Black Panther sprang to his feet as if injected with adrenaline. "Great. He dares to show his face again? Fine." He then waved his hand and ordered, "Tell all the brothers to grab their weapons. Cripple the guy, but keep an eye on those two women, don't scratch a hair on their heads." Soon, Black Panther stormed out of the inner rooms with a large group of men, their presence intimidating. Zhang Bing was currently in the main hall with Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland. Though this casino wasn't exactly luxurious, it was certainly massive. Prostitution, gambling, drugs. Prostitution was tolerable, but gambling and drugs were truly destructive. At best, they ruined lives, at worst, they destroyed families. Wang Guoqing was the perfect example. Seeing Black Panther charging toward them with his men, Zhang Bing remained completely unfazed. With his mastery of ancient martial arts, dealing with this group would be a breeze. He had brought two women along precisely because he was utterly confident in his abilities. Wang Guoqing, beaten half to death, was dragged out by others. Seeing Wang Guoqing's pitiful state, Wang Roland couldn't help but sigh. "You piece of trash, you've got some nerve. I was looking for you, and now you come right to me." Black Panther gritted his teeth, standing at the back of the crowd. Having witnessed Zhang Bing's skills firsthand at Wang Roland's home, he was extra cautious this time. Zhang Bing sneered coldly, then leaped onto the gambling table and bellowed, "Everyone out now." Many gamblers looked dumbfounded, glancing between Zhang Bing and Black Panther's group. Instantly, they all understood. The gamblers stopped playing and began retreating toward the door. "You hit me, then show up here to wreck the place? If I let you walk out of here today, I'd be wasting all these years I've spent as Black Panther." Black Panther bellowed, then waved his massive hand. Instantly, his henchmen swarmed forward. Zhang Bing remained unflustered, leaping down from the gambling table and positioning himself firmly in front of Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland. Then, gripping the heavy table with one hand, he gave it a violent heave. The table, worth nearly 1,000 taels of gold, crashed down onto the charging thugs. Such a scene could only be seen on TV. Everyone was stunned. In an instant, the table crashed down on over a dozen attackers, pinning them to the ground. The thugs had never witnessed anything like this. Panic-stricken, they all let out agonized screams. Zhang Bing walked step by step toward the table, stepping onto it as it pinned over a dozen thugs beneath it. Black Panther swallowed hard, realizing his mistake.
He never imagined Zhang Bing could be so fierce, flipping a 1,000-pound gambling table with one hand. That was outrageous. Black Panther, is that you? I'm giving you two choices. First, turn over a new leaf, shut down the gambling den, and all debts to Wang Guoqing will be forgiven. Live an honest life. Second, I'll make you regret being human for the rest of your life, locked up to work on a sewing machine until you're old. Black Panther, though wary of Zhang Bing's terrifying power, was not afraid. He had powerful connections. His brother-in-law held immense influence in Huangzhou. Otherwise, how could he dare run a gambling den? You've got guts. Black Panther salutes you. But with just one phone call from me, no matter how strong or skilled you are, it won't matter. Black Panther took a few steps back, his voice laced with intimidation. Is that so? Zhang Bing knew Black Panther was starting to call in favors. When it came to connections, forget Black Panther. Even across all of Shangnan, or even the capital, few could match his own. Fine. Today I'll make sure you die with clarity. Go ahead and call your backers. I'll be waiting. Zhang Bing stood on the gambling table, his voice cold. Black Panther didn't hesitate, immediately starting to make calls. Meanwhile, Wang Guoqing's face had turned purple with fear. He immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Black Panther, boss, this has nothing to do with me. Really, it doesn't. Dad, you're such an embarrassment. Seeing her father like this, Wang Wolin felt no pity, only disgust. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue felt helpless. As outsiders, there were certain things they couldn't say or do. Shut up, you brat. Black Panther just said that if you two keep him company, he'll forgive all my gambling debts. It's all your boss's fault. Wang Guoqing scolded reproachfully. Wang Wolin clenched her fists in fury and snapped, You're a beast. What kind of father in the world acts like this? What do you know? Wang Guoqing bellowed. One call from Big Black Panther and your boss is finished. What good is fighting? Who in Huangzhou doesn't know Black Panther's connections? What do you know? By now, a crowd of gamblers had gathered at the doorway to watch the spectacle. Black Panther's connections were well known in the underworld, which was precisely why this underground casino had operated openly for years without incident. Zhang Bing, a young man who looked barely 20, dared to storm the place with two beautiful women in tow. Though Zhang Bing had just overturned the gambling table with one hand in a spectacular display of force, it meant nothing in the face of the Big Shot's power. The Big Shots only needed to make one phone call, utter one sentence, and fabricate any charge they wanted. The charges would pile up faster than a sewing machine could stitch. Black Panther had finished his call by now. He watched Zhang Bing warily, fearing the young man might charge at him. Just wait. Someone's coming to deal with you soon. Think you're tough, huh? Want me to spend the rest of my life sewing? Zhang Bing sneered coldly, utterly unconcerned. He sighed inwardly. He'd only come home to transfer his household registration, yet kept running into trouble. He really didn't want to have to seek help from Secretary Bai all the way down south. Though his strength could easily ignore Black Panther, that would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. The best way to address the root cause was to make the other side feel utterly hopeless, to make them understand what it meant to be utterly crushed. Very well. I'll see just how far they'll go. Chapter 86, Small Fry. The more arrogant you are now, the more miserable I'll make you later. After making the distress call, Black Panther felt invincible. He couldn't believe that Zhang Bing, who looked barely 20, could possibly stand up to him in a fight no matter how absurdly strong he seemed. Zhang Bing just sneered coldly, utterly unfazed. Inside the casino, a crowd began to jeer, mocking Zhang Bing for being a reckless young fool who didn't know his own strength. About 10 minutes later, a squad of police officers arrived outside the casino, swiftly surrounding the entire building. Seeing the police arrive, Black Panther remained completely unfazed. This underground casino wasn't exactly a secret. The police knew all about it. They usually turned a blind eye as long as things didn't get too out of hand. Besides, they knew better than to mess with Black Panther's brother-in-law, Captain Xiao. As the police officers stormed in, Black Panther finally exhaled in relief, greeting the leader with familiar ease. The leader, Xiao Han, was a major figure in Huangzhou and privately considered Black Panther a brother. Black Panther, what's going on here? Xiao Han glanced around the gambling den. Though not blatant, chips were still scattered on the floor, and numerous gamblers were watching the spectacle unfold. Xiao, you know me, I run a legitimate operation. This kid came to cause trouble and even injured our brothers. Black Panther turned the tables, pointing the finger squarely at Zhang Bing. Xiao Han glanced at the young Zhang Bing, who stood with one foot planted firmly on a gambling table, pinning down a large group of Black Panther's men beneath him. This left Xiao Han speechless, utterly astonished. Young man, are you the one causing trouble? Xiao Han asked, his gaze fixed on Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing snorted coldly before stepping down from the table. With a casual flick of his wrist, he flipped the 1,000-pound gambling table onto its side, releasing the trapped men beneath it. Otherwise, if it had gone on much longer, someone could have ended up dead. What do you mean, causing trouble? Zhang Bing pointed at Black Panther and his crew, his voice sharp. These scoundrels run an illegal gambling den, setting traps to fleece people.
Their crimes are pile high.
I'm just here to deliver justice.
Seeing Zhang Bing effortlessly flip the 1,000-pound table, Xiao Han and his squad of patrol officers were utterly stunned.
What kind of strength was that?
But awe aside, they held guns. Their authority was absolute.
Even dragons must coil, and tigers must lie low.
You're young, yet you talk big.
Who do you think you are to take the law into your own hands? Come with us for questioning. Xiao Han, looking thoroughly displeased, barked the order. Why are you arresting us?
Lin Hanxue stepped forward without hesitation.
Isn't running a gambling den and lending at exorbitant rates illegal? Shouldn't they be the ones getting arrested? Xiao Han glanced at Lin Hanxue and was instantly struck by her breathtaking beauty.
As the captain of the police squad, he had never seen such a stunning woman before. Young lady, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want.
Understand?
You need evidence to back up your claims.
You say they're running a gambling den and lending at usurious rates. Do you have proof?
Humph, Lin Hanxue retorted indignantly. The floor is littered with chips, there are gambling tables everywhere, and look at all these gamblers. Isn't that proof enough? That Mr. Wang borrowed 50,000 yuan and rolled it into 3 million in 2 months.
Does such a thing even exist in this world?
Hearing Lin Hanxue's words, Black Panther immediately pointed angrily, threatening, "You little brat, stop slandering my reputation. This is just a group of friends playing at my place. It's not gambling. As for you saying I borrowed 50 grand from that good-for-nothing Wang Guoqing and turned it into 3 million in 3 months, go ask Wang Guoqing if that's true." As he spoke, Black Panther shot a warning glance at the gathered gamblers and the nearby Wang Guoqing, his eyes brimming with implied threats. These gamblers were all regulars here. They knew Black Panther's strength and background well. Xiao Han bringing the police was just going through the motions. And from his attitude and tone, anyone could tell he was clearly siding with Black Panther. Chief Xiao, this kid and the beauty are spouting nonsense.
We're all Black Panther's friends, just hanging out and having fun.
Yeah, calling us gamblers is laughable.
If we were really gambling, would we still be standing here watching the show after seeing your constabulary show up?
One by one, the gamblers began speaking up for Black Panther.
Wang Guoqing was even more direct, stepping forward to protest. Captain Xiao, that's not true. Absolutely not. Black Panther is a good man. How could he possibly be a loan shark? Hearing Black Panther called a good man, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh.
Still, appearances must be maintained. He feigned concern, turning to Wang Guoqing and asking, "You're Wang Guoqing, right?
What happened to you?" "Captain Xiao, I fell down by accident."
"Captain Xiao, please don't accuse brother Black Panther unfairly. This Mr. Zhang, my daughter, and that girl, they're all students who don't know any better.
They're just talking nonsense here."
"Alright, I'll handle this impartially myself." Xiao Han nodded, then turned his gaze to Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruo.
"All three of you heard and saw everything. What more is there to say?"
Lin Hanxue and Wang Ruolin, being girls, couldn't stand this blatant distortion of right and wrong. The plaintiff tried to argue further but was cut off by the police station. Zhang Bing had already used mind reading to understand Black Panther's background. Everything happening now was to be expected. He showed no fear, sneering, "Looks like you're all in cahoots.
Can't tell right from wrong? Nice. Impressive. What did you say, kid?"
Xiao Han caught the sarcasm in Zhang Bing's tone and issued a direct warning. "For that remark alone, I can have you detained immediately."
"Got it? I'm so scared."
Zhang Bing shrugged indifferently.
"You little bastard. You dare act so cocky in front of Captain Xiao? Think you're tough? Come on, try it."
With Xiao Han and his patrol bureau crew present, Black Panther grew as brazen as he could manage. "Captain Xiao, this punk thinks he's hot stuff. You saw it yourself. He wrecked my place and injured so many of my brothers.
We need to crack down hard on this." Xiao Han nodded, then his men immediately began apprehending Zhang Bing. "What do you think you're doing? Do you have any regard for the law?" Lin Hanxue and Wang Ruolin stepped forward together, angrily rebuking Xiao Han and his group from the patrol bureau. "Hanxue, senior, ignore them."
Zhang Bing was confident.
He knew full well that Xiao Han was just a small fry.
The real power behind Black Panther was his brother-in-law.
Only by getting a hold of his brother-in-law could they truly intimidate Black Panther and his crew.
"Today, I'll see for myself whether this world still has any sense of right and wrong."
Xiao Han sneered coldly.
Seeing Zhang Bing was just a student, he dismissed his ideas as naive. "Kid," he sneered, "save your talk for the police station. For now, just come with us quietly." But just then, a sedan pulled up outside the casino. Several middle-aged men leaped out swiftly, escorting an elderly gentleman.
Chapter 87, This is a divine healer. Stop.
The old man's voice boomed, clearly indicating his high status and influence.
Accompanied by the middle-aged men, the elders strode directly into the casino.
Black Panther, Xiao Han, and the others didn't recognize the old man, but judging by his extraordinary bearing and the number of people accompanying him, he was clearly no ordinary figure.
"Who are you?" Xiao Han asked. Black Panther was far more abrupt than Xiao Han, bellowing, "Who the hell are you? Another nosy busybody? Watch your tone."
One of the middle-aged men beside the old man was clearly displeased with Black Panther's attitude.
"This is Chen Guizhong, the director of Huangzhou First Hospital." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent with respect. Huangzhou First Hospital was the finest tertiary hospital in the region. To hold the position of director, one must possess considerable social standing and influence. "So it's you, old Chen. It's you, Mr. Chen.
We've long admired your reputation." Upon learning the old man's identity, Xiao Han and Black Panther's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly polite and respectful. After all, Huangzhou's social circle was small enough that, barring extraordinary circumstances, it was wise for everyone to avoid antagonizing one another. Chen Guizhong, however, remained reasonably courteous, offering a polite nod to both Xiao Han and Black Panther. His gaze then swept across the casino hall, locking onto Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin.
"May I ask which of you is Mr. Zhang Bing?" Chen Guizhong inquired. "That would be me," Zhang Bing responded, politely inquiring, "Director Chen, did you need me?" Chen Guizhong nodded, staring at Zhang Bing with utter disbelief. So young. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Chen Guizhong raved with praise, muttering to himself, leaving the others utterly baffled. After all this time, the esteemed president of the first hospital suddenly shows up. Is he here to see Zhang Bing?
Zhang Bing was also somewhat surprised, though he didn't bother using his mind-reading ability. It wasn't necessary. Anyone could see Chen Guizhong came with goodwill, not ill intent.
"Divine healer. Master Zhang. Please accept this humble bow from an old man."
With that, Chen Guizhong suddenly clasped his hands together, preparing to bow to Zhang Bing. The scene stunned everyone present. Even Zhang Bing himself was somewhat taken aback, though he had a hunch about what was happening. Most likely, while at the Wang residence, he had used ancient medical techniques to treat Zhou Shanglian before sending her to the hospital.
Chen Guizhong must have noticed something amiss.
After learning the details from Zhou Shanglian, he had rushed straight to find him. It must be his extraordinary medical skills that had astonished this old man.
"Director Chen, what is this? What kind of miracle doctor is this kid?"
"He's just a student, though he does have some skills,"
Black Panther and Xiao Han remarked with disdain. "To call a student a divine healer? That's truly hard to believe. What do you know?" Chen Guizhong snapped. "Master Zhang's medical skills surpass even my own understanding. How could mere mortals like you comprehend such things? Old Chen, could you be mistaken?" Xiao Han remained skeptical. Chen Guizhong shook his head, dismissing the possibility.
Just as Zhang Bing had suspected, while treating Zhou Shanglian, he discovered she had already been treated by a master practitioner. The technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Shocked, he inquired, and learned it was Zhang Bing's doing. It was only through his connections that he had managed to track down the casino.
"Master Chen, you flatter me."
"It was merely a trifling skill, hardly worth mentioning," Zhang Bing said modestly.
"But old Chen, has Aunt Zhou's condition improved?" Chen Guizhong nodded. "Rest assured, Master Zhang.
After your treatment, Miss Zhou has actually improved significantly. Before coming here, we arranged for a specialist consultation. There are no major concerns."
Hearing this, Lin Hanxue and Wang Ruolin finally understood.
Xiao Han and Black Panther found it hard to believe, but hearing Chen Guizhong say this, they could basically conclude it must be true. Chen Guizhong paused, glancing at the chaotic scene before him. His eyes then shifted to the police officers surrounding Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin. His seasoned experience told him exactly what had transpired.
"May I ask, are you here to arrest Dr. Zhang?"
Xiao Han nodded and explained, "Director Chen, Zhang Bing falsely accused Black Panther, assaulted multiple people, and caused damage to this establishment.
Following standard procedure, we need to take him in for questioning."
"Yes, Director Chen. Though I don't know why you call him Divine Doctor, this kid's no saint," Black Panther added.
"Ha!" Chen Guizhong let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. "Do you think I'm blind? This place is clearly a gambling den. And your name, Black Panther, who in Huangzhou doesn't know it? How dare you say Dr. Zhang is no good?" Black Panther's face darkened at Chen Guizhong's barb.
Already swollen from Zhang Bing's beating, he now looked absurdly grotesque. "Director Chen, even with your esteemed reputation, accusations require evidence. Though I wish to avoid offending you, I hold no fear. Inspector Xiao from the police bureau is here, and so many witnesses just testified."
"You're calling this a gambling den? Director Chen, you can't just make such accusations."
"Quite right," Xiao Han added politely. "Dr. Chen comes from the medical field. Matters like this aren't his area of expertise. If you know this man, rest assured our bureau handles matters strictly by procedure, demanding evidence. We won't wrong an innocent soul, nor let a criminal go free."
Chen Guizhong sneered repeatedly, cutting short the small talk. "We all know what you've been up to. Enough is enough.
Today, I intend to protect Dr. Zhang.
Will you grant me this favor?" Zhang Bing was taken aback by Chen Guizhong's unexpected decisiveness. They weren't even acquainted, yet because of his exceptional medical skills, he directly offended Black Panther and Xiao Han's crew, who were now forcefully demanding his protection. Though he didn't actually need Chen Guozhong's protection, the old man's actions earned Zhang Bing a deep respect for him. Xiao Han now found himself in a difficult position. He truly didn't want to offend Chen Guozhong, whose standing in Huangzhou far surpassed his own. But his relationship with Black Panther was what it was, and Black Panther's connections were even stronger. Therefore, the outcome now hinged entirely on Black Panther's stance. Dean Chen, we've always kept to our own paths. I, Black Panther, have always respected you. Isn't it inappropriate for you to suddenly interfere like this? Nothing is inappropriate. Just tell me whether you'll grant this old man the courtesy. Chen Guozhong demanded forcefully. Black Panther fell deep in thought. But then he recalled the scene of himself getting brutally beaten by Zhang Bing, and how many people had witnessed it today. If he didn't make an example of Zhang Bing now, what credibility would he have left if word got out? Since you put it that way, Dean Chen, if you won't give Black Panther face, don't blame me for not giving you face in return. Chapter 88, The Big Boss's Brother-in-Law. Black Panther, are you really going to do this? Chen Guozhong was also displeased. He knew Black Panther had powerful connections. He assumed his status would at least earn Black Panther's deference, but the latter's stubbornness caught him off guard. Director Chen, I've already given you face. For any other matter, I, Black Panther, wouldn't hesitate for a second. But this little bastard? No deal. Chen Guozhong's face instantly darkened, feeling thoroughly humiliated. Director Chen, thank you for standing up for me. But it's fine, I believe I can handle this matter myself. Seeing Chen Guozhong's discomfort, Zhang Bing promptly stepped forward. He knew Chen Guozhong coveted his ancient medical skills and sought to build rapport. But clearly, Black Panther's backer was formidable. Even Chen Guozhong seemed unable to provoke them. You're Zhang Bing, right? Black Panther glared at him menacingly. No one can save you. If you dare oppose me, you'll regret it before you know it. Is that so? Zhang Bing retorted sarcastically. You're just relying on your brother-in-law. I'll see what he can do to me. Black Panther snorted coldly, cutting off further words, and gave Xiao Han a meaningful glance. Xiao Han understood instantly and stepped forward. Enough, he said. Take this to the police station. As he spoke, the constabulary officers moved in to forcibly escort Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Rolin away. Slow down. Chen Guozhong still wouldn't give up. He shouted once more, but seeing Black Panther wouldn't give him face, he had no choice but to tell Xiao Han. You're the captain of the police station, don't you really have any idea what's going on? Such blatant abuse of power and favoritism, I, Chen Guozhong, will report your conduct to higher authorities. If anyone else had reported this, Xiao Han wouldn't have given it a second thought. But if Chen Guozhong reported it, the higher-ups would certainly take notice. Unlike Black Panther, Xiao Han had no such reservations. Principal Chen, why bother? I'm merely following procedure. Don't try to fool me with your so-called procedures. You know full well what they amount to. I advise you not to aid certain individuals in their reckless actions. When the reckoning comes, you'll be nothing more than a disposable pawn. Chen Guozhong's words were undeniably correct, and Xiao Han knew it well. Seeing Xiao Han hesitate, Black Panther immediately interjected, Captain Xiao, why are you getting involved with him? Chen Guozhong, I give you face by calling you Old Chen, the Dean. Without that courtesy, you're just a stubborn old fool who doesn't know when to quit. Mind your own business and you'll live longer. Do you really think Black Panther fears you? Lawless. Chen Guozhong's temper flared completely. He roared angrily, I know your brother-in-law is Secretary Zhao, but I refuse to believe Secretary Zhao can control everything in Huangzhou with just one hand. If you intend to take away Dr. Zhang and his team today, you'll have to take me along too. Otherwise, this matter ends here. Hearing Chen Guozhong's unyielding words, even Zhang Bing felt embarrassed. If he didn't teach Chen Guozhong some ancient medical techniques later, it just wouldn't be right. Chen Guozhong, you old fool, are you determined to oppose me over this kid? Fine, just you wait. With that, Black Panther reached for his phone, ready to call his brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, to intervene. Black Panther, don't be impulsive. Xiao Han, much calmer, quickly interjected, Secretary Zhao is in a meeting right now. Chen Guozhong, unfazed, retorted angrily, go ahead and notify Secretary Zhao if you dare. I refuse to believe anyone could twist black into white and cover up the truth with a single hand in broad daylight. You old bastard. Black Panther's rage boiled over. Black Panther, just let it go. Today, let's give President Chen the courtesy. Xiao Han pleaded earnestly. Black Panther gritted his teeth, staring at Chen Guozhong's righteous expression. In the end, he put away his phone and didn't make that call. Seeing this, Chen Guozhong gave a cold snort before turning to Zhang Bing with a friendly tone, Master Zhang, let's go. Rest assured, I detest such schemes. I'll ensure your safety. Zhang Bing politely thanked him and nodded. Though he didn't need Chen Guozhong's protection. But avoiding the use of connections in the capital whenever possible was always best. Thank you, Director Chen. Ha, it's nothing. Let's go. Chen Guozhang was already eager to learn more about the ancient medical techniques Zhang Bing had demonstrated.
Zhang Bing nodded and then said, Dean Chen, there's still a minor matter to resolve.
He glanced at Wang Roland, then at the badly beaten Wang Guoqing.
If they all left together, Wang Guoqing might very well be beaten to death.
Mr. Wang, would you like to come with us? Wang Guoqing desperately wanted to go, but he feared Black Panther's retaliation. Dad, can't you act like a man? Mr. Zhang is willing to help you, what are you afraid of? Wang Roland couldn't stand her father's cowardice and shouted angrily. Mr. Wang, you have nothing to fear.
We Dean Chen, and even the police can all vouch for you. You don't owe Black Panther any money, Zhang Bing reminded him.
Wang Guoqing suddenly had an idea. That was true.
Earlier, Black Panther had publicly declared he didn't deal in usury.
With that thought, Wang Guoqing didn't hesitate any longer.
He scrambled to his feet and hurried toward Zhang Bing and the others. Seeing this, Black Panther could only swallow his anger, unable to say anything. He resolved to ask his brother-in-law to intervene later. Soon, the group left the casino.
Damn it, that old bastard Chen Guozhang doesn't know a good thing when he sees it.
Black Panther seethed with rage, cursing under his breath.
Xiao Han sighed and said, Black Panther, Chen Guozhang is the director of Huangzhou's top hospital. He's got plenty of connections. Unless Secretary Zhao steps in, we won't be able to handle this. I know. Black Panther was deeply dissatisfied. Alright then. You clean up this place quickly. Destroy what needs to be destroyed. And it's best to shut down for a few days. Don't give people anything to gossip about. Xiao Han gave a reminder before leaving with the patrol squad. Meanwhile, the group boarded Chen Guozhang's SUV and headed straight for Huangzhou First Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen Guozhang personally escorted them to Zhou Shanglian's ward. Sure enough, Zhou Shanglian looked much better, almost like a different person compared to before they arrived. Mr. Zhang, Roland, Director Chen, Zhou Shanglian greeted them as she rose. Seeing her husband, Wang Guoqing, covered in bruises and battered, her mood instantly soured. Mr. Wang, as Roland's father, there are things we juniors shouldn't be saying. But I must say this, I urge you to turn over a new leaf. Give up gambling and stop chasing losses. As for Black Panther, I'll handle him completely. But if you persist in this behavior, I'll personally send you to prison to work on the sewing machine until you change. After saying this, Zhang Bing signaled Wang Roland, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Guoqing to stay in the ward. He and Chen Guozhang then exited, heading toward Chen's office as hospital director. Chapter 89, One phone call solves it. Dr. Zhang, please, have a seat. Chen Guozhang was exceedingly courteous and respectful, hastily inviting Zhang Bing to sit down before personally brewing tea. Zhang Bing smiled and said, Director Chen, there's no need for such formality. He knew exactly what Chen Guozhang was thinking. Upon entering, his spirit animal, Jiao, had already discreetly used mind reading to discern the dean's thoughts. The old man was genuinely decent, upright and principled. He earned his position as director through sheer professional excellence, with just a touch of luck. His decision to confront Black Panther and assist in the pursuit stemmed partly from valuing Zhang Bing's talent, but also from a genuine desire to understand and learn the treatment techniques used on Zhou Shanglian. Chen Guozhang chuckled, making no attempt to hide his admiration. Dr. Zhang, to be honest, the treatment you administered to Ms. Zhou is unprecedented in the modern medical world. Truly astonishing. Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly. This ancient medical technique gifted by the system had extraordinary origins, making it exceptionally rare worldwide. Master Physician Zhang, if you're willing, I'd like to apprentice under you. Would that be possible? Chen Guozhang was direct and respectful. Not at all, Director Chen. That would be completely inappropriate. Zhang Bing hastily declined. You are the director of a top-tier hospital, a man of high moral standing and esteem. How could you possibly take a student like me as your master? Chen Guozhang didn't seem bothered. Specialization is the essence of craftsmanship, and understanding truth knows no hierarchy of seniority, he explained. Divine Physician Zhang, though young, your medical skill is unmatched. Becoming your disciple is entirely appropriate. Dean Chen, this is absolutely out of the question. Zhang Bing still refused. Having a venerable old dean take him as a disciple felt deeply awkward to him. I can teach you medical skills, and we can exchange knowledge freely, but there's truly no need for formal apprenticeship. Rest assured, Director Chen. I won't hold anything back. Hearing this, Chen Guozhang finally abandoned his idea of becoming a disciple, though he continued to gaze at Zhang Bing with eager eyes. Zhang Bing sighed and said, well, since we have nothing else to do, let's begin. Meanwhile, after enduring the relentless attacks from Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland, Wang Guoqing bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. He apologized to Zhou Shanglian, to Wang Roland, and to his family. Enough. No more words. I hope you truly reform, Wang Roland said with emotion. If you hadn't gambled away every penny, my mother's illness would have been cured long ago. Wang Guoqing remained silent, as Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland briefly discussed Zhang Bing's capabilities. He was certain Zhang Bing could completely resolve the Black Panther issue, so his mind eased considerably. Plus, he just witnessed Chen Guozhong treating Zhang Bing with genuine warmth and courtesy. Chen Guozhong was a big shot by ordinary standards. By evening, Zhang Bing and Chen Guozhong emerged from the office. Chen Guozhong wore a broad smile, clearly having gained much from his meeting with Zhang Bing. He then insisted on arranging a dinner table to host Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Roland. Naturally, despite disdaining Wang Wuqing's actions, Chen Guozhong honored Zhang Bing's presence by including him in the invitation. Despite his age, Chen Guozhong was a generous and magnanimous man. He immediately offered to personally arrange for Zhou Xianglian's hospitalization. He also stated that if Wang Wuqing truly reformed himself, he could recommend him for a security guard position at the hospital. Regarding the Black Panther incident, Chen Guozhong reiterated his commitment. He would spare no effort, but also hinted at the powerful figure behind Black Panther's secretary Zhao, his brother-in-law. This Zhao secretary was indeed a top-tier figure in Huangzhou, the kind whose word alone could put countless people out of work. Black Panther was also notorious in Huangzhou, though in the eyes of high society, he was considered beneath contempt. Yet everyone had to give face to Secretary Zhao, making Black Panther virtually untouchable. Zhang Bing repeatedly expressed his gratitude, insisting it was no trouble, but he couldn't resist Chen Guozhong's enthusiasm. After the meal, Chen Guozhong announced he would pick Zhang Bing up early the next morning to introduce him to someone. If this person could step forward, Secretary Zhao, Black Panther's brother-in-law, would also give face, and then this matter could be completely put to rest. After a moment's thought, Zhang Bing did not refuse but agreed. He didn't want to involve connections in the capital, resolving it in Huangzhou would be best. Early the next morning, Chen Guozhong arrived with his driver to pick up Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue had already gotten up and packed their things, then got into the car. "Director Chen, I wonder which important figure you'll be introducing us to?" Zhang Bing asked after getting in the car. Chen Guozhong sighed and said, "This man is Huangzhou's wealthiest citizen. He's quite renowned throughout southern Hunan and has an extensive network of connections. If he's willing to step in, Secretary Zhao should still give him face. The wealthiest man in Huangzhou." Zhang Bing smirked inwardly. No matter how wealthy this tycoon was, could he really compare to himself? Still, he put on a show of interest after all. It wouldn't do to reject Chen Guozhong's goodwill. About 20 minutes later, the group arrived at a villa district in Huangzhou. Chen Guozhong then led Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue straight toward the villa furthest inside the complex. As soon as they reached the villa entrance, they were stopped by a servant. "May I ask who you're here to see?" the maid inquired. Chen Guozhong politely replied, "Please announce our arrival." "We're here to see Mr. Yu." "I'm Chen Guozhong." The maid clearly wasn't impressed. "Mr. Yu doesn't receive just anyone." "Did you make an appointment?" she said. "Without an appointment, Mr. Yu won't see anyone." "I made an appointment with Mr. Yu last night." "What's going on?" Chen Guozhong said loudly. "Then how come I'm not aware of it?" "I'm sorry, I haven't received any notification from Mr. Yu. I can't let you in." The butler remained stubbornly unyielding, his attitude brimming with arrogance. Zhang Bing instantly discerned the servant's thoughts through mind reading. It turned out this was deliberately orchestrated by Huangzhou's wealthiest man, Yu Guang, to intimidate Chen Guozhong and send him a warning. Clearly, this wealthiest man of Huangzhou had no desire to wade into murky waters, much less risk offending Huangzhou's powerful figure, Secretary Zhao. But Chen Guozhong was already fired up and about to pull out his phone to contact Yu Guang. "Director Chen, wait a moment." Zhang Bing hurriedly interceded. "Why not just drop it? Let's not trouble Mr. Yu." Chen Guozhong shook his head and sighed. "Seems he deliberately doesn't want to see us. But there's no other way. Among my contacts, only Yu Guang has the clout to get Secretary Zhao to give us face." "Forget it, Director Chen." Zhang Bing couldn't bear to watch any longer. "It's fine, Dr. Zhang. Since we've come all this way early in the morning, I'm determined to see what Yu Guang has to say." Chen Guozhong was stubborn. He pulled out his phone and dialed Yu Guang's number. The call didn't go through, but just then, a refined, obviously wealthy middle-aged man emerged from the villa, none other than Huangzhou's wealthiest man, Yu Guang. Chapter 90, Humiliation. "Dean Chen, my apologies. Last night's social engagements kept me occupied. Quick, please come in." Yu Guang wore a smile, but anyone could see it was merely polite small talk between adults. Business engagements, nothing more than an excuse he couldn't refuse. Of course, Chen Guozhong didn't call him out directly. Instead, he took the opportunity to smile and say, "It's fine, Mr. Yu. As Huangzhou's wealthiest man, your business must be hectic. It's only natural. As long as Dean Chen understands. Don't stand outside, come in and let's talk." Yu Guang spoke, still maintaining a polite facade as he ushered Chen Guozhong, Zhang Bing, and Lin Hanxue inside. The villa was lavishly decorated, with everything from the food to the furnishings being expensive. Of course, Lin Hanxue, having grown up in privilege, felt nothing unusual about it. As for Zhang Bing, he had long since lost any sense of such things. After all, 50 billion yuan in cash still sat untouched in his account. Plus, he possessed 3 extraordinary abilities: ancient martial arts, ancient medical techniques, and mind reading. Money was nothing more than a string of numbers to him. The wealthiest man in Huangzhou was worth no more than 30 to 50 billion, at most barely a fraction of his Tianlong Grand Hotel. So while Yu Guang could strut around and show off in front of anyone else, trying to flaunt his wealth in front of Lin was nothing but an invitation to embarrass himself. "No need for formalities, Mr. Yu. I've come to ask for your assistance with a matter," Chen Guozhong stated bluntly, cutting straight to the point. Yu Guang smiled. "What is it?" "Director Chen, tell me. If it's within my power, I'll certainly help." "All right." Chen Guozhong cut straight to the point. "This Zhang Bing the divine doctor has some issues with Black Panther. Now Black Panther is refusing to let it go. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Yu, to step in and make an intervention." Truthfully, even without Chen Guozhong mentioning it, Yu Guang, given his standing, already knew exactly what this matter concerned. "This matter," Yu Guang chuckled. "I heard about it yesterday. Black Panther's crew isn't easy to deal with, Director Chen. Mr. Yu, no matter what, Black Panther should give you face, right?" Chen Guozhong said. Yu Guang's smile was forced, maintaining a veneer of cheer throughout, yet it looked utterly insincere. "Dean Chen, I'm sure you know who's backing Black Panther," Chen Guozhong pressed. "It's none other than Secretary Zhao. Even Secretary Zhao would have to give Mr. Yu some face, wouldn't he?" Yu Guang chuckled. "Dean Chen, you flatter me too much. Secretary Zhao is a figure of great stature, while I'm merely a businessman." Chen Guozhong knew Yu Guang was deflecting. Given his influence, Secretary Zhao would certainly show him respect. To protect Zhang Bing, Chen Guozhong was truly prepared to go all out. "Mr. Yu, I've always been straightforward. Forgive my bluntness, but when your father came for treatment years ago, I took it very seriously." Seeing Chen Guozhong appeal to sentiment, Yu Guang remained unperturbed and gave a subtle signal to his attendant. "Director Chen, I remember well how you treated my father back then. Having built such a large business, I certainly understand the ways of the world." At that moment, a servant arrived carrying a black bag filled entirely with cash. "Director Chen, here is 500,000 yuan. It is my way of thanking you for your efforts in treating my father back then. Please accept it." Chen Guozhong froze, stunned that Yu Guang would be so ungrateful, using 500,000 yuan to humiliate him. He knew full well that money wasn't what he wanted, yet he deliberately instructed his servant to bring 50,000 yuan. "Mr. Yu, though I may not be as wealthy as you, I certainly don't need this amount." Yu Guang maintained his usual smile and said, "Since Director Chen feels 500,000 is too little, fine. I'll add another 500,000. With that, the servant went to fetch more money. This time, Chen Guozhong could no longer contain himself. His voice tinged with irritation, he retorted, "Mr. Yu, if 1,000,000 could resolve this matter, why would I have bothered to trouble you?" Seeing Chen Guozhong's attitude shift, Yu Guang's demeanor changed as well. "Dean Chen," he said, "just name your price. How much do you want?" "Yu Guang, you." Chen Guozhong was genuinely furious. "Enough." Yu Guang, too, began to show impatience. "I'll be frank. If you're short on money, I have plenty to spare. Take 1 or 2 million, you don't have to pay it back. But this Black Panther business involves Secretary Zhao. I can't help you there. Besides, why wade into murky waters? He's such a small fry, is it worth offending Secretary Zhao just to help him?" "Humph." Chen Guozhong snorted coldly. "Yu Guang, if you won't help, then don't. But don't insult an old man like me with your money. And let me tell you this, Master Zhang the divine doctor is my own master." "Ha!" Hearing Chen Guozhong's words, Yu Guang couldn't help but laugh derisively. "Director Chen, while you have wealth, this 1,000,000 is more than enough for your retirement. Take your money and leave. As for your treatment of my father back then, let's never speak of it again. Goodbye." Chen Guozhong was furious, casting a self-reproachful glance at Zhang Bing. He felt ashamed that not only had he failed to help, but he'd also been humiliated. "Director Chen, you should keep this money." It was unclear what Yu Guang was thinking. Chen Guozhong, Zhang Bing, and Lin Hanxue were clearly about to leave. He still insisted on using that 1,000,000 to humiliate him, deliberately adding, "You're nearing retirement. Don't risk tarnishing your legacy over some lowly nobody of dubious origin." The words had barely left his mouth when Zhang Bing, who had remained silent throughout, could no longer contain himself. He stopped and stared at Yu Guang, whose face was frozen in a fake, arrogant smile. "Dean Chen was right. If you won't help, then don't. There's no need to use money to humiliate us. And what do you mean by some lowly nobody of unknown origin?" Yu Guang seemed taken aback, likely not expecting Zhang Bing to be so unyielding. "Hoof. If it weren't for Dean Chen, you wouldn't even have the right to step foot in this villa. Yu Guang, you're going too far. Don't think your money makes you special. Dean Chen, I've already given you plenty of face. Now kindly escort this man out immediately. Don't dirty my floors. You couldn't afford to pay for the damage." Zhang Bing couldn't take it anymore. "Yu Guang, Huangzhou, right? How much is this villa worth?"
Hearing Zhang Bing's contemptuous tone, Yu Guang flinched before sneering, any random floor tile here costs more than you lowlifes could save up for in 10 years of working your asses off without eating or drinking.
Got it? Is that so? Zhang Bing dropped all pretense of politeness, glancing at an antique vase nearby.
He walked straight over, not caring how much the vase was worth. He fell to the ground on the spot, smashed to pieces.
You! What are you doing?
Yu Guang was stunned, then his rage boiled over. That damn vase was worth 30 million.
Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chen Guozhong froze in shock.
He hadn't expected Zhang Bing to pull such a stunt. $1,000,000 wouldn't be a big deal for Chen Guozhong, but 30 million was no small sum for him either. Zhang Bing, however, remained utterly unfazed.
So what? He said calmly. It's broken, so what? It's only 30 million.
I'll pay you back the full amount.
What's the big deal? Chapter 91, The Huangzhou Branch Manager. 30 million? Can you even afford to pay that?
Yu Guang's face twisted with fury.
An antique worth 30 million yuan even as Huangzhou's wealthiest man, the thought made his heart ache.
Chen Guozhong's face had gone pale by now, convinced Zhang Bing couldn't he possibly afford it.
He lowered his head and asked, Yu Guang, is that vase truly worth 30 million?
Humph. Yu Guang retorted coldly.
Is it possible it's fake?
Let me make this clear, Chen Guozhong. You brought this man here. He deliberately smashed my vase. Either pay the full price, or you'll all face the consequences.
Yu Guang, let's discuss this calmly.
There's no need to make things so extreme. Knowing he was in the wrong, Chen Guozhong could only speak humbly. Zhang Bing shook his head, tugging at Chen Guozhong's sleeve.
Old Chen, I appreciate your concern, but it's fine.
If I dare to smash it, I'll pay for it.
Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Yu Guang threatened, fine.
Since you say you'll pay, I'll see what you've got to offer. As he spoke, Yu Guang couldn't help but glance at Lin Hanxue standing beside Zhang Bing. Even as Huangzhou's wealthiest man, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of desire at the sight of Lin Hanxue. If you can't afford to pay, this girl here stays with you. How dare you set your sights on my girlfriend?
Zhang Bing roared.
Then he pulled out the black card issued by the head office of the Capital Bank from his pocket.
Recognize this? Is 30 million enough to cover your damages?
Yu Guang froze for a moment, took Zhang Bing's black card, and glanced at it. Then he sneered, kid, you think you can fool me with some random card?
Zhang Bing froze too.
Back in Tianzhou, it made sense that a roughneck like Zhou Dabiao or a forest shop manager wouldn't recognize it, they were too low class.
But he never expected the wealthiest man in Huangzhou wouldn't recognize a black card. That was truly unexpected.
Ha, Zhang Bing sneered.
And you call yourself Huangzhou's richest man? You don't even recognize the unlimited limit black card from the Beijing Bank headquarters?
I hear this is the black card from the Beijing Bank headquarters, Yu Guang laughed heartily. Then he pulled a pure gold bank card from his pocket and said, kid, you're young, but you sure can talk big.
And you've got some nerve. Take a good look, this is the real gold card from Kyoto Bank. Got it? Solid gold. You've been watching too many novels and TV shows, haven't you?
If you don't pay 30 million in compensation today, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life sewing on a machine, never to see the light of day again. With that, Yu Guang was about to instruct his servants to call the police to arrest him.
Idiot. Zhang Bing sneered. Ignorance is forgivable, but stupidity is an original sin. Whether it's real or fake, just verify it, won't you?
Zhang Bing's face was pure mockery as he urged Yu Guang to verify it directly.
Dr. Zhang.
Chen Guozhong feared the situation would only escalate further, becoming impossible to contain and even more embarrassing. He tried to dissuade him.
Zhang Bing explained, Dean Chen, it's fine.
Just trust me.
You bastard. Fine then, I'll let you die with clarity.
With that, Yu Guang pulled out his phone and made 2 calls. One was to someone at the police station, the other to the president of the Huangzhou branch of the Capital Bank. As the city's wealthiest man, he was naturally a VIP client of the bank and a highly sought-after figure locally. Zhang Bing showed no sign of panic, sitting down with Lin Hanxue. Chen Guozhong, however, looked utterly embarrassed, his face ashen, fearing something terrible was about to happen. He had originally intended to leverage his connections by bringing Zhang Bing to seek Yu Guang's assistance, given that Yu Guang was Huangzhou's wealthiest man. If Yu Guang was truly willing to help, Secretary Zhao would likely give him some face. But he never imagined things would turn out like this. Instead of getting help, he ended up humiliated, now facing the prospect of being sent to prison.
Chen Guozhong felt utterly awkward. He leaned in again and whispered to Yu Guang, do we really have to push this to the absolute limit? If you really need to pay compensation, I have some money here, I can cover it for you first.
Ha! Yu Guang's face twisted into a cold, sarcastic smile.
Got it. Alright, Dean Chen, you're going to pay back 30 million with your life? I've already shown you considerable leniency.
If you want me to let this kid off and spare you, pay me 30 million.
I won't demand a single cent more.
Otherwise, you'll be waiting for the police and bank officials to arrive and verify everything.
Dean Chen, sit down. Really, don't worry. Relax. It's just a mere 30 million. Lin Hanxue calmly interjected, Old Chen, trust Zhang Bing. We may not be wealthy, but 30 million is within our means. Seeing this, Chen Guozhong could only resign himself to waiting. Meanwhile, Yu Guang instructed the villa complex security to guard the perimeter, ensuring Zhang Bing couldn't make a run for it. Time ticked by, and 20 minutes soon passed. Just then, a police vehicle pulled up outside the villa. Several officers stepped out. Surprisingly, the team was led by Xiao Han. Xiao Han smoothed his clothes, looking somewhat nervous, and led his team into the villa. The maid went to greet them inside. As soon as Xiao Han entered, he saw Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue sitting on the sofa. Chen Guozhong shifted restlessly, clearly uncomfortable, while the furious tycoon Yu Guang sat nearby, surrounded by shards of a broken vase on the floor. Mr. Yu, how may I assist you? Xiao Han approached, inquiring with polite respect. That man deliberately smashed my vase worth 30 million yuan. Secure him immediately. If he doesn't compensate me, make sure he rots in prison. Yu Guang roared. Upon hearing Yu Guang's words, Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He silently sighed at how troublesome this Zhang Bing truly was. Yesterday's incident with Black Panther hadn't even been resolved, and today he'd already provoked the wealthiest man, Yu Guang. This time, even Chen Guozhong couldn't protect him at any cost. Understood. Xiao Han nodded and immediately ordered his men to arrest Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing showed no sign of panic, sneering coldly, What do you think you're doing? Kid, Xiao Han said bluntly this time, yesterday's business isn't settled yet, and today you've caused trouble again. Come with us to discuss it. You think I'll just go with you? Zhang Bing retorted. Xiao Han snorted coldly, pointing at the shards of the vase on the floor. Was it you who smashed the antique vase in Mr. Yu's home? So what if I did? Zhang Bing admitted. Then that's settled. Come with us immediately, Xiao Han ordered sternly. I broke it. Did I say I wouldn't pay for it? Zhang Bing retorted. Xiao Han paused, then turned to Yu Guang, waiting for his response. Fine. Yu Guang was equally decisive. This kid just pulled out some card claiming it was an unlimited black card from the head office of Kyoto Bank. I've never seen such a thing. Since that's the case, let him die with clarity. You police officers wait here. I've already notified the bank to send someone for verification. Just as Yu Guang finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared at the door. The man was none other than Qian Dongliang, the president of the Huangzhou branch of the capital bank. Upon entering, Qian Dongliang saw the villa's lobby crowded with people, including officers from the police bureau. He politely inquired to Yu Guang, Mr. Yu, what can I do for you? Yu Guang pointed at Zhang Bing and sneered, This kid claims to have one of your Kyoto Bank black cards. Come on, tell him, does Kyoto Bank even offer unlimited limit black cards? Chapter 92, Slap in the Face. Qian Dongliang froze for a moment, then shot Zhang Bing a scathing look. Seeing that Zhang Bing was just a student, how could he possibly have such connections? Mr. Yu, it's like this, our bank headquarters does indeed have extremely special black cards. But to my knowledge, there are only a handful of those black cards in existence. To qualify for one, the holder must maintain a minimum of 50 billion yuan in current deposits with our bank. Qian Dongliang explained. 50 billion in demand deposits? Not even the wealthiest individual in Huangzhou, let alone the entire province of Shangnan, possessed that kind of wealth. Yu Guang's entire fortune barely reached 50 billion, and even that was stretched thin. Being able to instantly pull out 1 billion in cash flow was already impressive. Hearing Qian Dongliang's explanation, Yu Guang shot a contemptuous glance at Zhang Bing and Chen Guozhong, sneering, Kid, do you have 50 billion in deposits at the capital bank? Mr. Yu, you must be joking. If he had 50 billion in deposits, I'd kneel before him immediately. Xiao Han also sneered from the side. Qian Dongliang chuckled. Mr. Yu, you're flattering him too much. Chen Guozhong's face darkened completely. 50 billion yuan? He couldn't even fathom the scale of that sum. No one would believe a student could have 50 billion in deposits. Only Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue wore cold smiles on their lips. Zhang Bing stood up, glaring at Yu Guang with scorn. The wealthiest man in Huangzhou, he sneered. Come on, tell me loud and clear, did you hear that just now? Does the capital bank actually have black cards? Yu Guang snorted coldly. Earlier, Chen Dongliang had said he genuinely didn't know about the black card. After all, his pure gold card was already the highest tier. But so what? Kid, if you don't compensate me for this 30 million yuan vase today, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. No one will save you. Asshole. Zhang Bing cursed, then pulled out the black card and handed it to Qian Dongliang. You're the head of the Huangzhou branch of Kyoto Bank, right? Tell this idiot loud and clear, is this real or fake? Qian Dongliang took the black card Zhang Bing handed him, half believing, half doubting. Upon closer inspection, his expression abruptly changed as he sensed something was amiss. The texture, material, and craftsmanship feel very genuine. Qian Dongliang muttered to himself after examining it. But to believe that a student could have over 50 billion yuan in deposits and possess a black card from the head office of Kyoto Bank? He found it utterly unbelievable.
Ha!
Yu Guang chuckled, glancing at Xiao Han. Xiao Han understood instantly and said, Zhang Bing, right? You really are audacious. Yesterday you dared to raid Black Panther's turf and injure his men. Today you dare to smash a 30 million yuan vase in Mr. Yu's home and even forge a black card. Looks like you'll be spending the rest of your life sewing. What else are you not afraid to do? Zhang Bing dismissed this with contempt, glancing at the uncertain Chen Dongliang. Finished the verification?
For a branch manager, your skills are pathetic.
Should I call headquarters and report you? Zhang Bing's tone oozed confidence. The card didn't appear counterfeit, but experience told him, how could a student possibly have 50 billion in deposits? Still, to be safe, he pulled out his portable scanner to give it a quick scan. That would confirm it once and for all. As Chen Dongliang scanned the card with his device, all the information appeared on the screen. In that instant, Chen Dongliang's entire body trembled, his hands shaking so violently he could barely hold the device steady. It was real. Chen Dongliang was overcome with terror, gasping in shock. Holding the black card in both hands, he stammered, Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry, so very sorry. It's my incompetence, I failed to recognize it at a glance. Please forgive me. Yu Guang, Xiao Han, and even Chen Guozhang were utterly dumbfounded. It was real. This meant Zhang Bing's deposits exceeded 50 billion. That kind of wealth far surpassed even Yu Guang, the wealthiest man in Huangzhou. Mr. Qian, are you absolutely certain there's no mistake? Yu Guang still couldn't believe it and pressed for confirmation. Qian Dongliang nodded, his composure completely shattered. Holders of such black cards were the most esteemed super VIPs of the head office. A single word from them could send him packing. Globally, any Kyoto Bank branch encountering a black card holder must provide unconditional, round-the-clock service. In other words, if Zhang Bing demanded he offer his own rear end, he'd scrub it clean immediately. Mr. Yu, it's true. Mr. Zhang is a black card holder with deposits exceeding 50 billion yuan at our head office. Chen Dongliang declared in shock. At this, Yu Guang and Xiao Han were utterly dumbfounded, their hearts racing with anxiety. Mr. Zhang, please state your requirements. It would be my honor to serve you, Chen Dongliang pleaded with utmost caution. Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Transfer 30 million yuan to compensate Yu Guang immediately. Understood. Chen Dongliang wasted no time, executing the transfer immediately. Zhang Bing then strode toward Yu Guang, sneering, well? Aren't you Huangzhou's richest man? Didn't you flaunt 1 million yuan to humiliate Dean Chen and us? With just a few coins in your pocket, what are you trying to pull playing the big shot in front of me? Yu Guang's face turned ashen, his heart churning with disgust worse than swallowing. His entire fortune, combined, was worth at most 3 to 5 billion yuan, while Zhang Bing's direct deposits alone exceeded 50 billion. Needless to say, their financial clout was on entirely different levels. Xiao Han was utterly dumbfounded, suddenly realizing why Zhang Bing had dared to raid the Black Panther's turf with such brazen confidence. Over 50 billion in bank deposits? The power behind him was undeniably formidable. And you idiot. Zhang Bing glared at Xiao Han and scolded, as the captain of the patrol bureau, you're bending the law for personal gain. Weren't you going to arrest me? What about that now? Xiao Han dared not utter a word. Such immense wealth was far beyond what a mere police captain like him could afford to provoke. Mr. Qian, transfer 32 million to Yu Guang. Zhang Bing suddenly bellowed, leaving everyone baffled as to his intent. In that instant, Zhang Bing lashed out, delivering a backhand slap across Yu Guang's face. Before Yu Guang could react, he delivered another blow. 1 million per slap, fair enough, right? Yu Guang's rage boiled over as he bellowed, don't get cocky, you bastard. A mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake. At that moment, Chen Dongliang, having finished transferring the money, immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. Yu, please watch your language. Mr. Zhang is our bank's most esteemed VIP. You'd better be careful. Chen Dongliang, Yu Guang felt his insides boiling with rage. Chen Dongliang had been fawning over him like a sycophant before, and now he dared to threaten him? Mr. Yu, I'm offering you a friendly reminder. You'd be wise to watch your attitude toward Mr. Zhang. Chen Dongliang wasn't stupid. Though Yu Guang was Huangzhou's wealthiest man and a VIP client of their bank, compared to a super-rich tycoon like Zhang Bing, even a pig knew which side to choose. Offend Zhang Bing, and he'd be packing his bags and out the door immediately. Let's go. Zhang Bing had no desire for further discussion. He rose, took Lin Hanshue's hand, called out to Chen Guozhong still reeling in shock and headed for the exit. Chapter 93, The Black Panther Asking for Death. Huangzhou First Hospital. Wang Wolin and the newly reformed Wang Wuqing were tending to Zhou Shanglian in the hospital room. Black Panther suddenly burst in with his men. Without a word, they forcibly dragged Wang Wolin and Wang Wuqing away. Several hospital doctors and security guards rushed to intervene, but not only did they fail to stop them, they were beaten up by Black Panther's men.
Meanwhile, Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, Chen Guozhong, and Shen Dongliang had just left the villa when they received Zhou Xianglian's distress call.
That bastard Black Panther took his men to the hospital and snatched Senior Wang Wolin and her father. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bing was consumed by rage. Director Chen, President Qian, take me to Black Panther's hideout immediately, the sooner the better. Qian Dongliang nodded. As a local bank president, he possessed considerable influence.
Of course, he had heard of this Black Panther character, though they had never crossed paths.
Soon, under Qian Dongliang's direction, the driver floored the accelerator, racing toward Black Panther's hideout. At that moment,
inside a small villa in Huangzhou, Black sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, surrounded by a large group of henchmen. Wang Guoqing and his daughter Wang Rolin were forced to kneel on the floor.
Wang Guoqing, you think that old bastard Chen Guozhong and that kid surnamed Zhang can protect you?
I'll make sure that little bastard surnamed Zhang is crippled. As for that old fart Chen Guozhong, if he dares to stick his nose in again, I'll make him regret it.
Wang Guoqing's face was frozen in terror, though he wasn't quite as cowed as before. After all, Lin Hanxue and Wang Rolin had briefed him on Zhang Bing's capabilities. Boss, if you're gonna come after someone, come after me.
The money I owe you has nothing to do with my daughter or my family.
Oh ho. Hearing Wang Guoqing's words, Black Panther couldn't help but sneer. You piece of sure changed your tune fast. What about selling your daughter and wife earlier?
Black Panther delivered a series of vicious kicks while hurling the taunt.
Wang Rolin wasn't afraid of Black Panther. She shouted back, "Don't hit my dad. You animals. You scum. Just wait, Mr. Zhang will come save us." "Shut up, you little." Black Panther greedily eyed Wang Wolin's voluptuous, sensual body, reluctant to lay a finger on her.
"Don't worry, I'll make you beg for mercy soon enough."
"As for that little bastard Zhang? No one can save him this time." "Humph," Wang Wolin sneered. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Mr. Zhang is someone you can't afford to cross. Let us go now, and we can talk.
Otherwise, when Mr. Zhang tracks us down, you'll regret it."
"Is that so?" Black Panther wasn't the least bit afraid.
Yesterday, Xiao Han had persuaded him, and Shen Guozhong had offered strong protection. But today, he'd personally spoken with his brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, and secured his backing. No matter how hard Shen Guozhong tried to pull strings or exert his influence, it wouldn't matter. On the contrary, if Shen Guozhong dared to interfere again, he wouldn't spare him either.
Just then, one of his men walked in.
"Boss, we just got word from Team Leader Xiao."
"What did they say?" Black Panther asked impatiently. The subordinate glanced at Wang Guoqing and Wang Wolin's parents.
He then whispered something into Black Panther's ear, causing Black Panther's expression to change dramatically.
"Is it true?" "Boss, that's exactly what Captain Xiao just reported.
He said he's on his way here now."
The subordinate relayed the message truthfully. Black Panther snorted coldly. "Damn it, Xiao Han is nothing but a coward. I refuse to believe in superstition."
Meanwhile, Qian Dongliang, Chen Guozhong, Zhang Bing, and Lin Hanxue had raced like the wind to Black Panther's villa. Zhang Bing charged ahead, his heart heavy with worry. He had already read Black Panther's sordid thoughts and knew that if Wang Rolin fell into his hands, trouble would ensue. There was no time to waste.
He kicked the villa's front door open with a single powerful strike. "Black Panther, you bastard, if you lay a finger on Senior Wang Rolin, I'll cripple you."
As Zhang Bing stormed in with a roar, Black Panther and his men froze in shock.
"Zhang, you're just in time. I was looking for you." Black Panther shot Zhang Bing a furious glance. His gaze shifted to Chen Guozhong, Wang Wolin, and Shen Dongliang, who had followed him in. He didn't recognize Chen Dongliang.
"And you, Chen Guozhong, let me make this clear today, if you ever meddle in my business again, I'll take care of you too."
"Humph." Chen Guozhong retorted coldly. "You'd better hope for the best." Chen Dongliang stepped forward. "Black Panther, I've heard of your reputation. I'm Chen Dongliang, head of the Huangzhou branch of Capital Bank. I advise you not to cross Mr. Zhang." "Oh, the president."
Black Panther sneered, assuming he was just another lackey brought in by Chen Guozhong.
"I don't give a damn what bank you're the president of. If you dare to meddle, I'll take you down too. Go ahead and try."
Zhang Bing clenched his fists, glancing at Wang Guoqing and Wang Rolin, who were forced to kneel on the ground. Thankfully, he'd arrived in time. Wang Rolin hadn't been defiled yet. "I was even considering letting you off the hook, but since you show no remorse, today I'll finish you off completely." Just then, Xiao Han arrived with several officers from the police department. He and Black Panther were close, so after leaving Yuguan Villa, he'd immediately called to alert Black Panther. He instructed his men to relay a message to Black Panther to refrain from provoking retaliation against Zhang Bing and his group. Unexpectedly, Black Panther had ignored the warning entirely. As Xiao Han entered, he saw Zhang Bing, Chen Guozhong, and Shen Dongliang all present, and his own face turned awkward.
Zhang Bing glanced at Xiao Han and sneered, "Captain Xiao, what's this? Did you come to arrest me?" Xiao Han gave an awkward chuckle. "Mr. Zhang, you're joking. You haven't broken any laws, how could I possibly arrest you?" Hearing Xiao Han's response, Black Panther's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain Xiao, have you lost your mind? What did you call this kid? Xiao Han inwardly cursed Black Panther as an idiot. He'd already instructed his men not to provoke Zhang Bing. He hadn't expected Black Panther to ignore the warning completely. Black Panther, what are you doing? I advise you to release the Wang family father and daughter immediately and forget everything that happened. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Regret my ass. Black Panther cursed viciously. Listen up. Arrest this kid immediately and take him in for questioning. Anyone else who dares resist, shoot on sight. Black Panther barked orders at Xiao Han. Xiao Han shook his head and sighed. Black Panther, I can't help you with this. They haven't broken any laws. You bastard. Black Panther was utterly enraged. He then dialed a number, handed the phone to Xiao Han, and said, answer it. Xiao Han reluctantly took the phone. The call came directly from Secretary Zhao, Black Panther's brother-in-law. Xiao Han dared not say much, merely nodding and agreeing repeatedly. After a few words, Secretary Zhao hung up. Seeing this, Black Panther roared, what the hell are you standing around for? Let's see who dares protect that Zhang guy today. Chapter 94, Pounding Black Panther. At Black Panther's command, Xiao Han remained completely unmoved. He helplessly continued pleading, Black Panther, listen to me, just let it go. You, Xiao Han. Are you stupid? Black Panther didn't care about the consequences, hurling insults at Xiao Han's mother. This left Xiao Han utterly embarrassed, but he knew Zhang Bing was a super VIP at the Beijing bank headquarters. A top-tier tycoon with deposits exceeding 5 billion yuan who knew what else he had up his sleeve? Even Huangzhou's richest man, Yu Guang, had just been slapped twice, each slap costing 1 million yuan, and in the end, Yu Guang could only accept his misfortune. At the very least, if Yu Guang intervened, Secretary Zhao would have to give him some face. Now Xiao Han was caught in the middle, torn between not wanting to offend Zhang Bing and not wanting to offend Secretary Zhao. Shut up, you idiot. Zhang Bing sneered at the roaring Black Panther. Barking your head off won't help, no one dares help you today. With that, Zhang Bing stepped toward Black Panther. Xiao Han, do you even want to stay in this business? I ordered you to arrest him immediately, and you dared disobey my brother-in-law? Black Panther panicked. He'd seen Zhang Bing's skills firsthand. Without the police department's backup, his few men were no match for Zhang Bing. Xiao Han remained unmoved, sighing deeply. Keep barking like a dog, and today I'll make sure you can't bark anymore. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, unleashing his ancient martial arts as he lunged forward in a single stride. Before Black Panther's men could even process what was happening, they were sent flying, crashing to the ground in agonized screams. Zhang Bing then approached Black Panther and delivered a crushing slap. Keep barking. You bastard. Zhang Bing showed no mercy, delivering another kick straight to Black Panther's midsection. The pain made Black Panther double over. Get on your knees, you bastard. Be obedient. Though Black Panther appeared incredibly strong, he was as helpless as a chicken in front of Zhang Bing. After 2 consecutive kicks, Black Panther couldn't take it anymore and let out a wail of agony. You dare hit me? My brother-in-law will make you pay. Ah. And you, Xiao Han. You traitor. Black Panther screamed and cursed furiously. Zhang Bing frowned and delivered a kick straight to the Black Panther's kneecap. With a sharp crack and Black Panther's agonized scream, his kneecap shattered into pieces. He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to his knees. Zhang Bing stared coldly at him, demanding, well? Are you still going to pay back Wang Wuqing's loan shark money? You've got the guts to kill me? If you don't finish me off today, I'll make sure to kill you all. Black Panther snarled, his defiance unbroken. Fine. Let's see how tough your mouth really is. Zhang Bing said nothing more, delivering another kick. As he kicked, he threatened, keep screaming. I'll beat you until you shut up. Xiao Han couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, Black Panther was Secretary Zhao's brother-in-law. If he let Zhang Bing beat him like this while he stood by, he'd never be able to explain it later. Mr. Zhang, please show mercy. You've already beaten Black Panther this badly, show some mercy. Zhang Bing shot Xiao Han a sarcastic look. What? When Black Panther was dislocating people's arms, committing murder and arson, did you step in to stop him? Xiao Han stammered awkwardly. If Secretary Zhao finds out, you won't be able to explain yourself either. I don't give a damn about any Secretary Zhao. Get lost. Zhang Bing snapped coldly. He had long since read Black Panther's thoughts. This man's crimes were beyond description, so no amount of beating was excessive. Seeing this, Xiao Han dared say no more. He signaled his men to hurry out and find a way to notify Secretary Zhao. 10 minutes later, Black Panther had already backed down, no longer daring to make a sound. But Zhang Bing still used his mind-reading ability to understand the other's thoughts. He still harbored intentions of revenge, counting on his brother-in-law to back him up. So Zhang Bing released Black Panther, kicking him aside with a single blow. I know your brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, is a big shot. Fine. We'll settle this once and for all today. We'll wait for him to come personally. With that, Zhang Bing pulled up a chair and sat down. He gestured for Lin Hanxue, Chen Guozhong, and Shen Donliang to sit down and wait. Although Chen Guozhong, Chen Donliang, and Xiao Han were already aware of Zhang Bing's formidable strength. He was a super wealthy tycoon, but Black Panther's brother-in-law was no pushover, either a genuine heavyweight in Huanzhou. If it weren't for Secretary Zhao backing him up, Black Panther would have been behind bars long ago for his actions. Mr. Zhang, should we inform the head office leadership? After all, Secretary Zhao is in Huangzhou. Qian Dongliang whispered cautiously from the side. No need, Zhang Bing replied calmly. We'll wait here today for that Secretary Zhao to arrive. I'm curious to see what he has to say about his brother-in-law's years of malfeasance. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Chen Dongliang and Chen Guozhong said no more. Black Panther lay beaten half to death, gasping for breath. Though his mouth no longer spat threats, his eyes still betrayed uncontrollable venom and rage. About half an hour later, an Audi with special license plates pulled up outside the villa. A relatively young man stepped out of the vehicle. Everyone recognized him at a glance. It wasn't Black Panther's brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, but his chief aide, Fang Jianxi. Secretary Fang. Hello, Secretary Fang. Seeing it was Fang Jianxi, Xiao Han and Chen Dongliang both greeted him politely. Black Panther suddenly found his courage, struggling to his feet with the support of his men. Old Fang, you're just in time. Fang Jianxi frowned, glancing at the chaotic scene, a large group of people, and Black Panther, covered in blood and limping on one leg. Among them, he recognized Chen Guozhong and Qian Dongliang, one the hospital director, the other the bank president. Secretary Zhao had personally sent him to assist his brother-in-law, Black Panther, with some matters. Black Panther, what happened? Fang Jianxi asked. Black Panther finally let loose. Fang Jianxi was sent by his sister's husband, though not high-ranking, his status spoke for itself. That bastard beat me to a pulp, Black Panther spat. Xiao Han, that scumbag, wouldn't even listen to my brother-in-law and refused to arrest him. Fang Jianxi nodded, first expressing solidarity with Black Panther before saying, rest assured. Whoever dared beat you like this, I'll make sure they pay dearly. Turning to Xiao Han, he added, you're the captain of the patrol bureau, right? Should I call your chief and have him come personally to make the arrest? Secretary Fang, aye. Xiao Han was extremely embarrassed and at a loss. Fang Jianxi then turned his gaze to Chen Guozhong and Shen Dongliang, assuming they were backing Zhang Bing, which was why Xiao Han refused to make the arrest. Dean Chen, President Qian, are you backing this man? Chen Guozhong, being more assertive, retorted, by your logic, as Secretary Zhao's secretary, are you here to back Black Panther? Fang Jianxi's expression darkened. Chen Guozhong, you should step back now. Do you want to ruin your reputation in your twilight years? Chen Guozhong wasn't swayed by such threats. I have nothing to hide. Do as you please. Fine. Fang Jianxi sneered coldly. Mr. Qian, what about you? Qian Dongliang also felt torn. While Huangzhou authorities had no jurisdiction over the bank, offending Fang Jianxi would mean completely antagonizing Secretary Zhao, making future work extremely difficult. Secretary Fang, this. Mr. Zhang is our bank's highest-level VIP client. Chapter 95, Kneel directly. Qian Dongliang's words startled both Black Panther and Fang Jianxi. To be the highest-level VIP at the capital's bank headquarters was indeed no small feat. Hearing this, Black Panther finally understood and glanced at Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded firmly in confirmation. Secretary Fang, I think we should just let this go. After all, Black Panther was the one who grabbed Mr. Zhang's friend first. Mr. Zhang only acted out of anger. Qian Dongliang attempted to leverage his influence, urging Fang Jianxi and Black Panther to show some leniency. But before he could finish, Fang Jianxi snorted coldly, so what if he's your bank's top-tier client? So what if he's got money? We won't tolerate such arrogant people in Huangzhou. With that, Fang Jianxi waved his hand and barked at Xiao Han, what are you lot from the patrol bureau standing around for? Do you really want your chief to come personally, or should I handle this myself? Xiao Han sighed. With Fang Jianxi here, everyone knew this was clearly ordered by Secretary Zhao. Even if he didn't want to offend a super wealthy tycoon like Zhang Bing, there was nothing he could do now. Mr. Zhang, please come with us. Xiao Han's tone was noticeably more courteous than before, using polite requests throughout. Hold on. Zhang Bing remained unhurried as he finally spoke up. He glanced at the Black Panther, now leaping about with smug satisfaction. Then he glanced at Zhao, the chief secretary's right-hand man, whose sinister expression made it clear he was no good. I did hit someone. You can take me in for questioning. But what about Black Panther running a gambling den, lending at usurious rates, and illegally detaining my friend and his daughter? What do you say about that? Fang Jianxi glanced at Zhang Bing with some skepticism. After all, it was hard to believe someone so young could be the most esteemed VIP at the Beijing bank headquarters. But since the bank president himself had confirmed it, he had no choice but to believe. Black Panther, is this true? Black Panther vehemently denied it, retorting, Old Fang, don't listen to his bull. Fang Jianxi nodded, then turned to Xiao Han and asked, "You're with the police? Is this true?" Xiao Han pondered for a moment before replying, "No." Then Fang Jianxi fixed his gaze on Zhang Bing again and demanded, "Did you hear that clearly?" "I can testify it happened." Chen Guozhong stepped forward and declared loudly. Fang Jianxi snorted coldly, ignoring Chen Guozhong entirely. He then ordered, "Take him away." Xiao Han nodded and approached with several officers. Seeing the situation settled, Black Panther raged, "I'll kill you, or I'll take your last name." And Chen Guozhong, Wang Guoqing arrest them all. Leave those two women behind. Zhang Bing sneered coldly, suddenly activating his ancient martial arts. His speed was blindingly fast, too swift for ordinary people to react. He charged toward Black Panther again, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap. Black Panther staggered, then Zhang seized his wrist and twisted it backward. With a single, powerful squeeze, a distinct crack echoed through the air. Everyone could hear the sound of bones shattering. "Ah, me!" Black Panther let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Stop! How dare you attack someone in front of me?" Fang Jianxi was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhang Bing to be so brazen, showing him no respect whatsoever. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you really believe you can twist the truth and confuse right from wrong? Don't you dare think your money makes you untouchable. If you can ever leave Huangzhou, I, Fang Jianxi, will take your surname." "Xiao Han, what are you all standing around for? Do you still want your official hats?" Fang Jianxi was furious. He had been personally ordered by Secretary Zhao to assist Black Panther, only to witness Zhang Bing crush one of Black Panther's hands and beat him senseless right before his eyes. How was he supposed to report back to his superiors? "Mr. Zhang, please stop immediately. Don't make this difficult for us." Xiao Han still called out politely. Zhang Bing paid him no mind whatsoever, glaring at Black Panther and warning, "I told you today is the day I finish you off completely." He then pulled out his phone and began dialing by Xiaochun in the capital. Things had come to this point, he definitely couldn't avoid involving his connections in the capital. Even if he managed to eliminate Black Panther completely today, the people behind him wouldn't let it rest. Endless trouble would follow. The call connected quickly. Zhang Bing didn't hide it. He briefly explained the situation in front of everyone. Bai Xiaochun's status was undoubtedly far above Fang Jianxi's. Only after hanging up did Zhang Bing release Black Panther. Fang Jianxi felt a flicker of panic. He had no idea who Zhang Bing had just called. After all, Zhang Bing was a super wealthy tycoon who likely had some powerful connections. "No matter who you call for help, you crippled Black Panther today, and I'll make sure you pay dearly for it. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you even think about it?" Zhang Bing couldn't care less about Fang Jianxi. He had Zhao Lao backing him up. His return was to transfer his household registration to the capital, preparing to represent his country at the Tri-Nation College Martial Arts Tournament. Sure enough, within minutes, Fang Jianxi's phone rang. He opened it, answered, and froze within seconds. "Yes. Yes, sir. Whatever you say." Fang Jianxi responded with a series of submissive yes, sirs, like a schoolchild who'd done something wrong, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing Fang Jianxi's change, everyone grew curious. Just what kind of connections had Zhang Bing pulled? "Secretary Fang, don't worry. I'll speak to my brother-in-law." Black Panther also noticed the fear etched across Fang Jianxi's face, and his gaze toward Zhang Bing had shifted. Fang Jianxi was overcome with fear at that moment. The call had come from the capital. This was it. Not only was Black Panther finished, but Secretary Zhao would likely be finished too. Poor Black Panther remained blissfully unaware, still convinced his brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, could protect him. "Fang Jianxi, what do you say?" Zhang Bing sneered. Fang Jianxi wiped the sweat from his forehead, then suddenly dropped to his knees before Zhang Bing with a thud. This dramatic scene stunned everyone present, even surprising Zhang Bing himself. "Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry, truly sorry for putting you through this. Forgive me, I was blind as a bat, not recognizing a mountain when it stood right before me." "Fang Jianxi, what are you doing?" Black Panther exclaimed. Chen Guozhong, Chen Dongliang, Xiao Han, and the others were also utterly dumbfounded. A single phone call had reduced the chief aide to Secretary Zhao, a major figure in Huangzhou, to such a state, kneeling to admit fault? Zhang Bing frowned and said, "Get up and speak." Fang Jianxi finally rose to his feet, then stood respectfully to the side, head bowed. Black Panther was utterly stunned. The chief aide personally dispatched by his own brother-in-law had been so terrified by a single phone call from Zhang Bing that he'd fallen to his knees. He sensed something was terribly wrong. "Fang Jianxi, what the hell is going on?" "My brother-in-law." "Shut up, idiot. Your brother-in-law won't help you now. No one can protect anyone who commits crimes." Zhang Bing cut Black Panther off with a furious rebuke. He then looked at Fang Jianxi and Xiao Han and said, "You two decide what to do with Black Panther. My suggestion is he spends the rest of his life at a sewing machine atoning for his sins. Of course, you can ignore me, it's none of my business." With that, Zhang Bing pulled Lin Hanxue by the arm, exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Guozhong and Qian Dongliang, then strode out of the villa. Chapter 96, Return to the Capital. The next day, major news broke in Huangzhou. Black Panther, who had terrorized Huangzhou for years, was arrested, and his numerous crimes were exposed. His powerful protector, Secretary Zhao Huangzhou's top official, was also taken away for investigation. People rejoiced at the turn of events. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing, the driving force behind these events, had already boarded a flight to the capital with Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland. This trip home had truly accomplished something meaningful. Mr. Zhang, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. If it weren't for you. Seated on the plane, Wang Roland's eyes burned with intensity, her admiration impossible to conceal. Ah, it's nothing. We've essentially rid the people of a menace, Zhang Bing replied with a smile. Even without mind reading, he could sense Wang Roland's feelings for him. Lin Hanxue sensed it too, but she said nothing. Instead, she nestled into Zhang Bing's embrace, staking her claim. Meanwhile, in the capital city. With both Zhang Bing and Wang Roland back home, the Tianlong Grand Hotel was temporarily left in Lin Jin's care. Everything had long since fallen into place, requiring little oversight. As for Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting, father and daughter, they were staying in Zhang Bing's luxurious mansion. After this period of recuperation, Zhang Yunfeng had largely recovered. Qin Yuan frequently visited to check on him personally, and through these interactions, the two had become close friends. Of course, Qin Yuan never stopped talking about Zhang Bing, trying every possible way to pry information about him out of Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting wasn't stupid. As a woman, she could sense that Qin Yuan definitely liked Zhang Bing. But she hadn't told Qin Yuan that she, too, was fond of Zhang Bing and had already been intimate with him. Perhaps to avoid interfering with his daughter's budding relationship with Zhang Bing, Zhang Yunfeng, after several checkups, confirmed her recovery was going well. Despite Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuan's pleas, he insisted on leaving the capital. As for Zhang Tingting, she truly possessed a strong artistic streak and remarkable talent. Combined with Zhang Bing's prior recommendation to Qin Ming, the vice principal of the art school, and the added connection through Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting had successfully gained admission to the art university for further studies. Already tall and strikingly alluring, Zhang Tingting was considered campus beauty material at the art school. She was in no way inferior to Lin Hanxue or Qin Yuan. With Qin Yuan personally styling her, Zhang Tingting's first day at the academy drew attention from numerous wealthy second-generation suitors. Naturally, Zhang Tingting politely declined all of these wealthy suitors. Moreover, Qin Yuan had already spoken to her cousin Qin Ji, asking him to keep an eye on Zhang Tingting at school. Afternoon. After work, Qin Yuan picked up Zhang Tingting in her silver Mercedes sports car, and the two headed out for a shopping trip together. Not long after setting out, the two strikingly different beauties casually picked a high-end restaurant for lunch. No sooner had they sat down than someone approached them. Both women were well versed in such situations. Given their looks, they'd been approached frequently since their school days. They politely declined each approach without letting it dampen their mood. However, a group of young men at the next table seemed relentless, starting to irritate both of them. Qin Yuan, known for her direct temper, stood up and addressed the group of men at the next table. "We've already said we're not interested in you. We don't want to meet you. Please stop approaching us and disturbing our meal." Ha, she really thinks she's something special. At that moment, one of the men at the other table spoke in a sarcastic tone. "It's your good fortune that this young master has taken a liking to you. I'm doing you a favor." Qin Yuan was about to retort, but Zhang Tingting stopped her. "Forget it, Yuan. Let's just finish eating and leave. Don't give them the time of day." But just then, the sarcastic man stood up and walked straight over. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lin Feng, a PhD returning from overseas. I've been invited by a prominent figure to participate in the Tri-Nation College Martial Arts Tournament." Hearing him boast about his background, Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting remained unimpressed. Lin Feng grew visibly annoyed. Since returning to China, he'd planned to play the role of the triumphant hero. First, he'd won over his cousin Lin Hanxue, making a grand show of his presence. But he never expected to be humiliated by Zhang Bing, left utterly disgraced. Now, dining with a group of wealthy second-generation Beijing elites, he was utterly stunned upon spotting Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting. In terms of figure, aura, and looks, these two were every bit as stunning as his cousin Lin Hanxue. Of course, Lin Feng was unaware of this at the moment. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting both knew Lin Hanxue, and they were both Zhang Bing's women. "What? Look down on me, Lin Feng?" Seeing Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting ignore him, Lin Feng pressed on. "What kind of PhD are you? What big shot invited you back for the competition? What does that have to do with us?" Qin Yuan snapped back irritably. "We're just eating. Stop bothering us. Old hag, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Our young master Lin was personally invited back by a big shot. You're old enough to know better, we're only interested in the young ones." This remark instantly enraged Qin Yuan. She was only 30, well-groomed and maintained, with a figure and presence that were absolutely top tier. But compared to Zhang Tingting, she couldn't match that girl's youthful vitality. The marks of time were undeniable. What a bunch of trash, utterly lacking in manners. Lin Feng sneered coldly, then plopped down right in front of Zhang Tingting to block her path. Zhang Tingting quickly ducked back inside and demanded, "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing much. Just trying to make friends with a beauty," Lin Feng said with a thick-skinned grin. "Sorry, I don't know you, and I'm not interested in making friends," Zhang Tingting refused. "Don't we know each other now?" Lin Feng chuckled, then pretentiously flaunted the keys to his Ferrari sports car. "Hey, beautiful, how about I take you for a spin? If you like it, I'll even give you the car." "Not interested, thank you. Please leave." Zhang Tingting was getting annoyed. Qin Yuan couldn't contain her anger any longer. "Lin Feng, is that it? Are you done yet? Think you're hot stuff just because you have a few stinking bucks? Who needs your crappy car? Oh, look at you, almost 30. Old age brings a bad temper, must be going through menopause," Lin Feng said with a snide remark. This made Qin Yuan's face turn ashen. Women dread nothing more than having their age mentioned. "You're ignorant and shameless. You've gone too far. How dare you speak to Sister Yuan like that?" Zhang Tingting also stood up, berating Lin Feng while trying to step forward. But Lin Feng blocked her, refusing to let her pass. "Get out of my way!" Qin Yuan shouted, clenching her fists. Lin Feng showed no fear, smirking, "What? You think you can take me on?" Qin Yuan's temper flared completely. "Fine," she said. "You won't move, huh? Don't regret this." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone. Chapter 97, The Pitiful Qin Ji. "Oh, you want someone? Alright, this young master was just itching to practice." Lin Feng and the others burst into laughter. After returning to China, Lin Feng told everyone he'd been personally invited by a big shot to compete in the Tri-Nation College Martial Arts Tournament. This quickly established his leadership status among the wealthy second-generation crowd in the capital. Of course, some remained skeptical. But seeing Lin Feng drive a Ferrari, exuding an extraordinary aura and spending lavishly, his story began to sound plausible. "Don't regret this." Qin Yuan was furious. She wanted to call Zhang Bing, but remembered he was back home. So she called her cousin Qin Ji instead. Lin Feng and his crew weren't the least bit afraid. Instead, they kept taunting and mocking them relentlessly. "Hey, sweetheart, I'm dying to see who you're going to call for help. Not your dad, right? Ha ha." Qin Yuan was furious, trapped by this group, unable to leave. About 10 minutes later, Qin Ji arrived by car and stormed straight into the restaurant. "Who the hell is messing with my cousin and Tingting?" Qin Ji stormed in alone, bellowing at the top of his lungs. "Qin Ji, over here." Qin Yuan spotted him and waved urgently. Qin Ji had always been fiery-tempered and worldly wise, having previously hung out with Ma Chao. Ma Chao was still hospitalized after being beaten up by Zhang Bing, and after getting completely wiped out, he turned over a new leaf. But seeing his cousin bullied? He couldn't stand it. "You bastards picked on my cousin and Tingting? You're asking for a beating, huh?" Qin Ji clenched his fists and immediately swung at Lin Feng, the ringleader. Lin Feng sneered coldly, utterly unconcerned. Though he wasn't Zhang Bing's match, completely dominated by Zhang Bing's single-handed control. But he was still a skilled fighter, otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited back for the martial arts tournament. As Qin Ji's fist came flying, Lin Feng remained unhurried, extending a single hand to grab it. He seized Qin Ji's fist with a sudden, fierce grip, causing Qin Ji to yelp in pain. "Is this all you've got? You dare challenge this young master?" Seeing Lin Feng's impressive skills, the group of rich kids began to cheer him on. "Well, beautiful lady, is this the kind of useless guy you brought? Ha!" Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting exchanged stunned glances. They hadn't expected this Lin Feng to actually have some real skills. "Let go! You bastard! I'm Qin Ji from the art school." Qin Ji shouted, revealing his identity. After all, he had once followed Ma Chao around the art school area and had some notoriety. "Oh, Qin Ji? Never heard of him. I've heard of your art school's Ma Chao, the young master Ma." Lin Feng sneered dismissively. "Damn it! You dare bully my cousin and Tingting? Just wait. When my brother-in-arms gets back, you're dead meat." Knowing he was no match for Lin Feng, Qin Ji cursed under his breath and resorted to mentioning Zhang Bing. Kid, looks like you don't know our young master Feng's power and connections, huh? Let me tell you, our young master Feng was personally invited back for this competition by some big shots. Your so-called brother Bing would have to behave himself properly in front of him." The group of rich kids began to boast. Qin Ji, Qin Yuan, and Zhang Tingting were also unsure of Lin Feng's true background. "Alright, that's enough for today. Quickly add me as a friend. This young master has a big shots gathering to attend tonight." Lin Feng released Qin Ji's hand and threatened. "You!" Qin Ji spat angrily. "Kid, you looking for a beating?" Lin Feng glanced at Qin Ji and delivered a swift kick. The group of rich kids immediately swarmed over, pinning Qin Ji down and beating him senseless. "Stop it. Fine, I'll add you as a friend. Is that okay? Xin Yuan couldn't bear to watch her cousin being beaten and reluctantly agreed. Otherwise, judging by the situation, Lin Feng's crew wouldn't let them leave. That's more like it. I just wanted to be friends with you guys.
Having achieved his goal, Lin Feng finally stopped.
Ladies, I'll invite you out again tomorrow. If you dare refuse, I can find you anytime.
With that, Lin Feng strutted off with his rich kid entourage. As they passed the front desk, he pretentiously paid for Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting's bills.
Are you okay? Xin Ge, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault and Yuanji's for getting you beaten up.
Seeing Qin Ji's battered, bruised face, Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting both felt guilty.
I'm fine.
Qin Ji spat out a mouthful of blood.
Damn it, that bastard really packs a punch. He's got some serious strength and skill.
Sis, Tingting, hurry and contact Bing.
Get him to deal with this guy. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting exchanged a sigh.
Lately, their thoughts had been constantly on Zhang Bing.
Got it. Roland and Manhwa said they're heading back to the capital tonight. Qin Ji finally cracked a smile. That idiot said he'd come find you two tomorrow. Bring Bing along, I want to watch the show too. Night. In a private room at an upscale restaurant in the capital, Bai Xiaochun was dining with several people.
Seated beside him were a few young men, among whom was Lin Feng. After 3 rounds of drinks, Bai Xiaochun smiled and said, "Little Lin, the higher-ups are placing great importance on this martial arts competition. You must seize this opportunity. You absolutely cannot lose to those country or M-country university students." Secretary Bai, rest assured. I can't speak for others, but during my studies in M-country, I sparred with their students plenty. They're nothing special. As for our country, I hear they're not even as strong as M-country. Lin Feng spoke with considerable confidence. Several of the young people at the table would be participating in the upcoming Tri-Nation College Martial Arts Tournament. And he was clearly the leader invited back specifically by Li Tai through Bai Xiaochun. Shaolin, you must stay humble and low-key. Ma Chao from the Ma family was originally on the list too, but something unexpected happened. Of course, there's another young man with remarkable skill who will also compete.
If he hadn't returned home to handle some matters, he would have joined us for dinner tonight. Bai Xiaochun introduced cheerfully.
Lin Feng and the others murmured to themselves.
It was rare for Bai Xiaochun to praise someone so highly, even he hadn't received such effusive praise before. Secretary Bai, if we win the championship and bring glory to our country, could we privately ask for your help?
Lin Feng pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking up.
This caught Bai Xiaochun off guard.
As long as you bring glory to our country by winning the championship, he replied, and it's not something unethical or unreasonable, feel free to ask.
Great.
Lin Feng looked visibly relieved.
With your word, I'm at ease. It's nothing major. I just returned to the country and had a conflict with someone.
They used their wealth to humiliate me publicly.
So I'd like to ask you to stand by me then. Ha!
Bai Xiaochun chuckled, finding it childish, but he didn't refuse.
Chapter 98, like 3 autumns apart. Evening.
Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Roland's flight had landed.
Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting had been waiting at the airport for ages.
From a distance, they spotted Zhang Bing holding Lin Hanxue's hand, with Wang Roland trailing behind.
Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting wore different expressions, each feeling a pang of envy, though neither showed it outwardly.
After all, seeing the person they cared about brought more joy than jealousy.
Little brother Bing. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting called out, running over with smiles. Hanxue, Roland, you're finally back.
With you two away from the capital these past days, it felt like something was missing, Qin Yuan said.
Sis Yuan, Tingting, you're right, we missed you too.
The 4 women quickly bonded, leaving Zhang Bing feeling a bit left out. Zhang Bing chuckled softly, immediately activating his mind-reading ability without hesitation.
Long before returning to his hometown, he'd been eager to see what Zhang Tingting was thinking.
The little girl was indeed pure-hearted. So she thought of me like that, dreaming of me every single day. Not bad, not bad. After learning Zhang Tingting's feelings, Zhang Bing was overjoyed. It could be said that Wang Roland had initially been drawn to him for his abilities and wealth. Lin Hanxue, though not entirely, did have a bit of that attitude. Had I not made such a high-profile donation of that Maybach back then, she probably wouldn't have looked down on me, but she likely wouldn't have dated me either.
Qin Yuan, on the other hand, was completely in awe of him, the kind of natural admiration for strength.
At present, only Zhang Tingting seemed genuinely pure. She liked him for who he was, which she found especially rare.
You guys just got off the plane, haven't eaten yet, right? Qin Yuan said with a smile. Tingting and I already booked a restaurant. Let's head over for dinner now. There's something I need to discuss with you anyway. So the 5 of them climbed into Qin Yuan's sports car.
Zhang Bing sat in the front passenger seat, while Lin Hanxue, Zhang Tingting, and Wang Roland occupied the back.
Qin Yuan took the wheel. All 4 women were stunning beauties.
While Wang Roland was slightly less conventionally beautiful, she made up for it with her open-mindedness and high emotional intelligence.
Each possessed a figure that was truly top tier, leaving Zhang Bing dazzled. Listening to their chatter, he quietly activated his mind-reading ability. After scanning their thoughts, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He was now certain that all 4 women were attracted to him and each wanted to spend the night alone with him. This put Zhang Bing in a dilemma, since Lin Hanxue was his official girlfriend. Wang Ruolin and Zhang Tingting had already been intimate with him, so he wasn't in such a rush with them. His top priority now was to win over Qin Yuan, the mature woman. Her inner self was wildly adventurous, craving excitement. With Qin Yuan driving like the wind, the 5 of them soon arrived at a restaurant not far from the Tianlong Hotel. "Hey, Sister Yuan, why skip my Tianlong Hotel and book a restaurant nearby instead?" Zhang Bing asked after getting out of the car. You're so used to eating delicacies every day, don't you ever want to try something different?" Qin Yuan said this with a peculiar tone, her eyes burning as she stared at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing understood the implication, or rather, the hint of teasing in her words. "Sis Yuan's right. That's exactly how it is, head," Zhang Bing chuckled. The 5 entered the private room of the restaurant. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin spotted Qin Ji already seated there. "Young Master Qin!" Lin Hanxue and Wang Ruolin exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Bing also looked curiously at Qin Ji's bruised and swollen face and asked, "Young Master Qin, what happened?" "Brother Bing, sister-in-law, Ruolin, don't even ask. You guys finally made it back." Qin Ji gestured for them to sit while pouring tea. "No need to be so formal. We're all friends here," Zhang Bing chuckled. "What happened to you?" Qin Ji sighed, then glanced at Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting. He felt too embarrassed to explain himself and hoped the 2 women would speak for him. "Brother Bing, Brother Qin got beaten up protecting me and Sister Yuan," Zhang Tingting whispered softly. "What?" Hearing that Qin Ji had been beaten like this to protect Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, Zhang Bing immediately flew into a rage and stood up. "Sis Yuan, Tingting, what exactly happened?" "Yeah. Who dared bully you two? We won't let them off." Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanxue were equally furious. The women had long been his closest sisters, and hearing their sisters bullied was unbearable. It was a guy named Lin Feng. Qin Yuan still seethed at the memory. Not only had she been forced to add him as a friend, but he'd mocked her as an old woman, and her cousin Qin Ji had been beaten up. "Lin Feng?" Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue exchanged glances, their expressions thoughtful. "What's his background? How could he beat up young Master Qin like that?" Zhang Bing asked curiously. After all, Qin Ji was no pushover, and the Qin family held considerable influence. "Don't even mention it, Brother Bing." Qin Ji finally grumbled, "This guy claims to be a returnee from overseas, invited by some big shot to participate in the 3 Kingdoms College Martial Arts Tournament. He really is skilled. Damn it, what a disgrace. I couldn't even land a single blow against him and got beaten up instead. He even forced my cousin and Tingting to add him as a friend, claiming he'd come looking for them tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin were stunned. "So it really is that same Lin Feng. Brother, that Lin Feng is pretty skilled." Qin Ji was no match for him. "He was way out of line, pestering me and Tingting the whole time," Qin Yuan added angrily. A cold smile touched Zhang Bing's lips. "Who'd have thought that scumbag Lin Feng wouldn't learn his lesson last time? You know him?" Qin Yuan and Qin Ji asked curiously. "That jerk happens to be a distant cousin of Hanxue's," Zhang Bing explained. The group was stunned. Lin Hanxue then briefly recounted the incident at the Tianlong Hotel last time. Qin Yuan, Qin Ji, and Zhang Tingting listened, their expressions shifting from stunned to stunned, feeling both infuriated and amused. They never imagined Zhang Bing had already crossed paths with Lin Feng and given him a thorough thrashing at that. Even more surprising was that Lin Feng was actually related to Lin Hanxue. "So that's how it is. Tomorrow, we'll make him pay." Qin Yuan snorted coldly. Qin Ji grinned wickedly. "Let that jerk keep acting cocky. I wonder what kind of face he'll make when he sees Brother Bing tomorrow. Since he says he'll come find Sister Yuan and Tingting tomorrow, let him come. We gave him face last time, but it seems he's still unrepentant." Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Lin Hanxue sighed, at a loss for words. After all, he was her distant cousin, and they'd known each other since childhood. Just teach him a lesson, nothing too extreme. Sigh. Zhang Bing nodded, glancing at Qin Ji's bruised and swollen face. "Whatever he did to you today, you can hit him back tomorrow. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility for you." Chapter 99, Stunned, Aren't You? The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, following the plan discussed over dinner the night before, Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Ji arrived at the location Lin Feng had specified. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue remained seated in a nearby car, ready for Zhang Bing to step in and teach Lin Feng a lesson. Sure enough, that morning, Lin Feng arrived with several rich second-generation kids, each driving their luxury cars with an air of arrogance. Seeing Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuan waiting as promised, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied with his own power and charm. Young Master Feng, those two girls showed up right on time. Exactly.
They should see what kind of power our young Master Feng has. That's how you handle women, conquer them with sheer strength.
But that guy who got beaten up yesterday is here too.
Lin Feng chuckled, unconcerned by Qinji's presence. He planned to simply tell Qinji to get lost later.
Hey, ladies, how's it going? Changed your minds yet, huh?
Lin Feng strode over, his voice dripping with flirtation.
Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting sneered coldly, inwardly cursing Lin Feng for his utter lack of shame. You're so handsome and talented, what woman wouldn't love you? Yeah, we have a friend who'd love to meet you.
Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting began their sarcastic banter. Lin Feng hadn't picked up on the mockery yet, genuinely believing they'd been captivated by his skills after witnessing them firsthand yesterday.
Not bad.
Lin Feng beamed with pride, then shot a glance at Qinji, who stood nearby sneering.
Kid, what are you laughing at? Got a problem with that? Of course I'm not convinced. Qinji sneered. I'm here to watch the show, obviously. What's that supposed to mean?
Lin Feng sensed something was off.
Keep talking, and see if I don't make sure you get the show you want.
Heh, Qinji chuckled.
Lin Feng, keep yelling. Let's see if you can still screen later. Asshole.
Lin Feng cursed, giving a subtle signal to the rich kid henchmen beside him, instructing them to beat Qinji up.
Stop. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting shouted simultaneously. What gives you the right to hit him? You think it's still yesterday?
Lin Feng sneered at them. Ladies, if you don't come back with me tonight, I might consider sparing this punk.
But if you refuse, I won't hold back. Ugh, shameless. Zhang Tingting snapped. Thinking you can threaten us with this?
Heh, Lin Feng, you better not regret this.
Qin Yuan's expression was half smile, half mockery.
Lin Feng hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation yet. Still smug, he leaned closer to Zhang Tingting and reached out to take her hand.
Sweetheart, how is this a threat? This idiot's asking for it. Zhang Tingting immediately flinched back, fuming. What are you doing? Shameless. Oh, beauty, you've got quite the temper. Since you're out tonight, why not keep this young master company for a little fun?
Lin Feng wouldn't let it go, closing in again, trying to force himself on her.
You piece of trash. Get your filthy hands off her. Touch Tingting once, and I'll make you regret it. Qinji charged forward, shouting angrily.
Lin Feng glanced at Qinji, a cold smirk curling his lips.
Kid, looks like yesterday's lesson wasn't enough for you. Get lost, you're getting in the way.
Or else I'll slap you right here.
Ha!
Qinji wasn't the least bit flustered, because Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue were watching the whole scene unfold from the car park nearby.
Asshole, you think you're tough, huh? Let's see if you can still act tough in front of my brother Zhang.
Lin Feng and the others burst out laughing upon hearing this.
What brother Bing?
He's nothing but a little brother in front of our young Master Feng.
Get your so-called brother Bing out here to face us.
Our young Master Feng could take him down with just one finger. The rich kids mocked him loudly.
Lin Feng himself was quite pleased with himself, sneering, oh? So it seems you've called in reinforcements to test this young master's strength today, huh? Fine. I'm in the mood for a little practice. Might as well show you what real strength looks like.
Seeing Lin Feng's reckless attitude and bragging, Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting, and Qinji couldn't stop laughing. Had they not heard from Lin Hanxue last night about how Zhang Bing had dealt with him, the three might actually have been intimidated. At that moment, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue, who had been sitting in the car, finally couldn't stay put any longer. They stepped out and walked straight over.
Oh, Lin Feng, you talk a big game.
Zhang Bing wore a mocking expression as he and Lin Hanxue strode over.
You, cousin, why are you two here? Seeing Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue appear, Lin Feng felt completely shaken, his voice trembling as he spoke. I heard you wanted to show me your skills? Well, how exactly do you plan to do that?
Zhang Bing sneered, countering with a question.
Lin Feng gulped nervously, glancing at Qin Yuan, and Zhang Tingting in disbelief.
Only now did he realize that the brother Bing they'd mentioned was actually Zhang Bing.
Cousin, you're utterly shameless. Lin Hanxue had witnessed Lin Feng's entire performance.
Seeing her cousin bully and harass Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting enraged her.
Cousin, Zhang Bing isn't like that.
Lin Feng panicked completely. He remembered all too well how Zhang Bing had humiliated him back then. When it came to financial clout, the guy had sold 25 Bentleys in one go. The entire Tianlong Grand Hotel was his. When it came to fighting skills, his measly moves weren't even worth mentioning.
Humph.
Zhang Bing snorted coldly, turning to Qinji, young Master Qin, whatever he did to you yesterday, you don't need to hold back today.
Double it. Got it, brother Bing.
Qinji roared with laughter. He strode up to Lin Feng and delivered a sharp slap across his face.
You idiot, weren't you being so cocky? You piece of, didn't you want to test your strength against brother Bing?
Recalling yesterday's brutal beating at Lin Feng's hands, Qinji's rage boiled over.
He kicked and punched Lin Feng relentlessly, who dared not fight back.
The rich kids he brought weren't stupid either.
From the moment Zhang Bing appeared, Lin Feng's tone turned cowardly. They knew Zhang Bing was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Lin Feng's face was soon covered in bruises before Qinji finally stopped. Lin Feng, if it weren't for the fact that you're related to Manhwa, we wouldn't have let you off so easily today. Keep your eyes peeled. If this happens again, it won't be so easy. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his face, his eyes filled with defiance. He reminded himself that he was, after all, one of the promising young talents invited back by Bai Xiaochun, tasked with bringing glory to the nation. Getting humiliated by Zhang Bing last time was one thing, but getting beaten up by Qin Ji today? He couldn't swallow his anger. Zhang Bing. Lin Feng clenched his fists and roared, "You think I'm actually afraid of you?" Chapter 100, Who did you call? Cousin, give it a rest. Lin Hanxue heard Lin Feng's defiant words and was utterly speechless. Originally, Zhang Bing had thought that for Lin Hanxue's sake, he'd let Qinji get even by beating Lin Feng senseless and call it even. But he never expected this Lin Feng to be so ungrateful, actually daring to rage and rant. Zhang Bing stopped, turning to face Lin Feng, who stood there with a look of defiance. What's the matter? You don't like that? Lin Feng clenched his fists and snarled, I know you're strong, but I'm no pushover either. You had Qinji beat me up like this? Just wait. I've been invited back to China for a martial arts competition. Let's see how you explain this to the big shots. Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Last time, Lin Feng had bragged that Li Tai himself had invited him back to the country. But that was clearly a tall tale. Li Tai knew about it, and he believed it. But the likelihood of Li Tai personally inviting him back was slim, almost impossible. Besides, even if it were true, it wouldn't matter. Old Zhao had personally told him to bring glory to the nation. And Li Tai was also someone Zhao Lao had instructed his subordinates to cultivate specifically. So tell me, who's this big shot trying to intimidate me? Zhang Bing's tone dripped with sarcasm and mockery. Don't get too cocky. Let me tell you straight, it was Secretary Li Tai himself who personally invited young Master Feng back to compete. You had Feng Xiao beaten up today. If anything goes wrong during the competition, even with your considerable skills, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Zhang Bing laughed relentlessly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. A big shot like Secretary Li would personally invite a good-for-nothing like you back to the country? I just can't believe it. Yeah. Qinji chimed in with his own mockery. Even if Secretary Li did invite someone, it certainly wouldn't be a loser like you. Lin Feng suddenly snapped. Zhang Bing, you wait and see. I'm calling Secretary Li's assistant, Bai, right now. Hearing the name Bai Xiaochun, Lin Hanxue was utterly speechless. It seemed Lin Feng knew nothing about Zhang Bing's connections. Cousin, Zhang Bing has already let you off. Stop talking tough. Just apologize and leave quickly. Don't make a fool of yourself here, Lin Hanxue reminded him, exasperated. Humph. Lin Feng was certain that if Bai Xiaochun came personally or even just made a phone call, it would scare Zhang Bing to his wits. Men talking, women keep quiet. Zhang Bing, you just wait for this young master. Today's grudge plus the humiliation from last time, both old and new debts will be settled. Oh? Zhang Bing's playful mood kicked in as he taunted. Wasn't it you who wanted to show off in front of me last time? What? Running out of options now? I'm waiting for your call to Secretary Bai. Lin Feng cut to the chase, pulling out his phone and stepping aside to dial Bai Xiaochun. After all, he had been invited back by Bai Xiaochun. Last night, Bai Xiaochun had even specially invited them and the other contestants participating in the competition to dinner. At the table, he'd openly expressed his hope that after winning the championship, Bai Xiaochun would make an appearance to endorse him. At the time, Bai Xiaochun had merely smiled, but he hadn't refused either. Just you wait, young Master Feng really knows Secretary Bai. Secretary Bai is Secretary Li's top secret right-hand man. Every word and action represents Secretary Li's intentions. The rich second-generation kids started bellowing along too. Their families were all billionaires. But even tycoons of this caliber were no match for Secretary Bai and Li Tai. Thus they unanimously believed that as long as Bai Xiaochun made a show of support, Zhang Bing would be finished. Little did they know that Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, Wang Ruolin, Qin Yuanyuan, Zhang Tingting, and Qinji all wore expressions of mockery. Especially Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting, they had witnessed it firsthand at the hospital. Li Tai had brought Bai Xiaochun to assist him, directly confronting Ma Yunting, the wealthiest man in the capital. Ma Yunting even mobilized his powerful backer, Guanbu, whose influence far surpassed Li Tai's. After that final phone call, Guanbu suddenly acted as if he'd made a mistake, immediately washing his hands of the matter and even reprimanding Ma Yunting. A few minutes later, Lin Feng hung up the phone, his face beaming with satisfaction. Zhang Bing, you're dead. I already told Secretary Bai. Just you wait, Secretary Bai is coming personally. You're finished. Zhang Bing sneered dismissively. Fine. We'll wait. Unaware of the situation, Lin Feng continued his threats. Cousin, I advise you to switch sides quickly. There's no future following him. Let me tell you, Secretary Bai has high hopes for me. Lin Hanchua had no desire to speak anymore, shooting Lin Feng a look that screamed idiot. Zhang, if you kneel and beg me now, I might show you mercy when Secretary Bai arrives. Otherwise, no matter how rich you are, what good is owning the Tianlong Hotel? Idiot. Zhang Bing sneered. If you get the hell out of here now, I might let you off for Hanchua's sake. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Humph. Lin Feng remained oblivious to his peril, continuing to rant. You think I won't have Secretary Bai make a single call to shut down your entire Tianlong Hotel? At that moment, the rich kids trailing Lin Feng instantly wore expressions of terror. They didn't know Zhang Bing personally, but they just heard Lin Feng say the Dragon Hotel belonged to him. The rich kids were instantly terrified. They'd all heard about it recently. The Dragon Hotel had a new, very young owner who just tossed Ma Chao, son of the richest man, Ma Yunting, straight off the hospital building. His background was incredibly powerful and unfathomable. But they never imagined this young owner would be none other than Zhang Bing standing right before them. Feng, young Master Feng, you're done for. Young Master Feng, stop talking, we're finished. Several rich second-generation kids stared at Zhang Bing in terror. What's over? Lin Feng, confused, snapped back. What are you afraid of? So he's rich. Secretary Bai is already on her way. Once she arrives, what good is his wealth? Young Master Feng, he's someone you can't afford to mess with. The rich kids shivered, instinctively backing away from Lin Feng. Zhang Bing glanced at the rich kids and guessed they'd probably heard something earlier about the Tianlong Hotel being his. Shut your filthy mouths and get over there to stand. Otherwise, you'll be dealt with along with the rest of them later. The rich kids nodded repeatedly, obediently retreating to the side. Lin Feng sensed something was off. Could Zhang Bing have powerful connections? But then he remembered that Bai Xiaochun had Li Tai backing him, so he still felt confident. Bunch of losers. Don't blame me for not promoting you guys later. The rich kids were already terrified by Zhang Bing. Even Ma Yunting's son had been crippled for life and was still hospitalized. And Zhang Bing himself had emerged unscathed. What kind of connections did he have? They might be arrogant, but they weren't stupid. Chapter 101, Kneel and Apologize. About 20 minutes later, a black sedan pulled up. Bai Xiaochun stepped out of the vehicle. His personal visit wasn't due to any special favor owed to Lin Feng. Mainly, he happened to be nearby, and Lin Feng had exaggerated the situation, painting it as extremely serious. Considering Lin Feng was a martial arts champion after all, and the consequences of any mishap during this return match would be significant, Bai Xiaochun had decided to intervene. Seeing Bai Xiaochun arrive, Lin Feng completely let loose. He shouted at Zhang Bing, "You bastard! Even if you get down on your knees and beg me now, it won't do you any good." With that, he charged straight toward Bai Xiaochun. Lin Feng, what happened? Who beat you up like this? Bai Xiaochun immediately noticed Lin Feng's battered face and swollen nose, prompting him to ask. Secretary Bai, you must stand up for me. Lin Feng looked utterly aggrieved, turning to point at Zhang Bing. Secretary Bai, it's that Zhang Bing. He thinks he's above everyone, even you, just because he's got money. Bai Xiaochun followed Lin Feng's pointing finger and saw Zhang Bing approaching him with several women in Qinji, all wearing smiles. Instantly, he understood the situation and inwardly cursed Lin Feng for being such an idiot. Secretary Bai, you're really giving this idiot Lin Feng face, personally coming to back him up. Zhang Bing chuckled, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Ahem, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and explained, not at all. I just happened to be nearby, so I thought I'd drop by. Zhang Bing. Who'd have thought it'd be you? That's right, it's me. Zhang Bing admitted openly. This good-for-nothing may not be strong, but he sure is arrogant. Hearing Zhang Bing and Secretary Bai's exchange, Lin Feng froze completely. His face flushed with embarrassment, confusion, and dread as he stood frozen in place. He hadn't expected Zhang Bing to know Secretary Bai as well. What's more, it was clear Secretary Bai held Zhang Bing in high regard and treated him with unusual deference. Such an attitude had never been directed at him. Secretary Bai, you two know each other? Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath and asked cautiously. Lin Feng. Bai Xiaochun's expression darkened as she snapped, you were talking about Zhang Bing earlier, right? Well, you're in for it now. Me? Lin Feng stammered, at a loss for words. What do you mean I? Zhang Bing's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Feng. You idiot! What did I just tell you? Get out of here now. I'm letting you off because of Han Shui. Otherwise, you'd regret this. With that, Zhang Bing struck him himself, delivering a hard slap across the face. As he struck, he recounted the entire incident. He was also addressing Bai Xiaochun, since Lin Feng had been invited by him. Assaulting Lin Feng in front of him without justification would be highly inappropriate. Bai Xiaochun finally understood and sighed deeply beside him. He couldn't help but think, why did Lin Feng have to provoke Zhang Bing of all people? Getting beaten up was the least of his troubles now. Ma Chao was still hospitalized, confined to his bed. Lin Feng dared not put up a fight now, let alone strike back. He was mercilessly beaten by Zhang Bing. Bing. Bing, I'm sorry. I really understand now. Brother Bing, please spare me. I didn't know before. Cousin, please plead for me.
Lin Feng had completely crumbled, overcome with fear. Without a shred of dignity left, he knelt down begging for mercy. Seeing Zhang Bing unmoved, he turned to plead with Lin Hanxue. Lin Hanxue shook her head, her voice tinged with anger.
I warned you before. You chose to ignore me. You brought this on yourself.
Zhang Bing shot Lin Feng a disgusted look. Apologize to Sister Yuan, Tingting, and young Master Qin right now.
If they forgive you, I'll let you off.
Lin Feng immediately knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness from Qin Ji, Qin Yuan, and Zhang Tingting.
You idiot. Know better now?
Qin Shi snorted coldly.
Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, being girls, had softer hearts.
Seeing Lin Feng kneeling there, his face bruised and swollen, looking pitiful, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy.
Just be more careful in the future. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have some skills. Sis Yuan's right.
This time, for Hanxue's sake, we'll forgive you. After receiving forgiveness from Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, Zhang Bing stopped harassing Lin Feng.
Get lost. Keep your head down from now on. Thank you.
Lin Feng scrambled away, scrambling and crawling in a hasty, disheveled retreat.
Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaochun wore a look of disappointment, shaking his head and sighing.
After dealing with Lin Feng, Zhang Bing proactively extended an invitation to Bai Xiaochun, inviting him to dine at his Tianlong Grand Hotel. After all, both phone calls he made back home had been to Bai Xiaochun, who had helped resolve the issues.
Bai Xiaochun didn't refuse and readily agreed. Upon entering the private dining room at the hotel, Bai Xiaochun was stunned by its opulence.
Zhang Bing smiled and said, Secretary Bai, don't worry. We're all family here, all friends.
A meal is no big deal, right? Relieved, Bai Xiaochun then began discussing the upcoming Three Kingdoms College Martial Arts Tournament with Zhang Bing.
For Dragon Country, participation was limited to residents of the capital city, with only 5 spots available. M Nation also had 5 competitors, and our nation sent 5 as well, making a total of 15 participants.
The top 3 finishers would be selected, as this mattered to the nation's prestige.
A certain high-ranking official had casually remarked that they couldn't afford to lose to our country's competitors. Therefore, the authorities placed great importance on this martial arts competition. Through various channels, he had managed to bring Lin Feng back. Ma Chao was originally one of them, but that's no longer possible. What surprised Zhang Bing and the others, however, was that this useless Lin Feng actually possessed some real skills, having won numerous combat championships abroad. But now, seeing this comparison, Zhang Bing felt even more acutely the strength of his ancient martial arts.
A kickboxing champion couldn't land a single blow against him.
Zhang Bing, over the next few days, I'll give you the profiles of 10 fighters from M country and our country.
Knowing your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Bai Xiaochun said. Alright, I'll count on you then, Zhang Bing replied. After 3 rounds of drinks, Bai Xiaochun also rose to take his leave. Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuan both instinctively glanced at Zhang Bing. Even without mind reading, Zhang Bing knew exactly what they were thinking. But he couldn't do anything about it, since Lin Hanxue was right there. So the 2 women rose to return to their respective homes. Wang Wolin was fine, as she was staying at the hotel anyway. Lin Hanxue, however, flushed red as she pulled Zhang Bing into the presidential suite. The next morning, Zhang Bing was still asleep when Lin Hanxue, who had already gotten up and tidied everything, woke him. Lazy pig, get up. Sister Yuan has something important to discuss with you today. Zhang Bing's eyes were still heavy with sleep, but upon hearing that Qin Yuan had something important to discuss, his drowsiness vanished instantly. He quickly got up and got ready, then the 2 of them went downstairs. In the hotel lobby, Qin Yuan was already waiting. Today, Qin Yuan wore her hair down, dressed in a black low-cut strapless evening gown and high heels, her lips painted with lipstick. A mature, sophisticated aura radiates from her, embodying the quintessential queenly fiery red lips. Lin Hanxue felt a twinge of jealousy, but she had classes at school today and Qin Yuan had called early, she couldn't very well refuse. Sis Yuan, Roland, and I are heading to school first. You go handle your business with him, Lin Hanxue said with a smile. Qin Yuan chuckled back, teasing, Hanxue, are you sure you want to leave him with me? Ha ha. Sis Yuan, stop joking around. Why wouldn't I trust you? Lin Hanxue responded with a smile before getting into the car with Wang Wolin. Watching Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin drive away, Zhang Bing felt his heart race. He glanced at Qin Yuan's sexy outfit today. Sis Yuan, got something important today? You're looking pretty sharp. We'll talk in the car. Qin Yuan walked ahead with her head held high, her ample rear swaying rhythmically. Zhang Bing watched her mesmerized and followed suit. Chapter 102, Pretend to be my boyfriend. Once inside the car, Zhang Bing could barely contain himself. He'd just acquired mind-reading abilities and had tried reading Qin Yuan's thoughts. He discovered that beneath this aloof, sophisticated exterior lay a fiery passion and an extremely open-minded nature. She craved excitement. This kind of woman was truly the cream of the crop. Dressed so seductively and formally today, she completely outshone even Zhang Tingting, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin. He immediately used his mind-reading ability, eager to discover what business she needed him to accompany her on. Soon, Zhang Bing broke into a wide grin. Turns out Qin Yuan was going on a blind date today and wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend. And Qin Yuan wasn't just pretending. She wanted to turn the fake relationship into a real one, but had been held back by her feelings for Lin Hanxue. Through mind-reading, he learned that Qin Yuan's blind date came from a prominent family, not only wealthy but also powerful. The old patriarch of the other family was once on par with the Qin family's patriarch. It could be said they were a perfect match, destined to be together. What are you looking at? Is it that interesting? Qin Yuan asked, driving while feigning annoyance. Zhang Bing quickly averted his gaze. It really is beautiful. Then look your fill. I'll let you see your heart's content. Far from being upset, Qin Yuan began teasing Zhang Bing herself. This was the last thing Zhang Bing had expected. Suddenly, Qin Yuan pulled her black evening gown up higher. Her snow-white thighs were fully exposed, making his blood boil. Hee, Qin Yuan asked deliberately, you pervert, who's prettier, me or your girlfriend? Zhang Bing was genuinely flustered. He hadn't expected this mature woman to be so direct and playful, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. You pervert, you're quite the lucky bastard. You've got Hanxue, Ruolin, and even innocent Tingting likes you. TSK. Qin Yuan teased relentlessly. Zhang Bing suppressed his inner flutter and tried to change the subject, feigning ignorance. Sis Yuan, stop teasing me. You're dressed so sexy and pretty today. What exactly are you trying to get me to do? Qin Yuan giggled and said, how about pretending to be my boyfriend? Help me turn someone down, but not like you did with Lin Feng. Their family patriarch and my family patriarch are old friends. Our families have a good relationship, and we can't damage the harmony. Zhang Bing smiled. He had already known all this through his mind-reading ability earlier. Still, he deliberately asked, if that's the case, you two are practically a perfect match. Why not just be together? Humph. Qin Yuan suddenly grew angry, her face darkening. What business is it of yours? Zhang Bing gave an awkward chuckle. I was just curious, why me? There are so many talented young men in the capital. I'm not exactly the most handsome. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes at Zhang Bing and explained, but you're the most capable. My blind date is no ordinary guy. In terms of looks, height, charisma, refinement, and eloquence, few can compare. Especially with his prominent family background. Sigh, after much thought, only you have the capability to make him give up on me. So, does that mean I'm under a lot of pressure? Zhang Bing chuckled. You'll see when you meet him. Qin Yuan pressed the gas pedal, made a turn, and pulled the car to a stop. Soon, the two stepped out and arrived at an extremely upscale restaurant. Zhang Bing glanced at the interior and remarked, impressive. It almost rivals my own Tianlong Grand Hotel. Yes, this restaurant belongs to his family, Qin Yuan explained. Then Qin Yuan took Zhang Bing's arm. His heart skipped a beat. Now you're my boyfriend. You can do anything you want, Qin Yuan murmured, her red lips parting as she gazed at him with a fiery look. Zhang Bing felt his blood boil, thinking to himself, today, I'm definitely going to get what I want. The two then headed straight for a private room inside. The private room was elegantly decorated, and a young man in a suit was already waiting inside. Seeing Qin Yuan walk in arm with Zhang Bing, the young man visibly froze. Yuan, who is this? The young man was Qin Yuan's blind date Huang Yu, the eldest grandson of the Huang family. Huang Yu, this is my boyfriend, Zhang Bing. Qin Yuan responded with a smile, then deliberately leaned closer to Zhang Bing. Huang Yu's expression visibly changed, but he maintained his composure as he invited them. Brother Zhang, Yuan, please take a seat. Zhang Bing glanced at Huang Yu. He was undeniably handsome and well-mannered, with an air of scholarly elegance that made even Zhang Bing feel a twinge of inferiority. Huang Yu, I told you I had a boyfriend, but you wouldn't believe me. Sigh. Qin Yuan explained with an aloof expression. Huang Yu wasn't stupid. Though his expression darkened, especially seeing Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan holding hands the entire time, a sight that would make any man jealous, he remained composed. Yuan, stop messing around. I've already asked Grandpa Qin and Uncle Qin, where did you even get a boyfriend? Huang Yu retorted. That's because they don't know, Qin Yuan retorted with a cold snort. Huang Yu clearly didn't buy it. He'd guessed right away that Qin Yuan had deliberately found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend. Of course, Huang Yu was well-mannered, at least he kept up appearances. Even though he was annoyed with Zhang Bing, he didn't show it. Instead, he politely inquired, Brother Zhang, what would you like to drink? This left Zhang Bing feeling somewhat awkward, so he could only politely reply, Brother Huang, whatever you're having is fine with me. I'll take anything. Alright, then I'll take the liberty of ordering. No need to mind. With that, Huang Yu gestured, and soon a waiter entered carrying a bottle of premium red wine. As he instructed the server to pour the wine, Huang Yu opened up the conversation. He bypassed Qin Yuan entirely, addressing Zhang Bing directly. May I ask where Brother Zhang holds his position? Not quite at that level yet, just an art school student. Oh? Huang Yu chuckled. So Brother Zhang is from the art school? I graduated from the fine arts department at Huaqing University, right next door to your school. Seems I'll need to pick your brain today, Brother Zhang. After all these years since graduation, I've forgotten much of the specialized knowledge. Zhang Bing was speechless. Huang Yu was clearly trying to make him look foolish. He'd gotten in through the system, how could he compare professionally to a proper Huaqing University top student? Well, I'm only a freshman. You're a top graduate from Huaqing University, how could you possibly seek advice from me? Zhang Bing protested. Huang Yu chuckled, then asked, oh, right, where are you from, Brother Zhang? Do the dishes here suit your taste? From southern Hunan, Zhang Bing replied honestly, without hiding anything. Now Huang Yu understood. He was completely at ease, fully convinced that Zhang Bing was the actor Qin Yuan had hastily recruited. Brother Zhang, I opened this restaurant after graduation and personally designed its style. What do you think? It's great, Zhang Bing replied. Well then, since you're Yuan's friend, you're my friend too. From now on, whenever you come to the restaurant, whether alone or with friends, everything's on the house. Huang Yu said with a smile. Zhang Bing chuckled. First, he had to admit that Huang Yu was truly different. He wasn't like those rich second-generation types, Ma Chao or Lin Feng. The other party was clearly trying to win him over, hoping he'd back down. He didn't mind, but the key was Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan wasn't stupid either. She understood exactly what Huang Yu meant. She had come to Zhang Bing specifically to make Huang Yu give up his hopes. There was no way she could let him get his way now. Huang Yu, Zhang Bing might still be a student, but he's got deep pockets. Your restaurant is nice, but he's not exactly short on cash. Oh? Huang Yu was slightly surprised, but he judged Qin Yuan was exaggerating. Zhang Bing kept smiling. After all, up until now, Huang Yu had been polite and gracious, showing no signs of losing his temper. It wouldn't be right to rashly humiliate someone like that. Zhang Bing, what are you grinning about? Qin Yuan pinched him hard, scolding playfully. Huang Yu, don't doubt me. You know me, if he didn't have real substance, how could I have become his woman? With that, Qin Yuan planted a kiss right on Zhang Bing's cheek. Both Zhang Bing and Huang Yu froze for a moment, especially Huang Yu, who felt completely thrown off balance. Though he knew Qin Yuan was putting on an act, she was taking it a bit too far. Still, he managed to control his emotions and greeted her with a smile. Brother Zhang, could you do me a small favor? Brother Huang, what kind of favor? Huang Yu pondered for a moment before asking, could you go out and fetch something for me? No way. Before Zhang Bing could respond, Qin Yuan flatly refused. Huang Yu clearly intended this as an excuse to send Zhang Bing away. Zhang Bing felt rather helpless, as he understood Qin Yuan's intentions. Though Huang Yu hadn't wronged him personally, forced relationships never blossomed. With a sigh, he said, Brother Huang, you're actually right. I am the actor's sister Yuan called in at the last minute. But there's an old saying in Longwei, forced fruit never tastes sweet. Feelings are something you can't force. Chapter 103, this time he couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Bing had actually held a favorable impression of Huang Yu after all. The man was refined and courteous, without an air of superiority. At most, he'd flaunted his Huaqing University background and emphasized that the restaurant was his. Therefore, he didn't want to make Huang Yu look too bad, so he kept a low profile. Moreover, he sensed Huang Yu wanted him to step aside, so he spoke plainly. But Qin Yuan wasn't having it. She dug her nails into Zhang Bing's thigh again and snapped angrily, coward. What are you afraid of? You're my man. Huang Yu watched the scene unfold silently, but he wasn't stupid. He knew Zhang Bing was telling the truth, so he calmly addressed Qin Yuan again. Yuan, why are you doing this? We've been childhood sweethearts since we were little, growing up together. Your grandfather and mine have been lifelong friends, and our families are well matched, a perfect pairing. Why bring someone else in to upset me? Don't worry, I won't get angry. Who says we were childhood sweethearts? Qin Yuan retorted. We were just friends growing up. I treated you like an older brother, but you wanted to sleep with me. And who told you Zhang Bing was brought in to provoke me? Ha! Huang Yu chuckled. Look, Brother Zhang just admitted it himself. Humph. Qin Yuan snapped. I told you it's true, but you wouldn't believe me. He just didn't want to hurt your pride. Huang Yu shrugged it off. Yuan, you're getting more and more off track. I come from a distinguished family, graduated from Huaqing University, and built this restaurant entirely through my own hard work. It has nothing to do with my family. Alright, Yuan, stop this. We're both grown adults now, and both our families are pressing us. Qin Yuan didn't want to waste any more time. She grabbed Zhang Bing, who was standing stiffly nearby, and asked, Huang Yu, I truly don't want our relationship to affect our families. But Zhang Bing really is my boyfriend, and he's right, you can't force feelings. I just don't feel anything for you. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you right now. With that, Qin Yuan took the initiative, wrapping her arms around Zhang Bing and leaning in for a kiss. This left Zhang Bing utterly stunned. Yet Qin Yuan was relentless, clinging tightly to him as she kissed him almost to the point of suffocation. Instinctively, he began to respond, wrapping his arms around her waist. Neither of them knew if this was real or just an act, but they completely ignored Huang Yu as if he were invisible. Huang Yu couldn't stand it any longer. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. Enough! Huang Yu slammed his hand on the table and roared, Yuan, you've gone too far. Only then did Qin Yuan stop, her face flushed crimson. Zhang Bing's heart was pounding wildly. That dominant woman style is definitely thrilling. What man could resist? Now you believe me, right? Qin Yuan said nonchalantly. Huang Yu trembled with rage, his composure finally shattered. Bro, could you step out for a moment? Yuan and I need to talk. Qin Yuan immediately intervened, don't leave. You're my boyfriend, what could you possibly not want to hear? Zhang Bing sighed helplessly, then glanced at Huang Yu, whose face had turned dark. Fine, I'll step aside for now. You two should clear things up properly. Don't let this turn into an unpleasant situation. This time, Zhang Bing didn't heed Qin Yuan's words. After all, the Qin and Huang families were old acquaintances, and it wouldn't be good if things got too tense. As soon as Zhang Bing left, Huang Yu stood up, his face filled with heartache as he looked at Qin Yuan. Yuan, you're being so foolish. Even if you brought someone here to upset me, you shouldn't have to suffer for it. Zhang Bing isn't worthy of you. You're being too foolish. Hearing Huang Yu disparage Zhang Bing, Qin Yuan flared instantly. Huang Yu, what do you mean by that? Please show some respect and don't speak ill of my boyfriend. Besides, I already said if it weren't for my boyfriend giving you face and sparing your dignity, you wouldn't even be in the same league as him. Huang Yu snorted coldly. Though he had good manners, he considered Zhang Bing just a poor student from out of town studying at the Beijing Arts Academy, utterly incomparable to himself. Adding to his resentment, when Qin Yuan had demanded a kiss from Zhang Bing earlier, Zhang Bing hadn't refused him out of respect, instead, he'd actively reciprocated. This had already left him deeply annoyed. Now that Zhang Bing was gone, he felt no need to hold back. I'm only giving you face to spare Zhang Bing the embarrassment. What does he have to compare with me? Ha! Qin Yuan scoffed. Earlier in the car, she had specifically instructed Zhang Bing to give Huang Yu face. After all, their families had a good relationship. Now look at this, Zhang Bing's low-key nature was being interpreted by Huang Yu as a sign of incompetence. Enough, Yuan, stop this. Huang Yu advanced step by step, then suddenly grabbed Qin Yuan forcefully. Let go of me, Huang Yu. What are you doing? Qin Yuan struggled fiercely. Yuan, stop struggling. You'll be mine sooner or later anyway. Huang Yu's powerful arms wrapped tightly around Qin Yuan. His hand slid up her thigh as he leaned in to kiss her. You animal! Let me go! What are you doing? Huang Yu, let go of me! Have you no shame? Qin Yuan resisted fiercely, struggling violently while shouting angrily. But Huang Yu wouldn't relent, pressing his advantage. You were all over Zhang Bing with that passionate kiss earlier. What's the big deal about me? Let go of me! Zhang Bing, help me! Zhang Bing! Qin Yuan struggled frantically. Seeing she couldn't break free, she began screaming for help outside the room. In an instant, the door burst open and Zhang Bing rushed in. Stop! What are you doing? Zhang Bing bellowed, charging forward without a word and forcibly shoving Huang Yu aside with one hand. Get out! This is none of your business. It's between Yuan and me. Huang Yu showed no shame, instead snapping back at Zhang Bing. Now Zhang Bing was furious too. After all, Qin Yuan was so close to him, and she had feelings for him. Now look at this, he'd given face by stepping aside, only for Huang Yu to try forcing himself on her. Huang Yu, I stepped aside to give you face, but you turned out to be such a petty bastard. Huang Yu dropped all pretense and shouted back, I'm only polite to you because I'm giving Yuan face. Otherwise, with your status and abilities, I wouldn't give you a second glance. Get out immediately. Zhang Bing shook his head and sneered, is that so? Then you must be quite powerful. Huang Yu's face darkened with fury. Go to the front desk right now. Take $500,000 and get out. Tell them I said so. You are forbidden from contacting Yuan ever again. Take the money and leave. $500,000 should cover your troubles for the next decade. Zhang Bing couldn't help but snort coldly. What a pathetic way to insult him using money. 50,000? That wouldn't even cover a day's interest on his bank account. Chapter 104, Devastating Blow. Huang Yu, you really think you're so great, huh? Qin Yuan broke free and joined in the sarcasm. Huang Yu ignored her, fixing his gaze on Zhang Bing instead. If 50,000 isn't enough, how about 100,000? Get out now and take your money with you.
Zhang Bing shook his head coldly. I was giving you face, trying to spare you embarrassment so it wouldn't affect the Huang and Qin family's relationship.
But you think you can insult me with money? You've got the wrong idea. Ha! Huang Yu sneered back. Don't pretend to be so noble. You're just a college student from the south studying at the Capital Arts Academy. You've probably never even seen $1,000,000 in your life. You came to help Yuan, isn't it all about the money?
Humph! Zhang Bing dismissed the notion with a snort, suddenly striding toward Qin Yuan and pulling her forcefully into his embrace.
Then he declared defiantly, let me make this perfectly clear, Yuan is my woman now.
Qin Yuan's heart fluttered with sweetness, completely ignoring Huang Yu.
Huang Yu was livid, his fury boiling over. Zhang Bing, huh? You're pushing your luck.
Zhang Bing didn't mince words either. I'm giving you face, but you don't know how to take it.
Fine.
Huang Yu watched Zhang Bing wrap his arm around Qin Yuan's waist as she nestled happily against him. Even if it was fake, it was now being taken as real.
I'll see what you're made of.
Humph! Zhang Bing sneered.
What do you want? I'll ask one last time, take $1,000,000 and leave, or choose to oppose me. Huang Yu threatened.
Zhang Bing shook his head.
How about I give you 10 million? Then you vanish from here on out and never bother Yuan again. How's that?
You bastard.
Huang Yu's face darkened with fury.
Suddenly, he lunged at Zhang Bing with clenched fists, completely losing his mind.
Zhang Bing didn't even glance his way.
Holding Qin Yuan in one arm, he swiftly extended the other and delivered a sweeping punch.
Huang Yu didn't even get close. Zhang Bing's punch sent him flying backward, crashing to the ground. He scrambled up, looking utterly defeated. Enough, Huang Yu. Qin Yuan said expressionlessly, I told you before I don't like you.
I treated you as a friend, but you just wouldn't listen.
If it weren't for the relationship between our families, I wouldn't have bothered with you at all.
Everything's clear now, so stop humiliating yourself.
Yuan, you fine, you.
Huang Yu nearly spat blood, his eyes bulging so wide he couldn't speak.
Since you put it that way, don't blame me. Sigh. Qin Yuan knew exactly what Huang Yu intended, nothing more than humiliating and undermining Zhang Bing. But how could that work?
Zhang Bing's power and connections were leagues beyond Huang Yu's.
Huang Yu, give it up. Don't be so childish.
I'll tell you straight, Zhang Bing isn't just a super VIP black card holder at the Beijing Bank headquarters, he also owns the Tianlong Grand Hotel. I didn't want to say it, but since you insist, I'll tell you.
Sure enough, the moment Qin Yuan spoke, Huang Yu was stunned, staring at Zhang Bing in disbelief. See? We're still friends.
I don't want our relationship to affect the ties between our families.
Let's just leave it at that. Don't push things too far. Qin Yuan sighed, then took Zhang Bing's hand and started to leave. Stop! Huang Yu shouted, blocking their path.
Though he was shocked that Zhang Bing was so wealthy. He believed wealth alone didn't mean everything. The Huang family was a distinguished lineage, its heritage far surpassed mere wealth. The Qin family fell short in this regard. Though both the patriarchs of the Huang and Qin families had stepped down, the Huang patriarch had amassed numerous disciples and former officials during his tenure. Many of today's influential figures in the capital owed the Huang family a measure of respect. So what if he's rich? Yuan, I never imagined you'd become so materialistic.
Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Yes, I'm materialistic. I always have been. Is that okay with you?
Huang Yu snorted coldly.
Fine. You wait. I'll make a call right now. Think money is everything? What exactly are you trying to do? Qin Yuan asked impatiently. Huang Yu's face turned ashen. Just wait. Isn't your boyfriend rich? Fine. How pathetic. Qin Yuan was furious. Zhang Bing gave a cold laugh.
He had already activated his mind-reading ability, trying to discern Huang Yu's intentions. It turned out Huang Yu now harbored deep hatred toward him, seeking to salvage his pride in front of Qin Yuan and intimidate him. He was now planning to bring in some big shots to back him up and boost his prestige.
So he was connected to the Ma family and even knew Gao Feng.
Zhang Bing sneered inwardly, silently cursing Huang Yu as a complete idiot.
Trying to call in the Ma family and that police bureau chief Gao Feng to back him up? How laughable.
Having grasped Huang Yu's true intentions, Zhang Bing no longer felt any urgency.
Fine then, Zhang Bing said. Let's sit and see what he's really up to. Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment.
From the mocking smile on Zhang Bing's lips, she could tell. Huang Yu was bound to get a taste of his own medicine and end up humiliated. So she gave one final earnest warning. Huang Yu, are you really going to push this? If things spiral out of control, you'll be the one left humiliated. You'd better think this through.
Ha! Huang Yu was brimming with confidence. No matter how wealthy Zhang Bing was, could he possibly compare to the Ma family, the wealthiest in the capital?
What's more, he planned to bring not only the Ma family to back him up, but also Commissioner Gao Feng of the Constabulary Bureau.
With this two-pronged approach, Zhang Bing was bound to end up with his tail between his legs. Just you wait. With that, Huang Yu slammed the door and stormed out. Sigh. Qin Yuan shook her head. This makes it hard for our two families to get along now. There's nothing we can do. Zhang Bing tried to reassure her. I don't think you did anything wrong, and neither did I. It's just that the other side is too narrow-minded. We've already given him plenty of face. You. Qin Yuan sighed, finally letting it go. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto Zhang Bing's. He swallowed hard. You're my boyfriend now. Qin Yuan didn't care anymore. She suddenly threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around Zhang Bing and kissing him passionately. Zhang Bing didn't resist, he responded passionately. Thrilling. Zhang Bing's heart raced. This kind of dominant woman was really something. Meanwhile, Huang Yu stepped out of the private room and immediately made a call. First, he called Ma Zhanshan of the Ma family. After all, the Huang family patriarch had held a high position back in the day, and everyone on the Ma side knew him. Next, he called Gao Feng. Gao Feng had a special relationship with the Ma family and, of course, had also received some favors from the Huang family patriarch back in the day. Thus, neither Ma Zhanshan nor Gao Feng hesitated, promising to arrive immediately to bolster the situation. Chapter 105, Thrilling and Exciting. About 20 minutes later, Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan arrived almost simultaneously. Both dressed casually, they were extremely courteous toward Huang Yu. Young Master Huang, what brings you to summon us so urgently? Is there some good news? Young Master Huang, is old Master Huang feeling well? Huang Yu nodded, responding with equal courtesy, Mr. Ma, Director Gao, thank you both for honoring my grandfather with your presence. Ha, young Master Huang, you flatter us. The old gentleman commands such respect and esteem we would never refuse him a favor. Indeed, young Master Huang. Just give us a heads up whenever you need something, and we'll do our utmost. Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan spoke as they followed Huang Yu into the dining room. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan had completely forgotten everything else, consumed like dry kindling and raging flames. Qin Yuan, this dominant woman, was truly exhilarating. Zhang Bing could barely contain himself. Only when footsteps grew louder in the corridor did Zhang Bing reluctantly pause, his desire still unfulfilled. He hurriedly stopped, and Qin Yuan reluctantly pulled down her evening gown. Ugh! Qin Yuan pouted in mock displeasure. Zhang Bing chuckled lewdly, don't rush. Once we're done here, we'll find somewhere else. Qin Yuan chuckled softly, then smoothed her hair, a faint blush lingering on her cheeks. Just then, Huang Yu entered with Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan in tow. Ma Zhanshan and Gao Feng initially paid little attention, not even bothering to question Huang Yu further. Given their status and position, ordinary people would only try to curry favor and never dare to offend them. But upon seeing Zhang Bing inside, both froze, their expressions turning grim. Humph. Huang Yu wore an air of arrogance as he looked at Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Ma Zhanshan, head of security for the Ma family and a close confidant of Mr. Ma Yuntang. And this is Gao Feng, director of the police bureau. So you think you're rich? The Tianlong Hotel is yours, isn't it? How does that feel now? Zhang Bing had already used his mind-reading ability to learn who Huang Yu had called to back him up. So seeing Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan, two old acquaintances, he wasn't surprised at all. Oh, Chief Gao, Director Ma, long time no see. How have you been lately? Zhang Bing grinned and started teasing them playfully. Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan were dumbfounded, kicking themselves for coming. Had they known Huang Yu had summoned them specifically to confront Zhang Bing, they would never have come, not for all the money in the world. Mr. Zhang. Our apologies, we didn't know it was you. We'll take our leave now. Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan had been thoroughly intimidated last time. Given their caliber, even if you gave them 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare provoke Zhang Bing again. Ma Chao, the last one to provoke Zhang Bing, was still lying low. Even Ma Yunting from the capital got slapped around a few times. Big shots from the Ministry of Public Security personally went to the hospital, but in the end, they didn't dare get involved and just left. Hearing Zhang Bing's exchange with Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan, Huang Yu was utterly stunned. He even doubted whether his ears had deceived him. Mr. Ma, Director Gao, you two know each other? How could Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan dare say anything? They weren't just acquainted, they were sworn enemies. Young Master Huang, take care of yourself. Young Master Huang, we can't help you with this matter. Goodbye. Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan dared not linger a moment longer. They turned and left. Hold on. Zhang Bing shouted, halting Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan. Both men were tense, their faces grim. Mr. Zhang, we haven't offended you or caused you trouble all this time, have we? That's right. We haven't provoked you in all this time. Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan were clearly terrified, fearing Zhang Bing would come after them. Seeing their terrified expressions, Huang Yu was even more shocked. Don't be so scared. I'm not some tiger that eats people. Zhang Bing chuckled. I just want you to tell Huang Yu honestly whether I have the strength to go up against him. All right. The two dared not refuse. Then Gao Feng lowered his head and revealed that it was Zhang Bing who had caused Ma Chao to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. He only briefly mentioned Li Tai, Bai Xiaochun, and the others. Huang Yu froze in place, his entire being shaken. He stared wide-eyed at Zhang Bing. He never imagined Zhang Bing's background was this formidable. Even at his grandfather's peak, he couldn't compare to Li Tai. Little did he know that Gao Feng had already condensed the story, mentioning only a few key points. Later, even heavyweights like Guanbu showed up. This clearly demonstrated that the power behind Zhang Bing was someone even Guanbu couldn't afford to provoke. Huang Yu, what do you say? Still want to test our strength against each other? Zhang Bing teased Huang Yu, who stood there looking thoroughly defeated. Huang Yu remained silent, knowing his face was completely lost this time. Even if it came down to pure wealth, the few coins in his pocket couldn't compare to Zhang Bing's fortune. Huang Yu, I told you before considering our family's relationship, Zhang Bing didn't want to embarrass you and was giving you leeway. But you, thinking you're so great, ended up embarrassing yourself. Huang Yu felt utterly ashamed, keeping his head down, unable to meet Zhang Bing's gaze. Zhang Bing didn't press his advantage further after all, this was already humiliating enough. If he pushed it too far, the Huang and Qin families would become outright enemies. Alright, you're dismissed. Zhang Bing waved his hand dismissively. Ma Zhanchan and Gao Feng didn't linger a moment longer, turning to leave immediately. Ah! Qin Yuan sighed, looking at Huang Yu. I hope we can still be friends. With that, she took Zhang Bing's hand and walked out. After leaving the restaurant, Qin Yuan and Zhang Bing shared an unspoken understanding both were in a hurry. Once in the car, Qin Yuan floored it, heading straight for the restaurant's underground garage without stopping anywhere. She pulled into the garage, parked, and turned off the engine all in one fluid motion. Zhang Bing, take me. Qin Yuan was incredibly proactive, throwing herself at him. Zhang Bing's heart pounded wildly today, his wish had finally come true. Meanwhile, back at the art school, Lin Hanxue, Wang Roland, and Zhang Tingting, three stunning beauties who'd just gotten in through connections, had become a campus sensation. But they were merely for viewing from afar and no one dared approach them. After all, Zhang Bing had made a name for himself at the art school in one fell swoop. Even Ma Chao, the richest man around, had fallen for him. The three women were quite content with their quiet lives, walking together on campus. Just then, Zhang Tingting's phone rang. She stepped aside to answer it, her expression suddenly turning pale. How's my dad? Alright, I'll be right back. After hanging up, Zhang Tingting looked completely shaken, her face etched with worry. Tingting, what's wrong? Did something happen to Uncle? Wang Roland and Lin Hanxue asked urgently. Zhang Tingting's voice choked with emotion as she said, Sisters Roland and Hanxue, my aunt just called to say Dad was beaten up back home. He's on his way to the hospital now, and his condition is critical. I need to head back immediately. Chapter 106, Dominating the Third-Tier Small City. Tingting, don't panic. If Uncle needs money, I have some here. Yes, Tingting, we'll accompany you home right away. Wang Roland and Lin Hanxue had long regarded Zhang Tingting as a sister. Among the three, Tingting was the youngest and came from the poorest family. Wang Roland's family was also in shambles, but at least she was capable and had earned some money. Zhang Tingting, however, was a genuine northeastern rural girl. Her mother had passed away early, leaving only her and Zhang Yunfeng to rely on each other. This trip to the capital was meant to scrape together money for Zhang Yunfeng's surgery. Fortunately, she encountered Zhang Bing, who changed her fate. Zhang Tingting tried to refuse, but Lin Hanxue and Wang Roland ignored her protests. They grabbed her phone and transferred the money directly. Meanwhile, Wang Roland immediately called the airline to book tickets, while Lin Hanxue hurriedly contacted Zhang Bing. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan were in the restaurant's underground parking garage. After taking turns in a fierce battle, they were now resting in each other's arms. It had to be said Qin Yuan was incredibly stimulating. She was more intense than both Zhang Tingting and Lin Hanxue combined, and even Wang Roland couldn't compare. Shu, Hanxue's calling. Zhang Bing pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and made a shushing gesture. Humph, Qin Yuan felt a pang of jealousy. If Hanxue hadn't met you first, you'd be mine. No one would ever take you away. Zhang Bing ignored her and quickly answered the call. Soon, Lin Hanxue's urgent voice came through the line. After inquiring, he learned that Zhang Tingting's father, Zhang Yunfeng, had gotten into trouble back home. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Bing immediately sat up and began dressing. Qin Yuan, upon hearing the news, also hurriedly got dressed and tidied herself up. Let's head to school and meet up with the three of them. Tingting's been through a lot, she must be worried sick, Zhang Bing said. Got it. Qin Yuan felt a twinge of jealousy, but she was sensible enough to understand. Half an hour later, Qin Yuan drove Zhang Bing to the entrance of the art school. Wang Roland, Lin Hanxue, and Zhang Tingting were already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Qin Yuan's satisfied expression, though she deliberately tidied herself up, her hair was still slightly disheveled. As women, they naturally sensed something was off. Lin Hanxue felt a sharp pang in her heart, a wave of intense jealousy surging up. Clearly, Zhang Tingting and Wang Ruolin had noticed it too. All three women shared the same suspicion, but now was not the time to discuss it. Tingting, what happened to uncle? Zhang Bing asked with concern after getting out of the car. Brother Bing, my dad got beaten up. It's serious. Sister Ruolin, Sister Hanxue, please come with me back to our hometown. Zhang Tingting said urgently. Damn it, this is unacceptable. Zhang Bing exploded on the spot. Let's go. Get in the car. We're heading to the airport together. I'm going to check on him too. I'm coming too. Qin Yuan insisted this time. She was determined to go along and stay by Zhang Bing's side. I'm on leave right now and have time. Let's all go together. Great. Zhang Bing didn't think twice and agreed immediately. Meanwhile, in Binzhou, a third-tier city in northeast China, 1,000 miles away. This coastal city was a typical tourist destination, though its economy wasn't particularly developed. After Zhang Yunfeng received Zhang Bing's assistance in the capital, his surgery went smoothly and he recovered well. Later, to avoid interfering with his daughter's growing relationship with Zhang Bing, he took advantage of Zhang Bing's trip back home to handle household registration matters and returned alone to Binzhou. But unexpectedly, just days after his return, a gang of local thugs forcibly seized his ancestral home. Zhang Yunfeng, being an honest man, initially had no desire to confront these thugs. But these thugs, emboldened by their connections in Binzhou, acted with utter arrogance and overstepped all bounds. They demanded to buy the ancestral home, worth 100,000 yuan, for a mere 5,000 yuan. Naturally, Zhang Yunfeng refused, only to be brutally beaten in retaliation. Now, in a Binzhou hospital, Zhang Yunfeng lay covered in blood, having just returned from Beijing after undergoing surgery. He was brutally beaten, and the situation was extremely dangerous. His sister, Zhang Xueyan, was also a genuine rural woman. The entire family made their living in Binzhou City, all of them kind and honest ordinary people. Fortunately, Zhang Xueyan immediately called Zhang Tingting in Beijing. With the help of Lin Hanxue and Wang Ruolin, the hospital fees were promptly transferred. After emergency treatment, Zhang Yunfeng had passed the critical stage and was no longer in mortal danger. Outside the hospital ward, however, 3 or 4 shady characters were peering around cautiously. Once they confirmed Zhang Yunfeng was alive, they quickly dispersed. Inside the ward, Zhang Xueyan looked worried, her eyes reddened as she said, Brother, maybe we should just let it go. We can't fight them. What are you saying, Xueyan? Zhang Yunfeng, his head heavily bandaged, remained resolute. The ancestral home is what Dad left us. How could we let those scoundrels take it for just 5,000 yuan? But if we refuse, they'll beat you to death, Zhang Xueyan sighed. Even if they beat me to death, I won't sell it to them for 5,000 yuan. Zhang Yunfeng remained resolute. Zhang Xueyan didn't know how to persuade him further. Thank goodness Tingting transferred the medical fees in time, she sighed. Otherwise, it would have been unimaginable. Tingting said she'd be back tonight. Sigh. Mentioning his daughter Zhang Tingting still brought Zhang Yunfeng some comfort. Though their family was poor, Zhang Tingting had blossomed into a beauty. Even without dressing up, she was no less stunning than those TV stars. Many had tried to court her, but she had always rejected them firmly. At least, born into a humble family, Zhang Tingting had remained upright and had never picked up any bad habits. Evening. Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting, and Wang Ruolin, the 5 of them landed at Binzhou Airport. Without hesitation, they hailed a taxi and headed straight for the hospital. Though Binzhou, a third-tier city, had its share of attractive women. But when the driver saw Zhang Bing accompanied by 4 stunningly beautiful women, each with a distinct style, fiery figures, and exceptional charisma, he couldn't help but gasp in admiration, his face brimming with envy. Upon arriving at the hospital, they went to Bing's room. Zhang Yunfeng had regained consciousness and was out of immediate danger, bringing relief to everyone. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin, Miss Wang, Miss Qin, you're all here. Seeing everyone present, Zhang Yunfeng struggled to sit up. Uncle Zhang, don't move around. We heard you had an accident, so we came to see you. Zhang Bing stepped forward to stop him. Zhang Yunfeng nodded, then introduced Zhang Xueyan. Xueyan, Mr. Zhang is an upright man. We owe him for everything in the capital this time. Miss Lin, Miss Wang, and Miss Qin are all wonderful people. After everyone introduced themselves, Zhang Bing stepped out and summoned a hospital nurse. Using his financial clout, he arranged for a transfer to a better ward. Through subsequent conversations, everyone finally learned the reason behind it all. Uncle Zhang, just focus on your recovery. I'll handle those thugs for you. How dare they? Zhang Bing said, visibly angry. Why must every place have these bullies who bully businesses and run amok? Chapter 107, Range Rover. The next day, Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, Qin Yuan, and Wang Ruolin found the best hotel near the hospital to stay temporarily for the night. Zhang Tingting insisted on staying at the hospital to care for Zhang Yunfeng, though the others suggested hiring a nurse. But Zhang Tingting firmly refused, so everyone had to let it go. After freshening up at the hotel that morning, the four met in the lobby. After briefly informing Zhang Tingting, Zhang Bing led the three stunningly beautiful women to go car shopping. After all, getting around Binzhou without a car would be quite inconvenient. Binzhou's economy was far more developed than Shangnan, Tianzhou, or Huangzhou. Let's get a car with more space. There are a lot of us, and it'll be too cramped otherwise, Lin Hanxue suggested. Sounds good. Zhang Bing pondered briefly before hailing a taxi and instructing the driver to take them directly to Binzhou's premier Land Rover dealership. Just like the airport driver the night before, this driver couldn't help but look envious at the sight of the young Zhang Bing accompanied by three stunning beauties. Upon arriving at the Land Rover dealership, the four of them immediately drew attention the moment they stepped into the lobby. A Land Rover was already a luxury car, costing around 2 million yuan for a full payment. For ordinary people, this was something they could only dream of in a lifetime. Consequently, those browsing the showroom were clearly well-off individuals, at the very least holding considerable influence within Binzhou. Seeing Zhang Bing accompanied by three stunningly beautiful women with exceptional poise, many of the local business owners browsing the showroom nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. The group, however, was unfazed by the attention, having grown accustomed to such reactions. Sir, ladies, are you here to buy a car? Soon, a saleswoman dressed in black with a perfect face but an overall appearance that might score a 5 out of 10 approached them with a smile. Not buying a car? Then what brings you here? Xin Yuan, the eldest and most direct among them, retorted. She didn't mince words with the saleswoman from the start, because as a woman, she could tell at a glance that the saleswoman was flirting with Zhang Bing. Ahem. Zhang Bing cleared his throat awkwardly and politely replied, actually, yes, we are here to buy a car. The saleswoman didn't seem offended by Xin Yuan's bluntness. Maintaining her smile, she asked, all right, sir. Is there a specific model you have in mind? Without hesitation, Zhang Bing replied, we don't buy the right one, we buy the most expensive one. Just show us your most expensive Land Rover in stock, one that's ready to drive away immediately. Hearing Zhang Bing's confident, slightly arrogant tone, the saleswoman was taken aback. After all, he didn't look particularly wealthy for his age. But the three stunningly beautiful women accompanying him were undeniably captivating. Certainly, sir. This way, please. The saleswoman led them to an executive Range Rover. Zhang Bing glanced at it and said, all right, no problem. This one. Full payment. We're driving it out right now. The saleswoman was now visibly excited. This was her first encounter with such a decisive and generous customer. She nodded repeatedly, then jogged to the counter to fetch the card reader. Humph. Xin Yuan muttered with a hint of annoyance, if the three of us hadn't come today, that saleswoman would have probably hit on someone. Lin Hanxue and Wang Wolin exchanged a knowing smile, saying nothing. Soon, the saleswoman returned, still visibly excited, carrying the card reader. Zhang Bing didn't hesitate, pulling out his black card from the Beijing Bank. The moment he swiped the card, the branch manager of Binhai Kyoto Bank would receive an immediate notification and rush over to attend to him. It must be said, this VIP treatment was indeed quite impressive. But just as Zhang Bing was about to hand the black card to the saleswoman, a man from Central South walked over. He wore a thick gold chain, a cigar dangled from his mouth, and he was followed by a group of men in suits. Kid, not bad. The middle-aged man exhaled cigar smoke, his gaze unabashedly lingering on Xin Yuan, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Wolin. He then sneered, bringing three such gorgeous girls and buying a luxury car outright? You've got some clout. What's your background? What business is it of yours where we hang out? Xin Yuan retorted immediately, sensing the man's insolence. Whoa, little lady's got some spunk. I like that. Not bad, really not bad. First time seeing such a gorgeous beauty in Binhai. The middle-aged man was utterly sleazy, his eyes gleaming with lechery. This disgusted the three women, and Zhang Bing was equally repulsed. But they were here to see Zhang Yunfeng and help him deal with those bullies. They didn't want any unnecessary complications. Swipe the card. Zhang Bing completely ignored the middle-aged man and urged the saleswoman to process the payment quickly. Hold on. The man shouted, then added in a threatening tone, I've got my eye on this car too. What do you mean? We saw it first. Don't you know it's first come, first served? Put. The three women collectively exploded, unable to restrain their anger as they lashed out at the man with the gold chain. Zhang Bing shot the women a look, signaling them to quiet down. Then he calmly looked at the big gold chain and coldly said, Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Oh. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? You dare talk to our tiger like that? You wanna die? Before the gold chain could speak, his henchman stepped forward, pointing at Zhang Bing and shouting insults. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, signaling the saleswoman to swipe the card and ignore them. But it was obvious the saleswoman was terrified of this tiger brother, her face flushing with embarrassment. If you dare sell the car our tiger brother wants to this punk, you're dead meat. The henchman threatened the saleswoman. Her face twisted with terror as she whispered pleadingly to Zhang Bing, Sir, could you please consider another car? Zhang Bing was already furious. This was the second time. Last time he went back to his hometown, he encountered the same thing. He even wondered if it was a case of a beautiful woman bringing trouble, or if the system was deliberately causing him problems. I'm taking this car. Just swipe the card, I'll pick it up. Don't worry about anything else. Zhang Bing said calmly. Oh, boy. Brother Hu chuckled. Haven't you heard of Brother Hu? In Binzhou, if I set my sights on something, who dares compete with me? Is that so? Zhang Bing replied coldly. Kid, I've got my eye on these 3 girls by your side. If you know what's good for you, come have a drink with me. This Brother Hu was blunt, wearing no mask, clearly a seasoned operator. Shame on you. Put. He should take a good look in the mirror. Disgusting. Qin Yuan, Wang Rolan, and Lin Hanxue all cursed at him simultaneously, giving Tiger Brother nothing but cold stares. Tiger Brother gave a cold laugh, staring at the 3 of them. He even stuck out his tongue and licked it, making the 3 of them nearly gag. Hey, beauties, it's your lucky day. I've set my sights on you. If you like Land Rovers, I can let you drive any you want. Just follow me, and you'll be able to walk all over Binhai. Chapter 108, Kicked Flying. With that, Brother Tiger completely ignored Zhang Bing and started making moves on the 3 women. This was the last straw for Zhang Bing. With a cold snort, he suddenly struck. With lightning speed, he slapped Brother Tiger square across the face. You bastard, how dare you! With a thud, before Tiger Brother could even utter a curse, Zhang Bing's kick sent him flying at least 3 meters away. Tiger Brother crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a wail of pain. Tiger Brother, are you okay? His gang was stunned. They never expected Zhang Bing to actually attack, let alone with such brutal force. They were notorious in Binzhou, specializing in forced property demolitions. Their connections were deep, and their methods brutal. Even the staff at the Land Rover dealership dared not cross them. Yet now, the seemingly young Zhang Bing had kicked one of them flying with a single blow. Ah! Get him! Break that kid's legs for me! Tiger lay writhing on the ground, searing pain in his chest, making it impossible to rise. He snarled at his men. His henchmen cursed and charged toward Zhang Bing as one. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, then stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the 3 women to face the charging thugs. Clenching his fist, he delivered a sweeping punch that sent the men flying like autumn leaves swept by the wind. This display of power completely stunned the group. Many other customers watching their cars in the store wore expressions of terror. Zhang Bing shot a glance at Brother Tiger's crew and barked, "Get the hell out of here now. And don't you dare come back. If you do, I'll make sure you learn the meaning of regret. You've got some nerve." Brother Tiger, realizing he was no match and stunned by Zhang Bing's skill, spat out a threat before strutting away, supported by his men. Amidst the gawking stares, Zhang Bing remained utterly composed. He called out to the saleswoman, who was still staring in shock, "What are you standing there for? Swipe the card." Yes. The saleswoman, already terrified, instinctively swiped the black card without looking. She instinctively swiped the black card without even looking. Once the payment transferred, other sales staff approached. The one in charge was the store manager, who didn't seem pleased about the luxury car sale. Instead, his expression was grim. "This car can't be sold to you." Store manager Lei Long looked extremely stern as he said, "I'm sorry, but you not only offended Brother Hu earlier, you also laid hands on him. We want to keep this dealership running. Sigh. I'll refund your money." Hey, are you kidding me? Is this how you do business? Qin Yuan, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Rolan all erupted in anger. Lei Long explained, "You're not from Binzhou, are you? You clearly don't know Brother Hu's reputation. Honestly, we can't afford to cross him. I advise you to get out of here fast as far as you can. Wait any longer, and you won't be able to run away." Zhang Bing chuckled, his expression calm. He said calmly, "Don't worry. Since I dared to take action, I'm certainly not afraid of him. The car, I've already paid for it. I'm definitely keeping it. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, understand? Sir, why must you make things difficult for us?" Lei Long was clearly afraid of Brother Hu's crew and didn't want any trouble. Business can always be done later, but if we anger Brother Hu's crew, we'll have to renovate the entire shop. Worse yet, we might get shut down entirely. Tiger and his crew are the real deal. Oof. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. "In that case, we'll just wait here. I'm curious to see what this Tiger Brother can do to us." Hearing this, Lei Long and the sales staff looked stunned, wondering if they'd misheard. "Young man, are you serious? Even if you don't care about your own life, you should think about the ladies with you. If you fall into Tiger Brother's hands, well, you can imagine the consequences." Enough. Zhang Bing didn't want to waste words. "I appreciate your concern, but we'll wait right here." With that, Zhang Bing led the 3 women straight to the lounge area and sat down on the sofa. This left Lei Long and the others frantic with worry, their faces drained of color. He certainly didn't want Brother Hu storming in with a mob later, only to fly into a rage and wreck their shop too. "Sir, we're truly sorry. Please, for your own safety and to spare us further damage, we beg you to leave immediately. Seriously, we're begging you for your own safety and to spare our shop from losses. Lei Long followed them to the lounge area, pleading earnestly. What's wrong with you, manager? Qin Yuan couldn't take it anymore and snapped angrily. We paid for the car, and now you tell us you won't sell it? Are you messing with us? We're sitting here waiting for that group, and you keep pushing us to leave. What's the point? Ladies, I'm doing this for your own good. Tiger's crew isn't messing around. If you don't leave, our shop will suffer too, Lei Long pleaded. Enough. Zhang Bing couldn't be bothered with more talk. If they wreck your place later and cause any damage, I'll cover the costs. Oh. Lei Long felt like crying. But just then, as if to prove the saying what you fear most will happen, several cars suddenly pulled up outside the shop. Leading the way was another Land Rover Defender, followed by 3 or 4 of Chun Hanan's mobile offices. The vehicles blocked the dealership entrance. Brother Hu had been kicked flying earlier, jumped down from the vehicle. Nearly 100 men poured out of the mobile offices behind him, a dense, menacing crowd, all looking like demons and armed to the teeth. This display was thoroughly intimidating and utterly menacing. We're done for. I told you to run earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Now it's over. Lei Long felt nothing but sympathy. He had no choice but to fulfill his duty and start dialing the police station. But he knew it wouldn't matter even if the cops showed up. Tiger Brothers' crew had powerful connections. Zhang Bing calmly stood up with the 3 women. Calculating the time from swiping the card to now, Brother Hu's crew had already arrived. The local branch manager of the capital bank should be arriving soon too. Branch managers in every district were absolute big shots who could pull strings in both the legitimate and underworld spheres. At that moment, Brother Hu led over 100 henchmen, a dark, swarming mass charging straight into the showroom. They brutally shoved all the customers browsing the cars out. They then blocked the entrance, advancing toward Zhang Bing with menacing expressions. You little punk, think you're tough, huh? I've brought over 100 brothers to have some fun with you. With a sweeping gesture, Tiger ordered his men, keep an eye on him, don't kill him. Just take out one leg. And remember, not a hair on those 3 women's heads is to be harmed. Yes, boss. Soon, a large group of henchmen, weapons in hand, charged straight at Zhang Bing. Seeing this, store manager Lei Long and the staff dared not intervene. They'd already backed away in fear. Zhang Bing, however, remained calm and composed, his gaze cold as he surveyed the crowd. Though he possessed ancient martial arts from the system, he wasn't a god. Taking on over 100 armed thugs single-handedly while ensuring the safety of 3 women was simply impossible. Chapter 109, The Boss Has Got Your Back. Who dares take a single step forward? Try it. Zhang Bing stepped forward, creating distance between himself and Qin Yuan, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin behind him. With a thunderous roar, he casually punched the pillar beside him. With a loud crack, the pillar bore the imprint of his fist, a crack splitting its surface, yet Zhang Bing remained unscathed. Sure enough, this display instantly silenced the rowdy thugs who had been shouting threats. But Brother Hu and his crew had ruled Binzhou for years. They were ruthless, lawless, hardened criminals. Though momentarily stunned by Zhang Bing's display, Tiger's roar from behind them stirred their blood. What the hell are we afraid of? We've got numbers and weapons, let's go. Charge, damn it. Tiger Brother roared. The henchmen froze for a moment, but soon the fearless ones charged straight at him. Zhang Bing wasted no words. With lightning speed, he lunged forward and slammed a fist into the face of the foremost attacker. With a thud, the man's weapon clattered to the ground as he was sent flying. He collided with several others before finally coming to a halt, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. Attack! All of you! Kill him! All at once! Don't be afraid! Seeing this, Tiger Brother roared fiercely once more. Just then, an ordinary sedan sped in, crashing straight into Chun Hanan's mobile office. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out of the car. Ignoring Black Tiger's menacing crew, the man barged straight in. Who the hell are you? Trying to get yourself killed? Can't you see Brother Tiger is busy? Get lost. The man who arrived was none other than Jiang Zun, the president of the Binzhou branch of the capital bank. You want to die. Black Tiger's men didn't recognize Jiang Zun and were about to attack after cursing him out. Hold your horses. But Tiger recognized Jiang Zun. After all, as the head of the largest local bank, his social standing was undeniable. Especially when it came to developing their turf, they often needed to cooperate with the bank. You blind dog. That's President Jiang of the capital bank. Tiger Brother was clearly respectful toward Jiang Zun. After scolding the ignorant Xiao Di, he proactively greeted Jiang Zun. Jiang Zun glanced at Tiger Brother, frowned, and asked, Tiger, what are you doing here with so many men? Tiger Brother chuckled. Damn it, some punk thinks he can take me on just because he's got a little skill. Jiang Zun hesitated, scanning the lobby. Besides store manager Lei Long and a group of staff members, only Zhang Bing, Qin Yuan, Wang Ruolin, and Lin Hanxue were present. He dared not take any chances and hurried over to ask, who just swiped a card for 2 million here? Lei Long and the female salesperson from earlier stepped forward.
President Zhang, someone did swipe 2 million to buy a car, but we've already refunded him.
What's the matter?
As he spoke, Lei Long pointed at Zhang Bing.
Zhang Zun took a deep breath, observing the remarkably young Zhang Bing. He approached and asked respectfully, "Are you Mr. Zhang Bing?" Zhang Bing nodded and smiled, "That's correct. It's me." Zhang Zun immediately stood at attention with deep respect.
Mr. Zhang, I apologize for the confusion and any disturbance caused.
It's my pleasure to serve you. No problem.
Zhang Bing replied with a smile. At this, Lei Long and the other staff members were all stunned, while Brother Hu and his crew were equally incredulous.
Director Jiang, you know this little punk? Brother Tiger blurted out instinctively.
Zhang Zun's expression darkened as he snapped, Tiger, watch your ing language. Mr. Zhang is our bank's most esteemed super VIP, a black card holder.
What? This time, Tiger and the others were completely thrown off balance.
Zhang Zun was someone you didn't want to cross, but seeing him show such deference to Zhang Bing was hard to believe.
You're Tiger, right?
Zhang Bing spoke up, striding over with deliberate confidence.
Clearly, Tiger and his crew were intimidated, not daring to make a move.
Seems that kick earlier was too light for you.
You really want to die, huh?
Tiger Brother fell silent, his eyes wide with shock.
Tiger, you bastard. Apologize to Mr. Zhang right now.
Zhang Zun shouted at the top of his lungs.
Tiger Brother was still in a daze.
Moments ago, he'd been threatening to break Zhang Bing's leg and even take his life.
Now he was supposed to apologize to Zhang Bing? No need.
Zhang Bing snorted coldly. I won't accept this piece of trash's apology.
With that, Zhang Bing strode directly toward Tiger Brother. Tiger Brother's henchmen exchanged glances and instinctively parted to make way.
Zhang Bing stood before Tiger Brother and delivered a backhand slap across his face.
You were so tough just now? Keep it up, let me see.
You. Brother Hu, a proud man himself, was deeply annoyed at being slapped in front of so many underlings.
What about me?
Zhang Bing showed no mercy, delivering another backhand slap.
Got a problem with that? You wanna break my leg? Get on your knees.
Zhang Bing struck with brutal ferocity, for this Tiger Brother wasn't exactly a saint either. He delivered a sweeping kick straight to the groin. Hug, in pain, immediately fell to his knees with a thud.
Ah, you. Don't push it too far.
A cold smirk flashed across Zhang Bing's lips as he raised his leg and delivered a kick straight to Tiger Brother's midsection.
Tiger Brother let out a piercing scream as beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down his face.
The pain nearly knocked him unconscious.
Ah! You think I'm scared of you? Tiger Brother roared with fury.
Zhang Bing paid no heed. Activating his mind-reading ability, he quickly uncovered the gang's heinous deeds. What enraged him most was that this very gang Tiger Brothers crew were the thugs who tried to buy Zhang Tingting's ancestral home for 5,000 yuan and beaten Zhang Yunfeng so badly he ended up hospitalized. This changed Zhang Bing's initial plan of just teaching them a lesson.
He couldn't let this slide. Trash. You're unlucky to have crossed me today. I'll cripple one of your legs. Hearing Zhang Bing's cold words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath.
Zhang Zun quickly interjected, Mr. Zhang, please wait.
Ha!
Zhang Bing looked at Zhang Zun. Zhang Zun swallowed hard and explained, Mr. Zhang, Tiger is Mr. Zhou's right-hand man.
Mr. Zhou is a powerful real estate tycoon in Binzhou with immense influence. So what?
Zhang Bing dismissed him with disdain.
He crippled the son of Beijing's richest man, leaving him wheelchair-bound for life. He beat up Huangzhou's top tycoon so badly the man didn't dare utter a peep. Even Huangzhou's big shot, Secretary Zhao, ended up behind bars. What can a Binzhou real estate tycoon possibly do? You'd better not mess with him.
Brother Tiger sensed Zhang Bing was no ordinary man. Not only was his strength extraordinary, but his ruthlessness was equally unmatched. What happened earlier was my fault.
Let's both back down. If you really cripple one of my legs, Boss Zhou won't let you off the hook.
Ha! Zhang Bing chuckled, having read through Tiger Brother's thoughts. He knew the man wasn't truly subdued and was plotting revenge. Under these circumstances, he wouldn't let him off lightly. What's there to fear about Boss Zhou? Crippling your leg is a lesson so you won't dare commit evil deeds again.
As he spoke, Zhang Bing moved with lightning speed, crushing down with a brutal stomp.
A sharp crack of breaking bone echoed, accompanied by Brother Hu's blood-curdling scream.
Chapter 110, Mistaken for a Love Rival. Ah!
You bastard! Tiger Brother hadn't expected Zhang Bing to be so ruthless, kicking his leg clean off without hesitation.
Even invoking the name of real estate tycoon Mr. Zhou proved useless. Bank President Zhang Zun's face darkened as well.
Zhang Bing was the bank's highest-tier client. According to head office regulations, he was obligated to provide unconditional, round-the-clock service. But as a native of Binzhou, he knew full well the brutality of Tiger's gang. The real problem was that he couldn't afford to cross Mr. Zhou, the man behind Tiger. Try barking again, Zhang Bing threatened coldly.
Tiger truly lived up to his reputation as a tough character. With one leg brutally broken, he gritted his teeth and didn't utter another sound. His 100+ underlings now knew fear. This was the first time they'd seen their boss beaten so brutally by a young man, one leg shattered, yet unable to strike back. You've got guts. Call it my bad luck. But don't forget you can ignore my face, but if you don't give Boss Joe his due, you'll regret it. Tiger sat on the ground, his tone laced with menace. What? Zhang Bing's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? Tiger paused, offering no reply. Let me tell you, this is just a simple lesson. If you don't learn your lesson and keep messing with me, next time it won't be as simple as crippling one of your legs. Get out of here. With Zhang Bing's angry shout, the group of henchmen immediately lifted the tiger and slunk away. Soon, the entire forest store returned to its usual quiet, though now everyone looked at Zhang Bing with changed eyes. Who would have thought that someone so young could be so skilled? And most importantly, he was actually the highest level VIP at the head office of the Capital Bank. Even the Binzhou branch manager treated him with utmost respect. Mr. Zhang. Lei Long snapped out of his daze and hurried over, his voice low and apologetic. We truly didn't recognize your stature earlier. Zhang Bing didn't press the matter with Lei Long. He said indifferently, you're not a bad guy. It's fine. Just hand over the car. Lei Long nodded repeatedly and immediately ordered someone to fetch the car keys and hand them to Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing wasted no time, getting into the car with Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin. Director Zhang, please handle the follow-up matters for me. With that, Zhang Bing drove off. Only after Zhang Bing was gone did the staff in the store breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhang, what's Mr. Sang's background? Lei Long cautiously inquired. Humph. Jiang Zun snorted coldly. According to our head office regulations, one must have a deposit of 50 billion to qualify for that black card. What do you think Mr. Sang's background is? 50 billion. Hearing this, Lei Long and the staff gasped in shock. Alright, consider yourself lucky Mr. Zhang didn't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, your branch's partnership with our bank would be over. Jiang Zun left these words hanging before quickly departing. Meanwhile, Heilong was carried straight to the hospital by a large group of his men. This was the first time since he'd entered the underworld that he'd suffered such a severe defeat. Not only had he lost a leg, but he'd also been beaten in public. Over 100 underlings were present, yet none dared to intervene because Jiang Zun was there. Boss, are we just letting this slide? Boss, that Zhang guy might be powerful with bank manager Zhang backing him, but we're no pushovers either. Several trusted lieutenants crowded around the hospital bed, their voices rising in a cacophony of protest. A fierce glint flashed in Tiger's eyes as he snarled, of course we can't just let it go. When have I ever taken such a beating? We absolutely need the boss to step in personally. Otherwise, with Jiang Zun stuck in the middle, it'll be impossible to resolve. Also, have you handled that ancestral home in the eastern part of the city? One henchman quickly replied, Boss, that last Zhang family isn't afraid to die. They refuse to budge. Damn it, you useless bunch. Tiger flew into a rage, slapping one of them hard across the face. You can't even handle this small job? You're messing up the boss's plans. I'll wipe you out first. Since he's not afraid of death, we'll take out his entire family, dig a pit and bury them alive. The henchman nodded. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing drove the car, bringing 3 others to the hospital. As soon as they entered the ward, they saw a young man inside. Upon seeing Zhang Bing, Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin enter, Zhang Tingting immediately ran over happily to greet them and introduced everyone to each other. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin, Miss Qin, Miss Wang, thank you all for taking care of Tingting. The man was named Lu Ming, the nephew of Zhang Xueyan's husband's family. In Binzhou, he was considered a promising young talent. At 30 years old, he was an ordinary officer at the Binzhou Police Department. To Zhang Bing and his group, an ordinary patrol officer meant little. But for ordinary, honest people like Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Xueyan, a police officer was a dignitary, a source of pride and honor. Mr. Lu, no need for formalities. Tingting is our dear sister, her matters are ours too, Wang Ruolin said with a smile. Zhang Bing chuckled and said, Brother Lu, Uncle Zhang was beaten up. Hasn't your police station responded? Lu Ming glanced at Zhang Bing, a fleeting look of unease crossing his eyes. Earlier, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting had showered Zhang Bing with praise, especially Zhang Tingting. She couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning him, her face lighting up whenever his name came up. As a man, his intuition was exceptionally sharp. Mr. Zhang, he continued, Uncle Zhang and Tingting mentioned you're quite wealthy, perhaps even detached from the mundane world. The men who injured Uncle Zhang are said to be quite troublesome, they all have powerful connections. Zhang Bing shook his head, detecting the subtle sarcasm in the other man's words. So you're saying we should just let it go because they have connections? Does that mean Uncle Zhang got beaten for nothing? That the Zhang family ancestral home will be forcibly sold for 5,000 yuan? Mr. Zhang, we're investigating who's behind this. I've already applied for higher level intervention, it will be resolved. There's much you don't understand, don't speak recklessly.
Lu Ming said indifferently. No need to investigate, Zhang Bing stated bluntly.
I can tell you who did this. The ringleader is called Tiger, backed by Binzhou's biggest real estate tycoon, Boss Zhou.
Hearing Zhang Bing's explanation, Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Wolin finally understood. No wonder Zhang Bing had been so ruthless at the dealership earlier, crippling Tiger by shattering his leg.
Lu Ming's expression darkened.
He knew exactly who had injured Zhang Yunfeng. But as a lowly patrol officer, he couldn't afford to antagonize them. Yet he wanted to put on a show in front of Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting. Moreover, he had always harbored feelings for Zhang Tingting, and this presented a prime opportunity to impress her.
Do you have any evidence to back up what you're saying? Zhang Bing asked calmly.
We came to see Uncle Zhang and Tingting today specifically to understand the situation.
If you want evidence, that's easy enough, Zhang Bing said calmly. Just bring the person back. Uncle Zhang can identify them too. Meanwhile, I'll help you find solid proof. Chapter 111, Complicity.
Clearly, Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanxue, Wang Wolin, including Zhang Tingting, and even the recumbent Zhang Yunfeng had all caught the implication. Lu Ming seemed to harbor significant hostility toward Zhang Bing, and everyone could guess why. Lu Ming had been pursuing Zhang Tingting, but she only saw him as an older brother figure. The way Zhang Tingting treated Zhang Bing, her expressions even though she was deliberately hiding it. But that admiration, no matter how hard she tried, could never be fully concealed. Zhang Bing wasn't trying to make things difficult for Lu Ming. In fact, he already had a plan in mind. He intended to notify Jiang Zun shortly, instructing him to retrieve the video evidence of Tiger's henchman assaulting Zhang Yunfeng that day, then hand it over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming would handle the arrests, though he knew Lu Ming could only take down a few low-level thugs at most.
Tiger was a big shot, someone Lu Ming didn't have the clout to touch. Besides, Tiger had the backing of Binzhou's real estate tycoon, Boss Zhou.
Perhaps out of male pride, Lu Ming agreed to Zhang Bing's proposal on the spot. After rising to take his leave, he stated he would immediately apply for authorization at the police station before leading his team to apprehend those involved in Zhang Yunfeng's assault.
After Lu Ming left, Zhang Tingting voiced her concern. Brother Bing, maybe we should just drop it?
Those guys are untouchable. Even brother Lu Ming probably can't handle them. Zhang Yunfeng sighed. Mr. Zhang, let it go.
I'm fine anyway. Don't drag you guys into this. Zhang Bing smiled and said, it's fine.
I just can't stand these social outcasts who commit so many evils. Even if we let it go now, they won't just drop it.
The best solution is to resolve this completely.
Lu Ming is with the police department after all.
I'll back him up. Afternoon.
Zhang Bing, Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanxue, Wang Wolin, and Zhang Tingting were chatting idly in the hospital ward. Suddenly, Lu Ming called, announcing that the assailants from that day had been located. He requested that Zhang Bing and Zhang Tingting come on behalf of Zhang Yunfeng to settle this matter once and for all.
Zhang Bing didn't refuse, he readily agreed, got the address, and said he'd head over immediately.
Mr. Zhang, Tingting, Zhang Yunfeng said with a worried look. Be careful. Those people are lawless. Zhang Bing nodded firmly.
Rest assured, Uncle Zhang.
I'll see justice done for you and deal with them once and for all. Meanwhile, at a luxury hotel in Binzhou, several of Tiger's close associates gathered together, smoking and drinking. Ming Lu was among them, mingling with several officers from the patrol bureau. Lu Ming had indeed located the individuals quickly using the evidence Zhang Bing had obtained from Jiang Zun. But as a mere patrol bureau officer, he couldn't touch this group. Instead, his superior, Police Bureau Captain Wu Minghua, reprimanded him harshly. What started as seeking justice for Zhang Yunfeng had now turned into him mingling with these very people, calling them brothers. Lu Ming, you've only been here a short while.
Can't you see things more clearly? Who do you think Tiger is? He's Boss Zhou's right-hand man. Crossing him? Forget you, even I couldn't pull that off.
Captain Wu Minghua smoked a cigarette as he tried to persuade him.
Bro, Captain Wu's right.
Why are you, a low-level crew member, getting so worked up?
Besides, Zhang Yunfeng isn't dead, is he?
Paying 5,000 for his family home is already showing him plenty of face. We're only doing this today to save Captain Wu's face. Otherwise, if our boss says a word, you won't last a day at the police station.
Tiger's henchman chuckled and joked, showing no regard for Lu Ming, just a lowly rookie.
Instead, their words were laced with veiled threats. Seeing this, Lu Ming could only concede. He had truly done his best. Even with the evidence Zhang Bing had dug up, he couldn't touch these guys. At worst, he'd get fired outright or transferred to some dead-end post.
Alright, little Lu, hurry up and get Zhang Yunfeng's daughter to sign the papers.
For my sake, Tiger's willing to throw in an extra 5,000. Take the 10,000, sign the papers, and it's settled.
We'll still be friends. Captain Wu Minghua made the final call.
Lu Ming nodded, indicating he'd already notified Zhang Yunfeng Sai to have Zhang Tingting come sign. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing arrived at the restaurant with 4 women. He parked his newly purchased Land Rover Range Rover at the entrance.
After getting out, he led the 4 stunningly beautiful women straight inside. As they passed the restaurant, they quickly drew the attention of many diners. In Binjo, many were seeing 4 women of such exceptional beauty for the first time. Their looks, figures, and poise were all top-notch. The group of 5 paid no heed to the stares, heading directly to the private room Lu Ming had mentioned and pushing the door open. Their sudden entrance instantly silenced Wu Minghua, the patrol officers inside, and Tiger's inner circle of henchmen, who all turned to stare. Every pair of eyes in the private room widened in astonishment. Qin Yuan, Lin Hanxue, Wang Ruolin, and Zhang Tingting, 4 stunning beauties, each radiant and captivating, each with a distinct style, each possessing figures perfected to the extreme. Tingting, you're here. Lu Ming was the first to react, standing up. He then began introducing everyone to each other, though he hadn't expected Zhang Bing to bring Qin Yuan, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolin alone. Meanwhile, the henchmen loyal to Tiger were now completely panicked. They instantly recognized Zhang Bing in his group. Weren't these the super-rich individuals who had just crippled their boss Tiger's leg at the car dealership earlier that day? Please, ladies, take a seat. Right over here. Wu Minghua's eyes gleamed with greed as he stood up and walked over, actively inviting the 4 women to sit down, completely ignoring Zhang Bing. Humph. Zhang Bing recognized Tiger's men too. He sneered coldly, no thanks. We'll be leaving soon. Lu Ming, still confused, interjected, Mr. Zhang, this is Captain Wu from the police bureau. He personally arranged this goodwill banquet today to completely resolve the matter involving Uncle Zhang. A peace offering? Zhang Bing and the 4 women froze simultaneously, puzzled. Exactly. Wu Minghua chuckled. We're all friends here, and besides, I hear Zhang Yunfeng is fine now. As for the 5,000 yuan for the ancestral land, it was a bit low. Brother Hu agreed to add another 5,000, and little Lu has been with me for quite some time now. Everyone gives a little, we all get along, we eat this meal, sign the papers, and everyone's happy. Upon hearing Wu Minghua's proposal, Zhang Bing and the 4 women were stunned, staring at Lu Ming in disbelief. Brother Lu, what does this mean? Zhang Tingting asked coldly, her voice brimming with anger. You're being so. I thought you were genuinely seeking justice for Uncle Zhang, but look at you already compromising your principles so quickly. Exactly. If that's the case, why did you even bother bringing us here? Qin Yuan, Wang Ruolin, and Lin Hanxue also looked extremely angry. Chapter 112, A Foolhardy Performance. Zhang Bing was also speechless. He hadn't expected Lu Ming, who had spoken so eloquently just that morning, to defect so quickly. Lu Ming, you called us here to sign away Tingting's family home for 10,000 yuan and drop all charges against this trash, right? Young man. Wu Minghua hadn't noticed that the Tiger Gang thugs, who had been so cocky moments ago, were now trembling in fear, their faces ashen since Zhang Bing entered. He smiled and said, I'm Wu Minghua, captain of the patrol bureau. I'm mediating this matter. 10,000 yuan is already generous. Besides, Zhang Yunfeng is fine, let's call it even. You can't afford to cross Brother Hu. If it weren't for my influence, you wouldn't even get 5,000. Ha! Zhang Bing snorted coldly, glaring at Wu Minghua with contempt. Oh? Your influence is quite impressive, isn't it? As the captain of the police station, you're colluding with these underworld figures, and you have the nerve to say that? Kid, watch your tone. How dare you speak to our Captain Wu like that? At that moment, several constabulary officers stood up and barked at Zhang Bing. Lu Ming clearly sided with Wu Minghua, defending his superior. Mr. Zhang, you may be wealthy, but you still don't understand the rules. Captain Wu stepping in to help is already generous enough. Besides, this is Uncle Zhang's family matter, you're an outsider with no right to interfere. Is that so? Zhang Bing dismissed the notion, speaking firmly, well, I'm determined to meddle in this matter anyway. Young man, don't think having some money makes you above everyone else. Wu Minghua, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, began speaking in a sarcastic tone. Miss Zhang, sign this agreement promptly. It's for your own good, and for your father's sake. Wu Minghua gestured for Lu Ming to hand over the pre-prepared agreement. I won't sign. Zhang Tingting refused outright. Tingting, don't be so stubborn. Listen to me, okay? I won't harm you. Lu Ming urged. Qin Yuan was even more direct. She snatched the agreement from Lu Ming's hand, tore it to shreds on the spot, and flung the pieces into the air. How can a man be such a coward like you? You! Lu Ming's face darkened with anger at Qin Yuan's words. Wu Minghua's face darkened with anger, his expression shifting unpredictably. His tone carried a hint of threat, so you're refusing the wine I offered and choosing to drink the punishment wine instead? You won't give me any face? You won't give Brother Hu any face? Fine. Step outside this door, and you'll never get another chance. Don't regret it. After speaking, Wu Minghua deliberately signaled to Tiger's henchmen, implying they should use conventional methods to teach Zhang Bing a lesson. Little did he know, those underlings were already scared out of their wits. Zhang Bing saw it all. He didn't need mind reading to understand what Wu Minghua's signals meant. Captain Wu, huh? Why the signals? Why not just say it plainly? Tell these trash to teach me a lesson. Wu Minghua and his crew were stunned. They hadn't expected Zhang Bing to be so brazen, calling Tiger's inner circle trash right to their faces. A cold smile touched his lips as he glanced at Tiger's henchmen. They stood motionless, devoid of their usual brutal arrogance. Enough, stop staring. Zhang Bing sneered. He stepped forward, glaring at the henchman as he barked, "You worthless trash. Crawl back to your boss and tell him to prepare 500,000. 100,000 is the market price for the Zhang family ancestral home. The other 400,000 is for Uncle Zhang's medical bills and compensation for emotional distress. 1 cent less, and I'll come find him myself to settle the score." At these words, Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the other patrol officers stared in disbelief, wondering if they'd misheard. But Tiger's henchmen, like mice facing a cat, dared not utter a single word in response to Zhang Bing's threatening lecture. "Ha? Didn't you hear what I said?" Zhang Bing barked again when they remained silent. "Yes, sir. We heard you, Mr. Zhang." The underlings finally responded in a meek, submissive tone. "That's more like it." Zhang Bing snorted coldly, glancing at the stunned patrol officers like Wu Minghua and Lu Ming. "Those who do wrong will meet their own downfall. Be careful what you do." With that, Zhang Bing turned and walked away. Lu Ming, for reasons unknown, suddenly shouted, "Tingting, wait." Zhang Tingting halted, gazing at Lu Ming with profound disappointment. "Brother Lu, is there something else?" Lu Ming was internally stunned, unable to fathom why Tiger's brutal henchmen feared Zhang Bing so intensely. But he guessed it must be because Zhang Bing had money. "Tingting, are you really going to listen to him? Think carefully, there won't be another chance for mediation. Brother Tiger has connections everywhere. He's not someone your family can afford to provoke. Besides, Brother Tiger is Boss Joe's right-hand man." "I know all that," Zhang Tingting replied coldly, "but I believe justice will prevail, and I trust Brother Bing." "Him?" Lu Ming was now completely consumed by jealousy, losing all reason. "I admit, your dad says he's rich, but so what? One word from Brother Hu and he's finished. And even if he is rich, can he compare to Boss Joe?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhang Bing, Qin Yuan, Wang Ruolin, and Lin Hanxue all couldn't help but snort in derision. Tiger's inner circle of henchmen stared at Lu Ming as if he were a complete fool. Thinking to themselves, "You ing bolter, don't drag us into this, and definitely don't drag our boss into it." Back at the dealership, they'd heard Jiang Zun say it themselves. Zhang Bing had at least 5 billion yuan in deposits. 50 billion? Even Boss Joe might not have that much. "Enough, Brother Lu, stop talking." Zhang Tingting was kind-hearted and didn't want to embarrass Lu Ming. But Lu Ming was like a man possessed, refusing to back down. He continued to rant, "Tingting, I know you like Zhang Bing, but I'm telling you, only I can help your father with this matter. Captain Wu only agreed to mediate today because he's doing me a favor. If you don't believe me, just wait. Once Brother Hu gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Enough." Zhang Bing couldn't bear to listen any longer and cut him off loudly. Then, turning to the Tiger's henchmen, he sneered, "You trash, tell Lu Ming exactly how his Tiger boss plans to get angry." "Zhang Bing!" Lu Ming roared. "You're pushing your luck. If you want to die, don't drag Tingting's family down with you. They're all Tiger's brothers, and they're also Captain Wu's and our friends." "Shut the up, Lu Ming!" One of the henchmen finally snapped, cursing loudly. "You ing blowhard, don't drag us into this. Mr. Zhang is the highest level VIP at the Beijing Bank headquarters. Our Tiger boss can't afford to mess with him." Chapter 113, The Feast at Hongmen. The status of top-tier VIP at Capital Bank truly shocked Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the other patrol officers. But they weren't as terrified as one might expect. After all, in Dragon Country, money doesn't mean everything power does. Besides, in their eyes, Tiger's backer was Mr. Zhou, Binzhou's biggest real estate tycoon. Mr. Zhou was certainly wealthy, but he couldn't hold a candle to Zhang Bing. Of course, this was merely due to their limited experience. They had no idea what it meant to be a holder of the highest level black card at the head office of the Capital Bank. But Tiger's inner circle had heard it loud and clear at the 4S store. It was the bank president, Jiang Zun, who said it himself, a black card of that level required deposits exceeding 5 billion yuan. And everyone witnessed the attitude Jiang Zun displayed toward Zhang Bing. At the very least, Jiang Zun clearly didn't hold Tiger, his boss, in high regard. "Guys, even if he's loaded, do you think Boss Joe behind Tiger is short on cash? This guy's so ungrateful, insulting you like that he needs a lesson." Wu Minghua dropped all pretense at this point, openly ordering Tiger's crew to teach Zhang Bing a lesson. Tiger's crew immediately wanted to curse their ancestors, sending Wu Minghua's family to hell. Zhang Bing flashed a wicked grin and ordered the henchmen, "Perfect timing. Now I want you to beat the crap out of this guy named Wu." Hearing this, Lu Ming and the other patrol officers burst into laughter. Though they couldn't fathom why Tiger's trusted men feared Zhang Bing so much. They'd never believed these underlings would dare follow Zhang Bing's orders and lay a hand on Captain Wu Minghua. The underlings froze for a moment. After all, Wu Minghua was a captain in the patrol bureau. "Remember, I'll only say this once. The consequences are yours to bear.
Zhang Bing glanced at the underlings, his tone laced with menace.
Ha! You're hilarious. Don't think having a few bucks and being some super VIP at the Capital Bank gives you free rein to do whatever you want. Guys, don't worry. I'll personally talk to Brother Hu about this later.
Wu Minghua was supremely confident, convinced Zhang Bing was just bragging, utterly delusional.
But soon his smile faded as several of Tiger's henchmen stepped forward. Sorry, Captain Wu. Don't blame us, blame your own big mouth. You're the one bragging. Don't drag us down with you. Soon, pressured by Zhang Bing's threats, these underlings stopped caring about the consequences.
They charged straight at Wu Minghua and attacked him.
What are you doing? Stop. What do you think you're doing?
Wu Minghua roared in anger. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the other patrol officers rushed over to help. But the underlings clearly had the numbers advantage. There were 6 of them. Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the other 2 officers only numbered 4 in total.
Moreover, they hadn't brought any weapons this time, quickly putting them at a disadvantage.
Zhang Bing and the 4 women stood at the doorway, watching the scene with mocking amusement, grinning from ear to ear.
Let me go. If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll find Tiger myself later, ah.
Wu Minghua screamed and yelled, but soon ended up with a black eye and a swollen face. Zhang Bing glanced over, satisfied it was enough, and ordered, "Alright, remember what I said, 50,000, not a penny less." With that, Zhang Bing turned and walked away with the 4 women.
Only then did Tiger's 6 henchmen release Wu Minghua. All 4 men bore visible injuries, bruises and contusions covering their faces. What the hell do you think you're doing?
Wu Minghua flew into a rage, flipping the table and bellowing, "If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today, I'll go find your boss right now and demand answers." After all, as the captain of the patrol bureau, he held considerable authority.
Tiger's 6 henchmen exchanged glances and sighed in unison. One of them said, "Captain Wu, just let it go. Beating you up was the least of it. Don't go looking for our boss either. To be honest with you, that kid surnamed Zhang earlier?
Not only can we not mess with him, but even our boss can't mess with him." Hearing them persist in this stance, Wu Minghua and Lu Ming grew even more curious.
What's so great about him? Just rich, huh?
Lu Ming said sourly.
Ha!
One of the underlings replied coldly, "This afternoon at the Land Rover dealership, we all saw it with our own eyes.
The head of the Binzhou branch of the Capital Bank, Jiang, was fawning over him like a dog. And President Jiang said it himself, you need at least 5 billion yuan deposited at their headquarters to qualify for that special black card. 50 billion.
Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the other 2 were utterly dumbfounded. They had assumed Zhang Bing was extremely wealthy, but at most a billionaire with considerable influence.
Who knew his bank deposits alone totaled 50 billion? What does that even mean? That's nothing compared to what happened today.
Our boss just had his leg crippled in front of everyone today.
What?
At this, Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the others completely lost their composure, gasping in shock.
Enough. If we hadn't listened to him earlier, we might have all been in deep trouble. This guy is untouchable.
Only our boss can get Mr. Zhou to step in and settle this.
The underlings sighed and recounted the incident.
Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the other 2 felt their hearts racing with anxiety, yet suddenly half their anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Especially Lu Ming, his face had turned the color of liver. He recalled his earlier words, how he'd tried to show off in front of Zhang Tingting, only to realize he'd made a complete fool of himself.
Meanwhile,
Tiger, accompanied by his men, limped on one leg, leaning on a cane, and headed straight for the Binzhou real estate building.
This landmark building belonged to Mr. Zhou, Binzhou's largest real estate tycoon. As Mr. Zhou's trusted enforcers, Tiger's crew might not be top tier.
But many dirty or troublesome tasks that were unsuitable for Mr. Zhou's status naturally fell to Tiger to handle.
After passing through multiple security checkpoints, Tiger arrived at the top-floor executive office. "Come in." Tiger knocked on the door, and a deep voice soon echoed from within.
Leaning on his cane and limping, Tiger pushed open the door and stepped inside.
The luxurious office commanded a view over the entire city of Binzhou.
A commanding, imposing middle-aged man sat on the sofa, puffing on a cigar, while a beautiful secretary in uniform knelt on the floor below him.
"Boss." Tiger's expression was taut with tension, clearly showing deep reverence for this Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou glanced at Tiger's leg and casually asked, "What happened?" "Boss, you have to stand up for me,"
Tiger exclaimed, then immediately recounted what had happened at the 4S store.
Originally appearing indifferent, Boss Zhou's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing the account. "Such things happen?" "Yes, boss. That kid's loaded.
According to Jiang Zun, he's got at least 50 billion yuan in deposits at their bank.
That's why he doesn't even respect you."
Meng Hu wildly exaggerated the story, aiming to stir up Boss Zhou's anger so he'd personally step in to deal with Zhang Bing.
Chapter 114, What are you, some kind of monster? Sure enough, fueled by Tiger's incitement, Boss Zhou's face darkened with fury. 50 billion in deposits, that kind of clout really can't be underestimated. But come to Binjo, even dragons must coil for me, and tigers must lie down.
Since you refuse to give face to this Joe fellow, I'll have to see what you're made of. With that, Mr. Joe immediately instructed his secretary to go out and notify Bank President Zhang Zun, then arrange a dinner gathering that evening. He intended to personally meet Zhang Bing and test his depth. Seeing Boss Joe step in personally, Tiger was quite pleased.
By the way, how's that plot of land in the east of the city coming along?
Boss Joe suddenly asked. Boss, only one household remains stubbornly resistant to persuasion, but rest assured I'll personally lead a team to resolve it shortly, Tiger assured him, pounding his chest emphatically. Back at the hospital, Zhang Bing returned from the dinner gathering with 4 beautiful women shortly after.
Zhang Tingting recounted Lu Ming's behavior and actions without holding anything back.
Zhang Yunfeng shook his head as he listened, sighing, that kid, well, we could understand if he couldn't help us, but to actually hang out with those people?
That's going too far.
Zhou Shuiyan felt somewhat speechless too, but since he was her nephew, she spoke up in his defense, brother, Lu Ming meant well after all. Zhang Bing and the others listened silently, saying nothing. Meanwhile, upon learning that Boss Joe would personally intervene, Tiger left the Binjo real estate building in a fluster.
He immediately gathered a few underlings and headed straight for the hospital.
Boss, this small matter should be handled by us.
Your leg is still injured.
Yeah, boss, it's just that last family left.
If they don't sign today, we'll chop them up. The underlings vied to prove their loyalty.
Shut the hell up.
Tiger barked, what era do you think this is?
We can stir things up, but unless absolutely necessary, causing a fatality will be a huge hassle.
Got it?
Got it, boss.
The henchman replied. Alright, get in the car and head to the hospital. I'm going personally. We're getting that family to sign today, no matter what.
Mr. Joe himself inquired about this earlier.
If we don't handle it properly today and upset him, we're all finished. Around 5 in the afternoon.
Manhwa arrived at the hospital with 5 or 6 henchmen. They stormed the nurse's station. They directly threatened the nurse to reveal Zhang Yunfeng's room location, then stormed over with vicious intent. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Zhang Bing had just received a call from Zhang Zun. Zhang Zun had received an invitation from Boss Zhou, who wanted to treat Zhang Bing to dinner that evening.
Zhang Bing didn't think twice and readily agreed.
He knew that to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. Only by dealing with this Boss Zhou would Tiger's gang finally be brought to heel.
We're going tonight too. Qin Yuan was the first to laugh after Zhang Bing hung up.
Wang Ruolin, Lin Hanxue, and Zhang Tingting all agreed unanimously. They all wanted to stay close to Zhang Bing. Originally, Zhang Bing had thought such a dinner gathering would likely lead to trouble and didn't want to bring 4 women along. But seeing the mischievous grins on their faces, he ultimately had no choice but to agree to join them that evening. Just then, shouts of abuse echoed from outside the hospital room.
Get lost. Damn it, you dare block us? You want to die? You think I won't burn this hospital to the ground? Who the hell are you? This is the VIP ward area. Don't mess around. Get lost.
Inside the ward, Zhang Bing and the others heard the shouting from the hallway. They were just about to open the door to investigate when, at that moment, Tiger, accompanied by several henchmen, charged in with an arrogant swagger.
One of his henchmen kicked open the ward door and bellowed, Zhang.
If you don't sign today, I'll slaughter your entire family. Close behind him came the limping Tiger and several other henchmen. Zhang Bing and his companions were stunned. Their eyes locked, and the air instantly froze.
Tiger never dreamed Zhang Bing would be here, let alone acquainted with the last holdout.
And Zhang Bing and his group never imagined Tiger would dare send thugs to intimidate someone in the hospital, especially with his limp, coming in person.
What do you want? Is there no law anymore?
I won't sell my family's ancestral home to you for 5,000 yuan. Zhang Yunfeng struggled to sit up halfway against the headboard, trying desperately to rise. Zhang Shuiyan quickly supported her older brother and pleaded, brother, don't provoke them.
However, Tiger and his henchmen instantly fell silent, swallowing repeatedly.
Their faces twisted with fear and complexity as they stared at Zhang Bing.
I won't sell it to you.
If you've got the guts, kill me. Zhang Yunfeng shouted passionately. Dad, calm down. Zhang Tingting stepped forward to soothe Zhang Yunfeng. At that moment, Zhang Bing sighed, looking at Tiger and his crew.
He spoke slowly, you've got some nerve, coming to the hospital to cause trouble for Uncle Zhang. Looks like your useless henchman didn't pass on my message, huh? Hearing Zhang Bing's words, both Zhang Yunfeng and his sister Zhang Shuiya froze.
Zhang Tingting quickly signaled her father and aunt to stay silent and just watch quietly. Tiger now regretted his actions deeply. He had thought that by coming personally, he would force Zhang Yunfeng to sign the papers today no matter what. He never expected Zhang Bing to be here. He regretted not investigating thoroughly beforehand. Facing Zhang Bing's mocking yet slightly angry interrogation, Tiger lost his earlier ferocity, becoming as docile as a kitten. I asked you a question. Are you deaf? Zhang Bing stepped forward, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles cracked audibly, a terrifying sight.
Tiger instinctively stumbled backward on his lame leg, and his henchman also showed signs of fear. You know this family? Tiger swallowed hard and asked. Are you blind? We came all the way from the capital for this very reason. Zhang Bing replied with certainty. This sent Tiger into a panic. Zhang Yunfeng was the last holdout, and this plot of land was crucial to his backer, Boss Zhou. They had to secure it. My apologies, Mr. Zhang. I didn't know about this earlier. Tiger knew Zhang Bing's power and ruthlessness. He dared not court disaster, so he could only back down for now and leave. After all, his boss, Mr. Zhou, was about to step in personally. Stop! Zhang Bing shouted, you just show up whenever you please and leave whenever you want? Tiger paused, his face darkening. What else do you want? Poof. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth as he suddenly took a step forward. He swung his hand back and delivered a hard slap. I warned you back at the dealership. Losing a leg still hasn't taught you a lesson, huh? You! Tiger seethed with rage, yet dared not shout back or threaten in return. Remember this, if there's a next time, I'll take the other leg too. Get out! Zhang Bing shouted angrily. Tiger didn't dare linger a moment longer, fleeing with his henchman as if escaping. Damn it, investigate immediately. What did he mean by no one notified me? Ah! I'll kill him. Tiger, supported by his men, shouted as he walked. Sure enough, just as Tiger and his men stepped out of the hospital, the confidants who had dined with Wu Minghua and Lu Ming earlier at the restaurant approached them. Boss, there's an urgent matter we need to tell you. That holdout knows the Zhang guy, they're in cahoots. The men rushed over, their voices urgent. Tiger's face turned green upon hearing this. You morons. Where the hell were you? Why are you only telling me this crucial info now? Now I've taken a slap for nothing. All of you, get down on your knees. Stay there until dawn breaks tomorrow. Tiger, furious and out of control, vented his rage on these trusted subordinates. Chapter 115, Boss Zhou. 7 p.m., Binzhou Grand Hotel, VIP private room. As the most powerful real estate tycoon in Binzhou, Boss Zhou arrived first. It was his habit. Tiger, his trusted lieutenant who had just 2 hours earlier endured another slap from Zhang Bing at the hospital, was also present. Bank President Zhang Zun had also arrived. The three were already waiting in the private room for Zhang Bing's distinguished presence. Mr. Jiang, you heard and saw it yourself. Regardless, Tiger is my man, he's always worked for me. Over the years, even if he hasn't earned any merits, he's certainly put in the hard work. As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. How do you feel about your bank's super VIP client, Zhang Bing, treating my man like this? Zhang Zun could only offer an awkward smile. He understood perfectly why Boss Zhou had invited him here. First, to lure Zhang Bing out. Second, to force him to choose sides. He couldn't afford to offend either Zhang Bing or Boss Zhou. And both possessed the clout to fire him with a single word. Mr. Zhou, I really have no choice, these are head office directives. Anyone holding that black card is entitled to round-the-clock, unconditional service from any employee of Kyoto Bank, anywhere in the world. Mr. Zhou snorted coldly. I hear you need 50 billion in deposits to get that black card, right? Once Mr. Zhou's prime real estate development is completed, securing 50 billion in liquid assets won't be a problem. Zhang Zun chuckled inside. Mr. Zhou, you're joking. This black card requires approval from the head office leadership. Zhang Zun wasn't foolish. While real estate developers held significant net worth, maintaining such massive cash reserves, especially keeping 50 billion idle, was exceedingly rare. Enough. I called you here today to arrange this meeting. You know exactly what's at stake. You won't dare cross that young man, Zhang Bing. But you think you can easily push Zhou around? No, Mr. Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I'll do my best to mediate. Zhang Zun wiped away a cold sweat. Facing two powerful figures, he couldn't afford to offend either. Tiger had long since reached his breaking point. Seeing Boss Zhou's assertive stance, he felt emboldened. Boss, this guy really has an attitude making us wait here for him. That's a minor issue. Those who achieve great things don't dwell on such superficialities, they prioritize getting the job done. Zhou lectured him. Yes, boss, you truly have a grand vision. Tiger flattered. Around 7:30, Zhang Bing arrived in his Land Rover, accompanied by the four beauties. The five of them walking together inside this high-end hotel immediately caused a stir. Many eyes turned to Zhang Bing, filled with envy and jealousy. Qin Yuan teased, see? With four gorgeous ladies by your side, you're the center of attention wherever you go. You must be secretly thrilled, hee hee. Zhang Bing chuckled. Qin Yuan was absolutely right. For men, whether successful or not, saving face was always the top priority. Now he understood why Ma Chao enjoyed such extravagant displays and kept several popular female celebrities under his wing. That feeling truly lifted one's spirits and made the mood light and pleasant. Soon, the five of them arrived outside the private room Zhang Zun had reserved. Zhang Bing didn't bother with the courtesy of knocking, he simply pushed the door open and walked in. Upon entering, they saw Tiger and Jiang Zun inside, along with a middle-aged man exuding wealth and sophistication. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin, Miss Shan, Miss Wang, Miss Qin, you're here. Please, have a seat. Allow me to introduce everyone. Jiang Zun immediately rose to greet them, his demeanor remarkably humble. This is Mr. Zhou, the real estate tycoon from Binzhou. He then proceeded to introduce Zhang Bing and the others to Mr. Zhou. But Mr. Zhou snorted coldly and said, no need for introductions. Jiang Zun gave an awkward smile and gestured for Zhang Bing and the others to sit down. Zhang Bing cut straight to the point. What business did you have with me through President Zhang? Good. Mr. Zhou nodded. I admire a young man's directness, no beating around the bush. Tiger is my man. Yesterday you crippled his leg, today you slapped him across the face, and now you're bragging that you don't even respect me. What's the meaning of this? Zhang Bing chuckled, glancing at Tiger, who had regained his nerve and now glared with eyes nearly spitting fire. You should ask your own wild dog what he did first. Mr. Zhou's smile was forced, his aura intensely formidable. Before Zhang Bing arrived, Tiger had already informed him about the plot of land he valued most, specifically that the last holdout, Zhang Yunfeng, was acquainted with Zhang Bing. As the big boss behind the scenes, his men were supposed to follow his orders. Now he'd been beaten. If he didn't step in now, who would risk their neck for him in the future? So it seems you're willing to stick your neck out for that holdout, refusing to give me, Zhou, any face? Mr. Zhou's attitude was extremely forceful. Zhang Bing didn't back down, replying coldly, what do you mean by holdout? As a major real estate tycoon in Binzhou, you weren't even willing to pay a mere 100,000 yuan, trying to brush him off with 5,000. Uncle Zhang won't stand for that, and he beat the guy so badly he ended up hospitalized. Besides, do I even know you? Why should I give you face? At this, the tiger-like man abruptly stood up, roaring, Zhang Bing, what kind of attitude is that? Who do you think you are in front of my boss? Zhang Bing shrugged indifferently, sneering, what? Feeling itchy again? Or do you want to lose another leg? As the two men looked ready to clash, Jiang Zun immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Mr. Zhang, Boss Zhou, may I have a word? Mr. Zhou and Zhang Bing both nodded, granting face to Jiang Zun, the bank president. Jiang Zun pondered for a moment before saying, this whole thing started over the Zhang family's ancestral home. To be honest, I know that plot of land is worth 100,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan really is a bit of a ripoff. And injuring someone? That's downright shady. Mr. Zhang and the daughter of the old Zhang family are friends, so helping out is understandable. Mr. Zhou, I suggest we settle this by agreeing to Mr. Zhang's proposal, compensate them 500,000 yuan. Mr. Zhang, you've had your venting, you've crippled the tiger by taking one of its legs. How about we call it even? Jiang Zun's words effectively offered both sides a way out. But he was completely unaware that Zhang Bing didn't need a face-saving exit at all. He had already read Boss Zhou's thoughts through his mind-reading ability. He discovered this man's crimes were too numerous to list. His entire fortune had been built on violence and bloody tactics. Do you think that's possible? Unexpectedly, before Zhang Bing could respond, Mr. Zhou objected first. Jiang Zun, Zhou, never compromise or negotiate terms with anyone. That land is worth no more than 100,000 yuan. Offering 100,000 is already me giving you face and giving this gentleman face. Jiang Zun felt a bit embarrassed and said, Mr. Zhou, surely 40,000 more won't break the bank for you? Besides, it was indeed your men who injured Zhang Yunfeng. Jiang Zun. Boss Zhou snapped. What about the saying, he crippled the tiger's leg? Jiang Zun was momentarily at a loss for words. Naturally, he sided with Zhang Bing. Hoof. Zhang Bing scoffed coldly, signaling Jiang Zun to stop speaking. Then, glaring at the enraged real estate tycoon, he declared, forget 50,000. Even if you offered 5 million now, I wouldn't sell you that ancestral land. Got it? This finally pushed Mr. Zhou over the edge. If he couldn't settle this last household, his losses would be catastrophic. Zhang Bing, it seems you're determined to oppose me, Zhou, is that right? You're welcome to interpret it that way. Zhang Bing held his ground, responding with equal firmness. Fine. Mr. Zhou gritted his teeth, threatening, you've got 50 billion in savings, so you think you're rich, huh? Well, Mr. Zhou will tell you today that money doesn't mean everything, at least not in Binzhou. Ha! Zhang Bing remained unconcerned. He had already figured out the other party's intentions. He knew the other guy had powerful Binzhou figures backing him up. Looks like he's about to pull some strings. But he didn't care. If need be, he'd leverage his own connections in the capital. It would just be a repeat of the Huangzhou scenario, taking down Secretary Zhao of Huangzhou outright. What do you want? I'll see this through to the end. If you want Uncle Zhang's ancestral land sold to you, fine 500 million yuan. Not a penny less. Chapter 116, Parting on Bad Terms. You bastard. Mr. Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and erupted into a tirade of curses. Zhang Bing's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, what the hell are you barking about? Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhou, everyone, please calm down. Jiang Zun was caught in the middle, utterly flustered, trying to mediate.
But that was clearly impossible now.
You just wait, kid. In Binzhou, no one dares cross me, Zhou. Fine, I'll wait. Then I'll be the first. How about that?
Mr. Zhou gritted his teeth in fury, his gaze fixed on Zhang Bing.
Fine, you've got guts.
With that, Mr. Zhou slammed the door and stormed out. Seeing this, Tiger limped after him, leaving in his wake. Zhang Bing didn't stop him, looking utterly indifferent.
Then he looked at the table laden with delicacies, untouched by anyone. What are you all staring at? We came here specifically to eat, so let's dig in. With that, he plopped down onto a chair. The four women chuckled and followed suit. Binzhou's seafood is quite famous, after all. It'd be such a waste not to eat it.
No matter how good Kyoto's seafood is, it can't match the freshness of the local catch.
Ting Ting, you should eat more.
Seeing Zhang Bing and the four women completely unfazed, even taking the time to savor the feast of seafood spread before them, Jiang Zun was nearly in tears with frustration.
Mr. Zhang.
Jiang Zun called out, his face twisted into a sour expression.
Mr. Zhang, don't just stand there.
You're here now, it'd be a shame not to eat.
Sit down and dig in.
Zhang Bing invited him with a smile.
Ah. Jiang Zun had no appetite whatsoever.
He stood awkwardly to the side, unable to leave but equally unable to sit down and join them. He could only stand quietly, waiting for Zhang Bing and the others to finish before speaking. Half an hour later, the five of them had polished off the entire table of seafood.
Mr. Zhang, have you all finished eating? Jiang Zun asked.
Binzhou's seafood is indeed excellent, far superior to Kyoto's, Zhang Bing praised.
Jiang Zun was utterly speechless.
His face filled with concern, he said, Mr. Zhang, forgive my frankness, but you did act a bit impulsively just now.
Oh? You mean regarding that, Mr. Zhou? Zhang Bing asked nonchalantly. Jiang Zun nodded. Mr. Zhou didn't become Binzhou's real estate tycoon by accident. Behind him stands Shuelao, Binzhou's ultimate power broker. So what?
Zhang Bing retorted. Jiang Zun shook his head repeatedly and sighed, though you're fabulously wealthy even holding our bank's black card, that privilege is confined solely to our banking system. You know, in Manhwa, having deep pockets alone doesn't always get you everywhere.
I know that.
Zhang Bing remained calm. He had just used his mind-reading ability to uncover some of Mr. Zhou's shady dealings. He also knew this man had powerful connections even without mind-reading, it was obvious. But when it came to backing, he wasn't afraid of anyone, even in the capital. A real estate tycoon from a third-tier city in Binzhou, no matter how powerful his connections, could they possibly rival those of Ma Yunting, the wealthiest man in the capital at the time? Then what are you still doing? Jiang Zun sighed. That plot is crucial for his development. Without clearing the last household, the project can't proceed. I think if we negotiate properly, Mr. Zhou might still agree to 50 million.
But you're asking for 500 million? Zhang Bing wiped his mouth, chuckled, and countered. You think I'm deliberately making things difficult by asking for 500 million, right? Jiang Zun nodded in acknowledgement. Not only her, but Qin Yuan, Lin Hanxue, Wang Ruolin, and Zhang Tingting were equally curious. 500 million? No one would agree to that. You don't know the full story. From what I understand, there are hundreds of households on that land, and the highest compensation any single household received was just 20,000 yuan. This 500 million isn't for me, nor is it for Uncle Zhen. I'm demanding it for those ordinary people who were forced to submit under the intimidation of that gang of bullies. Do you understand what I mean? As soon as Zhang Bing finished speaking, Qin Yuan was the first to respond. I support it. I support it too. Me too. Only then did the women realize why Zhang Bing had demanded 500 million, and they all voiced their support. Jiang Zun was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. In Binzhou, no one dared cross Boss Zhou. But Mr. Zhou will definitely use his connections to come after you. By then, even I, as the head of this small bank, won't be able to help you, Jiang Zun said with a troubled look. Zhang Bing chuckled, patting Jiang Zun on the shoulder. It's fine. I've got things under control. I won't hold it against you. Meanwhile, after Boss Zhou and Tiger stormed off in anger, they headed straight for a small courtyard in Binzhou. This courtyard was home to Shuelao, Binzhou's top-tier big shot. Mr. Zhou instructed Tiger to wait outside while he entered the courtyard alone. About an hour later, Boss Zhou emerged with a cold smile on his face. Boss, how'd it go? Tiger asked urgently. Humph. Boss Zhou declared triumphantly. With old Shui backing me, that kid surnamed Zhang dares to cross me? He's asking for death. Tiger grinned widely and asked, Boss, after we take care of that Zhang guy, those four women by his side are pretty decent. Can we have them as a reward for the brothers? Mr. Zhou dismissed the idea with a disdainful look and lectured, stop thinking about nothing but women all day. A man should prioritize his career, understand? Tiger chuckled, knowing Boss Zhou had tacitly agreed. After finishing their meal, Zhang Bing and his four companions sat for a while, learning from Jiang Zun about the Binzhou big shot, Old Shui.
They also instructed Jiang Zun to compile a list and contact all the families whose homes had been forcibly demolished in that area before leaving the restaurant together. Instead of heading straight back to the hotel, they drove straight to the seaside. Binzhou, a coastal city, boasted beautiful scenery. Many people strolled and played along the shore at night. When Zhang Bing appeared with the 4 beauties, they immediately caused a sensation. Especially since all 4 beauties had changed into bikinis, showcasing their perfectly curvaceous figures. Zhang Bing was utterly captivated, suddenly feeling a sense of awe. Even ancient emperors couldn't have been more fortunate. Countless eyes on the beach turned to watch them. Zhang Tingting and Lin Hanxue felt a bit self-conscious, but Qin Yuan and Wang Ruolan were much more open-minded and didn't mind at all. Sitting on the sand, Zhang Bing watched the 4 of them play and laugh, his mind wandering. Now, every woman had been intimate with him. Lin Hanxue was his official girlfriend, having met his parents. The other 3 were secret affairs, though he suspected all 4 women were tacitly aware of each other. He fantasized about what it would be like to have all 4 beauties at once, truly a heavenly existence. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he spotted a muscular young man approaching the 4 beauties from afar, accompanied by several men who looked like bodyguards. Zhang Bing saw them and immediately sensed trouble brewing. Sometimes, beauty truly was a curse. Being too stunning and having an impeccable figure easily invited trouble. Without formidable strength, they truly couldn't be protected. The young man, however, seemed reasonably well-mannered. He approached politely and struck up a conversation. "May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance, ladies?" Seeing his politeness, the 4 women responded courteously. "Sorry, handsome, we're hanging out together." Qin Yuan, as the eldest sister, led the refusal. The young man didn't get upset, he simply joined in. The 4 women froze for a moment, but not knowing what to say, they instinctively stepped back. The young man stuck to them like glue, following right behind. His eyes were glued to their backsides and chests. "Hey, what's your problem? Can you stop following us?" Qin Yuan snapped angrily. The young man seemed particularly drawn to Zhang Tingting's style and said, "Beautiful lady, let's get acquainted and be friends." "My name is Shui Kuan. I don't know you, and I don't want to be friends." "Please leave," Zhang Tingting refused. The young man cleared his throat. Instantly, the bodyguards who had come with him acted with perfect understanding, casually separating Qin Yuan, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruo from Zhang Tingting. He then stepped closer to Zhang Tingting, reaching out to take her hand. "You can't swim, can you? Let me teach you." "What are you doing?" Zhang Tingting yanked her hand away and shouted. "What do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't bully Tingting. Get out of the way." Qin Yuan, Lin Hanxue, and Wang Ruolan all started yelling at him, but were blocked by Shui Kuan's bodyguards. "Don't delay our young Master Kuan from making friends. Rest assured, following our young Master Kuan is a worthwhile investment." The bodyguards held the 3 back, preventing them from helping Zhang Tingting. At that moment, Zhang Bing couldn't sit still any longer. He hadn't expected so many people on the beach, bright as day, yet someone still dared to publicly harass his woman. This was unacceptable. Chapter 117, My Grandfather is Old Shui. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Zhang Bing sprinted over, kicking one of the bodyguards aside as he bellowed. "Bro!" Zhang Tingting was startled and instinctively threw herself into Zhang Bing's arms. Zhang Bing patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't be scared." Seeing that Zhang Bing had come alone yet brought 4 stunningly beautiful women with killer figures, Shui Kuan couldn't help but look envious. "Bro, you're living the high life, but can you handle all this?" Shui Kuan teased. "What the hell did you just say?" Zhang Bing roared. Though Lin Hanxue was his official girlfriend, he genuinely cared for the other 3 as well. He wouldn't tolerate anyone insulting them like that. "Kid, watch your ing mouth. This is our young Master Kuan. Keep it civil." Shui Kuan's henchman stepped forward, scolding Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, glaring at the young man named Shui Kuan and warning, "You dare mess with us again, and I'll beat you senseless." "Ha!" Shui Kuan didn't give Zhang Bing the time of day, laughing dismissively. "Bro, I just want to be friends with this girl Tingting. Make friends my ass. Do you think I'm blind?" Zhang Bing roared angrily. With that, Zhang Bing turned to leave with the 4 women. But Shui Kuan remained relentless, refusing to back down despite Zhang Bing's angry rebuke. "Friend, my name is Shui Kuan. What's your name got to do with me? If you bother any of them again, don't blame me for getting rough." At that, Shui Kuan's bodyguards couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Looking for a beating?" Zhang Bing frowned, sneering, "What? You wanna try?" "Forget it, Zhang Bing." Qin Yuan didn't want to get involved. Besides, judging by this man's calm demeanor, his utter disregard for everything, and the bodyguards outside, he was likely someone with connections. Though she knew Zhang Bing was capable, it was better to avoid trouble. "Let's go." Zhang Bing finally backed down. But then Shui Kuan chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Ha, looks like he's a coward." This finally pushed Zhang Bing over the edge.
He stopped in his tracks and glared coldly at Shui Kuan. You want to go one-on-one, or do you want all of you losers to gang up on me? Kid, you're getting too cocky. Shui Kuan's bodyguards clenched their fists, ready to pounce. But Shui Kuan himself watched with an amused expression, instructing, go easy on him. Don't make him lose face in front of the lady. Is that so? Zhang Bing sneered coldly. Suddenly, he struck out too fast. Shui Kuan's bodyguards didn't even register what happened before Zhang Bing's kick sent them flying. In the next instant, Zhang Bing closed the distance to Shui Kuan, his voice cold. Now it's your turn. Shui Kuan was stunned, finding it hard to believe. His bodyguards were all former Special Forces soldiers. Their skills were undeniably formidable. Yet, they hadn't even had a chance to react against Zhang Bing. Seems you've got some skills, Shui Kuan remarked. But in this day and age, what good are skills? Though shocked, Shui Kuan remained unflustered. Zhang Bing fixed him with a stare before issuing a warning. Before I lose my temper, you'd better shut up, get out immediately, and stop bothering them. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Facing Zhang Bing's fierce warning, Shui Kuan didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he retorted, how exactly do you plan to be no mercy with me? By beating you, of course. Zhang Bing retorted. Ha! Shui Kuan burst into a loud, unrestrained laugh. Interesting. Looks like you don't know who I am. Who you are is none of my damn business. Kid, don't get cocky. Today, I, Shui Kuan, am determined to make friends with them. How about it? Looks like you're asking for a beating. Zhang Bing was losing his patience. This was the first time he'd encountered such an unflappable nuisance. But the other guy really was calm as hell from start to finish. Plus, his words and actions weren't particularly out of line, so Zhang Bing couldn't just jump him. I'll see if you dare lay a finger on me today. Shui Kuan was stubborn too. Despite Zhang Bing's repeated warnings, he kept ignoring them. Instead, he stared straight at Zhang Tingting right in front of Zhang Bing, savoring the moment. Not bad, but this beauty suits my taste best. Hey, beautiful, be my friend. You won't regret it. Zhang Tingting's temper flared. How dare you? I told you before I don't know you and I don't want to be friends with you. With that, she called out to Zhang Bing and the others to leave. At that moment, Shui Kuan reached out to block Zhang Tingting. This time, Zhang Bing was completely enraged. He swung his leg back and kicked out. Shui Kuan instinctively tried to dodge, but Zhang Bing's speed was too fast. He was sent flying by the kick. Young Master Kuan. You dare hit our Kuan Shao? You're dead meat. The bodyguards who had been knocked flying earlier were furious, their faces filled with disbelief. They rushed over and helped Shui Kuan up from the sand. Shui Kuan was now thoroughly enraged, though he was also startled by Zhang Bing's skill. You've got some nerve, you dared to lay a hand on me. Shui Kuan's face turned cold. Try laying a finger on me again, and I'll make sure you regret it today, Zhang Bing snorted coldly. Just you wait. Shui Kuan finally erupted, threatening, if you dare lay a finger on me in Binzhou, I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees. Zhang Bing chuckled sarcastically. Is that so? Keep talking trash, and I guarantee you'll be begging me for mercy later. Shui Kuan snorted coldly. Fine. I'll show you what real strength looks like. With that, he ordered a bodyguard to grab a phone and call for backup. Zhang Bing remained unhurried as he walked over, then used his mind-reading ability to try and figure out who this Shui Kuan really was. Soon, he broke into a smile. Turns out Shui Kuan was the grandson of old Shui, the powerful backer of Boss Zhou. No wonder he was so confident and calm. So that's how it was. Fine. Show me what you've got. I'm waiting. With that, Zhang Bing led the four women to a nearby stretch of sand and sat down. About 10 minutes later, lights flickered along the path leading to the beach as a police vehicle approached. A group of officers got out, glanced around, and headed straight for Shui Kuan. Qin Yuan, Lin Hanxue, Wang Ruolin, and Zhang Tingting watched the scene unfold, growing increasingly anxious. Seems this Shui Kuan has some connections. Zhang Bing chuckled and said, so what? Soon, Shui Kuan led the police officers swiftly toward Zhang Bing and his group of 5. As they drew near, the 5 finally recognized the leader of the patrol officers, none other than Captain Wu Minghua. Wu Minghua also recognized Zhang Bing and the others, his face immediately breaking into a broad smile. Take the men back. Keep the women here. Shui Kuan ordered. Chapter 118, Lock them up for the night. Yes, Commander Shui. Wu Minghua's heart raced with excitement. He never imagined it would be Zhang Bing and his crew. Last time at the restaurant, he'd been forced by Zhang Bing to have Tiger's men beat him senseless. After learning of Zhang Bing's power, he'd resigned himself to never getting revenge. After all, he was just a police captain. How could he possibly take on such a super-rich tycoon? Yet now, so soon, Zhang Bing had dared to strike even Shui Kuan. Wasn't this like walking into a trap? Wu Minghua waved his hand, and several police officers behind him immediately surrounded Zhang Bing and his group. Well, if it isn't Mr. Zhang? Wu Minghua sneered coldly, his voice dripping with smug sarcasm. Zhang Bing glanced at Wu Minghua, who stood there with his nose in the air. He knew exactly what the other man was thinking. Mr. Zhang, no matter how rich you are, you can't just beat people up. And you dared to hit young Master Koan? Sorry, but you can either come with us willingly or we'll have to cuff you and take you away. Humph.
Zhang Bing stood up calmly and unflappably.
Seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough.
Humph. Wu Minghua snorted angrily.
Zhang Bing, I told you before, don't think money makes you special. You dared to hit young Master Koan. No matter how rich you are, you're finished this time. Is that so?
Zhang Bing shrugged indifferently. He'd already used his mind-reading ability to learn that Xue Kuan was the grandson of Xue Lao, Binzhou's top big shot. Anyway, he was already at odds with Boss Zhou, and sooner or later he'd have to face off against the Xue Lao. It just happened sooner than expected.
Fine then, he conceded reluctantly. I'll oblige you and come along. Let's see what you can do to me. You're quite practical, aren't you?
Wu Minghua waved his hand and ordered, take them away.
Hold on. Zhang Bing waved his hand and said, these four are involved too.
If you're taking me, take us all. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Wu Minghua froze for a moment.
Xue Kuan's orders were to arrest only Zhang Bing and leave the four women behind.
But Zhang Bing knew full well that if he went to the police station, the four women would be in danger. He'd already made up his mind he'd just take the four women along to spend the night at the police station, just to experience it.
That's right.
If you're arresting Zhang Bing, take us all with him, the four women shouted in unison. Wu Minghua hesitated, glancing at Xue Kuan. Xue Kuan pondered for a moment, then nodded with a cold smile, agreeing. Soon, they changed into fresh clothes and boarded the police station vehicle. By the time they arrived at the police station's holding cell, it was already past 9 in the evening. Zhang Bing and the four women seemed indifferent. It was the first time any of them had been in such a place, making it a new experience. Wu Minghua was outside briefing Xue Kuan on the situation.
Young Master Xue, that's about it.
This young fellow is loaded. He even beat up a tiger and crippled one of its legs. Wu Minghua reported.
Xue Kuan listened with visible surprise, though he didn't seem particularly concerned.
Humph, Xue Kuan snorted dismissively.
Wealth doesn't matter. Just follow my orders. Understood, young Master Kuan. Whatever you command, I'll execute.
Wu Minghua felt immensely satisfied.
After all, Xue Kuan's grandfather was Binzhou's top-tier big shot.
Now that Xue Kuan was personally involved, Wu Minghua believed Zhang Bing was finished, no matter how wealthy he was. Remember this, only release them when those women come begging me. Otherwise, keep them locked up and make Zhang suffer.
Xue Kuan ordered, glancing through the window at the 5 people playing around in the detention room. No problem, leave it to me.
Wu Minghua assured him, patting his chest.
Xue Kuan then departed first, accompanied by his bodyguards.
Wu Minghua, unable to contain his excitement, immediately called Tiger to share the news. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tiger hobbled off to deliver the fantastic news to Boss Zhou. He then personally notified Lu Ming, who had already clocked out and gone home.
Upon receiving the news, Lu Ming rushed straight to the hospital.
Overjoyed and gloating, he shared the news with Zhang Yunfeng. With everything arranged, Wu Minghua began rubbing his hands together, scheming over how to torment Zhang Bing.
Zhang Bing, you're finished now. You're in my hands, ha!
Wu Minghua walked in, his face twisted in a cold sneer.
Zhang Bing glanced at Wu Minghua and sneered, what? You want to settle a personal score? Don't be ridiculous. How could this possibly be personal revenge? Ha ha. When it comes to me, I call the shots.
Wu Minghua unleashed a barrage of threats and intimidation.
Is that so? Zhang Bing sneered. You're just a lowly squad leader. What can you possibly do to me?
Poof. Wu Minghua snorted coldly.
Zhang, it seems you don't know that Xue Kuan is the grandson of old Xue from Binzhou. If you dare lay a finger on him, this time even Director Jiang won't be able to save you. No amount of money will help. Oh, I'm so scared. Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. He knew full well that Xue Kuan was old Master Xue's grandson. Getting thrown in the detention cell was just boredom. I wanted to experience it. Young and naive, thinking your money makes you special? Damn it, your money means nothing to old Xue. Behave yourself. Tonight, I'll make sure you're well taken care of.
Wu Minghua rolled up his sleeves, ready to take matters into his own hands. Once inside the police station's detention cell, he called the shots.
Zhang Bing sighed. Before you lay a finger on me, let me make a call.
I guarantee you'll be begging me to leave this place on your knees.
You believe me?
Wu Minghua froze for a moment, but then remembered that Zhang Bing had offended old Xue's own grandson.
Money wouldn't save him now. Fine, kid. I'll let you make that call. Let's see who you can call for help.
Ha, Zhang Bing retorted.
Let me tell you something, not even Bank President Zhang can save you.
Zhang Bing ignored him and dialed Bai Xiaochun's number directly. He cut to the chase, explaining the situation in Binzhou.
Bai Xiaochun sighed and said, just a petty police station captain. Fine, give him the phone.
Zhang Bing nodded and handed the phone to Wu Minghua with a smirk.
Wu Minghua dismissed it with a sneer. Who is it? Just answer it. If you don't, I guarantee you'll regret it. Zhang Bing warned. Wu Minghua took the phone with a mix of skepticism and reluctance. Who is this? I'm Wu Minghua, captain of the Binzhou police station. Whoever you are, let me make this clear, Zhang Bing hit Shui Lao's grandson. No one is to intercede. Wu Minghua's tone was unyielding. Before Bai Xiaoqun could speak, he launched into a tirade. But the next second, Wu Minghua's expression changed dramatically. He snapped to attention, standing rigidly straight, his posture betraying extreme restraint. Yes. As you command. In less than a minute, Bai Xiaoqun hung up the phone. Wu Minghua was completely flustered, trembling all over, terrified, and already breaking out in a cold sweat. His hands trembled as he handed the phone to Zhang Bing, who took it and tucked it away. Captain Wu, what's the verdict? How do you plan to deal with me tonight? Chapter 119, Celebratory Banquet already? Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Mr. Zhang, I've seen the light. Please forgive me. Wu Minghua was completely petrified. The call Bai Xiaoqun had just made to him, the matters discussed, the names mentioned. He dared not even imagine it. Not just him, but even Shui Lao, the top big shot in Binzhou, couldn't fathom it. Hold on, I actually liked your defiant attitude earlier. Zhang Bing teased. Wu Minghua's face drained of color as he trembled, opening the detention cell door. Mr. Zhang, please spare me. I truly didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. Honestly. Zhang Bing and the four women exchanged knowing smiles, sitting inside the detention cell, unwilling to come out. Mr. Zhang, please come out. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wu Minghua's voice cracked with tears as he knelt down in desperation to plead. Zhang Bing sighed. He despised people like Wu Minghua, principle-less, bullying the weak and cowering before the strong. But such people were the mainstream of society, found everywhere. Get up then. I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Wu Minghua finally rose to his feet, trembling. But remember this, don't breathe a word about what just happened. If you dare leak a single detail to Tiger, Boss Zhou, or that Shui Kuan, you know the consequences. No, rest assured, Mr. Zhang. I absolutely won't. Wu Minghua hastily replied. He wasn't stupid. He knew this time Tiger would likely become an old cat, and Boss Zhou, even old Shui, would be finished. Alright, remember, be ready for my call tomorrow. Got it? I'll notify you when it's time to lead the team in making the arrest. Yes, sir. Just give the word. Seeing this, Zhang Bing felt there was nothing more to discuss and left with the four women. Stepping out of the police station, Lin Hanxue asked, "Where are we going now?" Zhang Bing chuckled. "Back to the hotel to sleep, of course. We've got business tomorrow." The next day, 9 a.m. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanxue were the first to wake up, followed shortly by Zhang Tingting, Wang Ruolin, and Qin Yuanyuan. Last night upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Tingting had followed Zhang Bing's instructions and called Zhang Yunfeng, telling him not to worry and to keep it confidential, not to tell anyone. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Binzhou Grand Hotel, Mr. Zhou personally hosted a banquet for Shui Kuan, accompanied by Tiger and others. Last night, they had received word from Wu Minghua that Zhang Bing was finished. He had been locked up. Young Master Kuan is still young Master Kuan, just one word from him is enough. Mr. Zhou fawned over Shui Kuan, flattering him. Shui Kuan responded with an air of arrogance and calm, "That kid really is loaded. He's got some skills, no doubt. But he dared to lay a hand on me? This time, he'll learn his lesson well. Of course, young Master Kuan, you're a different caliber altogether. That Zhang Bing is nothing more than a nouveau riche upstart." Tiger chimed in with his own flattery. Shui Kuan now knew Zhang Bing had a grudge against Boss Zhou, and that Boss Zhou had even sought out his grandfather. What a coincidence that he'd run into him now. But those women around him are quite something. I'm rather taken with one of them. Shui Kuan's mind wandered as he recalled Zhang Tingting's alluring figure. Exactly. He's locked up at the police station now, until he learns his lesson. Boss Zhou chuckled. Just as the group was plotting and chatting away in high spirits, Tiger's phone rang. He stood up and stepped aside to take the call. His expression suddenly darkened. He approached Boss Zhou, leaned in close, and whispered, "Boss, our men have been arrested." Mr. Zhou was taken aback. Who dares arrest our men? The police. Tiger couldn't believe it either. How absurd. Why would the police arrest my men? Boss Zhou expressed his disbelief. Tiger echoed his disbelief, continuing, "Just got the call, it was Captain Wu Minghua leading the raid. They arrested all the brothers who beat up that Zhang guy the other day." Both Boss Zhou and Shui Kuan were stunned and baffled. "Call Wu Minghua immediately. I'll ask him personally who ordered this," Boss Zhou instructed Tiger on the spot. Tiger pulled out his phone and quickly connected with Wu Minghua. At that very moment, Wu Minghua had just followed Zhang Bing's orders and forcibly arrested every single person involved in beating Zhang Yunfeng that day. He was following Zhang Bing's instructions. "Mr. Zhang, Tiger's calling? Answer it." Zhang Bing gestured. Wu Minghua pressed the answer button and activated speakerphone. Soon, Boss Joe's furious voice erupted from the other end. Who gave you permission to arrest my men? Do you want to get yourself into trouble? Wu Minghua cleared his throat and replied, Mr. Zhou, we're just following procedure. The procedures. Release them immediately. Boss Joe commanded. Wu Minghua didn't respond directly. Instead, following Zhang Bing's instructions, he asked, Mr. Zhou, where are you now? There's something I need to report to you in person. Binzhou Grand Hotel. Get your ass over here immediately. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, you're out as captain. After giving the address, Boss Joe hung up abruptly. Mr. Zhang, what should we do next? Wu Minghua inquired. Zhang Bing smiled. Stand by. I'm heading to Binzhou Grand Hotel now. You can join us later. Understand? Got it. Wu Minghua replied. Inside the hotel private room. After scolding Wu Minghua, Boss Joe didn't dwell on it. He continued to clink glasses with big shots like Shuekuan and Tiger. As the drinking session drew to a close, Boss Joe personally gave Tiger another order. While that Zhang guy is locked up, you take your men and finish off that last holdout today. If you can't handle it, bring your head back. Yes, boss. Tiger answered with considerable confidence. Meanwhile, Shuekuan was growing impatient. He desperately wanted to know if Wu Minghua had succeeded in torturing Zhang Bing last night to force the four beauties into submission. He ordered, call Wu Minghua and tell him to hurry over. Tell him I have something to ask him. Understood, young Master Kuan. Tiger wasted no time and immediately carried out the order. A little while later, Zhang Bing arrived at the Binzhou Grand Hotel in his Land Rover, accompanied by the four women. He parked the car arrogantly at the hotel entrance, then led the four women straight to the private room where Shuekuan and Mr. Zhou's workers were staying. Inside, the group was enjoying their meal. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. This sudden commotion startled Shuekuan, Boss Joe, Tiger, and the others inside. But upon focusing their eyes, they realized the intruders were none other than Zhang Bing and the four beautiful women. It's you! The group was utterly shocked. Aren't you supposed to be locked up in the police station? Who let you out? Shuekuan was furious. This was outright defiance of his orders. He had personally ordered Wu Minghua to lock Zhang Bing and the others up. Just moments ago, they were discussing how to interrogate Wu Minghua about the progress of last night's torture and coercion. But now Zhang Bing had shown up with four women in tow. Chapter 120, We're here for you. Watching Shuekuan, Boss Joe, Tiger, and the others all stunned and furious. Zhang Bing sneered coldly with disdain, speaking slowly, Oh? So eager to start the celebratory banquet already? Ignoring the people in the private room, Zhang Bing brought the four beauties over, pulled up a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and looked at the group with a mocking expression. Shuekuan and Boss Zhou's foreheads darkened with fury. Call Wu Minghua immediately. Tell him to get his ass over here right now. Shuekuan's rage boiled over. He had personally given the order last night, yet Zhang Bing and his crew had dared to slip out a blatant challenge to his authority. Mr. Zhou, Tiger is already dialing Wu Minghua's number. Tell him to get here immediately. Zhang Bing and the four beauties sat nearby, watching the others with mocking expressions. Last night, he had already made arrangements. Early this morning, he had Wu Minghua directly arrest the individuals involved in beating Zhang Yunfeng that day. Then, after everything was set, he came to this private dining room first, with Wu Minghua and the others arriving later to make the arrests. But the target was Tiger specifically to take him away right in front of Shuekuan and Boss Zhou. Looks like you're more powerful than we imagined. Shuekuan's expression darkened, momentarily baffled. How Zhang Bing and the others had escaped the police station's detention room all would be revealed once Wu Minghua arrived. Zhang Bing sneered, There's plenty more you won't see coming. About 10 minutes later, Wu Minghua arrived at the hotel in a vehicle with a group of police officers. The heavily armed group stormed in, radiating intense pressure. The hotel owner immediately stepped forward to inquire about the reason, only to be harshly rebuked by Wu Minghua on the spot. Such a large-scale operation and serious demeanor led onlookers to speculate they were arresting some major criminal. Following Zhang Bing's instructions, Wu Minghua led his team straight to the private room where everyone was gathered. Shuekuan and Boss Zhou erupted in anger. Wu Minghua, what do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear me? Who gave you permission to let these people out? As soon as he entered, Shuekuan, still unaware of the situation, began shouting angrily. Wu Minghua remained calm as he replied, Young Master Kuan, as the captain of the constabulary, I have the authority to decide who to arrest and how to proceed. You have no right to interfere. At these words, Shuekuan, Boss Zhou, Tiger, and the others all stared wide-eyed, doubting their own ears. Everyone knew Shuekuan was the beloved grandson of old Master Shui. A single word from him could make even the commissioner, let alone a lowly police captain, tremble in defiance. Damn it! Boss Zhou slammed his fist on the table, roaring with fury. Wu Minghua, you're just a lowly police captain. Think you've grown wings now? Wu Minghua remained unflappable, meeting Boss Zhou's gaze. Boss Zhou, you have even less authority to command or interfere with our investigation. You, what the hell did you say? Boss Zhou pointed an accusing finger at Wu Minghua. Wu Minghua ignored him and turned to seek instructions from Zhang Bing. Mr. Zhang, what should we do? Zhang Bing surveyed Xuekuan, Boss Zhou, and the others, their faces frozen in disbelief. Then he glanced at Tiger and said, "Take Tiger back first. Investigate the forced demolition and assault thoroughly." Understood. Wu Minghua acknowledged, then waved his hand and led several team members over. Wu Minghua, you ing moron, have you lost your mind? Tiger couldn't believe it and erupted in curses. Boss Zhou was also fuming with rage. Up until now, Wu Minghua had essentially been their lapdog, ready to be ordered around at their whim. Try touching my men today, and see what happens. Facing Boss Zhou's threat, Wu Minghua remained unfazed, replying calmly, "Boss Zhou, it's not just your people. Even if you yourself are suspected of illegal activity, we'll still arrest you without hesitation. Tiger, you'd better behave yourself and not resist, or we won't hesitate to use force." Several patrol officers, following Wu Minghua's orders, immediately moved to restrain Tiger. Though Tiger limped on one leg, he remained utterly defiant. He couldn't believe that Wu Minghua, a mere police captain, would dare arrest him in front of Boss Zhou and Xuekuan. He resisted immediately. "Move!" Wu Minghua barked. Two constables wasted no time, immediately using force. Xuekuan's face darkened with fury. His chest heaved violently as he roared, "Stop! Did you hear me?" Wu Minghua ignored him. "Young Master Cohen, you'd best mind your own business. We have solid evidence. Tiger is suspected of illegal assault and must be taken in for questioning. Are you ing deaf?" Xuekuan bellowed, no longer holding back. "You dare defy my orders? Young Master Cohen, when it comes to breaking the law, no one's orders matter, yours included. Please don't interfere." Wu Minghua forcefully restrained Tiger, preparing to take him away. "Fine, you've gone mad. Do you think Binzhou's sky has turned upside down?" Xuekuan, enraged and humiliated, clenched his fist and slammed it hard onto the dining table. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhang Bing stood up and said with a smile, "What? You really think you can control everything?" Zhang Bing. Boss Zhou slammed the table angrily and roared, "Young Master Cohen is the grandson of Old Master Xue. Do you think your money gives you the right to disregard Old Master Xue? Ha!" Zhang Bing remained perfectly calm. He'd already arranged everything. First, he had his men capture the tiger in the morning. Then, he had Wu Minghua, in front of Xuekuan and Boss Zhou, take away the tiger that had been ordered to be captured. Then, through by Xiaochun in the capital, they'd get old Xue himself to come handle his grandson Xuekuan and Boss Zhou, resolving the entire matter once and for all. So what if he's old Xue's grandson? "Mr. Zhou, don't say I didn't warn you. How's that 500 million coming along? If you keep stalling, you can kiss your development project goodbye. Just try it." Mr. Zhou remained confident, believing that with old Xue backing him, he could ultimately control Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing cut to the chase, instructing Wu Minghua, "Take him away first." Wu Minghua nodded and ordered his men to forcibly escort Tiger away. "Wu Minghua, you dare. Wu Minghua, you'd better think carefully about the consequences." Seeing this, Boss Zhou and Xuekuan threatened and obstructed once more. "Mr. Zhou, young Master Xue, let me be clear, Tiger is suspected of assault resulting in hospitalization. The evidence is irrefutable. I'm following procedure. If you interfere, don't blame me for being ruthless. You ing dare. How the hell do you plan to be impolite?" Boss Zhou flew into a rage, lunging toward Wu Minghua. Wu Minghua gave a cold snort, responding with overwhelming force as he swiftly pinned Boss Zhou down. Even Mr. Zhou couldn't believe what he was seeing. Xuekuan was utterly dumbfounded. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he spat, "Fine. You think you're some big shot just because you're a lowly police captain? You'll pay for this." Wu Minghua, acting on Zhang Bing's instructions, ignored him and forcibly escorted the raging tiger out. Zhang Bing, accompanied by the four beauties, showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he sat watching as Xuekuan made a phone call. Chapter 121, The Grand Finale. As the grandson of old Xue, the most powerful figure in Binzhou. Thus, no one in Binzhou dared disobey his commands. Yet today, he couldn't even command a lowly police station captain like Wu Minghua. Right before his eyes, Wu Minghua, acting on Zhang Bing's orders, forcibly seized Tiger and even laid hands on Boss Zhou. As a real estate tycoon in Binzhou, everyone knew Boss Zhou was backed by old Xue. This was an unbearable humiliation for Xuekuan. Without further ado, he dialed his grandfather's number. To his surprise, the line was dead. He immediately dialed his grandfather's secretary instead. This time the call connected quickly. After briefly hearing the situation from Xuekuan, Ding Qi, Xuelao's chief secretary, immediately dropped everything and promised to come over right away. The senior secretary's rank wasn't particularly high. Yet his influence and standing were extraordinary, for outsiders couldn't tell. Was this Ding Qi's decision, or was it Xuelao's? After hanging up, Shui Kuan's face darkened with fury as he threatened, Zhang Bing, you wait. I may not know why Wu Minghua is listening to you right now, but it doesn't matter. As long as you're still in Binzhou, my word is law. No matter who you are, you'll have to submit. Mr. Zhou joined in the threats. Kid, you think you're rich, huh? Trying to extort 500 million from me? Fine, we'll see about that. A devious plan was already forming in Boss Zhou's mind. As a real estate developer, what he lacked most was cash flow. If he could take down Zhang Bing and make him bleed dry, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Of course, Zhang Bing saw right through Zhou's schemes with his mind-reading ability. He sneered inwardly, cursing Zhou for his cunning scheme. Attempting to seize his wealth was nothing short of suicide. No problem. I'll just sit here and wait for your people to arrive. About 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle hurriedly entered. It was none other than Shui Lao's chief aide, Ding Qi. The moment Ding Qi entered the private room, he immediately asked Shui Kuan with concern, Young Master Kuan, are you okay? Who's picking on you? Mr. Zhou quickly chimed in, Secretary Ding, it's this kid. Ding Qi frowned, glaring at Zhang Bing before coldly snapping, Kid, you wanna get yourself killed? You're messing with young Master Kuan? Ha! Zhang Bing laughed sarcastically. You guys are really something. Now you're turning it around and saying I bullied him? Enough. Shui Kuan had no desire to waste time. He ordered urgently, Ding Qi, call the police chief immediately. Everyone involved needs to get their asses over here right now. I'll see if the police bureau's leadership still wants to keep their jobs. They can't even manage a petty squad leader like Wu Minghua. Damn it. Ding Qi nodded, took brief instructions, then pulled out her phone to call the Binzhou Police Bureau chief and others, ordering them to report immediately to the private room at the Binzhou Grand Hotel. Shui Kuan then fixed Zhang Bing with a warning stare and threatened, Zhang Bing, huh? I'll be damned if I don't see who's got your back. I'll be damned if a little squad leader like Wu Minghua can turn the tables for you. Fine, let's wait and see. Zhang Bing sat back with a smug grin, utterly unfazed. Meanwhile, the entire city of Binzhou was in an uproar. Numerous influential figures, having received calls from Ding Qi, realized the gravity of the situation. They all dropped their current tasks and rushed en masse toward the Binzhou Grand Hotel. The first to arrive was the chief of the Binzhou Police Bureau, followed shortly by other relevant personnel. Shui Kuan, seeing the chief arrive, immediately launched into a tirade, pointing his finger right at him. If you can't even manage a lowly captain under you, I suggest you step down as chief. Commissioner Fong nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement of his mistake, then personally called Wu Minghua and ordered him to get his ass over there immediately. A large group of Binzhou's bigwigs had all rushed over at Ding Qi's single phone call. And in the presence of the furious Shui Kuan, these usually high and mighty figures all bowed and scraped, scolded by Shui Kuan like lapdogs. Of course, Zhang Bing, Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanshua, Wang Rolan, and Zhang Tingting all witnessed this unfold. To the five of them, it was merely a good show to watch. The only top-tier figure missing was old Master Shui. Zhang Bing knew old Master Shui was likely on the phone with Beijing right now, probably scared stiff. 5 minutes later, Wu Minghua arrived. Is that Captain Wu Minghua? Director Fong immediately slapped him across the face and shouted, You good for nothing. Do you even want this job anymore? Who gave you permission to release the prisoner? Who authorized you to arrest Tiger Evil, Boss Zhou's right-hand man? Publicly humiliated and berated by his superior, Wu Minghua dared not utter a word. He could only look to Zhang Bing for help. Zhang Bing didn't come to his aid immediately, wanting to teach Wu Minghua a lesson. After all, Wu Minghua had long aided Tiger's gang in their crimes. Getting slapped and scolded was already a very light punishment. Release Tiger's men immediately and arrest all these individuals. Director Fong barked sternly. Ha! Seeing the moment had passed, Zhang Bing stood up and let out a loud laugh. He shot a contemptuous glance at this group of Binzhou bigwigs, his heart filled with scorn. Let's see how you dare touch me today? Kid, you think you're rich, huh? Today I'll show you whether your money means anything. Wu Minghua, what are you waiting for? Handcuff them all. Director Fong led the charge, jumping in with the most enthusiasm. But Wu Minghua kept his head down and refused. Director Fong, Mr. Zhang, and the others haven't broken any laws. The moment Wu Minghua spoke, Director Fong, Shui Kuan, Boss Zhou, Ding Qi, and the others were stunned. A mere squad leader dared to openly defy the bureau chief's orders and in front of so many important figures. What the hell are you saying? Director Fong flew into a rage, reaching out to slap Wu Minghua again. This time, Zhang Bing stepped forward, grabbing Director Fong's wrist firmly. What do you think you're doing? Kid, you dare lay a hand on me? Bureau Chief Fong roared, his arrogance and tyranny evident. So what if I fight you? Think you can eat me? Zhang Bing sneered dismissively. It should be about time now. Bai Xiaochun must have everything arranged in the capital by now. That old man Shui might already be on his way. Fine, you've got some guts. I'll see just how thick-skulled you are today. Furious, Director Fong ordered Wu Minghua to handcuff him again. But Wu Minghua remained unmoved. Enraged, Bureau Chief Fong immediately called for riot police reinforcements. You wait, kid. And you bastard. Openly defying superior orders? I'll skin you alive right now. Director Fong pointed at Zhang Bing as Wu Minghua bellowed. Zhang Bing smiled and said, fine, I'll wait. You'd better hurry up and get the riot squad moving fast, so they don't miss the show. Little did they know, today would see this matter resolved once and for all, and soon everyone present would be left speechless.